9 lifetimes of reincarnation, 9 tragic deaths. Fanpai transitions from struggling to scheming, from evasion to defiance against the heavens. Despite his relentless struggles, he ultimately cannot escape the disdain and humiliation imposed by the entire world, with a bloody imprint of 9 lifetimes etched deep within his soul. In the 10th lifetime, as Fanpai gazes upon the familiar Qinghe Peak, he finds the absurdity and fatigue overwhelming. Whatever, he mutters, and after surrendering to fate, the deity of destiny inexplicably begins to favor him. The system, which had eluded him through 9 lifetimes of rebirth, unexpectedly binds to him at lightning speed this time, even claiming it will assist him in reversing his fate. In response, Fanpai's assessment is, "Oh, very well, that sounds acceptable. Travel safely, and farewell." Ha! The divine way of heaven plays quite the game. No rush. Let's engage in a bit of playful banter. Within 3 steps, I shall extract a few of its teeth. Yet, just as he adopts a carefree attitude toward life, a sudden twist of fate occurs. Regardless of whether they are his master, childhood friends, romantic interests, or the aloof empress, even the reincarnated empress, the demonic enchantress, and the young master of the demon clan, all approach him with fervent eyes, as if they are intent on devouring him whole. Fanpai is utterly confounded. What does it mean that today, if I do not make you happy, I shall not be allowed to leave? Curse system, save me. What do you mean? Husband, please do not flee. This is the empire I have built for you. Cursed divine way of heaven, quickly unleash your invincible control technique. Huh? What do you mean I've been transformed into a beast-eared lowly and am feeling a bit hot? No, this cannot be real. Chapter 1, Judgment. At the holy land of Taichu, within the grand hall of Qinghe Peak, the sandalwood incense burns robustly, yet it cannot suppress the powder keg atmosphere that pervades the chamber. Fanpai finds himself pressed against the cold floor tiles, his wrists bound by iron chains, leaving red marks. He tilts his head, his gaze traversing the hall, landing on the most animated figures. Elderly from the law enforcement hall, Brother Wong from the outer sect, and several young disciples who typically bow in reverence upon seeing him. At this moment, their eyes glisten with venom, and spittle flies. "Fanpai, do you still have any shame?" Elderly exclaims, agitated, his voice shrill. Lin Shitsi is the young master of the Lin family, endowed with the potential of an emperor. She has only just entered the sect 3 days ago. 3 days? And you dared to sneak into her courtyard to spy on her bathing? You even stole her intimate garments? Beast, you are even worse than a beast. You have brought shame upon the holy land of Taichu. Brother Wong immediately interjects, his tone exaggerated. Not only that, elder. Last night, as I rose for a midnight visit, I personally witnessed second senior brother squatting on the wall of 6th junior sister's courtyard for half an hour. A timid disciple adds, I also saw second senior brother emerge with her undergarment in his pocket, grinning in a manner that was particularly terrifying. After this barrage of accusations, it was as if oil had been poured into water, instantly igniting chaos. No wonder 6th junior sister came crying to the Peak Master this morning, claiming her clothing had gone missing. It turns out it was this debauched scoundrel who had stolen it. How infuriating. No, it is despicable. I once admired his composure, but who knew he was such a vile person? Fanpai casually dug at his ear, lazily raising his eyes to scan the faces around him, either filled with anger or disdain, finally resting on a pale, cold visage. She was the victim in this incident, 6th junior sister Lin Wanner, standing in the corner, her plain white robe accentuating her pallor, her eyes swollen with tears, casting a gaze towards him that brimmed with coldness and contempt, a quintessential victim's expression. Second senior brother is not that kind of person. 4th junior sister Fan Ro, now squeezed the front, her face flushed crimson, cries out, "You must have seen it wrong. Second senior brother was practicing swordplay all day yesterday, and he was diligently cultivating at night. I was right beside him. I can testify." Fan Shitsi, it would be prudent not to speak recklessly lest you invite scandal, elderly admonishes. Who said I was speaking recklessly? I have evidence. Evidence. Elderly glares at her. Very well. You claim that Fanpai was cultivating all night, and you were by his side. Are you suggesting that the two of you shared a bed? Sat on the same mat? Otherwise, how could you have seen? How could you confirm he did not venture out to commit evil? Fan Ro finds herself momentarily speechless, her face flushing a deeper shade of red, her eyes brimming with tears as she turns to her companion. Senior sister, please say something for me. You know second senior brother could never do such a thing. Senior sister Su Qingwei stands beside Fan Ro, her expression pained, her lips trembling as she struggles to find words, ultimately saying nothing. Senior sister you. Fan Ro's eyes widen in disbelief, as she turns to her final hope seated high above. Master, please say something. Second senior brother Lu Qingyin sits at the head, gazing at Fanpai, a hint of helplessness flickering across her cold visage. How many times has this happened? How many times? The adorable child who once followed her, sweetly calling her master, has now transformed into this state. Pyre, she closes her eyes, letting out a long sigh, her voice weary. If you truly did not do it, then explain yourself properly. I still believe in you. The last three words are spoken softly, imbued with a glimmer of hope. Fanpai gradually lifts his gaze, landing on the figure high above that once evoked in him profound admiration, reverence, and ultimately a heart grown cold. Believe? In the first lifetime, Master also said she believed him. Yet ultimately, her face turned cold, filled with disdain as she stripped him of his cultivation. In the second lifetime, fourth junior sister also professed her belief, yet in the end, she wielded a blade, taking her own life. In the third lifetime, senior sister also claimed to believe in him. Yet after the awakening of the sacred body, she reduced him to ashes with a 9-turn glazed holy fire. The word believe, he has heard for 9 lifetimes and is utterly weary of it. Ding. Core villain plot triggered for the host detected. Main quest issued. Publicly acknowledge. Yes, I did spy, and the clothing was indeed taken by me. She is exquisitely attired, and I simply wish to gaze upon her a few more times. He then addressed Elder Lee, saying, You old fool, if you possess the ability, then do away with me right now. The task reward. Villain points just 60, unlocking the beginner level of Fortune Plunder, the ability to subtly absorb the fortune of hostile entities. The cold, mechanical voice had scarcely faded when Elderly began to shout again. Fanpai, have you lost your tongue? Are you too afraid to admit it? Fanpai effortlessly broke free from the grasp of the enforcement disciples, rising amidst their astonished gazes, rolling his eyes, and with a tone reminiscent of reciting a lesson, devoid of emotion, declared, Indeed, I did spy upon her. I have seen the form of the 6th junior sister, and as I anticipated, the nakedness of the young master of the Lin family is rather unremarkable, no different from others. It pales in comparison to the beauty of the 4th junior sister and the senior sister. He brushed off the dust from his attire and languidly continued, his voice low yet resonant throughout the grand hall. As for the 6th junior sister's undergarment, I did indeed take it, not for any particular reason, but simply because it is quite lovely when she wears it, and I wish to admire it a few more times. With that, he turned to face Elderly, enunciating each word deliberately. As for you, old man, cease your barking here. If you have the capability, then do away with me at once. Silence enveloped the hall, a profound stillness. Then, an uproar erupted. He actually admitted it? What utter shamelessness! Lin Wanner trembled, pointing at Fanpai, her lips quivering as she struggled to articulate her disdain, her eyes brimming with contempt. Su Qingwei turned her gaze away, releasing a pained sigh. The 4th junior sister, Fan Ro, could only let out a cry of despair. Second senior brother, have you lost your mind? Why would you do such a thing? Elderly, infuriated, had his beard bristling as he pointed at Fanpai, utterly speechless. You. Lu Qingyuan slammed her palm against the table, causing the jade surface to fracture. Fanpai, you have deeply disappointed me. Fanpai merely scoffed, ignoring the clamor surrounding him, and walked directly to the steps, nonchalantly bowing to Lu Qingyuan above. Master, please adjudicate swiftly. Shall it be the loss of my cultivation or a month of contemplation at the cliff of reflection? Please provide a definitive answer, for I have an appointment to bask in the sun this afternoon. Lu Qingyuan's countenance darkened instantly. The flicker of hope within her extinguished. Fanpai, you. No need for the... Fanpai yawned. Is it really such a big deal to merely steal a glance? What crime is that? Next time, I might as well aim for murder and give you something substantial. You have gone mad. Elderly sprang up. Master Lu, the Taichu Holy Land is the pinnacle of righteousness in the world and cannot allow such wickedness to run rampant. This matter must be met with severe punishment, lest the Lin family take offense. Enough. Lu Qingyuan closed her eyes briefly, and when she reopened them, her voice was as frigid as ice. I have made my decision regarding this matter. Fanpai shall be sentenced to a month of contemplation at the cliff of reflection. Without my command, he is not to return to the mountain. Understood. Fanpai rolled his eyes and turned to leave. As soon as he spoke, Elderly's expression soured as though he had just swallowed a fly. To be sent to the cliff of reflection? That is akin to being compared to the Lin family, whose young master bears the potential of an emperor and is destined to inherit the family head position. To be sent there for contemplation? If the Lin family seeks accountability, who could bear the consequences? Favoritism cannot extend this far. Master, might this punishment be? What if the Lin family? The Lin family, the Lin family. Has Elderly forgotten his own identity? You are an elder of the Taichu Holy Land, not a guest elder of the Lin family. Or do you have an objection to my decision, Master Lu? Lu Qingyuan's eyes narrowed, her aura subtly emanating, causing Elder Li's breath to catch as if teetering on the edge of a precipice, and he hastily lowered his head. No. How could there be any error in Master Lu's decision? Unconcerned with the turmoil behind him, Fanpai was solely focused on seizing the daylight at the cliff of reflection, fearing that if he delayed, he would end up hiding in a cave watching the snow. As he passed by Lin Wanner, he paused momentarily. The young woman glared at him with eyes laced with venom, her lips turning pale from biting them. Chapter 2, Mischief? Merely a task. Fan Pai found an unexpected amusement in the situation. The once mighty empress, who had subdued him with a mere flick of her wrist, was now reduced to a mere puppet, blind to her own manipulation. What was the essence of cultivation, of defying fate? Even if one were to attain the pinnacle of existence, they would ultimately become but a pawn in the grand game of the heavenly Tao, subject to the whims of others. With a shake of his head, Fan Pai strode out of the grand hall. The moment he stepped beyond its threshold, he heard the weary voice of his master behind him. "Pyre, what on earth are you causing commotion about?" Fan Pai paused for a fleeting moment, but without turning back, continued onward. Commotion? He was merely fatigued. 9 lifetimes of reincarnation, a millennium of struggle, all culminated in futility. His blood had long run dry, and his tears had evaporated. All he desired now was to hasten the conclusion of this predetermined fate, nothing more. He did not look back, stepping out of the clamor of the hall, casting aside all queries, laments, disappointments, and enmity. The sunlight bathed his face in a pale glow, yet he felt no warmth. The winds of the cliff of reflection, laden with snowflakes, pierced his skin like a swarm of ravenous worms, inflicting sharp pain. Crouched in the corner of a cave, Fan Pai unconsciously scraped at the icy debris on the stone wall with his fingertips. He yawned as he gazed at the flickering red light on the system panel. Side quest initiated. Within 3 days, insult Fan Ro, who comes to visit, and once again tease junior sister Lin Wanner. I still keep your veil. When I can't sleep at night, I take it out to admire and engage in lewd gestures. Quest reward. Villain points 40, medium grade spirit stones, x 20. TSK. This system certainly knew how to play. However, that veil of Lin Wanner had already been confiscated. Oh well, a veil is a veil. Whose it is hardly matters. Fan Pai chuckled, dismissively shutting off the system panel. He rummaged through his storage bag and retrieved an ice blue veil, one he had previously pilfered from Fan Ro, adorned with her signature orchid pattern. Tossing it onto his lap, he drew a circle in the dirt with a stone, inscribing the words Heavenly Tao within. Gazing at those 2 characters, his thoughts drifted. 9 lifetimes of rebirth, a millennium of time. He had experienced fury, madness, resentment, disappointment, despair, and hope. In the end, he discovered that mortals could never triumph over the heavenly Tao. If that accursed heavenly Tao wished him to be a villain or rogue, then he would embrace that role willingly. Perhaps, after ceasing his resistance, after being crushed and obliterated, he could finally put an end to this wretched cycle of rebirth. Fan Pai, come out. A clear, furious voice pierced through the cave. Lin Wanner's voice, laden with biting resentment, sought him out. Fan Pai leisurely rose, brushing the snow from his clothes. He stepped over the 2 characters he had drawn and tucked the veil back into his robes, making his way toward the cave entrance. The biting winds and snow assaulted his face as he squinted into the distance. There stood Lin Wanner in the snow, her white robe speckled with flakes. Her delicate features flushed from the cold, lending her an air of fragility, though her gaze remained icy and unyielding. Beside her stood Fan Ro, holding a food box. Upon seeing him, her eyes lit up like a candle igniting in the cold night. Second brother. Fan Ro instinctively moved forward, but her steps were halted by Fan Pai's raised arm. His fingertips brushed against her sleeve, devoid of warmth. Fan Ro staggered back, the light in her eyes extinguishing rapidly, her complexion paling to that of parchment, her lips trembling as if to speak, but only a faint gasp escaped her. Master fears your cultivation is too weak, that you might freeze to death here. We brought some clothes and pills. Lin Wanner emphasized the word we, as if to underscore Fan Ro's reluctance. But do not think. Before she could finish, Fan Pai snatched the food box from Fan Ro's hands, inspecting its contents. Ultimately, he extracted a single pill, discarding the box to the ground, scattering its carefully prepared items, bottles, jars, and delicacies, across the snow, creating a chaotic mess that mingled with mud and crushed snow. A sight both disarrayed and glaring. Second brother. Fan Ro's voice trembled uncontrollably, tears finally spilling down her cheeks, creating small depressions in the snow. How could you? The taste is mediocre, Fan Pai remarked, tossing the pill into his mouth with a casual indifference. He glanced at Lin Wanner, leisurely retrieving the ice blue veil from his robes and waving it before her. Still fragrant, isn't it? Lin Wanner's pupils constricted sharply, as if scalded, retreating a half step. When did you steal when I couldn't sleep at night? I took it out to sniff, Fan Pai interrupted, deliberately elongating his words, though his gaze was as empty as the cold depths of a cave. Junior sister, your physique appears slender, yet your garments are quite fragrant. Detected emotional fluctuations in target characters meet quest requirements. Judgment. Flirtatious speech accomplished. Please execute flirtatious actions to receive full rewards. Lin Wanner trembled with rage, her finger trembling as she pointed at him. Beast, you are even lower than a beast. Fanpai disregarded her, taking a few steps forward. Lin Wanner, her fists clenched in a protective stance, yet he sidestepped her, reaching for a strand of Fan Ro's hair that hung before her chest, bringing it to his nose. His movements were quick, as if following a programmed action, devoid of any suggestive intent, merely a symbolic gesture before he released it. Roer's hair is fragrant too. He let go, shoving the ice blue veil into Fan Ro's arms. Returned to the rightful owner. Fan Ro stood frozen, staring at the veil in her embrace. The orchid patterned stark against the gleaming snow. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, confusion flickering in her eyes. This is my garment, but when did you? Are you toying with me? Lin Wanner finally grasped the situation, furious as she drew her sword, its tip aimed at Fanpai's throat. You bring fourth sister's garment to humiliate me? It's merely a veil for use. Fanpai dodged the sword tip effortlessly, his tone as nonchalant as discussing the weather. Whose it is hardly matters. It is merely your own blindness that prevents you from recognizing your own attire. Turning his back, he made for the cave once more, leaving them with his silhouette. Leave the items, and you may depart. Fight by. Lin Wanner, infuriated, swung her sword toward his back, the sword's energy enveloped in wind and snow. A deadly aura that he effortlessly evaded. Pebbles were sent flying by her sword's force, striking his back and leaving trails of blood. Yet his steps did not falter. Wait until I attain Foundation establishment. Oh no, Golden Core? When I achieve Golden Core, I will ensure you are torn to shreds. Lin Wanner's furious roar lingered in the wind and snow, like a weightless snowflake. Ah! The cave entrance was blocked by stones, isolating them from the outside world. Leaning against the stone wall, Fanpai listened as the system notification chimed. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards have been issued. Detected fluctuations in the fortunes of Lin Wanner and Fan Ro. A minuscule amount of fortune has been siphoned. Fanpai leaned against the stone wall, retrieving the 20 mid-grade spirit stones and casually tossing them onto the ground. The crisp sound of their collision echoed through the cave, reminiscent of the joyous clamor from his childhood in the first life, when he and his senior and junior sisters would vie for sweets. Those confections were truly delightful, sweet enough to make him believe they could surpass all bitterness. How foolish he had been. Outside the cave, Fan Ro's voice, laced with sorrow, reached Lin Wanner, junior sister. Please don't be upset. Second senior brother, he might just be in a bad mood lately, so try not to take it to heart. Not take it to heart. Lin Wanner lifted her head, her tear-filled eyes gazing at Fan Ro. How can you expect me not to? Sister, you witnessed what happened just now. Fanpai is nothing but a beast. No, he is even worse than a beast. You will inevitably suffer greatly at his hands. Fan Ro forced a bitter smile, recalling the image of the gentle figure from before. That is not true. Second senior brother is not that kind of person. He used to care for us deeply. There must be some misunderstanding, as long as we can clear it up. Misunderstanding? Lin Wanner scoffed, her eyes sweeping over Fan Ro's pale face. Is this Fanpai? The one who insulted third sister as a monster, taunting her for polluting the air by merely existing, driving her to leave the sect? Is that also a misunderstanding? He publicly berated eldest sister as a worthless failure, claiming she shamed our sect. Was that a misunderstanding too? He stole your fated artifact, and even suggested gifting you to the elders of other holy lands as a concubine for resources. Could that possibly be a misunderstanding? Sister, wake up. Fanpai is clearly a born villain, a harbinger of calamity, merely masquerading as a normal person until now. His true nature has finally been revealed. Must you wait until he truly stabs you before accepting reality? Aye. Noting Fan Ro's evasive gaze, Lin Wanner shut her eyes and took a deep breath. Sometimes, I genuinely suspect that you have been drugged by that Fanpai. You, a dignified Golden Core cultivator, why must you constantly yield to a mere chi refinement nobody? Never mind, I have overstepped my bounds. I must return to my cultivation and shall not disturb your refined enjoyment. Farewell. As the voices outside gradually faded, only the sound of wind and snow striking the stones remained, resembling someone weeping softly. Fanpai closed his eyes, burying his face in his knees. He knew Fan Ro was still standing outside, aware of her tears in the snow, and that she still cherished the memory of the previous second senior brother. But what did it matter? The former Fanpai had long since perished at the hands of the first life S master, slain by the sword of the second life S Fan Ro, consumed by the holy fire of the third life S eldest sister, and ultimately extinguished by the hand of the ninth life S heavenly path. The being he was now was merely a walking corpse, following a script. The snow fell heavier, and the chill within the cave penetrated to the bone. Fan Pai retrieved a spirit stone, clutching it tightly in his palm. Perhaps when the snow ceased, he should seek out a destined child for a duel. Dying beneath a sword was certainly preferable to freezing to death in this wretched cave. Listening to the tears of others. Outside, Fan Rose stood for a long time, until the snow blanketed her shoulders. She looked down at the undergarment in her arms. The orchid pattern warmed by her body heat. Brother Pai, what on earth are you doing? Her voice was swallowed by the wind and snow, leaving only a thin shadow swaying in the snow-covered ground of the cliff of reflection. Having walked a considerable distance, Lin Wanner turned back to glance. The cave at the cliff of reflection had vanished from view, leaving only the swirling snowstorm. Unbidden, she recalled the terrifying look in that man's eyes, so devoid of anger, shame, or even malice, merely a chilling indifference that struck fear into her heart, as if her rage and Fan Rose's tears were nothing more than a falling snowflake in his eyes. It felt as though he had experienced countless such scenes and had long since grown numb. Madman, Lin Wanner gritted her teeth and quickened her pace. She needed to return to her cultivation post-haste. She must grow stronger, strong enough that even her master would not be able to reach her. When the time came and there was no protection, she would ensure that the beast would pay for his actions. Upon returning to her dwelling, she found the candlelight had dwindled to a mere stub. Clenching her fists, she paced around the room thrice, her gaze sweeping over the dressing table. The cosmetics were plentiful, and the copper mirror gleamed brightly. She lifted the bed curtain to check, and the protective talisman from her family was still there. Even the wooden box in the corner of the wardrobe was rummaged through, revealing the jade piece pendant bestowed by her master, quietly resting in its brocade box. At least you still have some sense. She kicked the bed leg, wincing in pain, yet still muttering in frustration. Beast, how dare you only target the undergarment? Even using Fourth Sister's clothing to deceive me. What kind of skill is that? If you have the capability. As the words escaped her lips, she suddenly felt a disquiet within her. Was it as if she hoped that the scoundrel would come to steal her clothes? Recalling the earlier encounter, Lin Wanner's heart fluttered once more. Fan Pai's gaze had been too calm, too tranquil, as if he had faced countless life and death situations, rendering him apathetic even to such trivial matters. Bah. I cannot allow him to affect me. She shook her head, suppressing her errant thoughts, and settled cross-legged on the mat. The spirit candle on the table flickered, casting her side profile in stark relief, sharp as ice. Lin Wanner took a deep breath, her fingers forming a seal. Once I achieve foundation establishment and cultivate to golden core, I will make that beast regret his actions. As her spiritual energy circulated through her meridians, an image of Fan Pai's indifferent gaze suddenly flashed in her mind. Instantly, Lin Wanner felt a tightening sensation envelop her. The spiritual energy in her dantian became chaotic, and the scene before her began to warp. The surrounding candlelight, bed, and wooden table twisted and faded, replaced by an expanse of boundless void. Beneath her feet, a bottomless abyss, while above, a night sky akin to ink was dotted with glimmers of spiritual light, resembling scattered stars. Lin Wanner abruptly looked down and was astonished to see a range of mist-shrouded mountains unfurling beneath her. The 12 peaks circled the main peak like stars, with spiritual veins winding underground, exuding a luminous white sheen, akin to the veins of the earth. Beneath the main peak, which soared like white jade into the heavens, the Taichu spirit emanated billows of white mist, intertwining with the spiritual energy in the air, carrying the fragrance of herbs and the aura of swords. This is... Lin Wanner staggered back a step, yet found herself steady as if on solid ground. Is this the Taichu Holy Land? Am I truly at the summit of the Holy Land? But I was just cultivating in the cave a moment ago. How could this be? Before she could finish her thought, she noticed the night sky above ripple suddenly, and lines of faint golden text materialized as if inscribed by spiritual power. 9 lives memory, first life. Lin Wanner's pupils constricted in shock. 9 lives memory? What does this mean? Whose memory spans 9 lives? Could it be that after death, one enters reincarnation yet retains memories of the past? Before she could ponder further, the holy land beneath her feet began to twist and shrink, resembling a crumpled painting. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing on a mountain path of Qinghe Peak. At this moment, the night sky had long faded away, giving way to a boundless expanse of azure, with the sun shining resplendently. Before her lay a winding path of bluestone, flanked by peach trees that had just begun to bud, their fresh green shoots glistening with morning dew. From a short distance away, the sound of cheerful laughter echoed from the stone steps, akin to a string of silver bells rolling over a jade plate. Lin Wanner instinctively shrank behind a pine tree, peering closely to discover 4 children of tender age ascending the mountain path. Sunlight filtered through the layers of pine needles, casting dappled patterns upon them. The girl on the outer edge was noticeably taller than the others, appearing to be around 15 or 16 years of age, with features reminiscent of her elder sister. Su Qingyue, she adorned a pale, purple robe that complemented her gentle demeanor. The moment she turned to smile, even the wisps of hair at her temples seemed to glow with warmth. Beside her stood a tall girl dressed in dark green attire. Her sleeves rolled up to the elbows, revealing several delicate silver scales on her forearms. This must be the third sister, Huang Yingying. Though Lin Wanner had only heard tales from her 2 elder sisters, her stature and appearance exuded a certain gallantry, tinged with a hint of nonchalance, unmistakably identifying her as the third sister. She was playfully draping her arm over the shoulder of a boy, her sleeves slipping down and revealing glimmers of scales in the sunlight. The one running ahead was likely the fourth sister, Fan Ro, who sported a high ponytail adorned with a freshly picked wild chrysanthemum, its petals trembling with dew. Suddenly she halted, turning to the boy behind her with a flourish of her peachwood sword, the air slicing with the sound of whoosh. "Page, look! I've mastered the Luyun style that Master taught us in just 3 days." Lin Wanner's gaze was magnetically drawn to the boy, encircled by them. She blinked, her mind swirling with confusion. Who is this person? Is there truly such a handsome male disciple on Qinghe Peak? How come she had never seen him before? Chapter 4. The Dance of 4, The Affection of 3. The boy wore a freshly laundered azure shirt, sunlight casting a small fan-shaped shadow on his softly lowered eyelashes. The smile playing on his lips radiated warmth akin to the melting snow of spring. Hearing Fan Ro's words, he feigned a serious expression, stepping forward to lightly flick her forehead with his fingertip. "Our rower is indeed talented, but this temperament needs some adjustment. Next time, Master should have you copy the heart method 10 more times to prevent your tail from soaring into the sky." "Absolutely not," Fan Ro protested, clutching her forehead and stamping her foot as the wild chrysanthemum tumbled from her hair, only to be deftly caught by the boy as he bent to reattach the flower. His movements were as gentle as if he were handling fragile glass. "But the peach blossoms on the back mountain have bloomed. It wouldn't be too late to copy after we enjoy the flowers," Su Qingyue remarked with a smile, shaking her head. "Still blaming me? It's not my fault. Last time you snatched the roasted spirit rabbit leg from me." The boy sighed in exasperation, brushing her hand away. "Third sister, that was because you burned it. Sister Qingyue was just worried you'd get sick from eating it." Sunlight streamed through the pine leaves, enveloping them in a golden sheen, rendering the scene as beautiful as a painting. The laughter floated through Lin Wanner's ears like feathers, and she clenched her fists tightly, her nails nearly embedding into her palms. "Second brother? Did Sister Fan Ro just refer to that boy as second brother? He is Fan Pai." The youth before her, with his relaxed features and a charming smile that revealed a faint dimple on the left side, looked at Fan Ro with gentle warmth, nodding earnestly at Su Qingyue's words. And even when teased by Huang Yingying, he merely sighed in resignation. Could such a person be the one who had spied on her while she bathed, who stole her and her sister's undergarments, the shameless brute who had tormented her on the cliff of reflection? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That could never be Fan Pai. The lecherous scoundrel couldn't possibly resemble this boy. Lin Wanner suddenly surged forward a couple of steps, her fingertips almost grazing the hem of the boy's garment. She wanted to see if that dimple was real, to inquire why he had transformed into that wretched being. But in the instant her fingers brushed against the boy's sleeve, she merely grasped a handful of warm wind. His figure shimmered like a reflection on water, still laughing and engaging with the others not far away. "It's all a lie. Everything is a lie." She staggered backward, colliding with the pine tree, a pine cone crashing down at her feet. Lin Wanner's eyes widened in terror, and a scene from the Cliff of Reflection flashed in her mind. When Fan Pai had stuffed the icy blue undergarment into Fan Ro's embrace, had there not been a fleeting softness in his gaze, akin to the warmth she witnessed now? Yet that warmth had been buried beneath layers of ice, fleeting as an illusion. No, this cannot be. Lin Wanner suddenly clutched her head, a sharp pain piercing through her consciousness. Why can't I remember his face? She struggled to recall Fan Pai's features, but her mind was shrouded in a hazy silhouette, like a mountain obscured by thick mist. In contrast, the boy Fan Pai before her, his brows, eyes, smile, even the slight tilt of his head while speaking, were all vividly clear, as if he stood right before her. At that moment, the child version of Fan Pai seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his gaze towards the pine tree. In that fleeting exchange of glances, Lin Wanner observed a flicker of faint confusion in his eyes, like a pebble cast in a still water, soon submerged by the laughter of his sisters. That single glance struck Lin Wanner like a bolt from the blue. The depths of those eyes concealed something entirely different from the indifference she had witnessed on the cliff of reflection, yet they curiously resonated. It was akin to a spark buried beneath layers of ice and snow. Even if only a flicker remained, the traces of a once raging fire could still be discerned. What is this? Before Lin Wanner could fully comprehend, the scene before her abruptly shifted like shattered glass, swiftly reassembling like flowing water. Before she could gather herself from the fleeting glimpse of the young Fan Pai, amidst the swirling light and shadow, she found herself standing at the edge of the training ground on Qinghe Peak. The morning dew had yet to evaporate, and the blue stone glimmered with a damp chill. A young boy, appearing around 14 or 15 years of age, Fan Pai, was currently practicing swordplay against a wooden post, executing the most fundamental Tai Chu 13 styles. Yet his swordsmanship was far steadier than that of the average disciple. Sweat beaded at his temples, and his azure headband had loosened, swaying gently against his neck with each movement. Nearby, elder sister Su Qingwei was also wielding a long sword, albeit with far less grace. When her movements faltered, Fan Pai gently adjusted her wrist with his wooden sword. Sister Qingwei, your shoulders should be relaxed here. You're exerting too much force. Su Yingyue, glancing at the boy who was a head shorter than her, felt her ears redden slightly. She lowered her head with a soft but when she raised her gaze, it fell upon Fan Pai's profile, revealing a tenderness that was hard to conceal. Not far away, third sister Huang Yingying sauntered over, placing a jar of freshly brewed fruit wine on the stone table, exclaiming, Sister Qingwei, Fan Pai, you've been practicing for so long. Let's take a break and try this new wine I brewed last night. I guarantee it's better than the last batch. As she spoke, her sleeve slipped, and several fine scales on her forearm glimmered in the sunlight. Fan Pai, however, merely smiled wryly, approaching her and delivering a playful flick to her forehead. How many times must I tell you not to disturb us? Yingying, why do you refuse to listen? I lamented, my voice tinged with frustration. Sister Qingwei and I are not like you two, blessed with such extraordinary talents that you effortlessly establish your foundations in cultivation. We toil diligently, you know. Please refrain from idling about and causing chaos. Huang Yingying, cradling her head in mock distress, replied, but I'm just showing concern for you. Besides, what is the harm in a little casual practice? Why take it so seriously? You dare utter such words? You might just find yourself on the receiving end of a tickling punch. I teased, laughter erupting as we playfully wrestled, resembling carefree children lost in their exuberance. Fan Rose sat on a stone bench, meticulously peeling a spirit fruit, her fingers moving with the delicacy of one afraid to shatter something precious. As Su Qingwei bent to retrieve Fan Pai's fallen wooden sword, her sleeve brushed against his hand. In that moment, Fan Rose's fingers suddenly pressed into the fruit skin, leaving a faint mark from which juice oozed, yet she seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on the patterns of the seed. When Huang Yingying tugged at Fan Pai, urging him to compete, Fan Ro abruptly stood, offering the perfectly peeled spirit fruit on a leaf, her voice softer than usual. Brother Pai, Sister Yingying, please stop the ruckus. After such prolonged practice, Sister Qingwei must be weary. Let us have a bite. Lin Wanner, hidden behind a pillar, unconsciously traced the wooden grain with her fingertips. As Fan Ro extended the spirit fruit, her lowered lashes, Huang Yingying's embrace of Fan Pai's shoulder, and Su Qingyue's momentary pause were all details that pricked at Lin Wanner's heart like needles. The memory was too vivid, so much so that she could discern the juice trapped beneath Fan Ro's fingernails, hear the gentle clink of Su Qingyue's hairpin as she laughed. Yet, if these truly belonged to her senior sisters, why were they so clear, revealing even thoughts they themselves might not have been aware of? Whose memories were they? She murmured to herself, and just as her words faded, the blue stone beneath her feet trembled with an unexpected warmth. It felt as though an invisible hand stirred the ground, and the patterns of the blue bricks crept up her ankles, quickly shedding their rough texture to transform into the cool white jade tiles of the Qinghe Peak Great Hall. The fragrance of sandalwood drifted down from the beams, mingling with the calming incense she had inhaled during her apprenticeship a fortnight prior, conjuring another scene before her eyes. What materialized was the very ceremony of her initiation into the sect. Disciple Lin Wanner, I wish to take my vows under Master S guidance, to uphold the sect's rules and dedicate myself to the path of cultivation. The girl's voice was laced with the timidity of a newcomer. Her forehead pressed against the cold tiles. In the main seat, Lu Qingyuan, clad in a simple Taoist robe, her hair tied back with a jade pin, radiated an uncommon warmth in her cool demeanor. She raised her hand in a gentle gesture, her fingers brushing the top of Lin Wanner's head as she spoke soothingly. From this day forth, You shall be the sixth disciple of Qinghe Peak. Strive to harmonize with your seniors and immerse yourself in your cultivation. Rise now. Once you join Qinghe Peak, you are family. Lin Wanner looked up as she was assisted to her feet, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she accepted the Tai Chu Chi induction technique bestowed by her master, her fingertips trembling slightly. This scene was undeniably the very initiation ceremony from a fortnight ago, yet why did it feel so foreign, as if it belonged to a past life? You seniors must take good care of her, as she is still young and has just left her family, Lu Qingyuan remarked, her gaze sweeping over the disciples standing at attention, finally landing on the young man in the front row. Pyre, you are steady in nature. Do keep an eye on your sixth junior sister. Fan Pai stood there, the hem of his blue robe swaying gently with his breath. He nodded in acknowledgement, a warm smile gracing his lips as he looked at Lin Wanner with clear, innocent eyes. Rest assured, Master, I will look after junior sister. Hidden behind the pillar, Lin Wanner felt her nails digging deep into her palm. Was this truly Fan Pai? Yet she vividly remembered just half a month ago, during her initiation, how he had spoken to her with such disrespect before their master and the sect leader, his heated gaze like a tongue that licked her from head to toe, sending chills down her spine. The scene before her was alarmingly real, yet the memory was equally vivid. Was it her memory deceiving her? Or was this moment an even more vivid illusion? Before she could discern the truth, she witnessed another version of herself spring into action. Greetings, second senior brother. Her younger self bowed shyly, daring to glance up at him, her ears flushing crimson. Fan Pai returned the gesture, the frayed edges of his sleeve brushing against his robe. It was strikingly similar to the blue garment she remembered from the mountain road. Lin Wanner's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was no mere illusion. These images were too real, too palpable. She could see the tiny vermilion birthmark on Fan Pai's earlobe, catch the faint scent of soapberry from his clothes, and even feel the airflow as he spoke, stirring the dust upon the blue bricks. Come, I will show you your dwelling. As Fan Pai turned to lead the way, his blue robe swept across the threshold, stirring a gentle breeze. Lin Wanner instinctively followed, and as she crossed the hall's entrance, the chill of the jade tiles seeped through her shoes, warping the scenery before her once more. The coolness of the blue bricks crawled up underfoot, and Lin Wanner focused on her own reflection. The girl from half a month ago walked in step with Fan Pai, the silver ornaments in her hair swaying with each movement, mirroring the tumult of her own heart. The sixth junior sister has just entered. This dwelling suits her best, being close to the Master's main courtyard. The ancient orchid in the yard is about to bloom. Fan Pai's voice was as warm as water flowing in a brook, his fingertips brushing against the copper ring on the courtyard door, producing a soft, delicate sound. She distinctly remembered the night of her arrival at the dwelling, when a shadow had perched upon the courtyard wall. Fan Pai's voice had slipped through the paper window, thick and sticky like a spider's web. The fragrance of the sixth junior sister's hair surpasses that of the orchid. How about letting your senior brother come in for a good whiff? Yet the Fan Pai before her was now bending down to gently sweep away the moss from the stone steps, his movements as light as if he feared disturbing something sacred. The sunlight filtered through the strands of hair behind his ears, that little vermilion birthmark flickering in and out of view, identical to the boy from her memories on the mountain road. Your consideration is noted, second senior brother. The younger version of herself knelt, her ears burning as if they could bleed. Fan Pai nodded, the hem of his blue robe brushing against the stone steps, stirring a gentle breeze. The air was filled with the scent of soapberry, mingling with the distant sound of morning bells, causing Lin Wanner's temples to throb. What was happening? If the memories were false, why did the scent of soapberry match that of her recollections perfectly? If the present was real, then the shadow on the window that night, the heated gazes during the initiation, were they merely figments of her imagination? By the time the first flower of the orchid bloomed in the corridor, Lin Wanner had been residing at Qinghe Peak for an entire month. She still often hid in the shadows to observe Fan Pai, as if attempting to unravel an absurd riddle. Yet the more she watched, the heavier her heart felt. Over this month, Fan Pai had been so kind that it left her anxious. He would help Fan mend the frayed tassels of her practiced sword at dawn, his focus as he threaded the string echoing the boy from her memories who had gifted her a wild chrysanthemum. As the melodious Huang Ying stealthily indulged in 3 jars of fruit wine, I found myself reluctantly apologizing on her behalf to the senior brother in charge of the storeroom. The frayed edges of my sleeves brushed against the ledger, leaving faint traces. Even during the nights when she was jolted awake by the painful reversal of her spiritual energy, a bottle of calming elixir would mysteriously appear on the windowsill, accompanied by a neatly folded note with elegant handwriting. The 3rd volume of the Tai Chu Chi induction technique requires a period of rest. Do not rush. The turning point occurred on the second day, following the blooming of the orchids. That day, a gentle rain fell upon Qinghe Peak as Fanpai achieved a breakthrough in his foundational cultivation at the training grounds. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only a wave of gentle spiritual energy radiating outward, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. Lu Qingyuan personally fastened the jade pendant of a foundational cultivator around his neck, her fingertips pausing momentarily on the scar on his wrist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Her voice hoarse. "Good child, you have finally succeeded." Su Qingwei presented him with a bottle of her handcrafted essence-replenishing pill. The warmth of the bottle akin to the blush on her cheeks. "Higher, congratulations." Huang Yingying, bearing 3 jars of wine, insisted on toasting him. "From now on, you are a foundational master. You must look after me." Fanpai accepted the cup and drained it in one gulp, responding languidly, "Please don't embarrass me. You are on the verge of breaking through to the golden elixir stage and still call me a foundational master? I cannot bear such a title." Fan Rose squeezed between the two, her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze held a hint of melancholy. She simply handed him a silk pouch filled with spirit stones she had saved for 3 years. "Second senior brother, you too are now a foundational cultivator. Buy some good magical artifacts." In that scene, I too was nestled by Fanpai's side, presenting my carefully prepared gift, sweetly calling him second senior brother. That moment felt like a beautiful dream, yet time waits for no one. As the orchids in the corridor bloomed splendidly, Fanpai had already been a foundational cultivator for half a month. During this time, the morning dew on Qinghe Peak would first dampen his azure robe. He would rise before dawn to assist his junior brothers in turning the soil in the medicinal garden. The stains of dirt on his sleeves mingling with the fragrance of soap pods, becoming a common sight in Qingji courtyard. Fan Ro would still hand him the worn sword tassels, while Huang Yingying would always thrust the first cup of her newly brewed fruit wine into his hands. Even their master, Lu Qingyuan, would often look at him with the warmth of a parent witnessing their childish growth. Lin Wanner, concealed behind the moon gate, had observed this countless times. She grew increasingly certain that the person from her memories, who had scrutinized her with fervent eyes during the initiation ceremony, could not possibly be the same Fanpai who now squatted down to help Fan Ro secure a wild chrysanthemum. It was not until the third rain fell that cracks quietly began to appear in this idyllic tableau. The upheaval commenced at the scripture pavilion. On the morning following the rain cessation, news of 3 ancient sword manuals having been stolen spread throughout the sect. A patrolling disciple knelt in the main hall, his voice trembling. I saw second senior brother walk past the pavilion during the evening hour. His robe seemed to still carry the dew from the night outside. At that moment, Fanpai was busy mending Fan Ro's sword tassel and merely raised his gaze. "I was practicing swordplay at the training grounds during the evening hour. Qingwei can vouch for this." Su Qingwei immediately nodded in affirmation. "I practiced with him until the Mao hour. He did not leave my side." However, the records in the law enforcement hall were marked repeatedly in red ink, while outer sect disciples gathered in the corridor, whispering that second senior brother, having advanced in foundational cultivation, likely no longer valued ordinary techniques. Lin Wanna noticed that the thread in Fanpai's fingers faltered, causing the orchid pattern on the sword tassel to skew slightly. 5 days later, the Millennium Spirit ginseng in the medicinal garden was ravaged. The junior disciple tasked with guarding the garden knelt before Lu Qingyan, clutching half a bag of insect repellent. This was taken by second senior brother the previous night. This morning, the ginseng was gnawed upon. No one else knew it was nearing maturity. Fanpai stood in the garden, his fingers brushing over the gnawed remnants of the ginseng, his voice calm. "These bite marks are from a green-faced rat. I noticed a rat hole outside the garden last night and advised my junior brothers to reinforce the barrier." He turned to point at the fresh claw prints outside the fence. But to his astonishment, under the sun, they had dried up as if they had never existed. Huang Yingying pulled him aside, lowering her voice. "I believe you, but do not confront them directly." Her fingertips trembled, the scales on her sleeves glimmering coldly. Fan Ro, with red-rimmed eyes, thrust a spirit fruit into his hands. "Second senior brother, don't pay them any mind. I know you are not that kind of person." Yet, that day in the dining hall, the disciples at the neighboring table subtly shifted their seats away. When collecting pills from the storeroom, the ledgers sounded particularly loud as the senior brother in charge flipped through it. Lin Wanner clutched the hem of her garment, pondering how these people, who had laughed and called him second senior brother just days ago, had suddenly changed. The true turning point came 2 months into my own initiation. Master Lu Qingyuan led a delicately featured young boy into the main hall, sunlight glistening off the sword at the boy's waist, illuminating the entire hall. "This is your 7th junior brother, Yun Zhao, born with a natural affinity for swordsmanship. He is a rare talent in the way of the sword, with an immeasurable future ahead of him." Master S' voice carried a joy I had never heard before. He will henceforth cultivate at Qinghe Peak. Yun Zhao, barely 10 years old, bowed, and as he did, his sword emitted a spontaneous hum, the fluctuations of spiritual energy even surpassing those of the foundationally cultivated Fan Pai. He timidly raised his gaze, and as his eyes briefly met Fan Pai's, he quickly averted his lashes, resembling a startled fawn. For a time, everything seemed well. Fan Pai helped Yun Zhao straighten his crooked headband. Fan Ro taught him to identify herbs, and Huang Yingying reserved the sweetest fruit wine for him. However, the situation shifted when Yun Zhao accidentally injured a junior sister while practicing swordplay at the training grounds. The sword aura sliced her arm deeply, blood gushing forth, revealing bone. As the crowd rushed to assist her, the junior sister suddenly cried out, "It was second senior brother. He used spiritual energy to harm me, which is why I was injured by the sword aura." At that moment, Fan Pai was repairing the fence in the corridor, holding a half piece of bamboo. Yet, no one noticed the moss on that bamboo. All eyes were fixed on him. Why was second senior brother nearby at that time? Fan Pai's lips trembled slightly, yet he maintained a smile, feebly defending himself. "Junior sister, you must have seen it wrong. I've been right here, not moving at all." Before he could finish, Huang Yingying tugged at his sleeve, her gaze complex, as if words were caught in her throat. Days passed, and bizarre occurrences multiplied. Yun Zhao went to the storeroom to fetch pills, only to find a high-grade spirit stone missing from a ledger. The senior brother in charge of the storeroom remarked that he had seen second senior brother there that morning. Yun Zhao's late-night training on the main peak disturbed the ancestral master, and a mountain guard disciple claimed to have seen second senior brother heading toward the main peak. Even when Yun Zhao's sword began to rust, whispers circulated. It must be due to second senior brother's jealousy. He secretly doused it with rust water. Fan Pai's attempts to explain diminished as time went on. He continued to visit the medicinal garden each morning, though he no longer helped his junior brothers turn the soil. When he accepted the spirit fruits Fan Ro offered, his fingertips no longer brushed against her skin. Huang Yingying called him for a drink, but he always replied, "I have matters to attend to." Lin Wan'er observed the affection in the eldest sister's eyes gradually fade, replaced by an unwavering focus on Yun Zhao. Fan Ro casually discarded the sword tassels he had repaired on her dressing table, turning to explain sword techniques to Yun Zhao instead. Witnessing Huang Yingying present the first jar of fruit wine to Yun Zhao, laughingly stating that the seventh junior brother was far more considerate than certain others, and seeing their master's gaze toward Fan Pai shift from warmth to scrutiny, like examining a piece of jade covered in dust, filled the air with an ominous tension. For years have slipped by like sand through one's fingers. In the 15th year of Yun Zhao's life, during the grand ceremony of the sect, a single sword stroke stirred the energies of heaven and earth, leading the sect master to bestow upon him the title of the Holy Son of the Primordial Beginning. As the celebratory canons of the grand ceremony still echoed, disciple from the law enforcement hall burst in, carrying an old wooden chest, just as Yun Zhao was being assisted by the sect master to ascend to the throne of the Holy Son. The moment the chest lid was lifted, 3 yellowed volumes of the ancient sword manual tumbled to the ground, the very same ones that had been stolen 4 years prior. Fan Pai, caught red-handed. Do you still wish to deny it? Elder Li's voice struck like a venomous whip. This chest bears your spiritual energy imprint. Do you suggest that the sword manual sprouted legs and made its way inside on its own? Fan Pai's gaze shot up abruptly, his shoulders beneath the green robe trembling violently. It was the first time in 4 years he had lost his composure. The tranquility in his eyes shattered into fragments, blood vessels creeping into the whites of his eyes. That chest was borrowed by Yun Zhao last week to store sword tassels. I have witnesses. Brother Wang from the storeroom saw him take it. Enough. Lu Qing'en slammed her palm down, shattering the jade table, fragments of the teacup scattering across her plain robe. For years, Fan Pai, for 4 years you have spun countless lies and cast blame upon others. Now, with the sword manual found in your possession, will you still cling to your accusations against a mere 15-year-old child? This is not clinging. It is the truth. Fan Pai stepped forward, the iron chains around his wrists digging deeper into his flesh. Master, look into my eyes. For years ago, I accompanied you to the northern ice field in search of medicine, and you said my heart was pure. 3 years ago, I shielded Sister Qingwei from the poisoned arrows of demonic cultivators, and you praised my sense of responsibility. Have you forgotten all this? Su Qingwei turned her face away, her features veiled in shadow, remaining silent. And you, Rower. Fan Pai's gaze swept across the crowd, landing on the pale-faced Fan Ro. His voice rasped as though ground by sandpaper. You promised to trust me. You said I was the only one who would not deceive you. And now? Fan Ro abruptly shut her eyes, her nails digging painfully into her palms. tears streaming down her cheeks, splattering onto Yun Zhao's garments. She had somehow positioned herself beside the new holy sun. Second brother, you must cease this delusion and admit your fault. Fan Pai's pupils constricted as he gazed upon Fan Ro's countenance, revealing a wretched smile. Huang Yingying. He turned towards the third junior sister, who once playfully embraced him. Who was it that copied the sect rules 300 times for you after you were punished for sneaking fruit wine? You once claimed to owe me a life. Is this how you repay it? Huang Yingying shielded Yun Zhao behind her, her gaze as frigid as ice. Second brother, stop this madness. Fan Pai suddenly laughed. His mirth laced with blood, reverberating through the hall like a thunderclap. Mad? Yes, I am mad, driven to madness by you deceitful, two-faced scoundrels. He pointed a trembling finger at Yun Zhao, the blood draining from his fingertip as he pressed on. Ever since he arrived, all the filth has been cast upon me. The spirit ginseng was gnawed at, the spirit stones went missing, and even his sword rusting is laid at my feet. You all have not even bothered to investigate. Yet you have condemned me. Is this justice? Master, is this truly the righteous path of the primordial beginning Holy Land? Silence. Lu Qingyuan's voice rose sharply, her spiritual energy surging forth, sending Fan Pai staggering backward, unrepentant and deflecting blame onto others. Fan Pai, you have utterly disappointed your master. Chapter 7, The Pawn. As she raised her hand, a chilling spiritual energy coalesced in her palm, the last vestiges of warmth in her gaze encased in ice. Today, I shall strip you of your cultivation. May you henceforth be cautious of your actions. No, Fan Pai howled as he lunged forward, only to be firmly restrained by the law enforcement disciples. I am innocent. I swear I am innocent. The moment the spiritual energy penetrated his dantian, Fan Pai's anguished scream rent the air of the hall. He collapsed to the ground, like a marionette with severed strings. Years of hard-earned foundational cultivation dissipating in his scattered motes of light, blood frothing at the corner of his mouth, staining his green robe. Lin Wanner stood frozen in the hall, her body icy, the sting of her fingertips pressed into her palms painfully vivid. She observed as Fan Ro turned her face away, her lips curling into a faint, relieved arc. She watched Huang Yingying gently patting Yun Zhao's head, whispering, "Do not fear, for your senior sister will be here." She noticed Su Qingyue leaning closer to Yun Zhao, her expression devoid of any ripples. Those gazes mirrored her own past self so closely, the same disdain, the same conviction, the same sense of entitlement. After joining the sect, she had always felt Fan Pai's gaze was as clingy as a serpent, sending chills down her spine, filling her with loathing, as if Fan Pai were destined to be the villain, to be scorned, to be crushed. Just as at this moment, her memory of herself reached out to smooth Yun Zhao's crumpled collar. The boy's complexion was ashen, gazing at Fan Pai, who was being dragged away by the law enforcement disciples, his fingers trembling as they gripped the sleeve of Lin Wanner in his recollection. Sixth senior sister. Have I done something wrong? Lin Wanner stood at the center of the hall, watching another version of herself patting the boy's head, her voice soft as the melting snow of spring. What nonsense is this? Her fingertips brushed against the radiance of his sword, her tone suddenly chilling by a third. It was Fan Pai himself, with his corrupted nature and jealousy of your talent, that led to this outcome. Had it been me, I would not have missed such an opportunity. Yun Zhao looked up at her, the fear in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by absolute trust. Senior sister is right. Cold sweat trickled down Lin Wanner's spine, seeping in her clothing as she stumbled back, her back colliding with the icy pillar. The trial unfolding before her was in fact orchestrated by this self in collusion with Yun Zhao. But how could she possibly commit such despicable acts as the woman in this scene? Yet as this thought took root, she was abruptly reminded of the scene when she first entered the sect, witnessing Fan Pai being pinned down in the great hall, devoid of even a shred of justice or truth in her heart. Only the satisfaction of the beast deserves it. When faced with the precipice of remorse, she had drawn her sword without hesitation, her heart boiling with hatred. After entering this illusion, she could not even recall Fan Pai's appearance. Only the thought of his name would surge an inexplicable loathing within her, the kind of baseless disdain, that unquestionable hatred, a certainty that was too lazy to scrutinize the evidence, as if an invisible hand had blinded everyone's eyes, constricting their throats, compelling them to hurl filth upon Fan Pai. So it turns out I too, she covered her mouth, her nails digging into her palms, the metallic taste of blood flooding her tongue. She was the Lin family's young master, proclaimed a being of imperial potential by the elders at birth, having been coddled and cherished by her entire family throughout her life, never having contemplated the notion of being manipulated. Yet if even those who grew up alongside Fan Pai, who regarded him as kin and loved him as their master, could be influenced, then could her loathing for Fanpai truly stem from her own heart? If there truly exists a power capable of manipulating hearts, then could it be that Lin Wanner, indeed, is merely a pawn on someone else's chessboard? Outside the corridor, the orchids bloomed resplendently, their fragrance as thick as unyielding blood. The light and shadow before her suddenly warped. As the sandalwood fragrance within the hall was swept away by a chilling breeze, replaced instead by the earthy scent of the mountains mingled with a faint, putrid odor. Before her lay a sunset view of the mountains, where two figures approached slowly upon the slate path. In her memories, Lin Wanner held Yun Zhao's hand as they walked along the mountain trail back to the sect. The young man had just completed a task assigned by the sect to eliminate mountain bandits, with bloodstains still fresh upon his sword at his waist. Yet he excitedly shook her sleeve. "Sixth senior sister, Master will surely praise me for this mission." "Yes, Yun Zhao is the most formidable," she replied, her voice soft and enchanting, filled with deep affection and laughter, her eyes brimming with tenderness directed entirely at the young man. "Senior sister, it seems there's some movement in that temple." Yun Zhao suddenly halted, gazing ahead at the dilapidated shrine with half the eaves collapsed. His nose wrinkled slightly, detecting a whiff of blood. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lin Wanner's eyes, yet she instinctively shielded Yun Zhao behind her, taking a few steps forward to push open the slightly ajar temple door. The evening breeze rushed in, carrying with it a heavy stench of decay, and the curled figure amidst the grass made her pupils constrict. It's Fanpai. He had been dead for a long time, his azure robe reduced to ragged remnants, the exposed skin crawling with dark, moldy spots, while flies buzzed incessantly around. Is it second senior brother? Yun Zhao's voice trembled as he recoiled further behind her. How could he be here? Lin Wanner stared at the corpse, her fingertips suddenly digging into her palm. Memories flooded her mind. How the boy had gently gifted wild chrysanthemums to Fan Ro, the patience he exhibited while teaching Su Qingyue to wield a sword, the warmth of his fingers when he had handed her a spirit fruit during the foundation banquet. All these scenes pierced her consciousness like icy daggers. Yet, in the next moment, an inexplicable chill gripped her heart, compelling her to lift the corners of her mouth, her voice as frigid as the ice at the bottom of a cliff. "It's for the best that he is dead. Demons and heretics deserve this end." But before Yun Zhao could utter another word, she abruptly cut him off. "We're leaving. It's time to report back to the sect." She turned resolutely and strode out. The temple door creaked shut behind her, sealing the stench and the flies within. The real Lin Wanner slowly emerged from behind the beams, looking down from a height at the figure in the grass. Was this truly his fate? The boy who once smiled at Fan Ro, who had crouched down to demonstrate swordplay to Su Qingyue, who had written "do not rush" on a note while handing her a calming pill, now lay curled in the dilapidated temple like a wild dog, without even a mat to cover himself. She crouched down, her fingertips hovering above his decayed sleeve, too afraid to touch. Her heart felt as though crushed by a boulder, heavy with pain. He had done nothing wrong, yet was misunderstood by those closest to him. Branded as a demon, ensnared in a conspiracy, and died bearing a name sullied by slander. A profound sorrow entwined itself around her heart. Those gentle fragments were so vividly clear. The care he took to avoid pricking Fan Ro while offering her flowers. His gentle handling of Su Qingyue during practice to prevent her from getting hurt. Even the way he patiently guided her clumsy sword moves when she had just begun. How could such a person meet with such a tragic end? Alas, if only I had met you sooner. A fleeting glimmer of regret crossed her eyes, only to be abruptly followed by a shiver as she recalled the faint golden characters suspended in the void. First life of the 9 rebirths. The first life. Did that mean there were still 8 more to come? But whose memories were these? Were they Fanpai's reflections before death? Fragments of dreams from the senior sisters in the midnight hours? Or perhaps, she lifted her gaze to the gaping hole in the temple ceiling. The evening glow sinking through, painting half the sky crimson. The power capable of manipulating great cultivators like her master and the sect leader. Able to control hearts and force a young man into the role of a villain. What force could rival the heavenly Tao itself? The evening wind swept through the dilapidated temple, carrying the stench and the scent of grass like a cold, mocking laugh. At that moment, Lin Wanner gazed at the corpse, a sudden shiver coursing through her. If the heavenly Tao could bring about Fanpai's demise and manipulate the senior sisters, then was she not merely a pawn on the chessboard, despite being nurtured as a prodigy from her youth? Chapter 8, The Second Life. The stench of the dilapidated temple had yet to dissipate when Lin Wanner was abruptly yanked from her place by an invisible force. The void beneath her feet swirled. The evening glow of the first life, the stench of decay, and the silence of the dilapidated temple all faded away, returning her to the starry skies of the primordial sacred land. 12 peaks surrounded the main peak like stars, the spiritual veins beneath the ground shimmering with a pearlescent glow, intertwining with the ethereal energy above to form a net. The night sky above brightened, faint golden letters flaking away like ash, as new patterns of light coalesced into the first life, commencement of the second life. Whose memories were these? Why was I forced to witness them? Lynn Warner reached out to grasp the patterns of light, only for her fingertips to pass through a chilling void. The golden characters remained silent as stone. Her cries collided with them, shattering into a faint hum, like her rage directed at Fan Pi atop the cliff of reflection, too light to stir any ripples. A wave of dizziness struck her, more intense than that of the first life. When she opened her eyes again, she was enveloped in the fragrance of soapberry. In a simple wooden house, a half-filled cup of cold tea rested with shallow traces, while osmanthus candied fruits lay scattered beside the bed. Fan Ro's favorite, which she said tasted like the spring breeze from the back mountain. Sitting at the edge of the bed was an 8-year-old child clad in azure, the youthful Fan Pi. He stared down at his palm, his small face initially bewildered before erupting into a suppressed laugh, tears mingling with rage. What is this? Damn it, I've been reborn. Lynn Warner shuddered at the revelation. I knew it. He wiped his face, the red marks on his palm, staining his cheek like a blood scar. How could I, a dignified transmigrator from Earth, not have a golden finger to rely on? Lin Von listened in astonishment. It was evident that these were likely Fan Pi's memories, but rebirth? She had only ever heard of great cultivators reincarnating to cultivate anew. She had never heard of anyone reversing time to start over, let alone someone experiencing 9 lives. Was this even possible? It seemed that Fan Pi harbored a jaw-dropping secret. And what was this transmigrator from Earth? Was that the very thing that enabled Fan Pi's rebirth? He clenched his fists, knuckles widening. In the first life, Fan Pi's fingertips dug into his palm, a flicker of malice crossing his youthful face, his eyes swirling with the ice of the cliff of reflection. The blood of the execution ground, the silence of the dilapidated temple, Yin Zhao, Master, Ro Senior Sister Qingyue, Huang Yingying, and those who had stepped on my back to rise. In this life, I shall make you pay in blood. He suddenly sprang to his feet, overturning the wooden stool, the candied fruits scattering across the floor like shards of gold. Brother Pi, let us go play together. The sweet voice of Fan Ro called from outside. Sister Qingyue said she would teach us how to fold paper kites. Fan Pi's movements froze. The fury in his eyes was doused by a wave of cold water, leaving only a bottomless chill. He picked up a piece of candied fruit and popped it into his mouth. The sweet osmanthus spread across his palate as he spoke with an icy tone. Understood. I'll be right there. Lin Warner's heart sank. The boy for the first life who had smiled while gifting wild chrysanthemums to Fan Ro seemed to have vanished, leaving behind only a vengeful spirit consumed by hatred. The gaze concealed not a spark but a blade steeped in poison, its edge sheathed, yet more chilling than when drawn. Upon witnessing the tragic fate of Fan Pi, Lin Warner felt no inclination to scorn or detest him. Were she in his position, she might well have acted similarly. Before her reflections could fully coalesce, she suddenly perceived an invisible tether binding her perspective to Fan Pi's every move. No matter how she struggled, her sight remained fixed 3 feet behind him, deprived of the freedom she once enjoyed, now merely a shadow, compelled to follow in his wake. Fan Ro awaited outside the door, her youthful visage graced by an innocent smile. Brother Pi, you're so slow. Sister Qingyue has already finished making the kites. She reached out to tug at his sleeve, but her fingertips barely grazed the azure fabric before he deftly evaded her touch. A fleeting flicker of cruelty crossed his eyes as he glanced at her puzzled expression, swift as an illusion. Then let us not dawdle, he said, stepping forth, the hem of his garment brushing the threshold, the wind whisking away Fan Ro's unfinished words. In the front hall, 12-year-old Su Qingyue was engaged in cutting paper, her brow furrowed with a hint of melancholy, her fingers absent-mindedly manipulating the bamboo strips. Huang Yingying crouched on the ground, scribbling aimlessly with a stick, her small arms glimmering like silver scales under the sun as her sleeves slipped down. Brother Pi, come quickly, Huang Yingying called, her eyes shining brighter than the spiritual veins. We've been waiting for you for ages. Sister Qingyue will finish soon, and we can fly kites together. Fan Pi stood in the shadow of the hall, observing the 3 innocent children, his throat tightening. Lin Warner could clearly see his clenched fist hidden within his sleeve, his nails digging into his palm. Pio? Su Qingyue seemed to sense something amiss, halting her work and gazing over in confusion. With a sudden, heavy sigh, Fan Pi caused Lin Warner's heart to constrict. When she raised her gaze again, The fury had dissipated, and a gentle smile graced his lips, reminiscent of the gentle youth from the first life. I'm here. Sister Qingyue's kite was cut crooked. Allow me to assist you. Lin Wanner felt her anxious heart settle. She watched as he took the bamboo strips from Su Qingyue, his fingers skillfully bending them. She saw him pick up the stick that Huang Yingying had dropped, drawing whimsical patterns alongside her. She witnessed him place the last candied fruit into Fan Ro's mouth, allowing the girl to tug playfully at his hair ribbon. How wonderful, she thought. In this new life, he ultimately chose gentleness. Perhaps fate would spare him. Perhaps in this existence, betrayal, slander, and heart-wrenching pain could be avoided. Yet, as her thoughts took shape, the golden character's second life begins suddenly flickered overhead, piercing her eyes with pain. The memories of 9 lives coalesced, and this was merely the second. Her heart felt as if it had been struck fiercely, a dull ache blossoming within. Days flowed by under her watchful gaze, like the serene waters of Qinghe Peak. Seemingly tranquil, yet concealing undercurrents of turmoil. She followed Fan Pai's shadow, witnessing the moments when Su Qingyue, overwhelmed and weeping, received his comfort, his gentle eyes betraying a hint of indifference. She observed the tender affection he bestowed, igniting a blush upon the faces of the blossoming girls. She saw him taken under the wing of his master, becoming the second direct disciple of Qinghe Peak. She watched as he frolicked with his 2 boisterous younger sisters, a flicker of mockery dancing in his gaze. She noted his early morning visits to the scripture pavilion, fingers brushing over the dust-laden ancient tomes, lost in thought. She witnessed him leveraging his status as the adopted son of the Peak Master and second disciple to forge connections among his peers, subtly orchestrating the exile and punishment of those who had wronged him in past lives. She observed him sending agents to gather intelligence on his youngest disciple, who had yet to join the sect and was merely a few years old, maintaining a facade of inactivity, shrouded in mystery. Finally, at the age of 13, drawing upon the experiences of his previous life and the diligent cultivation of this one, Fan Pai established his foundation. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, only a gentle ripple of spiritual energy like a stone cast into a lake. Lu Qingyuan personally fastened his foundation jade pendant, her fingers lingering on the old scar on his wrist, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Good child, you finally succeeded. Fan Ro pressed a silk pouch into his hand, filled with 3 years' worth of spirit stones. Brother Pai, this is my savings. Take it to buy a good sword. Huang Yingying, burdened with newly acquired fruit wine, insisted on pouring it for him. Wonderful. Brother Pai has finally established his foundation. If you have any questions in the future, just ask me. I'll look out for you. Su Qingyue stood by, clutching a freshly refined foundation pill, a shadow of melancholy crossing her features. Yet she managed to maintain a smile as she stepped forward to congratulate him. Lin Wanner watched as he was surrounded by well-wishers, the dimple on his left cheek flickering into view with his smile, momentarily blurring the lines between this second life and the untainted morning of the first. However, events did not unfold as Lin Wanner had anticipated. Chapter 9. He perished in the first life. The upheaval began, as it always did, in the scripture pavilion. One disciple claimed to have seen Fan Pai lurking in the forbidden zone late at night, clutching the forbidden text, devouring spirit demon technique. Within days, the life sword of an outer disciple shattered, its tassel entangled with a thread of azure fabric. Subsequently, even the foundation pills consumed by Su Qingyue were tampered with, pushing her to the brink of demonic turmoil, nearly costing her life. Whispers circulated that Fan Pai had been seen visiting the alchemy chamber the day prior. Brother Pai, he is not that kind of person. How could he harm Sister Qingyue? Fan Ro protested, her voice trembling, uncertainty creeping into her eyes, unbeknownst to her. Huang Yingying frowned and turned away. But there is evidence, both witness and material. Su Qingyue stood beside her master, pallid and filled with sorrow, her gaze toward Fan Pai brimming with bitterness, a sight that shattered hearts. Lin Wanner followed Fan Pai back to his cave dwelling, only to stumble upon him abruptly sweeping everything off the table with a violent motion. Spirit stones, techniques, Fan Ro's silk pouch, shattered across the floor. Why? His voice echoed in the hollow cave, raw with a desperation unbefitting his youth. I've changed. I investigated 7th Junior Brother's background. I eradicated all those who opposed me. I've worked tirelessly, done so much, yet in the end, why at the very end? His words caught in his throat, the fury in his eyes no longer concealed, igniting like a wildfire. It's all Yun Zhao's doing. Why must I play the villain, serving as a stepping stone for that brat, allowing him to seize everything from me? Damn it, cursed child of destiny. Initially, she felt pity for his youth, considering granting him mercy. But now it seemed that as long as he lived, she could never hope for peace. Lin Wanner watched the inferno within him, a sense of foreboding crawling up her spine, chilling her fingertips. Fan Pai's rage did not linger long. Those eyes that had once burned with fury swiftly crystallized into ice. He ceased his destruction, instead crouching to gather the shattered porcelain shards, his fingertips bleeding unnoticed, as if pain had long since detached from his perception. Lin Wanner observed him retrieve his own intimate silk pouch, meticulously recovering the spirit stones within, murmuring, "Since heaven insists on forcing me into the role of the villain," his voice was low, as smooth and cold as a frozen lake, "then I shall embrace it thoroughly." In the ensuing fortnight, Lin Wanner trailed behind Fan Pai, observing as he wielded spirit stones and his status with a nearly ruthless efficiency to ensnare his adversaries. He identified the outer sect disciple who had implicated him in infiltrating the scripture pavilion, bestowing upon him a box of superior spirit stones, merely conveying a single message. Elder Lee's medicinal garden had lost a millennium-old spirit mushroom last night, and it was reported that Senior Brother Wong had stealthily entered under the cover of darkness. 3 days later, the impoverished outer sect disciple fortuitously discovered remnants of the spirit mushroom in Senior Brother Wong's alchemy chamber, leaving Wong with no defense as he was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the mountain gate. As Lin Wanner beheld the disciple's evasive eyes while accepting his reward, she was suddenly reminded of her previous life, when Fan Pai had generously shared his monthly spirit stones with him, smiling as he imparted the wisdom that cultivation begins with the heart. The 2 lifetimes converged in her mind, and a chill coursed through her fingertips. In the depths of the night, Fan Pai visited Elder Zhao, who presided over punishments, presenting him with a superior spirit herb capable of prolonging life. His words laden with double meanings. "I have heard that Elder Lee has recently engaged in some dubious activities regarding elixirs. Elder Zhao, with your unwavering integrity, I am certain you will not turn a blind eye." Elder Zhao, whose cultivation had stagnated and who had long sought methods to extend his life, momentarily displayed a glimmer of greed as he accepted the offering with an unassuming demeanor. Days later, Elder Lee was discovered by the law enforcement hall to have hoarded 3 vials of concentration pills that should have been surrendered. The informant was his most trusted apothecary, who supposedly stumbled upon a hidden compartment beneath the elder's bed. Enraged, Elder Lee could only confess in the face of irrefutable evidence, ultimately being suppressed beneath the punishment peak. Enduring the torments of imprisonment, Lin Wanner watched as Fan Pai manipulated human hearts through self-interest, witnessing the downfall of those once powerful and arrogant. And as they transitioned from pride to disgrace, she felt no sense of satisfaction, only an icy dread. The gentle youth from her previous life ultimately met his demise in that decrepit temple. Having cleared the obstacles within the sect, Fan Pai turned his gaze to distant horizons, to the yet uninitiated 8-year-old 7th junior brother, Yun Zhao. He summoned a few trusted subordinates and quietly instructed, "Go to Yun Zhao's village and convey that the Yinyang primordial sacred ground has made an exception to recruit him. Remember, it must be convincing. Do not reveal any flaws." A foreboding sensation surged within Lin Wanner as she heard his orders. 3 days later, a cultivator clad in the garb of the Yinyang sacred ground appeared in Yun Zhao's village, proclaiming that the child possessed exceptional aptitude and had been selected as an inner sect disciple, ready to accompany him back to the sacred grounds for cultivation. The 8-year-old boy, cradling a coarse porcelain bowl and still smudged with dirt, gazed up with starry eyes and timidly inquired, "Will there be enough food at the sacred grounds?" The cultivator smiled and nodded, though a barely perceptible coldness flickered in his gaze. Days later, news reached Fan Pai that Yun Zhao was being escorted to the southern Yinyang sacred ground. A cold smile crept across Fan Pai's lips as he departed with the messenger. Lin Wanner followed him, trailing at a distance behind the group. She observed the 8-year-old Yun Zhao, clad in faded coarse clothing, filled with anticipation for the future, cautiously keeping pace with his escorts. A few days later, Lin Wanner stood to the side, watching as Fan Pai engaged intimately with the steward of the Yinyang sacred ground. As their conversation grew animated, Fan Pai slipped a spatial ring filled with a substantial number of superior spirit stones into the steward's hands, asserting that this child possessed a unique constitution, making him particularly suited for cultivation at the Yinyang sacred ground. The steward laughed heartily, clapping Fan Pai on the shoulder, praising his noble intentions. Thus, Yun Zhao was seamlessly initiated into the Yinyang sacred ground, naively embarking on his cultivation journey. Half a month later, a kind-hearted senior brother informed the child of a forbidden area within the sacred grounds known as the reincarnation well, which contained a spirit spring capable of cleansing marrow and veins, as well as a legendary artifact capable of defying fate. It was said that merely entering its depths would allow even the most talentless of individuals to become a supreme emperor. However, Such places were strictly off-limits to disciples as decreed by the elders. The 8-year-old boy, oblivious to the conspiracies at play, merely yearned for strength. One fateful night, under the watchful eyes and tacit approval of numerous cultivators, he stealthily slipped into the reincarnation well. Lin Wanner stood at a distance, watching the small figure vanish into the mist of the forbidden area, followed by a brief gasp, and then silence. Fan Pai lingered at the edge of the forbidden zone, listening to his subordinates' reports, his brow gradually unfurling. He stood at the precipice of the forbidden area throughout the night, until dew clung to him, before finally turning away with a long sigh. I'm simply too soft-hearted. I cannot bear to witness violence. To extinguish a life requires so much effort. Yun Zhao, do not blame me. If you must find fault, then let it be with your misfortune for obstructing my path. I hope in your next life, you may be reborn as an unremarkable individual without talent, for the world of cultivation is rife with conflict and treachery, unfit for you. As Lin Wanner gazed at his retreating figure, an icy dread surged from her feet. A fine child, who had scarcely begun to live, had become a sacrificial pawn in Fan Pai's rebellion against fate. Amidst the sorrow, she felt a sense of relief. At least now, Fan Pai should be able to lead a stable life, she silently mused. The news of Yun Zhao's demise did not provoke much commotion, as he was merely a disciple of another sacred ground. His life or death bore no relation to the primordial sacred ground. After his passing, Fan Pai's circumstances remarkably improved, devoid of the previous coincidental misfortunes and inexplicable animosity. Lin Wanner observed Fan Pai at ease, seated beneath a peach tree, sharing spirit fruits with Fan Ro, who smiled brightly, her eyes crescent-shaped. He listened quietly, and for a moment, warmth reminiscent of their first life enveloped them. She nearly believed that the heavenly will had finally spared him. Chapter 10. Madness. Yet, the celestial script is not so easily rewritten. The upheaval commenced 3 months later during the Sec's grand competition. Fan Ro, as a disciple of Qinghe Peak, represented the Golden Core cultivators in the contest, triumphing through numerous challenges, even defeating a Yuan Ing senior brother with her early Golden Core cultivation. She reached the final round, standing upon the arena against the Yuan Ing senior brother whose strength far surpassed hers. Everyone believed that despite losing, Fan Ro had brought honor to Qinghe Peak. At just 15, her ability to combat a Yuan Ing cultivator was commendable, indicating she would undoubtedly emerge as a leading figure of the new generation at the primordial sacred ground. Even if she were to concede defeat, it would matter little. However, Fan Ro chose to continue. As her opponent's murderous intent surged and the blade approached her throat, an overwhelming golden light erupted from her, stirring the very essence of the martial arena. Her cultivation ascended at a visible rate, surpassing 2 minor realms, culminating in the formation of a heavenly grade Yuan Ing. While a fierce sword intent soared skyward, the fabled destruction sword intent of the primordial. Gasps erupted from the audience. It was said that only emperors could comprehend such unparalleled sword intent. Standing on the platform, clad in a pristine white robe, Fan Ro's gaze shone with an unnerving brilliance. With a mere flick of her wrist, her opponent's long sword shattered into fragments, and he was sent hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth as he fainted upon the ground. The arena fell into a profound silence, which was soon shattered by thunderous applause. In the stands, the master beamed with delight, while the sect leader let out a hearty laugh, proclaiming, "This is indeed a blessing for our Taichu holy land." Amidst the jubilant celebration, only Fan Pai and Lin Wanner remained seated, taken aback and speechless. The Taichu destruction sword intent, a comprehension of the sword by the first generation's Yun Zhao, was the very reason Yun Zhao had been conferred the title of Holy Son at the tender age of 15, placing him on par with the sect leader. Fan Pai's face was etched with disbelief as he murmured, the Taichu destruction sword intent, his gaze fixated on the radiance enveloping Fan Ro, as despair gradually crept into his eyes. It's the same, even the brilliance is identical. How could this be? This is impossible. I clearly dealt with that Yun Zhao. Lin Wanner, observing the spirited Fan Ro atop the platform, cast a glance at the despondent Fan Pai beside her, instinctively lifting her gaze towards the heavens. The leaden clouds hung motionless, yet felt as though invisible eyes coldly scrutinized the unfolding farce. The suffocating weight in her chest threatened to materialize, and she clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. Damn, the heavenly Tao. Does it revel in manipulating fate? Why must it target Fan Pai so relentlessly? To what extent will it toy with him before it relents? On the stage, the golden light surrounding Fan Ro continued to surge, causing the blue stone tiles of the martial arts arena to crack like spider webs, mirroring Fan Pai's own fate. The turn of events unfolded more swiftly than anticipated. 3 days later, when Fanpai attempted to employ the same tactic, sending a box of exquisite spirit stones to the newly appointed elder of the law enforcement hall, it was publicly hurled to the ground. The elder rebuked him sternly. Fanpai, do you presume everyone is as corrupt as elderly? The dignity of our sect cannot be sullied by your sordid means. The spirit stones scattered across the ground, glinting blindingly in the sunlight. Fanpai stood outside the hall, watching the elder's retreating figure, and suddenly laughed, tears streaming down his face. Is even bribery no longer an option? He murmured, heavenly fate. You truly leave no avenue for survival. Lin Wanner trailed behind him, witnessing his pleas for medicinal aid at the alchemy chamber being rejected, his attempts to borrow techniques from the scriptures being thwarted, and even as he passed by the outer disciples, he drew derision and scorn. The gazes of those around him seemed to have been unified, cold and filled with disdain, embodying an absurd sense of righteous indignation, as if they were puppets manipulated by the same string. 2 years later, on the anniversary of his initiation, the spirit fields of the Taichu Holy Land suddenly faced widespread desiccation, with all evidence pointing to Fanpai having visited the vicinity of the spirit fields at night. This time, even Lu Qingyuan could not protect him. In the grand hall, Fan Rose stood beside the master in a newly tailored purple robe, her gaze icy as she addressed him. Second senior brother, for the sake of our shared sect, confess your guilt. Fanpai lifted his head, staring at the golden light radiating from her, which mirrored that of Yun Zhao, suddenly drawing his sword and pointing its tip at the ceiling. I confess to your mother's guilt. The sword light pierced through the hall's roof, revealing the oppressive sky beyond. He turned to rush outside, but Fan Rose Taichu Destruction Sword Intent followed closely, like a bolt of golden lightning, instantly piercing through his chest. Blood splattered onto the cold tiles as Fanpai fell, his gaze drifting over the crowd to where Lin Wanner was hidden behind a pillar. In his eyes, there was no hatred, only an overwhelming fatigue. Lin Wanner clamped her mouth shut, her nails digging deep into her cheeks. She watched as Fan Ro retracted her sword, the blood dripping from its blade, blooming into tragic flowers upon the ground. Surrounding them was the sound of relieved sighs, as if merely ridding the world of an unsightly stain. She raised her eyes to the sky once more. The clouds remained dense, yet they seemed to mock silently, as shadows twisted violently. When Lin Wanner opened her eyes again, Fanpai stood beneath the peach tree in the Qingji courtyard, clutching a poisoned dagger. This was the third life, and he had just turned 9. Without the pretense and hesitation of his previous life, his gaze was icy from the outset. In the first life, they wronged me. In the second, they harmed me. In this life, none shall escape. He gazed into a bronze mirror, gently tracing the youthful face within with his fingertip, his tone ominously calm. In the 6 years that followed, Fanpai lived like a blade concealed within its sheath. He had depthly utilized the memories of his past lives to seize upon the weaknesses of each elder. Elder Zhang's illicit correspondence with demonic forces was anonymously delivered to the law enforcement hall. The account books revealing Steward Wang's embezzlement of outer sect resources appeared on the sect leader's desk. Even the outer sect disciple who had falsely accused him met an untimely demise, falling from a cliff. By the age of 15, he had reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment, feigning receipt of a sect mission to exterminate a band of demonic entities on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beast Forest. On the eve of departure, he instructed a group of cultivators to take a detour to the mountain village where Yun Zhao resided. Lin Wanner followed behind him, witnessing a towering inferno erupt in that direction, burning throughout the night. To sever the grass, one must uproot it. Fanpai's azure robe was stained with fresh blood, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. A month later, he approached Fan Ro, pretending to express concern. Sister Qingyue's cultivation has stagnated. It must be due to her innate limitations. I have heard there is a spirit herb deep within the 10,000 Beast Forest that may aid her. Fan Ro bit the bait, insisting on accompanying him. The extermination mission proceeded with remarkable ease, as those low-tier beasts seemed to be waiting to be slain. Upon completion of the task, Fanpai suddenly pointed towards the depths of a marsh, exclaiming, "There seems to be some movement over there." Before Fan Ro could react, a scaled beast king surged from the marsh, foul saliva splattering across Fan Ro's face. "Run!" Fanpai grabbed her and dashed deeper into the marsh, feigning panic while skillfully avoiding all lethal pits. At the heart of the marsh, a pure white lotus exuded a gentle glow. Fan Ro was overjoyed, drawing her sword to engage the guardian beast, oblivious to the fact that Fanpai had stealthily crushed a poison-repelling pill. Nor did she notice the flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. When she turned, battered and clutching the white lotus, Fanpai's hand pressed against her back. With a soft thrust, the venomous strike shattered her meridians. Fan Ro, in disbelief, turned back, blood spilling from her lips. Pai Gu. Yu Fan Pai seized the still unripe white lotus and casually shoved her into the nearby toxic miasma. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for obstructing my path. Chapter 11. The Emperor. He fabricated the illusion of being severely injured by the beast, dragging the unconscious Fan Ro out of the marsh, weeping to the arriving elders. It was my inadequacy. I failed to protect junior sister C. Lin Wanner stood amidst the tree canopy, watching him being surrounded by the crowd upon their return. Observing the vacant gaze of Fan Ro as she was carried away, she saw him stealthily pocket the fragment of a map, neither gold nor jade, which he had retrieved from the depths of the marsh. Half a month later, Su Qingwei, who had been caring for Fan Ro, suddenly erupted with a radiant holy light. Awakening as one of the ultimate holy bodies, the 9 transformation glazed holy body, Fan Pai, standing among the crowd, watched the brilliance emanating from Su Qingwei, surpassing that of Fan Ro. A cold smile curling at the corners of his lips, his eyes filled with despair. As Su Qingwei's glazed sacred fire surged towards Fan Pai, Lin Wanner closed her eyes. When the tide of memories surged over the dam, she could not shake the sensation of a metallic tang lingering at the tip of her nose, warm and viscous, akin to the tumultuous emotions churning within her chest. In the fourth life, Fan Pai began his journey at the tender age of 10. Lin Wanner followed him like a shadow, observing as he spent 3 years settling scores with those who had offended him in his past lives, employing methods far more ruthless than in the previous 2 incarnations. She watched as the light in his eyes transformed from struggling flame into the cold ashes of desolation. With the pinnacle of foundation establishment, he infiltrated the primordial spirit utilizing various texts unearthed from the scripture pavilion over 2 lifetimes to successfully steal the primal spiritual essence of the primordial Holy Land, becoming a fugitive sought after by the entire realm, wandering from place to place. She witnessed his descent into madness as he lurked in the shadows, frantically seizing opportunities across the world. The imperial legacy of the Yinyang Holy Land, the celestial sword S heart from the 10,000 Regisword tomb, the body-refining secrets of the Tai Chi Holy Land, and the treasures of various prominent families. No renowned artifact was beyond his reach, even those belonging to demonic sects and the tribes of monsters. He dared to brave the perilous abyss of fallen immortals, armed only with a fragment of a map retrieved from the marsh of 10,000 demons, risking his life to ultimately exchange grievous wounds for half a relic of an immortal artifact. After committing such numerous transgressions, he naturally could not escape the onslaught of the righteous path. Yet, times had changed. Fan Pai was no longer the man he once was. He battled Yun Zhao, extracting his sword bone and claiming it for himself, and fought against Fan Ro, crippling her cultivation so that the once great prodigy could never advance again. With a single stroke, he severed Su Qingwei, leaving a horrific scar on her face, and even his former close friend, Huang Yingying, was left shattered, unable to regain her human form. His tenuous relationships with his 5th and 6th junior siblings crumbled, and even his master, Lu Qingyuan, was left incapacitated after confrontation, severing her path for a century while Fan Pai dominated the realm with an iron fist. He suppressed all the major holy lands and prodigious talents, leaving them unable to raise their heads in his presence. Initially, Lin Wanner was merely a cold observer, counting the number of times he wielded his sword against his former sect and the times he stared blankly at the half-glimmering map under the moonlight. She watched as he, in a bid to evade Fan Ro's pursuit, forcibly severed his own left arm, and as he toyed with the life sword he had stolen from her, its blade reflecting the crimson in his eyes. You think standing with the righteous path ensures your safety? I shall show you the fate of mere pawns. Witnessing him slice across his senior sister's cheek, a tremor flickered in his gaze, while Lin Wanner beheld Su Qingwei collapsing in a pool of blood. And Fan Pai turned away, his knuckles white from the force of his grip. A sudden constriction clutched at her heart, a pang of anguish and bitterness. When Fan Pai callously left after incapacitating Lu Qingyuan, Lin Wanner followed him into a cave, where she watched him etch the words master into the stone wall with a dagger, fiercely striking through it repeatedly until his fingertips bled. Evidently, the pain of each life is etched into the very bones, Lin Wanner murmured to herself, oblivious to how deeply ensnared she had become. Fan Pai's cultivation soared like a rocket, reaching the pinnacle of the great ascension within a mere century. After another 100 years, he even broke through to the Emperor realm, emerging as the most formidable being in the land. Yet, Lin Wanner always felt a hint of numbness concealed within the madness in his eyes. It was akin to a gambler who, aware of the inevitable loss, still pushed all his chips into the pot. Until that fateful day, Fan Pai stood atop the abyss of fallen immortals, clutching a fragment of an immortal artifact, poised to transcend the tribulation and liberate himself from this realm. Dark purple storm clouds loomed for miles, thunder roiling like a dragon, while the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged chaotically, as if threatening to drain the very essence of this world. Finally, it was to come to an end. Suspended beneath the storm clouds, clad in white, Fanpai radiated power that compelled the mountains to bow before him. Yet his expression was one of inscrutable complexity. It was then that Lin Wanner, who had been trailing closely behind him, was startled to see other reflections appear before her. Upon closer inspection, she was horrified to discover that the mightiest beings of the entire Tianqian continent were fixated upon this scene. The elders of the primordial Holy Land had set up a gazing formation upon the main peak. The sect leader of the Yinyang Holy Land ignited a once-in-a-century celestial candle. And even the demon lord of the nine nether demonic realm stood at the boundary, gazing at the spiraling pillar of spiritual energy reaching for the heavens. In a year, he would face the tribulation of ascension. Lu Qing'en sat in the grand hall of Qinghe Peak, gazing into the distance where light flickered, her old wounds still ached. Su Qingwei stood behind her, the scar on her face grotesque, her expression shrouded in complexity. Huang Yingying had been reverted to her original form, now a mire in Lu Qingyuan's fish pond, while Fan Ro's heart had been utterly shattered, retreating behind closed doors. Yun Zhao had been completely crippled, his sword bone extracted, and 80 years prior, he had renounced the sect to return home, marrying and aging, ultimately becoming a pile of yellow earth. The fifth junior brother had vanished without a trace, and another Lin Wanner stood before the stone wall of the Cliff of Reflection, gazing towards the northern pillar of spiritual energy. Her cultivation had long been crippled by Fan Pai, leaving her with only the basics of qi training, her essence weak and flickering, appearing age beyond her years. Lin Wanner surveyed the scene before her, momentarily perplexed by its meaning. Suddenly, the Lin Wanner in the vision erupted with a terrifying wave of spiritual power. The discarded meridians blossomed like withered trees in spring, the broken dantian reformed, and the stagnant energy surged forth, racing past the great ascension peak, stepping into the emperor realm, leveling with Fan Pai. Lin Wanner gazed at the other version of herself in the vision, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. 3 months later, that Lin Wanner, under the title of Empress of 10,000 Paths, summoned all righteous forces from the world. At the gathering, she recounted Fan Pai's transgressions over a century with impassioned fervor. Who would have thought that in this life of mine, I would encounter such a fiend? Until Fan Pai is eradicated, the world shall know no peace. Those who had suffered at Fan Pai's hands, the remnants of families he had obliterated, and the sects he had plundered instantly elevated her to the position of the leader of the righteous path. Standing upon the Alliance's platform, clad in white as snow, her voice resonated through the transmission talismans across the continent. A year from now, we shall converge upon the abyss of fallen immortals to vanquish the demon. It became clear to her in that moment. Lin Wanner regarded the image of herself, and for the first time, felt the stark falsity of her existence. I am merely the reincarnation of an empress. No wonder the ancestors spoke of my imperial potential. My talents, my fortunes were all borrowed. She lowered her gaze to her hands, suddenly laughing, a laugh more pitiful than tears. Once the empress within me awakens fully, what will I be? A fragment of a lingering soul? A discarded vessel? Or merely a trace of memory left after being consumed? Was my entire existence merely sustenance for someone else's rebirth? At that moment, Lin Wanner looked at Fan Pai beside her, experiencing a profound sense of shared sorrow. On the day the ascension tribulation clouds gathered, the area outside the abyss of fallen immortals was already thronged with people. Lu Qingyuan sat upon a specially crafted flying vessel, her gaze fixed upon a familiar figure in the distance, tears streaming down her cheeks. Su Qingwei stood beside her, clutching a broken sword, while Fan Ro concealed herself amidst the crowd, her bloodshot eyes betraying her anguish. Chapter 12. In this life, allow me to protect you. Fan Pai hovered in midair, his aura swirling around him like a tempestuous sea. He surveyed the throng of cultivators below, then lifted his gaze to the brooding storm clouds overhead, a sudden smile breaking across his face. Just in time, he raised his hand, a shard of celestial artifact materializing from the void, settling into his grip. No need to search for them one by one. Lin Wanner, graceful as a wisp of cloud, ascended slowly into the air. Behind her surged the formidable forces of the Righteous Alliance. Fan Pai, surrender at once. Fan Pai raised an eyebrow. Lin Wanner? I never expected the destined child of this era to be you. I can't comprehend your words. I am the Empress of 10,000 Paths. Today, I have come with the Righteous Alliance to eradicate you. this scourge upon the world. Fan Pi, your path of defiance ends today. The Empress of 10,000 Paths raised her hand to her forehead, summoning her innate imperial artifact. Fan Pi Skolfit, taking the initiative to unleash a sword strike that cleaved through the air, igniting the battle in an instant. His swordsmanship was ruthless and unyielding, fueled by centuries of accumulated resentment. Lin Wanner's spells radiated with an undeniable celestial majesty. When their powers collided, a thunderous roar echoed, coinciding with the first bolt of lightning from the storm clouds, igniting a cataclysmic explosion that darkened the heavens. The shockwave swept through the ranks of the righteous cultivators, sending them plummeting like rain. Fan Pi, with the thunderstorm raging above him, clashed with the Empress of 10,000 Paths for 3 months, where his imperial might tread. Even the most formidable cultivators perished in an instant. The entire icy expanse was shattered by the remnants of their battle, as land sank and seas encroached. As the final ascension lightning struck, Lin Wanner's sword pierced Fan Pi's heart simultaneously. The golden light of the heavenly Tao enveloped her blade, while Fan Pi's spirit energy dissipated under the dual onslaught of lightning and sword intent. In that dire moment, he laughed, blood mingling with tears, his eyes brimming with despair. Damn fate in the next life. His voice faded amidst the thunderous clamor. The Empress of 10,000 Paths withdrew her long sword, watching as his body turned to ash in the lightning's glow. The tempest above her dissipated, showering golden light, and a portal suddenly swung open, exuding an ethereal essence. In Lin Wanner's horrified gaze, the Empress appeared dazed, stepping into the portal. As the light twisted, Lin Wanner heard the frantic beating of her own heart. The memories of her fourth life receded like a tide, and she found herself once more in the skies over the primordial sacred land. Ah, what an emperor! Merely a puppet after all. Tears streamed down Lin Wanner's face, mingling with the blood at the corner of her mouth, leaving her uncertain if she wept for Fan Pi or for herself. At that moment, the clarity with which she had observed shattered, her heart succumbing to despair. The golden characters above her head transformed slowly. The fourth life concludes. The fifth life begins. Memories flowed, and time sped by, plunging Lin Wanner into an even deeper cycle of reincarnation. She closely followed Fan Pi, sharing in his joys and sorrows, traversing mountains and rivers together. Witnessing the splendor of the world, she saw him forsake cultivation, yearning to live as a mortal, to marry and bear children, only to be ensnared by the heavenly Tao, ultimately becoming the demon lord of the abyss, slain by the destined child. By then, Lin Wanner had learned to frown with him, to clench her fists alongside him, to silently weep in solitude. His despair had become her own. The sixth life, the seventh life, the eighth life, the ninth life. Millennia slipped by as the memories of 9 lives detonated like a revolving lantern within Lin Wanner's mind, unraveling her into a chaotic mess. The culmination of 9 reincarnations heralded the dawn of the 10th. As the light dimmed and then brightened again, Lin Wanner found herself beneath the starry sky of the primordial sacred land. 12 peaks surrounded her like stars, and the golden characters in the sky gradually faded, coalescing into the 9th life concludes. The 10th life begins. Not far away, in the Qingji courtyard, a 15-year-old Fan Pi sat on the doorstep, idly toying with a stone, his gaze as vacant as a dried well. Ah, I am weary. Let all come to ruin. Ding detected that the host meets the binding conditions. The strongest villain cultivation system has been bound. Please strive to complete the tasks. Seize fortune, become the strongest villain. System? Fan Pi rolled his eyes, speaking with a tone of utter disillusionment. Damn fate, the heavens previously forcing me to be a villain in 9 lives, and now seeking to seduce me. Are they? Whatever. Let it be as it may. I am exhausted. In the ensuing 2 months, Fan Pi teased his junior sister, insulted his senior sister, belittled his junior brother, and defied his master, uttering malicious words and committing vile deeds, until finally, Lin Wanner beheld herself reflected in him. Witnessing Fan Pi's lifeless expression as he uttered lewd remarks, and felt her own anger surging with malice, until, at the penitent's cliff, she confronted him with her sword. Yet he evaded her strike. The scene before her shifted once more, and Lin Wanner found herself again in the skies of the primordial sacred land. The golden characters above tracing themselves into form. The 10th life, to be continued. As the light dimmed and brightened anew, Lin Wanner discovered herself seated upon a cold stone bed. The flickering oil lamp in the cave cast shadows upon her pristine white robe. Her fingertips instinctively grazed the edge of the bed, the icy sensation jolting her back to reality. Memories of 9 lives cascaded through her mind. She had witnessed his innocence, his struggles, his ruthlessness, and his despair. Those lives distorted by the heavenly Tao, those affections crushed by fate, ultimately became indelible marks etched into her very being. Fan Pai's laughter, his tears, his sword, his blood, all became imprints upon her soul. She gazed down at her hands, which had never truly touched him. It felt as though they had caressed every wound upon his being. As the tide of memory receded, it left behind a chaotic, emotional wreckage. Lin Wanner pressed her hand to her chest, her heart racing with urgency. "Funk Bai, you," she murmured, her voice hoarse and unrecognizable. The cave was empty, save for the crackling of the oil lamp, amplifying the haunting silence that enveloped her. Having shared 9 lives with Fan Pai, she had grown accustomed to his presence. Now, abruptly bereft of companionship, loneliness entwined around her like a vine, constricting her breath. Where could he be now? Was he, as she recalled, seated in the hollow of the penitent's cliff, lost in thought? Merely contemplating this ignited a restless anxiety within her, and she sprang from the bed in a rush. Stumbling out of the cave, the hem of her robe billowed in the wind as she forgot to wear shoes. Her bare feet striking the cold stone as she sprinted toward the penitent's cliff. Beneath the starry sky, she instinctively raised her gaze toward the main peak. The moonlight flowed like water. There were no golden characters in the sky, as if the struggles of 9 lives. The depths of 9 reincarnations were mere figments of her imagination. Lin Wanner shook her head, casting aside those thoughts swirling in her mind. No, how could it be an illusion? I have undeniably traversed 9 lives with Fan Pai, spanning over 1,000 years. Lin Wanner moved with unrelenting determination, her cultivation enhancing her speed to an extraordinary degree. The wind whistled past her ears, and she could hear the rhythmic beating of her heart, a sound reminiscent of Fan Pai's heartbeat during each brush with death. A gust of wind swept by, carrying with it a seemingly indifferent whisper, laced with both surprise and nonchalance. Is there truly such a side effect? Oh well, it hardly matters. So, should I choose that person next? The silhouette of the cliff of reflection drew nearer, and she felt as though she could already see the 15-year-old boy sitting on the edge of the cliff, idly toying with a pebble, his gaze as vacant as a dry well. Fan Pai, I am coming, she cried into the wind, her voice tinged with a hint of tears yet infused with a fervent obsession. In this life, I shall guard you. Regardless of being a pawn of heavenly fate or the scorn of the world, she no longer cared. All she desired was him. Chapter 13, Night Raid. Lin Wanner's footsteps felt as if they were treading on cotton, light yet urgent. The wind at the cliff of reflection whipped the flurries of snow against her face. Yet she remained oblivious, her focus solely on the cave concealed by the massive stones. A millennium ago, Fan Pai had been banished here by his master. Or was it merely half a month ago? Never mind. It was inconsequential. She only longed to rush and reunite with Fan Pai. With immense effort, she pushed aside the towering stone, its chill mingling with a subtle fragrance of flora wafting from the cave entrance. Bathed in the faint light from outside, she beheld Fan Pai curled up atop a pile of hay, his azure robe crumpled, breathing evenly, lost in deep slumber. I have found you, Lin Wanner whispered, tiptoeing inside, every slight sound of her foot brushing against the stones making her hold her breath. She pressed down her wildly racing heart and gradually leaned closer to Fan Pai, her nose almost brushing against his sleeve. The familiar scent, imbued with the essence of nature, filled her lungs, calming her frantically beating heart. The bloodshed and despair from 9 lifetimes faded away, leaving only the warmth and tranquility of the present moment. Ah, this is it. This is what I desire. Lin Wanner reveled in the serenity within her heart, resting comfortably upon Fan Pai, entwined like a vine around an ancient tree, never to part again. Yet, just as she was about to close her eyes and drift into a deep slumber, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the worn cloth belt tied around Fan Pai's waist. In an instant, Lin Wanner's throat tightened, and her heart began to race anew. Unconsciously swallowing hard, her thoughts began to oscillate between righteousness and temptation. Righteousness. Lin Wanner. How can you hesitate? How can you waver? This belongs to Fan Pai. Temptation, indeed. Moreover, it is untouched by those 2 vixens. Brand new. Won't bullshit Fan Pai. If you do not seize the moment now, what if someone else takes him away later? Wouldn't you regret it for a lifetime? Amidst the conflicting thoughts of righteousness and temptation, Lin Wanner experienced a sudden epiphany. Yes, this is Fan Pai's pristine treasure. If I had not seen it, it would be one thing, but having seen it, how could I refrain from indulging? Am I to let those 2 vixens have him? With her eyes shut tight, she clenched her teeth, steeled her heart, and her trembling right hand reached down, sliding along the texture of the cloth belt. She wanted to draw closer to him, close enough to feel his heartbeat, close enough that no one could take him away. The rough texture of the fabric sent shivers through her fingers as she prepared to untie the belt. Fanpai had been stirred awake by an unusual sensation. Initially, he thought the wind outside had brushed against his leg with the grass, so he groggily turned over. However, the heavy sensation pressing down on him did not dissipate. Instead, it became more pronounced, soft, and warm. Instinctively, he reached out, his fingers encountering a mass of silky strands, brushing against warm skin, followed by a soft moan in his ear. At that moment, Fanpai was still half asleep, his mind a muddled haze, and he thought, oh, it's probably Li Yin or Yinro. Really, how can they still be so energetic? Out at night, thinking of nothing but such activities. He dismissed it and was about to drift back to sleep when suddenly, the mischievous hand tugged at his waistband, the sound of fabric rustling piercing his eardrums. Fanpai clicked his tongue, intending to swat her away, but a realization struck him, and his senses sharpened in an instant. This technique, this movement, so unfamiliar. It cannot be Li Yin, and Yinro is even less likely. She would never be so gentle. She always takes what she wants. Besides, I have yet to encounter either of them, right? Someone is trying to take advantage of me. The hairs on the back of Fanpai's neck stood on end as he abruptly opened his eyes, looking down. In the dim light, he saw a dark head resting on him. Long hair, cascading like a waterfall over his chest, two hands busily fiddling with his waistband, punctuated by the occasional sound of swallowing. Who are you? What do you want? At Fanpai's terrified outburst, the figure jolted, slowly turning her head. The moment their eyes met, the air seemed to freeze, bathed in the moonlight filtering into the cave. Fanpai suddenly recognized. The figure lying atop him was none other than Lin Wanner, whom he had just teased earlier that day. Her face was tousled with hair, her eyes glazed with confusion, as if enchanted. After a moment of mutual astonishment, as Fanpai's shock mingled with bewilderment, he saw Lin Wanner's cheeks flush crimson, spreading from her face to the very tips of her ears. To his utter disbelief, she did not withdraw. Instead, she bit her lower lip. Her gaze a mix of shyness and fervor, her voice barely a whisper. Fanpai, don't move, just let me be. Move your legs, you. Fanpai, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang upright, his sudden movement creating a gust of wind that nearly toppled Lin Wanner. He stumbled back against the cave wall, frantically covering his waistband with his hands, staring in shock at Lin Wanner, who remained sprawled across the hay. Astonishment painted across her face as she pointed at him. What are you doing, you crazy woman? Lin Wanner slowly sat up, her skirt dusted with hay, her hair a wild mess. Yet she fixed her gaze on him intently, a peculiar smile curling at the corners of her lips. As she spoke, she nearly sent Fanpai into a frenzy. I wanted to be closer to you. Only then can they not take you away. Isn't it true? Wasn't Lin Wanner just seething with hatred for him earlier, wishing to flay him alive? What on earth is happening now? Fanpai was filled with confusion, exasperatedly retorting. What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to take me away? Instead of properly cultivating in the cave, what are you doing here? Frustration and urgency surged within him, his molars grinding in irritation. Is this the place for you? Hurry and get out. I won't leave. Her gaze suddenly filled with a sense of grievance, resembling an abandoned puppy. They all dislike you. Master does not want you, and neither do the senior sisters. They all bully you. Only I love you. Fanpai. Her cheeks flushed with an unusual crimson, and her eyes sparkled with an unsettling brightness. Sharp as a finely honed blade, yet inextricably clinging to him. Lin Wanner advanced toward him, crawling on her knees, reaching out to grasp his arm. They do not understand you. Those people are wicked. Only I love you. I will share your pain. Fanpai, let's stay here. Just the two of us, in love forever, where no one can find us. Fanpai was taken aback by her sudden madness, instinctively stepping back to shake her off. But Lin Wanner clutched his sleeve tightly. This girl, who usually exuded a cool demeanor, now had her eyes wide open, an eerie smile playing on her lips. Half of her face smeared with dirt from the road, resembling a ghostly obsession that had crawled out from a grave. Her words were jumbled, rendering Fanpai's mind even more bewildered. What are you going on about? What nonsense are you spouting? Fanpai frowned, attempting to pry her fingers loose. Get away from me. Don't disturb my sleep. No. Chapter 14. The Young Master. Lin Wanner shook her head violently, her hair brushing against his wrist, radiating an intense warmth. I won't go back. They all reject you. I want you. Your pain is my pain, Fanpai. Only I understand you. Let's sleep together, just as we did before. No, we will be together forever. As she spoke, she lifted her head, her eyes gleaming with a frenzied light. So you can only be mine. No one can take you away. Her excitement grew, even rising on her toes to reach for his face, her gaze overflowing with possessiveness. Fan Pai felt a chill run down his spine under her intense stare. In his 10 lifetimes, he had encountered those who loathed him, feared him, and exploited him. But he had never met someone whose madness was so unsettling. Moreover, when had he ever warmed this girl's hands? Seeing her intent on getting closer, Fan Pai clenched his teeth, darkening his expression. He deliberately lowered his voice, trying to sound menacing. Are you leaving or not? If you don't, I'll pin you to this cliff of contemplation. Before he could finish, Lin Wanner suddenly gasped, her face flushing crimson as she actually took a step back. Before Fan Pai could breathe a sigh of relief, she clasped her hands behind her back, twisting the hem of her garment, her eyes darting towards him before quickly averting. Her voice was barely above a whisper. Well, just wait for me to prepare. This is my first time. At that moment, Fan Pai felt as if struck by lightning. Frozen in place, unable to comprehend her words for a long while, he gazed at Lin Wanner's bashful yet expectant expression. A cold shiver surged from his feet to the crown of his head, goosebumps erupting all over. This is madness. She cannot possibly say such things. Have you lost your mind? Fan Pai pointed at her, his voice trembling. Who would dare touch a flat as a pancake, little brat like you? I have no interest. Realizing that words were futile, Fan Pai raised his hand, unleashing the pressure of his spiritual power, a gust of wind sweeping toward Lin Wanner. Leave. If you continue to babble nonsense, I want to hold back. The force of his spiritual energy struck Lin Wanner, sending her flying. Landing with a thud in the snow outside the cave, tumbling head over heels. Fan Pai stood at the cave entrance, wary of this madwoman's retaliation, anticipating a scene of her crying, throwing a tantrum, and making a scene until the whole world knew, only to bite back at him later. To his surprise, as Lin Wanner propped herself up, instead of tears, her eyes sparkled with stars. She stood up in the snow, yet when her gaze fell upon the cave entrance, she paused. Fan Pai blocked the entrance, his brows furrowed, his spiritual energy subtly circulating, adopting a defensive stance. Lin Wanner stared for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Her fascination mixed with a hint of cunning, akin to a little fox that had discovered its prey was overly vigilant. She leisurely brushed off the grass from her skirt, tidied her wind-tousled hair, and began to mumble incoherently. Surely those two vixens have spoiled me. But I can't fight you now. You are truly formidable. Wait for me, Fan Pai. I'll improve quickly so I can stay with you every day without embarrassing you. As she spoke, she took 2 steps back and suddenly waved vigorously at Fan Pai, turning to bounce away, humming an off-key tune, her lyrics indistinct but fragments like my Fan Pai, forever together, could be faintly heard. Left alone in the chaotic winds of the cliff, Fan Pai stood at the cave entrance, watching her erratic figure disappear at the cliff's edge, dazed for a long while. He rubbed his aching temples, unable to suppress a curse towards the empty canyon. What is wrong with this madwoman? Has she lost her mind? Lin Wanner skipped her way back to her cave, and, as she pushed the door open, she raised her hand to adjust her disheveled attire. In an instant, the fervor of obsession vanished from her eyes, leaving behind only a chilling clarity. She produced a talisman, crushed it in her hand, and called out to the empty cave, "Come out." 3 dark figures emerged from behind the beams, kneeling on one knee, their dark robes sweeping silently across the ground, their voices as respectful as iron. Young Master. The leading shadow guard raised his head, his pupils constricting. The frenzied figure he had glimpsed at the cliff moments ago was nowhere to be found. The current young master sat poised at the edge of the stone bed. Her plain robe, though speckled with grass, bore a straight spine. Her fingertips absent-mindedly tapped the stone bed's edge, her gaze as tranquil as a frozen lake, though the lingering flush on her cheeks betrayed an unusual intensity. This was the first time the young master had summoned her subordinates. The shadow guards paused, their tone laced with caution. You previously instructed us not to set foot in the sacred land, stating that we should cultivate alongside ordinary disciples and not abuse privileges. Now, are you calling us to change your mind? Lin Wanner's fingertip lingered on the patterns of the stone bed, her head remaining bowed, her voice calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Yes. She waved her hand, the wind from her sleeve sweeping across the table. Bring me all the cultivation resources you carry. The shadow guards exchanged glances, their hearts filled with confusion, but they dared not inquire further. Obediently detaching the storage bags from their waists and offering them up, Lin Wanner accepted the bags, inspecting them one by one before dumping the contents, spiritual stones, elixirs, and jade slips, onto the ground, forming a mound taller than a person, her eyelids not even lifting as she spoke in a tone as hard as iron. Not enough. Go back and collect more. The more, the better. Deliver it to me within 3 days. Understood. The shadow guards responded solemnly, their curiosity only deepening. The young master. engrossed in his cultivation, has always shunned external distractions, fearing that they may render his realm unstable and ultimately hinder his potential. Yet today, he is in a remarkable haste for resources. Could it be that he has encountered some peril? Suddenly, Lin Wanner lifted her gaze, her eyes sharp as blades, piercing directly towards the shadowy guard. Investigate the records concerning the reincarnation and recultivation of the Emperor, with particular emphasis on any accounts of the Empress's rebirth. Leave no stone unturned. A chill ran through the shadow guard's heart as he quickly bowed his head. This subordinate shall attend to it immediately. Just as the three prepared to meld into the shadows, Lin Wanner unexpectedly cleared her throat, her previous cold demeanor fracturing slightly. Her ears flushed subtly, and her fingers instinctively curled around her hair ends, her voice dropping to a whisper as delicate as a gnat's wing. Also, please help me find something that can promote breast development. The three dark figures froze in unison, their heads snapping up, shock evident in their eyes. The air thick with an immediate surge of murderous intent. The leading shadow guard pressed a hand to the hilt of his dagger, knuckles whitening, his voice trembling. Young master, has someone dared to insult you? How audacious to claim you are lacking in that regard. I swear I shall go and deal with that scoundrel. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Wanner's face turned a deep crimson, her earlier coldness shattered completely. She stamped her foot, a mixture of embarrassment and anger flooding her senses, and began to push the shadow guards out. If you're going to search, then search. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Hurry. The guard stumbled back a few steps, watching as the young master turned her back. Embarrassment and fury etched on her features, and they were even more convinced this was not a matter of her being insulted. It surely indicated that some rogue had captured her heart. How dare he belittle her? If they uncovered his identity, they would ensure he faced dire consequences. Chapter 15. Collision. The trio retreated to the entrance of the cave, the leading shadow guard instinctively glancing towards the main peak, where clouds swirled, and faint ripples of spiritual energy flickered momentarily. A smirk curled at his lips as he murmured disdainfully, "Well, some are certainly diligent in their watch. What? No invitation for us to enjoy some tea at the main peak?" As his words fell, the direction of the peak offered no response. Only the wind rustling through the pines. The shadow guard scoffed softly, a flicker of contempt crossing his eyes, signaling to the other two. Let us attend to the young master's business first. In an instant, the three figures vanished into the darkness, leaving Lin Wanner lost in thought before the copper mirror. She traced her fingers over her modest chest reflected in the glass, her gaze gradually growing entranced. Drawing circles on the mirror's surface, she murmured softly, "Once I grow stronger and more alluring, those two vixens will pale in comparison, and Fanpai will only have eyes for me. Forever together. No one shall take me from him." The wind at the cliff of reflection carried the drifting snow, striking the stone walls with a gentle rustle. When it brushed against Fanpai's face, it bore a biting chill. He shrank his neck and edged closer to the sunlit rocks, inwardly cursing Lin Wanner 100 times. After that night, he had spent 3 days on edge, and not a trace of the madwoman had appeared. Neither her shadow nor even a bird had dared to fly by. Instead, he had honed a keen ability to discern madness from mere echoes in the empty ravine. Only 11 days remained. He curled his fingers, tallying the days, marking the 19th notch on the stone wall. The breath he exhaled instantly whisked away by the wind. His gaze drifted to the surging sea of clouds below, but his mind conjured the image of a young boy. Yun Zhao should be entering the sect soon. The thought made him click his tongue in disdain. Over 9 lifetimes, he had slain Yun Zhao so many times that his hand had grown numb. As the killings multiplied, his feelings transformed from intense hatred to a mechanical numbness. Until now, only a hint of absurd pity remained. They were merely puppets, dancing on the strings of the heavenly Tao. He even felt that Yun Zhao's plight was more tragic. Eternally manipulated by fate, never even given the chance to comprehend his circumstances. Just as he pondered whether to show mercy towards Yun Zhao in this lifetime, a light patter of footsteps broke his reverie, accompanied by the crunch of snow underfoot. Fanpai stiffened, assuming Lin Wanner had returned, instinctively reaching for his waist. When he turned abruptly, he was taken aback to find Fan Ro standing at the edge of the cliff, holding a food box. Her gray robes were dusted with snow, and flurries clung to her hair, resembling scattered stars. Almost instantly, a sharp sound echoed in his mind. The cold system notification exploding within him. Side quest triggered. Drive Fan Ro away with harsh words. Task requirement. Use the most hurtful phrases to force her to leave the cliff of reflection. Task reward. 50 cultivation points. Failure penalty. Experience the pain of losing a finger for 1 hour. Fanpai's lips twitched as he suppressed the remnants of his frustration, forcing a smile colder than the icicles at the cliff's edge. "Ah, is that you, Roa?" What brings you here? To witness my misfortune? Or perhaps you wish to warm my bed? I would welcome that. I assure you it would be an experience you wouldn't forget. While such words were undeniably crude and brazen, Fan Ro did not respond with the tearful indignation he had anticipated. Instead, she approached him, gently brushing the snow from the food box, pausing momentarily at its icy edge before placing it on the stone surface and opening it. A waft of warm steam mingled with sweetness escaped, forming a brief mist in the cold air. I just brought this from the dining hall. It's still warm. The cliff of reflection is cold, and you haven't established your foundation yet, unable to fast. You must be both cold and hungry these days. Please, take this to fill your stomach. Don't neglect yourself. Fanpai maintained his stoic expression, but internally he urged the system. Damn system. Are you there? This task is impossible. She is not following the script. Aren't you going to intervene? The system remained silent, while Fan Ro settled beside him, their shoulders brushing, her hair tickling his face. He remained still, watching as snowflakes settled in her hair, quickly melting into droplets. She gazed at the roiling sea of clouds below and suddenly smiled. Do you remember? When we were children, there was a heavy snowfall at the base of Chinga Peak. You, I, Sister Qinghue, and Ying built a crooked snowman. You insisted on carving a sword for it, but your hands turned painfully red from the cold. I ended up giving you my hand warmer. She turned to look at him, her eyes sparkling with fragmented light. Those were such good times. When we didn't have to worry about cultivation or sect affairs, just pondering whether to go to the back mountain to search for bird nests tomorrow. Fanpai fell silent, observing the flashing task prompts from the system, before finally turning away, his gaze as frigid as the ice at the cliff's edge. What is the point in reminiscing? It's all in the past. If you have something to say, just say it directly. No need for pretense. The smile on Fan Ro's face faltered, her heart feeling constricted as though something was lodged within, causing a dull ache. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile, her voice as fragile as a whisper in the wind. I understand that you are upset. However, Sister Qinghue and Ying truly care for you. Even if there were misunderstandings, they should be resolved. Brother Pai, I'm indifferent to how you treat me, but I hope you can apologize to them. Even if we cannot return to our childhood, it would be better than to be like enemies now. Apologize? Fan Pai scoffed, his gaze dimming, and the words he almost uttered, it's impossible to go back, so why apologize, remained unspoken. Suddenly, a lively yet irate voice rang out from behind him. Why should we apologize? They were the ones who wronged Pai first. Fan Pai shivered at the sound. He whirled around to see Lin Wanner cheerfully emerging from behind the cliff, her cheeks flushed in an unusual manner as she sprinted through the snow. Before he could react, she pounced on him like a hungry beast, radiating an unspent aura of vitality. In an instant, she perched herself on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling her cheek against his neck, sweet and sticky like a piece of candy. A blend of the coldness of snowflakes and the heat of spiritual energy. Pyre, I'm here. Fan Pai's pupils widened in shock, his body bristling with trepidation. What the hell? Lin Wanner, are you out of your mind? Bang. Before he could finish his protest, Lin Wanner pushed his head down into her embrace, his nose colliding with her hair, which carried a faint medicinal fragrance mixed with powder. In his struggle, he nearly bit his own tongue. Beside them, Fan Ro stood up abruptly, knocking over the food box and scattering sweet osmanthus cakes across the ground. Watching Lin Wanner in such an intimate position on Fan Pai's lap, her heart felt as if it had been violently squeezed, a sharp pain piercing through her chest like a needle. Her breath quickened, and her ears flushed crimson. After a few labored breaths, she clenched her sleeves tightly, suppressing the inexplicable panic, furrowing her brow as she sternly asked, Sister Wanner, what is wrong with you? Get down now. I won't. Lin Wanner buried her face in Fan Pai's long hair, her voice muffled. This is my pyre. I can sit however I please. Fan Pai was on the verge of madness, desperately attempting to pull his head away from the madwoman's bosom, growling. You can't reason with her. She's lost it. Fan Ro, stop just watching and come help me get her off. He exerted his strength to push her away, channeling his spiritual energy. But the force that usually sent her tumbling now felt like colliding with cotton. No, it was more like hitting a steel plate. Chapter 16. Hidden Thoughts. Lin Wanner remained unmoved, instead tilting her head up to him with a sweet smile, her eyes sparkling with an uncontainable madness. Pyre, don't mess around. It tickles. Fan Pai's hand froze mid-air, his eyes nearly popping out. You've built your foundation? Hearing this, Fan Ro, despite her heartache, rushed forward anxiously to grab Lin Wanner. Vanya, with your talent, why are you in such a hurry to build your foundation? Didn't Master say you should wait until all the rare materials are prepared? Instinctively grasping Lin Wanner's wrist, as her spiritual energy surged into her, she instantly froze. her eyes widening in disbelief as she gasped, top tier foundation building. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? Lin Wanner abruptly yanked her hand back. Casting a cold glance at her, her arms once again wrapping around Fan Pai's neck, chin held high. I don't need you, Fan Ro, to meddle. I have my own methods. She shot a sidelong glance at Fan Ro, her tone sharp. And don't come here again, pretending to be sincere. It's obvious you're just putting on a show. Sister wanted you. Fan Ro was momentarily taken aback by the way Lin Wanner addressed her. Observing her arms entwined around Fan Pai's neck and the way he struggled against her hold, an inexplicable emotion welled up inside her, sharp and painful, making it hard for her to breathe. How can you say that? I'm worried about you. Worried about me? Lin Wanner suddenly laughed. Her laughter devoid of warmth, her gaze chillingly fierce. I see you're not worried about me. You're worried I might take Pyre from you. She purposefully pulled Fan Pai closer to her, like a cat asserting its territory, declaring, he is mine. He was mine before. He is mine now. And he can only be mine in the future. Fan Ro felt her face pale at those words, her breath uneven, her ears burning with rage. In a fit of impulse, she reached out to pull Lin Wanner away. Get up. Don't be so close to him. Have you forgotten how he treated you before? He disrespected you from the very first day, stealing your undergarments and committing lewd acts, spying on you while you bathed. Didn't T.U. say you despised him the most? Didn't T.U. say Fan Pai was a lecherous scoundrel, a shameless wretch? Was it your goal to reveal his true colors? Now you're clinging to him so tightly. Isn't that exactly what he wanted? Listening to this, Fan Pai felt a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Damn, the heavenly path. It truly deserves to perish. Look at how this wonderful child, Fan Ro, has been led astray. Just a moment ago, he was reminiscing about the warmth of childhood, and in the next, she reduced him to a scoundrel taking advantage of others' misfortunes. Our matters do not require your interference. Lin Wanner suddenly shook off Fan Ro's hand, her voice rising sharply, her gaze wild with obsession. If Pyre wishes, he can smell my undergarments, use them as he pleases. Even if he wants to be with me, whatever he desires, I am willing. As her words fell, she abruptly grabbed Fan Pai's head, turning it toward her face, holding her breath and closing her eyes. She aimed for his lips and kissed him fervently. Fan Pai's eyes widened in shock, his mind blanking out with a buzzing sound. Finally regaining his senses, he struggled even harder, but Lin Wanner's grip was frighteningly strong. Holding his head firmly in place, her fingers digging into the nape of his neck, making escape impossible. As their lips collided, he felt as if his teeth were about to shatter, a metallic taste spreading across his tongue. In this helpless moment, a singular thought surged into his mind. It's over. His life would never be pure again. Fan Ro stood frozen in place, her eyes wide in shock as she witnessed the scene unfold before her, watching Fan Pai transition from struggling to seemingly enjoying it. The sight of their entangled figures felt like something had violently torn through her heart, inflicting a pain so intense that she could barely breathe. Biting down on her lip to stifle a sob, her hand gripping her sword tighter, knuckles whitening as if it might shatter. The snow continued to fall, landing on her face, blurring the line between snow and tears, feeling as if all the blood in her body was rushing to her head. Lin Wanner. Fan Ro's face turned as cold as ice, her golden core-level spiritual energy surging violently, sending the accumulated snow at the cliff's edge swirling into the air. Her voice, as icy as tempered steel, rang out sharply. I see you've truly lost your mind. Release him immediately and come with me to see Master. At last, Lin Wanner released Fan Pai, slowly raising her head, remnants of his blood still staining her lips, her eyes glinting with chilling intensity. What if I refuse? Do not blame me for resorting to violence. Fan Ro's voice was laced with suppressed fury, her spiritual energy surging around her. The pressure of her golden core stage radiating like a tidal wave towards Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner felt the weight pressing down on her, but her immediate concern was for Fan Pai. Noticing he appeared unscathed, she exhaled in relief, pecked him lightly on the lips, and then rose to her feet. Her foundation establishment stage energy unfurling like a flickering flame, boldly proclaiming against the oppressive force. Dream on. Don't think you're the only one with cultivation. I fear you not. You shall not take me away today, nor shall you tear me apart from Pyre. Fan Pai stood to the side, bewildered, internally lamenting. What does this have to do with me? This Lin Wanner must be out of her mind. It's best if I keep my distance from her. Just as he contemplated retreating, a voice echoed in his mind, tinged with exasperation. Host, there's a hidden cave 3 meters to your left. Quickly take cover. Before he could react, Fan Ro drew her sword from its sheath, the blade gleaming like a brilliant ice flower blooming in the snow. slicing through the air with a fierce gust directed at Lin Wanner. Stubborn fool. Lin Wanner was prepared, sidestepping the blade's edge, and in an instant, she retrieved her spirit sword from her storage ring, swiftly aiming for Fong Ro's wrist. Is it you? Do you think you can dictate our fates? The two engaged in a fierce battle, their swords clashing amidst the tumult of wind and snow, the storm intensifying as snowflakes flew like daggers, stinging their faces. Fong Ro's swordplay was steady and grand, the blade weaving through the air like flowing clouds, exuding the overwhelming might of the Golden Core stage. Yet, as the clash continued, a chill began to envelop her strikes, her movements growing increasingly frantic. Lin Wanner's form was agile and unpredictable, deftly evading critical blows while launching sharp counterattacks, exploiting every opening with a seasoned ferocity that belied her status as a novice. Fong Ro, do you think I am oblivious? She taunted while evading, her voice sharp and piercing. You heartless wretch. Jealous of Pyre's superior talent despite being his sister. You collude with outsiders to bully him, displaying such ingratitude. You are but a wicked woman donning a guise of gentleness. Even in my absence, Pyre could never be interested in you, nor would he ever be with you. His sister. Fong Ro's heart raced with anger, her countenance icy enough to shatter, even as her ears burned with embarrassment. Gritting her teeth, she retaliated with her sword, the blade suddenly sharp as frost. Silence. I shall not. Lin Wanner deftly dodged a strike, her laughter turning more maniacal. You cannot bear to see me and Pyre happy. Let me tell you, he belongs to me, and you shall never come between us. Enough. Fong Ro could no longer contain her rage, her golden core energy erupting without restraint, the sword humming as it surged several feet, radiating a destructive force aimed at Lin Wanner. Unrepentant fool. Chapter 17, Reprimand. The sword light flashed, and in a moment of panic, Lin Wanner crossed her arms defensively, a sharp crack resounding as blood trickled from her lips, staggering backward until she collided with the stone wall, creating a deep dent before stabilizing herself. Fong Ro paused, a flicker of alarm crossing her features as she instinctively sheathed her sword, rushing forward. Wanner, are you all right? Are you hurt? Get away. Lin Wanner wiped the blood from her mouth, her laughter becoming even more deranged. Enough with your pretenses. You wish to kill me? It won't be so easy. At that moment, a crisp sandalwood fragrance suddenly permeated the air, and the surrounding storm was seemingly quelled by an invisible force, revealing a clear blue sky. A commanding voice resonated from the cliff's edge, imbued with an undeniable pressure that compelled the fighting pair to instinctively halt. Cease this at once. Funk Bai, crouched as he was, poised to sneak towards the hidden cave, looked up sharply upon hearing the voice, and there stood Lu Qingyuan at the cliff's edge, her gray-blue robe fluttering in the wind, her cold visage now a stormy shade of blue as she surveyed the chaotic scene below. Moments before, Lu Qingyuan had been seated in the grand hall atop the peak, gazing at the vast sea of clouds, her thoughts drifting to the tangled mess that was Qinghe Peak. And she could not help but sigh. Has Fan Pai truly grasped the earnestness of my intentions? I hope this experience at the Cliff of Remorse leads him to genuine contrition. In the next moment, a ripple in the air caught her attention, and with a furrowed brow and narrowed pupils, she vanished, only to reappear at the summit of the Cliff of Remorse. The wind and snow swirled, the sound of clashing swords reverberating in the air. As Lu Qingyuan arrived at the cliff's edge, the crisp sandalwood scent formed an invisible barrier, dispelling the storm and ushering in clarity. Gazing at the entangled swords, the cowering Fan Pai behind the stone wall, Fong Ro's reddened eyes, and Lin Wanner's frenzied expression, along with the scattered remnants of osmanthus cake, her brow furrowed deeply. In a moment of disorientation, memories of a heavy snowfall years prior beneath Qinghe Peak flooded her mind, where several children gathered around a warm stove sharing osmanthus cake. Now, however, everything felt foreign, every memory like a needle piercing her heart with discomfort. Cease this. Her voice, though soft, carried a terrifying authority, silencing the chaos around her instantly. Fong Ro's sword returned to its sheath in response, and as she turned, the hem of her robe swept across the snow, stirring a cloud of fine powder. She bowed deeply to Lu Qingyuan, the snowflakes in her hair melting into droplets as she spoke in a whisper, as if fearing to disturb something. Master. Her fingertips quietly curled within her sleeves, her palms turning pale from the pressure. Fan Pai hesitated for a moment, then cautiously peeked around the stone wall, ruffling his hair disheveled by the wind and snow. Murmuring, Master, Master, he discreetly raised his gaze, noting the brief pause in Lu Qingyuan's attention upon him, her eyes filled with a chill more frigid than the storm, prompting him to quickly lower his head again, inwardly cursing Lin Wanner's entire lineage. Damn it, this madwoman is truly a troublemaker. Only Lin Wanner. Though momentarily stilled by the oppressive aura, strained against it, her voice mingling with the wind and snow. Do not stop me. I shall tear apart this hypocritical woman. Yet, as she took a few steps forward, she found herself immobilized as if a pause button had been pressed upon her, unable to move. She struggled, her eyes blazing even more fiercely, fixing Lu Qingyuan with a defiant glare, a strange smile creeping on her lips. Liu Qingyuan, observing Lin Van Estimiano, felt a surge of anger rising within her chest, her ears slightly heating. Taking several deep breaths, she finally quelled the urge to unleash her wrath and sternly demanded, "What in the world is happening? Why are you turning against each other? Fanpai." Her gaze swept over him, laden with suspicion. Fanpai's mouth twitched as he hurriedly shook his head. "Master, please do not wrongfully accuse me. I have been faithfully adhering to your teachings, reflecting here in solitude. It is they who have engaged in this battle. Master, it is not second senior brother Pai's fault." Fan Ro hastily explained in a whisper, "It is my sister Wanner." She suddenly exhibited some unusual behavior. For reasons unknown, she took it upon herself to establish a foundation. And not just any foundation, but one of the heavenly Tao. I feared there might be complications with her cultivation, so I intended to bring her back for your guidance. But she refused. Enough of this nonsense. Lin Van retorted, struggling in place. You're trying to place the blame on me, aren't you? It's evident you're embarrassed because I've exposed your shortcomings. And in a fit of rage, you resorted to violence. Spare me your pretentious acts of kindness. You are blind to the truth, distorting right and wrong. Fan Ro's eyes reddened from the scolding, feeling both aggrieved and distressed. Unable to hold back, she retorted, I do not. I am merely concerned for you. Concerned for me? You're worried I might take Fanpai from you, aren't you? Lin Wanner countered, her voice sharp as nails scraping against stone. Enough, Lu Qingyuan exclaimed, her face trembling with anger, her eyebrows arched fiercely. Am I invisible here? Are you too intent on driving this old bones of mine to the brink of despair, causing such a ruckus that the entire world knows of it? Fan Ro hurriedly lowered her head. I dare not, master. But Lin Wanner held her chin high defiantly. And what of it? Lu Qingyuan's gaze sharpened as she looked at Fan Ro, her expression revealing a hint of realization. This demeanor indeed suggested madness, yet it was unexpected. She quickly approached Lin Wanner, placing her fingers at her pulse point. The moment her spiritual energy flowed in, her brows knitted tighter. This is indeed a foundation of the heavenly Tao, and of the highest quality, the flow of spiritual energy is unimpeded and extraordinarily pure. There are no signs of turmoil or stagnation whatsoever. Yet the heavenly materials I had arranged for Lin Wanner are still en route. How did she achieve this? Could it possibly be the Lin family? No, that cannot be. If the Lin family could assist her in establishing such a superior foundation, why would they wait until after to present it? She withdrew her hand and turned her attention to Fan Ro and Fan Pai. Now, explain in detail what transpired today. When did she manage to establish this foundation? Were there any prior anomalies? Fan Ro recounted the sudden foundation establishment and Lin Wanner's erratic behavior succinctly, adding at the end, I truly do not understand why she has become this way. She's been mad for a long time. Fan Pai interjected, a look of deep grievance on his face. 3 nights ago, that lunatic sneaked into my cave and tried to strip my pants, intending to ambush me. If I hadn't woken up quickly, who knows what might have happened? What did you say? Fan Ro spun around to glare at him, her pupils constricting slightly, her heart feeling as though gripped by something fierce, rendering her breath momentarily ragged. The clarity of her thoughts was instantly tangled into chaos, a buzzing ringing in her ears. Lu Qingyuan, however, was so enraged she almost laughed, lightly tapping Fan Pai on the head. What utter nonsense! Who in Qinghe Peak doesn't know that Wanner was spied upon by you, you little rascal, on the very day she entered the sect? You even stole her undergarments. And she despises you to the core, wishing nothing more than to grind your bones to dust. How could she possibly ambush you? I'm telling the truth. Fan Pai protested, clutching his head. Ask her if you don't believe me. All eyes turned toward Lin Wanner, who found herself pinned in place by Lu Qingyuan's subtle pressure. Yet upon hearing the conversation, she nodded vigorously, her cheeks flushing crimson. It's true. Had I not been too loud and woken him up, I might have. Before she could finish, embarrassment washed over her, and she lowered her head, her ears burning red. Buzz! Fan Ro's mind fell blank, as if swarmed by countless bees. Lin Wanner's words struck her like a thorn, piercing her heart with a mix of sweetness and pain, her fingers curling unconsciously, nails digging in her palm. She suddenly turned her gaze fiercely toward Fan Pai, her emotions swirling violently. Without thinking, she rushed forward, gripping his arms and waist tightly. Ouch! Fan Pai winced, looking at her in bewilderment. Why are you squeezing me? What have I done to you? Are you out of your mind? You must be mad. Previously, when he had intentionally provoked her, she would merely redden her eyes and turn away. Now, she was directly assaulting him, her strength that of a golden core cultivator, far beyond the abilities of someone yet to establish a foundation. That grip had nearly broken his bones. Realizing her loss of composure, Fan Ro hurriedly withdrew her hand, her fingertips trembling slightly, her head bowed as she dared not meet Lu Qingyuan's gaze, her ears still burning fiercely. How could she have acted in such a manner? Lu Qingyuan's mind was a tangled mess. Observing Lin Wanner's bashful demeanor, listening to Fan Pai's testimony, and noticing Fan Ro's peculiar behavior, she finally believed Fan Ro's words entirely. She shot a fierce glare at Fan Pai, her eyes reflecting an exasperation heavier than snow and wind combined. Fan Pai, looking aggrieved, rubbed the bruised flesh on his arms and muttered, "Now that everyone knows I speak the truth, why are you still glaring at me? I'm a victim here." Lu Qingyuan sighed, lifting the pressure she had placed around Lin Wanner. Lin Wanner glared fiercely at Fan Ro and Lu Qingyuan before leaping onto Fan Pai's body like a fawn craving warmth. She clung to him tightly, her head nuzzling against his chest, causing goosebumps to rise on Fan Pai's skin, leaving him utterly discomfited. Watching Lin Wanner cling to Fan Pai with irritation etched across his face, Fan Ro bit her lip, her fingertips turning pale. Lu Qingyuan's lips twitched, exhaustedly pressing her forehead. Her lips moved slightly, carrying an undeniable authority. Inform the elders to gather promptly in the main hall. There must be no delay. Once her spiritual energy was retracted, she addressed her disciples. Let us return to Qinghe Peak. Fan Pai, you come along too. With that, she waved her hand, and the space rippled. The next moment, the four of them appeared directly in the main hall of Qinghe Peak. The elders had been waiting within, and upon seeing Lu Qingyuan take her place at the head seat, they all rose to pay their respects. Lu Qingyuan, however, waved her hand dismissively. No need for formalities. After sipping her tea, she glanced around at the faces of the elders. I have already briefed you on Wanner's situation. What are your thoughts? The elders exchanged glances, casting sidelong looks at Lin Wanner, who was cozily draped over Fan Pai, their expressions contemplative yet perplexed, as if pondering deeply but finding no solutions. An elder with white hair hesitantly spoke. Peak Master, this matter involves the Lin family and concerns the phenomena associated with the superior Heavenly Tao Foundation. It may be beyond what Qinghe Peak can decide unilaterally. Lu Qingyuan traced her fingers along the rim of her cup, the mist swirling around her brows. I share your concerns. Setting down her cup, she rose, her spiritual energy subtly shifting. Prepare some spiritual tea. Accompany me to the main peak. At the summit of the primordial sacred land, within the Star Observation Pavilion, a warm hearth crackled with the finest silver bone charcoal, and the air was suffused with the faint aroma of pine smoke and ink. Zhuan Chenzi sat cross-legged on a mat, before him a low table adorned with snowy writing paper. As he delicately sketched the distant mountains with a purple brush, the tip of his brush gently touched the rice paper, causing a misty hue to diffuse. However, scarcely had he begun when a disciple outside softly knocked on the door. Master, the leader of the Lu faction from Qinghe Peak has arrived and requests an urgent audience. Zhuan Chenzi's lips twitched, his gaze unwavering as he dipped the brush in ink. Do not meet her. Tell her I am engrossed in the comprehension of painting, and she may come another day. No sooner had he spoken than a clear, yet mocking voice rang out from outside. Zhuan Chenzi, so high and mighty now that you have become the Holy Lord. Have you forgotten your junior sister? Who was it that clung to my leg for an entire afternoon, weeping and begging me to accompany you to the abyss of fallen immortals? Zhuan Chenzi's hand trembled, causing the wolf hair brush to leave a dark streak on the paper. His expression shifted abruptly as he scolded. Who told you to say I wouldn't see her? Why are you blocking the door? Yuanhe, how could you behave so rudely? Anyone can be turned away, but not your Uncle Lu. Hurry, go fetch her in. No, I shall go personally. There's no need, Master Zhuan Chenzi, as the Holy Lord. How could you trouble yourself to welcome a mere peak leader? The door creaked open, and the crisp voice of a woman entered the hall. Zhuan Chenzi's brush clattered to the table, splattering ink onto the paper, as he shivered with delight, transforming into a blooming chrysanthemum as he stepped forward to offer warm greetings. Ah, Lu Jr.'s sister, why speak so? It is an honor for you to come personally. If there is anything you need, I can simply visit you at Qinghe Peak. As he spoke, his expression darkened, and he scolded the disciple at the door. Yuanhe, you truly lack manners. Quickly brew a pot of spiritual tea for your Uncle Lu. Really, junior sister, please do not take it to heart. He is just a child who does not understand. Calm down, calm down. Yuanhe stood at the entrance, observing his usually aloof and imposing master now bowing and scraping with a smile as bright as a dogtail grass. Unable to restrain himself, he rolled his eyes and thought, yes, yes, you are so refined, afraid of Lu Jr.'s sister, using your poor disciple as a shield. Forget it. Who told him to be unfortunate enough to have such a master? With a sigh, Yuanhe turned toward the tea room. As he walked, he couldn't help but cast more glances at the group following Lu Qingyuan. TSK. It was said that all disciples under Lu Jr.'s sister were breathtakingly beautiful and captivating. Upon seeing them today, it was indeed true. Ah, how enviable that young man in the azure robe was, being clung to by that stunning beauty in red like a koala. However, before he could finish his thought, the beauty suddenly turned her head, her gentle demeanor evaporating as her gaze shifted from infatuation to icy disdain. What are you looking at? Do you wish to steal my payo? Let me tell you. Dream on. Pyre belongs only to me. Mine. Yuanhe halted in his tracks, expressionless as he swiftly retreated into the tea room, silently noting, new intelligence. Lu Jr.'s sister has acquired an insane beauty among her disciples. Best keep my distance. Within the hall, Lu Qingyuan rubbed her forehead, pointing at Lin Wan'er, who was huffing in frustration at Yuanhe's retreating figure, her voice laden with exhaustion. You see, master, what are we to do about this girl now? She truly troubles me. Zhu Chenzi followed her gaze, observing Lin Wan'er entangled like an octopus around Fan Pai, her face pressed against the youth's chest as she nuzzled against him. Fan Pai, on the other hand, wore a look of utter despair, as if he wished to perish on the spot. Fan Ro, clad in a gray-blue robe, faced away from them, her shoulders trembling slightly, her fingers clenched white. The young woman in white, Su Qingwei, stood by the pillar, her gaze fixed on the entangled pair, her fingers gripping the intricately carved pillar, her knuckles pale as if they might shatter. Well, Zhu Chenzi wiped the sweat from his brow and chuckled awkwardly. Isn't this rather good? Junior sister, you used to lament about the discord among your disciples. How troublesome Fan Pai was. Now, at least Wan'er seems to have grown closer to him. Isn't that a positive development? Closer? A positive development? Chapter 19, Meeting at the Main Peak. Lu Qingyan raised an eyebrow, as if she had just heard the greatest joke, and bluntly retorted, Are you all right, master? Have the recent affairs of the sect overwhelmed your mind? Is this what you call closeness? What kind of brother-sister relationship can be like this? Zhu Chenzi's expression darkened as he grimaced. Hiss, how could that unfortunate child speak so? Were it not for your strength, I would have. In his imagination, he envisioned a powerful strike, but in reality, he remained meek and compliant. Zhu Chenzi maintained his smile, attempting to glean some insight from Lu Qingyuan's features. Indeed. What is your point, junior sister? What else could it be? Lu Qingyuan sank into a chair, accepting a cup of spiritual tea offered by Yuanhe, adopting the demeanor of a weary wife lamenting her troubles as she spoke. You know, both Pyre and Roer were raised by me. When I found them, they were hardly older than you, Rui. I painstakingly nurtured them, and when Pyre refused to eat vegetables, I planted an entire garden of spiritual greens. Uya, frightened of the dark, insisted on sleeping with me every night as I told them stories of the cultivation world until dawn. Later, after Qingwei became my disciple, we gained another Yingying. Being a master is difficult. Raising them is hard, but watching them stray from the right path is even harder. I once advised against taking on too many disciples, yet you insisted that more children bring more blessings. Now look, blessings are nowhere to be found, but troubles have piled up like mountains. Zhu Chenzi's lips quivered, gradually donning a mask of agony. Here we go again. Ever since you took in those children, it has been nothing but tales of their antics. If you're not bragging about their good behavior, you are lamenting their mischief. And you are perpetually in a state of exasperation, like a little wife chattering endlessly. Where is the dignity of a peak-level tribulation survivor? Furthermore, who advised you that more children bring blessings? Was it not your own overflowing maternal love that compelled you to take on so many disciples? Enough. Junior sister, after all this talk, I am utterly confused. What is it that you have come to discuss with me? Lu Qingyuan took a sip of tea, her eyes glistening with red. What else could it be? Wan'er has fallen into a demonic path. This matter involves the Lin family, and I alone at Qinghe Peak cannot make a decision. Thus, I have no choice but to seek your counsel, master. Oh, greetings. What am I to say? It appears that my esteemed disciple Wan'er has succumbed to a state of madness over a trifling matter. Wait a moment. Zhu Chenzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he inquired urgently. Who did you just say has gone mad? Wan'er, came a reply. Lin Wan'er? The very Lin Wan'er who is presently clinging to Fan Pai outside? The Lin Wan'er, the young master of the Lin family, endowed with the talent of an emperor, whom you took in just half a month ago. Brother, have you lost your wits? How many Lin Waners could possibly exist on Qing'a Peak? In an instant, the smile vanished from Zhuan Chunzi's face, replaced by a surge of spiritual power that caused even the teacups on the low table to tremble. He shouted sternly towards the hall's entrance. Yuan He. Sound the gong immediately. Assemble the peak masters and elders without delay. Within the span of a single tea, they must gather in the main hall to deliberate. Any who dares to arrive late shall face the consequences as per our regulations. A quarter of an hour later, the main hall of the Holy Master was filled to capacity. The jade pillars of the hall, illuminated by the flickering flames, glimmered coldly under the light. Lu Qingyuan sat at Zun Chunzi's side, observing the arriving peak masters and elders, her earlier chatter replaced by an air of authority, though her slender fingers tapped restlessly against the armrest of her chair. In a corner of the hall, Fan Ro's struggles threatened to spill over. She turned her face away, unable to bear looking towards Fan Pai, yet the sound of Lin Wanner's melodious laughter still pierced her ears. Pyre, do you think this jade hairpin is beautiful? I had Uncle Wong bring it for me, and I would love for you to style my hair with it in the future. Is that not agreeable? Then you can help me pin it here. Oh, stop it. That tickles. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging in her palms, the pain providing a fleeting clarity amidst the ache in her heart, as droplets of blood trickled between her fingers, staining her gray robe with tiny crimson spots. Meanwhile, Fan Pai was engaged in a desperate struggle, crying out, "Help me, Master, Sister Qinghua, Fan Ro, I was wrong, can't you see? Just let this madwoman stay away from me, and I shall comply with anything you ask." His cries for help, laden with despair, were met with cold indifference, compounded by Lin Wanner's mischievous hands wandering at his waist. "Oh, Pyre, you're being naughty again. It seems you deserve a little punishment. Don't worry. It feels quite nice, hee you. Release me, Lin Wanner. Stop touching me. If you don't cease this, I shall have no qualms about retaliating." Yet Lin Wanner only laughed more heartily, nuzzling against his neck. "Why would you retaliate? Is it like last time in the cave?" I'm eagerly awaiting that moment. Su Qinghua stood 3 paces away, observing the scene with clenched fists, her fingers tightening around the tassel of her sword hidden in her sleeve. She loathed Fan Pai for the hurtful words and cold demeanor that had wounded her deeply, despising his shameless behavior in harassing others, and resenting his indifferent expression as he bullied the weak. She found it unbearable to witness him, now feigning a coy demeanor, flirting with Lin Wanner, the Lin family's young master, who possessed the talents of an emperor. Ah, how time does seem to alter everything. Perhaps all of it was but a figment of her imagination. Nothing mattered anymore, although she had ostensibly let go of everything. Why did her heart still ache like 1,000 needles as she watched Lin Wanner cling to him, laughing with abandon? She averted her gaze, yet found herself glancing back, realizing that jealousy had crept into her heart without her noticing. If only he would be a bit harsher with Lin Wanner. It would at least be preferable to this entangled state in which he feigned no true anger. Fan Pai caught sight of Su Qinghua's expression, causing his own countenance to darken. Just then, the system conveniently presented a task, prompting him to adopt a cold demeanor. His pleas for mercy swiftly transforming into harsh words scripted by the system. "What are you staring at? Instead of meddling in others' affairs, perhaps you should contemplate why your own cultivation has stagnated. How utterly disgraceful and humiliating for our sect." The word struck harshly, yet upon speaking, he paused, reconsidering. "Well, it's been said so many times before. What's one more instance?" Su Qingyua's face paled instantly, yet the red within her eyes flared brighter. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately, she only tightened her fists. "Enough." Lu Qingyuan's voice cut through the din of the hall, as she regarded the assembled peak masters and elders, clearing her throat. "Dear brothers and sisters, the purpose of today's gathering is concerning my disciple, Lin Wanner." The candle flames flickered, casting shadows upon the varied expressions of those present. Wanner has unexpectedly achieved a remarkable foundation today before she could finish. A murmur rippled through the crowd, with peak masters rolling their eyes in unison, silently lamenting. Here we go again, summoning everyone merely to flaunt her achievements. How utterly pretentious. "Everyone, please be silent and listen." Lu Qingyuan's expression turned frosty as she released an aura of authority, continuing, "While Wanner's foundation should be a joyous occasion, her behavior has become erratic post-cultivation, obsessively clinging to Fan Pai and treating others with harsh words or even violence." She pointed towards several disciples, particularly highlighting Lin Wanner, who was still entwined around Fan Pai. "Brothers and sisters, please observe." As the gaze of the assembly fell upon Lin Wanner, she tilted her head towards Fan Pai, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Pyre, look at all these people watching us. Don't you think they envy our love?" Fan Pai stiffened, attempting to shake her off, his face betraying his distaste. "What nonsense are you spouting? Get away from me." "Not at all," Lin Wanner replied, tightening her embrace like a koala, and turning to the elders and peak masters, baring her teeth defensively. "What are you all staring at? You are forbidden from looking at my pyre." A profound silence enveloped the hall, as several elders twitched their lips. Indeed, as the young master of the Lin family, her audacity surpassed that of the average disciple, daring to openly confront high-ranking members of the sect with her foundational prowess. Yet, who could blame her, given her family's illustrious ancestry? Perhaps she truly was a bit unhinged. The peak master of the law enforcement peak, seated beside Zuin Chunzi, cleared his throat. This is certainly unusual. Could it be that during her foundation establishment, some anomaly occurred, causing her to be ensnared by inner demons? Lu Qingyuan shook her head solemnly. "We have examined her. Wanner's mind remains clear, showing no signs of being tormented by inner demons." Then he turned his gaze towards Fan Pai, scrutinizing him intently. "Fan Pai, I have heard that you and Wanner have never seen eye to eye. Now that she has suddenly latched onto you, could it be that you played some trick?" Before Fan Pai could retort, Lin Wanner erupted in anger, glaring at the peak master of law enforcement. "You speak falsely. I am the one who likes Pyre. He has not done anything. It is I who." Her cheeks flushed as her voice softened. "I want to play tricks on him." The peak master could not contain herself, and the spirit tea that had just entered her mouth nearly spewed forth. Fan Pai's face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot, and Xian Chunzi cleared his throat to mediate the situation. "Sister Lu, might we allow Elder of the Medicine Peak to examine Wanna? After all, you are not a professional. It would be unfortunate if a misdiagnosis led to a delay in treatment, wouldn't it?" The Master of Medicine Peak, a voluptuous beauty, nodded in agreement and gracefully stepped forward. As her fingertips barely brushed against Lin Wanner's wrist, her brow furrowed slightly. After a moment's probing with her spiritual energy, she spoke softly. "The pulse is steady, with spiritual energy flowing as clear as crystal, devoid of any signs of heart demons or stagnation. The foundation of this exceptional heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is indeed remarkably solid." She then extended 2 fingers to lightly tap Lin Wanner's forehead, closing her eyes in contemplation. Upon reopening them, her expression was one of astonishment. The sea of consciousness is as clear as the full moon in the sky, and the soul is refined and intact. There's not a trace of madness to be found. The gathered individuals exchanged glances, and the law enforcement peak master stroked his beard, his gaze again landing on Fan Pai, tinged with scrutiny. If there are no heart demons, could it be that Fan Pai has administered some peculiar poison to her? Otherwise, how could a well-behaved girl suddenly become so infatuated? Before Fan Pai could furrow his brow in rebuttal, Lin Wanner sprang up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, pointing an accusatory finger at the law enforcement peak master. "What nonsense are you spouting? Are your eyes blind, old man? How could Pyre poison me?" The infatuation in her eyes instantly morphed into rage, her spiritual energy surging around her, exuding the oppressive aura of someone in the foundation establishment stage, pressing directly towards the law enforcement peak master. "I see you harboring ill intentions. Are you jealous of the bond between Pyre and me, and thus trying to sow discord? By the heavens!" Fan Pai quickly grasped her, fearing that this madwoman would truly engage in combat with someone of the tribulation stage, while he, with his mere chi refining abilities, would be utterly defenseless. If things turned dire, she could use her identity as the Lin family's young master as a shield, but he did not possess such extraordinary cultivation. It would be tragic if he were to be outdone by this lunatic before the heavens could claim him. "Stop this nonsense. I'm not being foolish." Lin Wanner yanked her arm free, her cheeks flushed with indignation, her eyes ablaze with conviction. "He insults you. I will not allow anyone to speak ill of you." As she attempted to charge forward, Fan Pai held her back with all his might, and she, begrudgingly, bared her teeth at the law enforcement peak master. "Just you wait. Old man, once my cultivation is higher, you shall know the consequences of slandering Pyre." The law enforcement peak master, visibly pale from her tirade, could not maintain his composure. But with Lu Qingyuan present, he dared not retaliate, only huffing dismissively. "Impudent! How dare a junior behave so insolently?" The atmosphere in the hall became tense, the faces of several elders darkening. Lin Wanner not only clung to Fan Pai, but also dared to speak so recklessly to the peak master of the tribulation stage. The signs of madness were evident, and it seemed she was truly out of her mind. At that moment, a voice as cold as ice suddenly pierced through the hall. "Humph. The matters concerning my Lin family are not for outsiders to meddle in." 3 shadowy figures swiftly descended into the hall, the foremost dark guard kneeling on one knee and bowing to Lin Wanner, young master. Upon seeing the dark guard, Lin Wanner's eyes cleared a bit, and she quickly slid off Fan Pai, standing upright. Uncle Wong, no need for such formalities. I am doing well at the sacred grounds. The leading dark guard nodded, rising to address Xian Chunzi, offering a jade slip. The ancestor has commanded. Young Master Wanner, in whatever condition, remains the young master of the Lin family. As long as the interests of the Lin family are not harmed, her decisions shall not be interfered with. As for how the Taichu sacred land diagnoses and responds, the ancestor stated that you all may handle it as you see fit. Should the Taichu sacred land fail to protect her, the Lin family will naturally retrieve her. Xian Chunzi accepted the jade slip, probing it with his spiritual energy. Raising an eyebrow. Indeed, it bears the aura of the Lin family's ancestor. I did not expect that old coot to dispatch his dark guards to make an appearance at this time. What could his intentions be? The dark guard turned and departed, and Lin Wanner obediently returned to Fan Pai's side, yet she did not forget to huff disdainfully at the law enforcement peak master, her childish demeanor causing the corners of many lips to twitch in the hall. This madwoman not only raged at the Lin family's dark guards, but turned around to bare her teeth at the peak master of the sacred land. What an oddity, indeed. Since the Lin family has no objections. One peak master stroked his beard, speaking in a roundabout manner. I believe we need not concern ourselves too much. As long as the interests of the sacred land are not compromised, let her be. Precisely, the other elders chimed in, as none wished to handle this hot potato. Lu Qingyuan's face turned pale upon hearing this. Her spiritual energy began to surge, and the temperature in the hall plummeted, the situation escalating towards a confrontation. The peak masters exchanged anxious glances, silently lamenting. Oh no, this lady does not seem pleased. Xian Chunzi quickly stood to mediate. Sister Lu, please remain calm. This matter requires careful deliberation. It is not that we cannot resolve this, but rather we must approach it with caution, step by step, addressing the underlying issues before moving forward. It is better to resolve matters thoroughly rather than hastily. Chapter 21. Fan Ro's Struggle. What on earth are you rambling about? Xian Chunzi, I simply ask you one question. How shall we proceed? Provide a clear answer. Rest assured, sister. I will summon the elders to conduct a specialist consultation for Wanner. We will surely uncover the root of the issue. He clasped his hands towards Lu Qingyuan. Within 3 days, I shall provide you with an explanation. Lu Qingyuan scrutinized him for a long moment before her expression softened. Very well. I await the response from brother Shangzhu. She swept her gaze over the crowd. If there is no resolution within 3 days, I shall handle the affairs of Qinghe Peak myself. And in that case, I may visit each of your peaks for a few days. I kindly request that you prepare in advance, lest you lose face. The pressure in her words caused several elders to break into a sweat, and it was not until Lu Qingyuan departed with her disciples that the hall erupted in sighs of relief. By the heavens. Thank goodness Sister Lu did not truly resort to violence. Indeed, if she were to demolish the main peak again, simply relocating the spirit, I would cost a fortune in spirit stones. Just thinking about it makes my heart ache. The path away from the main peak was covered in a light layer of snow, crunching underfoot, much like Fan Ro's heartbeat at that moment. She cast her gaze downward, her fingertips repeatedly caressing the warm, old jade pendant hidden within her sleeve. This was a treasure Fan Pai had found on the back mountain of Qinghe Peak during their childhood, and he had once smiled and said, Rower wears this, and it will ensure safety. Yet just moments ago, witnessing Lin Wanner cling to Fan Pai like a piece of candy, the jade pendant now pressed painfully against her palm, her heart tightening with a sourness that made each breath feel heavy with bitterness. Moments ago, within the grand hall, as she observed Lin Wanner clinging to Fan Pai, a wave of anguish surged within her heart, rendering her breaths laced with bitterness. Stealing a glance beside her, she noted Fan Pai's furrowed brow of distaste as he was ensnared by Lin Wanner. Yet inexplicably, this scene was far more piercing than when he had hurled harsh words at her mere days prior. Jealousy pierced her heart like a multitude of tiny needles, and she found herself resenting Lin Wanner's boldness, despising her ability to approach Fan Pai without a shadow of hesitation. But most of all, she loathed herself. She detested the feelings of unwarranted dependence and admiration that had blossomed for someone she had long regarded with fraternal affection. Not to mention Qinghua, whose feelings for Fan Pai she had long perceived. Despite having resolved to extinguish her own inappropriate sentiments and offer them her blessings, why now did such feelings resurface? Was it the emerging rift between Qinghua and him that had fostered desires she herself abhorred? Or was it Lin Wanner's unabashed closeness that threatened to erode her remaining thoughts of him as a brother? Upon returning to Qinghe Peak, Fan Ro clutched her jade pendant, tossing and turning in her cavernous dwelling. Her heart swirled with tumultuous emotions, akin to a chaotic spice shop, leaving her spirit in disarray. Ultimately, unable to bear it any longer, Fan Ro fled her cave like a startled bird, making her way to the mountaintop residence of her master, Lu Qingyuan. She lingered outside the cave for a protracted moment, the wind and snow settling in her hair, melting into droplets that trickled down her cheeks. After a deep breath, she finally lifted the curtain, entering with a blend of grievance, despair, confusion, and a hint of relief, calling out her childhood term of endearment, mother. Yet, upon raising her gaze, she froze in place. The familiar cave was in utter disarray, with scrolls and bamboo slips piled high like small mountains, creating a scene of utter chaos with scarcely a place to step. Before Lu Qingyan stood a low table, overwhelmed by towering stacks of scrolls. Startled by the call of mother, she froze momentarily, then rose from the sea of books, the bloodshot veins in her eyes starkly visible. Forcing a smile, Lu Qingyuan rubbed her aching temples. Ah, it's Roer. What brings you here? As she stood, she accidentally knocked over a stack of scrolls, hastily bent to retrieve them. Look at this mess. I just returned from the main peak and have yet to tidy up. Please sit. Fan Ro observed the dark circles under her masteress' eyes and the strained smile, and the confessions that had been poised on her lips became lodged in her throat. Impossible to utter. She knelt to help gather the scrolls, her fingertips brushing against words like madness and spiritual turmoil, and she softly inquired, Master, what are these? Lu Qingyan sighed, placing the scrolls atop the table, and spoke slowly. I have an unsettling feeling about Wanner's condition. Although Sister Yinro claims she has not succumbed to madness, her demeanor is troubling. As they organized the scrolls, Lu Qingyuan grasped Fan Ro's hand. Sitting beside her on the bed, leaning wearily against her shoulder, her voice laced with a vulnerability unbeknownst to herself. Since returning from the main peak, I have attempted to separate her from Fan Pai. You did not witness it, but Wanner actually dared to bare her teeth and hiss at me, venting her wrath, declaring that unless I killed her, she would not allow me to part her from Fan Pai. She even summoned her 3 shadow guards, fully aware they could not match me in strength, yet they stood defiantly before me. How could such behavior be considered normal? I cannot help but worry. After all, she is my disciple. As her master, how can I simply wait and do nothing while my fellow master is concerned? I ventured into the sect's library, hoping to glean some insight, but the outcome. Lu Qingyuan's voice dwindled, her eyes closing in despair, her head nestled against Fan Ro's shoulder, her hands helplessly clutching her. Roer, do you think I am a failure as a master, leading my disciples into turmoil? First, Fan Pai undergoes a drastic change in temperament, harboring malice towards everyone, and now Wanner has succumbed to such madness, even perceiving me as an adversary. Perhaps I should never have left the sect to travel. Alas, Fan Ro's heart twisted painfully. She could sense the weight of her master resting on her shoulder, a rare display of vulnerability from the usually formidable leader of Qinghe Peak. The tumultuous emotions within her coalesced into a bitter lump in her throat. She could only embrace Lu Qingyuan, mimicking the comfort her master had once bestowed upon her in childhood, gently caressing her, her voice as soft as a feather. Mother, master, please do not speak like that. If you had not ventured beyond the sect, if you had not encountered me and second brother, perhaps we would have become lost souls, wandering aimlessly. You have done exceedingly well. Lu Qingyan nuzzled against her shoulder, as if shedding some of her burdens, and quietly sighed. You speak the truth. Had I not met you both? Well, let's not dwell on that. Straightening up, she patted Fan Ro's hand, the fatigue in her eyes slightly alleviated. Now, tell me, have you come to see me for a reason? Fan Ro gazed into her master's weary eyes, ultimately shaking her head and suppressing her turmoil deep within. It is nothing of great importance, merely, I wish to undertake an external mission to exorcise demons. To travel for a time. I wanted to inform you. Travel? Lu Qingyuan paused, perhaps perturbed by the recent events concerning Lin Wanner. She did not dwell on it further, merely smiling and waving her hand. This is not your first time out on a mission. Such small matters need not be formally addressed. A little respite will do you good, but be cautious and remember to keep in touch. Yes. Fan Ro nodded, her gaze flitting toward the scrolls on the table as she softly added, Master, do not overexert yourself. Please remember to rest. Alas, I shall do my best. If only others were as considerate as you, Roer, I would have fewer concerns. Fan Ro felt a pang in her heart, tinged with bitterness. Mother, truth be told, I'm not as understanding as you think. It's just, exiting Qingji Courtyard, Fan Ro sighed, her path leading her to the mission hall. The jade pendant between her fingers remained warm, yet the turmoil in her heart only tightened its grip. She randomly selected the furthest exorcism mission from the task list. And the moment she accepted the jade slip, she glanced toward the direction of Qinghe Peak, shrouded in mist, appearing distant as a dream. Perhaps distance would indeed allow her to let go. She sighed, departing the mission hall, racing toward the outer sanctum, her silhouette gradually fading from view, ultimately vanishing beyond the horizon. Chapter 22. Tension mounts. Meanwhile, on the other side, the morning mist around the cliff of reflection had yet to disperse. Fan Pai held a coarse ceramic bowl, having just taken a few bites of the spirit rice porridge sent by Lu Qingyuan when his wrist was firmly grasped by Lin Wanner. She snatched the bowl from him, scooping a spoonful, blowing on it before eagerly offering it to his lips. "Pyre, eat slowly, it's hot." Fan Pai's mouth twitched in irritation as he turned his head away, his brows knitting tightly. "There's no need for you to feed me. I can eat by myself." Since returning from a main peak, this deranged woman has relentlessly coerced Master into tacitly accepting their closeness, and Lin Wanner's clinginess has only intensified. Whenever he attempts to eat, she snatches the spoon from him to feed him. When he drifts into thought, she insists on sitting in his lap, seeking his embrace. Even when he leans against the stone wall to rest his eyes, she can gaze at his profile for half an hour, her fingers tracing his brows and eyes, murmuring incessantly about how long his eyelashes are, how prominent his nose is, and how handsome he looks. Her madness has reached an absurd level. "It's much tastier when I feed you," Lin Wanner insists, thrusting the spoon toward his mouth, splattering kanji onto his chin. As she reaches out to wipe it away, her fingertips veer downward, trailing along his chest toward his lower body. Fan Pai recoils as if scalded, a wave of discomfort washing over him. "Damn it. This lunatic is constantly trying to take advantage of me. And the worst part is, I can't even overpower her." Lin Wanner. He finally snaps, shoving her hand away, the bowl clattering to the ground, kanji spilling everywhere. "Can you act normally for once?" Yet Lin Wanner merely laughs, squatting down to scoop up the spilled kanji with her fingers, bringing it to her mouth, her eyes gleaming with an obsessive light as she looks up at him. "As long as I can be with you, I'm fine with anything." She crawls over to wrap her arms around his calves, her cheek pressed to his knee, her gaze unwavering. "Pyre, please don't drive me away. You're all I have left." Fan Pai regards her with a cold expression, while internally he desperately calls out to the unfortunate system, wishing for it to intervene and rid him of this troublesome girl. Yet, regrettably, the system remains as silent as the grave, ignoring his pleas. "Damn it, this dog of the heavenly path. It's all just a setup to watch me humiliate myself." Isn't it? Perhaps Lin Wanner's madness is part of this dog-esque scheme. It's infuriating. With no hope from the system and unable to rely on Master, Fan Pai finds himself at a loss against this lunatic. Even if he could leverage his swordplay for some advantage, should she summon her 3 tribulation stage shadow guards, what chance would he stand? Sighing in resignation, he resolves to endure, for what other choice does he have? After a grueling day, Fan Pai curls up in a corner of the haystack, not intending to practice, simply closing his eyes in preparation for sleep. To his dismay, Lin Wanner insists on squeezing in beside him, claiming she needs to cuddle with Pyre for warmth. Her breath, imbued with a faint medicinal scent and an intoxicating heat, tickles his neck, and her arms wrap around his waist like tendrils, her small hands wandering restlessly. "Lin Wanner, behave yourself," he exclaims, unable to tolerate any more. "If you keep this up, I won't hold back." But she blinks at him with her doe-like eyes, suddenly nuzzling against him, her voice sweet as honey. "Why are you being so rude to me? Just like that night?" As she speaks, her hand ventures toward his waist. Fan Pai jumps as if bitten, his heart racing at her bashful yet expectant demeanor. But at this point, he finds himself utterly powerless against this madwoman. Fine, just don't make any moves. I'll let you hold me while we sleep, but do not pull down my pants. If you dare to do that, I swear I will fight you to the bitter end." He raises his hands in surrender, desperate for this ancestral spirit not to strip him of his dignity. Elated, Lin Wanner eagerly agrees, patting the hay beside her, beckoning him to lie down quickly. With a twitch of his lips, Fan Pai can only sigh internally, yielding to her side. As it turns out, this madwoman is somewhat trustworthy. Afterward, she indeed refrains from undressing him, opting to explore his upper body instead. Enduring her incessant harassment, Fan Pai lies awake until dawn, each minute stretching into an eternity, the stone walls of the cliff of reflection exuding a sense of despair. 2 days later, Fan Pai finally reaches his breaking point. Perhaps assured that he wouldn't leave, Lin Wanner surprisingly refrains from her advances that night, instead snuggling against his back, sweetly drifting into slumber. Listening to her even breaths, he finally resolves to escape, carefully prying her fingers away. He stealthily slips out of the cave onto the moonlight. The mountain wind rushes into his collar as he runs, his face impassive, not daring to look back. His mind fixated on a single thought. "Damn it, I must escape as far away from this lunatic as possible. Otherwise, I will surely lose my virtue one day." The first rays of morning sunlight pierce through the mist, illuminating the empty haystack. In a hazy state of sleep, Lin Wanner senses the void beside her. Groggily, she reaches out, only to touch the cold remnants of hay, jolting her awake. Paya? Her voice, raspy from sleep, echoes in the cave. She sits up, gazing at the dawn outside the cave entrance, her expression shifting instantaneously. The infatuation of her dreams dissipates, leaving only a frenzied terror, sharp and searing like shattered glass. Fanpai! She screams, bolting from the cave, her hair disheveled against her cheeks, her robe trailing grass debris. Come out! How dare you run away? Her voice reverberates through the valley, startling the birds perched on the cliff's edge into flight. She stumbles and races along the cliff of reflection, her fingers clawing at the crevices in the stone, oblivious to the blood seeping from beneath her nails. Where are you? Come out! Her voice shifts from scream to a whimper, finally descending into a neurotic murmur. No one can take you from me. No one can. Suddenly, she halts, raising her hand to the void, shouting, "Come out!" 3 shadowy figures swiftly materialize, kneeling before her. "Young master," they intone. Fanpai has fled. Lin Wanner's voice turns icy as the edge of cliff. Find him. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. Utilize every resource. Seal the Taichu sacred land. No one is permitted to leave. But young master. The lead shadow guard hesitates. This is within the Taichu sacred land. A hasty lockdown could provoke conflict. Conflict? Lin Wanner snaps, her eyes ablaze with madness. Whoever dares to hinder you, kill them. The shadow guards exchange glances, responding in unison, understood. Just as they prepare to disperse, several figures appear swiftly from the horizon. The elder with white hair, upon seeing the individuals atop the cliff of reflection, turns ashen. Lin Vania, you have the audacity to allow your Lin family's shadow guards to act recklessly within the Taichu sacred land? Get out of my way. Lin Vania shoots, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy aimed at the elder's face. Do not obstruct my path. The clash of spiritual energies erupts in a thunderous roar across the cliff. Yet the elder remains unmoved, merely casting a glance that dispels her attack. What a joke, as a veteran of the Great Ascension. If I were to be harmed by a mere Foundation Establishment Junior, I might as well dig my own grave. Though her attack may lack substantial harm, it is laden with insult, causing the elder's face to flush crimson with rage. Preposterous. As a disciple of the Taichu sacred land, you dare to strike at a venerable elder? I see you truly believe this is your Lin family's territory. Capture this mad girl. In an instant, the accompanying law enforcement disciples encircle her. The shadow guards immediately position themselves protectively in front of Lin Wanner, the oppressive aura of the tribulation realm erupting with a thunderous resonance. Who dares to harm our young master? In the midst of the tense standoff, a clear, piercing voice cut through the chaos. Cease at once. Lu Qingyuan's figure descended upon the cliff's edge, surveying the 2 factions poised for conflict. Then casting a glance at the seemingly frenzied Lin Wanner, her heart felt as if struck by a massive boulder, a blend of anguish and sorrow overwhelming her. Wanner, what are you intending to do? Her voice trembled. This esteemed elder has come today specifically to treat your ailments. How can you show him such disrespect? This is the sacred land of Taichu, not a place for the Lin family to run rampant. Disrespect? Is this not my domain? Lin Vania scoffed, her gaze sweeping over Lu Qingyuan before lingering on the distant mountain gate. The only place that can unite me and Pyre is my domain. Whoever obstructs me shall meet their demise. You. Lu Qingyuan trembled with fury, her complexion ashen, gazing upon the once clear visage before her. Now marred by madness and obsession, she felt an unbearable sense of injustice. What had she done wrong? Why had her once dedicated disciples transformed into this? As dawn broke, the stone path outside Qinghe Peak was gilded in a golden-red hue by the rising sun. The footsteps of passing disciples mingling with the fragrant aroma wafting from the spirit herb garden, creating a cacophony of noise. Fanpai ambled leisurely, his hands tucked into his pockets, the hem of his azure robe brushing against the roadside weeds, stirring up fine dust. Having fled over 30 miles, the tense nerves that had gripped Fanpai when he slipped from the cliff of reflection had now relaxed. At that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. Side quest. Seize the monthly spirit stones from outer disciples. Reward, 10 cultivation points. His gaze turned cold as it swept over a nearby outer disciple, counting spirit stones. The disciple appeared gaunt and haggard, clutching a bulging cloth bag, his fingers anxiously rubbing the bag's opening, knuckles whitening from the pressure. It was evident he had just received his monthly allotment and was treasuring it, preparing to exchange it for cultivation resources. In a few swift steps, Fanpai advanced, and amidst the disciple's astonished stare, with a deft flick of his finger, he seized the bag and tucked it into his own robe. Your senior brother Fanpai. The disciple's expression shifted from shock to anger, his eyes instantly reddening. His voice thick with a rising sob. You can't do this. That was my monthly allotment for 3 months. I was counting on those spirit stones to exchange for elixirs. Without a flicker of emotion, Fanpai turned to leave. Behind him, the disciples' frantic curses erupted, intermingled with the hushed murmurs of surrounding disciples. Their gazes piercing like poison needles. Unfazed, Fanpai continued forward, his footsteps steady as he listened to the completion notification echoing in his mind. As he passed the dining hall, a servant disciple carrying a water bucket stumbled by, spilling half its contents, splashing onto the edge of Fanpai's shoe. Side quest. Mock the passing servant disciple. Reward. 5 cultivation points. Fanpai halted, his voice chilling as ice. Are you blind while walking? If you can't even handle this simple task, you'd be better off returning to the mortal realm to shovel dung. At least you'd earn a meal. The servant disciple, upon seeing the personal disciple token at Fanpai's waist, trembled in fear, causing the bucket to crash to the ground, filthy water splattering him all over. He knelt, his face pale, bowing low, repeatedly proclaiming, I know my mistake. I know my mistake. However, Fanpai couldn't be bothered to glance back, kicking the bucket aside, listlessly nudging stones along the path, sending one skittering to the entrance of the dining hall with a swift kick. At that moment, a hesitant call pierced the air, as gentle as a feather brushing against the heart. Paigo? Fanpai's body stiffened as if struck by a binding spell. The sound, he spun around, the golden rays of the sun illuminating the figure before him, casting her silhouette long. Huang Yingying stood there, clad in a pale yellow gown, the hem dusted with bits of grass and mud, clearly having just returned from outside. Her waist-length hair cascaded like a dark waterfall, the ends curling naturally. A few strands were blown to her cheek by the wind, clinging to her slightly damp skin, adding a touch of casual disarray. Her features were sharply defined, with naturally elevated brows exuding a certain vigor, a straight nose, and clearly delineated lips. Though she wore a soft yellow dress, her face emanated an air of audacity. Most striking were her eyes, the irises a translucent amber hue, now veiled with a faint mist of fatigue, the outer corners slightly drooping. With a flutter of her long lashes, the remnants of exhaustion were evident beneath the surface. As she raised her hand to gather her hair, the sleeves slipped down, revealing a few delicate silver scales on her forearm, glimmering like scattered stars, almost imperceptible at first glance. A few more smaller scales nestled behind her ears, catching the sunlight with a faint sheen. In that instant of their gazes meeting, the air seemed to solidify. Huang Yingying had just finished her sect tasks and was on her way to Qinghe Peak, never anticipating that she would encounter Fanpai here, nor witness him seize spirit stones and mock the servant. Her right hand instinctively clenched her skirt, knuckles whitening, her lips moved silently, her eyes swirling with astonishment, grievance, and a hint of stubborn defiance. She took a deep breath, suppressing the moisture pooling in her eyes, her voice raspy from descending the mountain. Paigo, I'm back. I was wrong the other day. I shouldn't have quarreled with you. Please don't be angry with me, all right? Fanpai regarded her with an impassive expression, the system's notification abruptly sharpening in his mind. Side quest. Deride Huang Yingying as a demoness, verbally undermine her to disrupt her resolve and seize her fortune. Reward. 30 cultivation points. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, the azure robe glinting coldly in the sunlight. Observing Huang Yingying, his eyes brimmed with a loathing that required no incubation, as if gazing upon something vile. A demoness is a demoness. Just looking at your face makes me feel repulsed. Why return? Did you not suffer enough for my previous reprimands? The blood drained from Huang Yingying's face, her smile freezing into a strained arc lowering her gaze. Her long lashes concealed the hurt beneath, her voice trembling yet resolute. Paigo, I know you despise me for being of the demon race, but we've grown up together. You never treated me this way before. Before? Fanpai scoffed, stepping closer, his tone as sharp as a blade tempered in ice. Before I was blind. To have called you, this yellow eel spirit, my brother for over a decade, now makes me feel nauseous. Do you think that feigning pity will soften my heart? Hurry and get lost. Do not sully my sight. You. Huang Yingying abruptly lifted her head, her amber eyes brimming with tears, grievance surging like a tide. What have I done to deserve your constant mockery? Do you think I want to be born a yellow eel? Do you think I wish to become a man in the future? I'm a yellow eel. This is not my choice. Fanpai chuckled derisively, reciting the system's script. Your very existence is a mistake. The thought of what you will become in the future makes my skin crawl. Neither a man nor a woman. And you speak of a decade-long friendship? That was merely my youthful ignorance, deceived by your demonic facade. Deceived by me? Huang Yingying's voice suddenly soared, imbued with a piercing anger. As tears finally cascaded down her cheeks. I've devoted myself to you for over a decade, and you accuse me of deceit? Fanpai, you have crossed the line. Even if I'm a monster, what of it? Have I ever harmed you? Have I ever harmed our sect? Even if I were to become a man in the future, what difference would it make? I am not in a relationship with you. What is it about this that bothers you so much that you cannot let it go? She stepped closer, tears blurring her vision. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Fanpai. I implore you to return to the way things were. This is not about being cheap, but rather a sentiment for the bond we've shared since childhood. But what about you? Aside from hurtful words, what else can you say? Chapter 24. Suinjue. You find me disgusting. You say I should leave. Fanpai's expression was devoid of emotion, each word a dagger to the heart. Stop indulging in your feelings. A creature like you is not worth my time to even look at. Huang Yingying felt as if she had been pinned to the ground by these words. Her anger and grievance bursting forth like a dam breaking, tears streaming down her face. Enough. How dare you say such things? Ultimately, if it weren't for you, I would never have become what I am today. Before she could finish her sentence, a deafening explosion echoed from afar, shaking the ground beneath them, causing even the stone path to tremble. What is happening? Is that an explosion? Could someone be attacking the Holy Land? Nonsense. Who would dare to attack us? Are they seeking death? The surrounding disciples erupted into chaos, frantically looking around, their voices rising like a tidal wave. Fanpai's heart sank as he turned toward the source of the sound, almost instantly deducing the culprit. Who but that insane woman, Lin Wanner, would dare create such a disturbance in the Taichu Holy Land? That lunatic, she wouldn't actually be fighting the elders of the sect, would she? He cursed under his breath, his mind fixated on a singular thought. Run. If that madwoman catches me, who knows what fate awaits? Huang Yingying was startled by the thunderous noise. Her tear-filled eyes gazing toward the direction of the explosion, confusion evident in her expression. Is that the direction of the reflecting cliff? What on earth has happened? Fanpai ignored her, gritting his teeth as he prepared to flee in the opposite direction of the reflecting cliff. However, before he could quicken his pace, he unexpectedly collided with a figure. A gust of wind swept past, carrying the scent of grass and trees. Su Qingwei emerged from her cave abode, rushing toward the reflecting cliff, her white robe billowing in the wind, loose strands of hair clinging to her cheeks. In her haste, she turned a corner and caught sight of Huang Yingying by the roadside. Just as she was about to greet her, she collided with the figure approaching her. Ugh! Su Qingwei gasped, feeling something plunge into her chest, sending ripples through her being. She hurriedly steadied herself, and when she looked up to see who was in her arms, her face flushed crimson, even her ears turning warm. It was Fanpai. Step aside. Fanpai's voice was as cold as ice as he raised his hand to push Su Qingwei away, the hem of his robe brushing against her skirt. His gaze devoid of emotion, revealing only unmasked disdain. Without waiting for Su Qingwei to apologize, Fanpai began reciting the script presented by the system, his tone sharp as a knife. Your cultivation hasn't shown any improvement, yet you seem to have developed quite well in other areas. Suinjue, could it be that you have been indulging yourself in meals, neglecting your training, and focusing your energy elsewhere? Suinjue posed momentarily, her mind whirring before she grasped the meaning behind Fanpai's words, her body trembling with rage, her complexion alternating between red and pale. Her fingers clenched the sleeve of her robe so tightly that they turned white. She had intended to retort angrily, but upon meeting Fanpai's cold gaze, all words caught in her throat, and she suddenly found it utterly ridiculous. What use was there in speaking to someone whose heart was filled with malice? He was no longer that innocent and kind child filled with wonder. Su Qingwei took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging flames of anger, her fingertips trembling slightly from the effort. She averted her gaze from Fanpai and turned to Huang Yingying, her voice hoarse yet composed. Yingying, when did you return? You left without a word, and Master has been worried about you. Huang Yingying stood by the roadside, her pale yellow skirt dusted with grass. Her countenance shadowed as if cloaked in a layer of grime. She forced a smile that was more rigid than tears, her eyes darting quickly to Fanpai. And in a single glance, Su Qingwei understood the grievance and embarrassment reflected in her gaze. Need I even say it? She must have been bullied by this scoundrel again. I just completed my task. Huang Yingying's voice was hoarse, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her skirt. Avoiding Su Qingwei's eyes as she gazed toward the direction of the explosion, her amber eyes filled with worry. Sister Qingwei, what was that loud noise just now? Could it be that someone is attacking the Holy Land? Su Qingwei sighed, a shadow of concern passing over her eyes. She cast a glance at Fanpai, who seemed indifferent to the situation, and lowered her voice. This is quite complicated. Something must have gone awry at the reflecting cliff. Master is still there, and you likely aren't aware of it since you've just returned. Before she could finish her sentence, she caught sight of Fan Pai turning to leave, prompting her to raise her voice. Fight Pai, where do you think you are going at a time like this? Fan Pai did not pause his steps, glancing back with a face devoid of expression, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Of course, I'm moving away from danger. With your level of cultivation, heading to the reflecting cliff would be tantamount to delivering yourself to death. You might as well run far away to avoid causing trouble for Master. Su Qingwei was already filled with pin-up frustration, and Fan Pai's mocking words ignited that simmering anger, causing her emotions to explode like a powder keg. Fight Pai, you are utterly unreasonable. Her chest heaved violently, the white sleeves of her robe wrinkled from her tight grip, her fingertips turning almost white as they pressed into her palm. You are wholly unworthy of being a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land, and even less deserving of being Master's apprentice. Do you possess even a shred of a cultivator's responsibility, or is it only evasion and cowardice that fills your heart? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, disappointment flooding her eyes like a tide. You can flee if you wish, but I am going to the reflecting cliff, to stand with Master through thick and thin. Suit yourself. Fan Pai scoffed, his tone as frigid as frost. With your level of cultivation, you would only be a burden to Master. Not knowing your own limitations and rushing headlong into danger, who would stop you? As his words fell, he activated his movement technique, his figure disappearing around the bend of the mountain path in mere moments, all the while muttering to himself. That lunatic Lin Wanner had better not truly provoke Master, or else there will be no escape for me. Huang Yingying watched as Fan Pai vanished from sight, then turned to Su Qingwei, whose eyes were reddened with suppressed tears. After a moment's hesitation, she finally asked softly, Sister Qingwei, are you and Brother Pai still at odds? Su Qingwei, still seething with anger, instinctively retorted, aren't you the same? As the words escaped her lips, she abruptly realized her faux pas. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily waved her hands. I apologize, Yingying, I did not mean to. I was just too angry earlier. The last flicker of light in her amber-hued eyes extinguished, leaving only an endless abyss of despondency. You are right. He and I can never return to what we once were. She raised her hand to smooth the disheveled curls blown by the wind, the delicate silver scales behind her ear glimmering coldly in the sunlight. I was the fool, clinging to unwarranted hopes. Su Qingwei observed her forlorn demeanor, feeling as though something was lodged in her chest. She opened her mouth, intending to offer words of comfort, but found herself at a loss. Fan Pai is simply blinded by ignorance. One day, he will regret this, yet even those words felt powerless to her. All she could do was gently pat Huang Yingying's shoulder, her voice hoarse. Do not dwell on it. Let's first go to the Sign Cliff and see how Master is doing. We must not add to her worries. Huang Yingying nodded, listlessly following Su Qingwei toward the Sign Cliff, her pale yellow skirt sweeping over the stone steps like a withered leaf devoid of vitality. The Sign Cliff, once a sanctuary of tranquility, was now engulfed in tumultuous roars. The mountainside was riven with gaping chasms and shards of rock, along with waves of spiritual energy, erupted in chaos, the very air itself disturbed by the violent turbulence. Lin Wanner wielded a resplendent longsword, its blade enveloped in a formidable aura of imperial might. Chapter 25, Lu Qingyuan. She surged forth like a streak of crimson lightning, relentlessly pursuing Lu Qingyan, who was desperately evading her attacks, shouting, Lu Qingyan, why are you hiding? Have the courage to face my sword. Lu Qingyan, dressed in a gray-blue Taoist robe, was buffeted by the winds but refrained from exerting her full strength. Instead, she relied on her agility to dodge, exclaiming in frustration, Wanner, cease this. That is an imperial artifact. What if you injure someone? It will be you who gets hurt. Don't run. On a nearby ledge, 3 dark-clad Lin family guards were engaged in idle conversation with an elder from the Taichu Holy Land. The elder, stroking his beard, regarded Lin Wanner's long sword with grave concern, slowly remarking, Your Lin family ancestor is quite generous, entrusting such an imperial artifact to this little one, the lead guard. Beaming with pride, replied, Indeed, our young master is the hope of the Lin family. The ancestor has decreed that to protect her, not only imperial artifacts, but even more precious treasures are to be given without hesitation. The elder, twirling his grizzled beard, squinted at the unfolding battle and said leisurely, How extravagant! Yet while this imperial artifact is splendid, its efficacy depends on the wielder. If your Lin family ancestor were present, wielding this artifact, few would dare to confront her. But in this child's hands, Tsk, Qingyuan is merely toying with her. Otherwise, your young master would hardly hold the upper hand. Another guard scoffed dismissively, That may not be the case. It's only because you're here to obstruct us. If the 3 of us were to strike together, 3 against 1, this would have been over long ago, there would be no need for this drawn-out confrontation. Oh, the elder raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. You're still too young. If you truly provoke Qing Yuan, your current abilities will be inadequate to withstand her wrath. He paused, his gaze settling on the imperial artifact, a smirk gracing his lips as he added, you ought to be more concerned for your Lin family's treasure. Should Qing Yuan become truly enraged, this artifact may very well sustain some damage. The guards exchanged glances, clearly dismissing his words, but just as they were about to retort, two figures approached from the end of the mountain path. Huang Yingying, her pale yellow dress dusted with dirt, and Su Qingwei, clad in white, both appeared fatigued. Upon reaching the cliff's edge, they were taken aback by the fierce battle before them. Lin Wanner, with her keen eyes, immediately spotted their arrival, a calculating glint flashing in her gaze. Having failed to land a blow on Lu Qingyuan after fighting for so long, she realized that prolonging the confrontation would only hinder her, and thus decided to take a daring gamble, an encirclement to rescue herself, ensuring her escape to find her beloved pyre. In an instant, she pivoted the imperial artifact, its blade slicing through the air with lethal intent, aimed directly at Su Qingwei and Huang Yingying. If I cannot catch you, I shall use them as leverage. Unbridled, a thunderous roar erupted, startling and illuminating the surroundings as Lu Qingyuan unleashed a blinding azure radiance. The aura expanded with observable speed, enveloping the entirety of the sighing cliff, even washing over the Holy Land's peak, the spiritual garden, and the outer mountain paths. In mere moments, the entire Taichu Holy Land was shrouded in this pale, azure domain. Within this realm, the raging spiritual energy solidified, fragments of rock suspended motionless in midair, and the howling winds fell silent, as though the very air had been frozen into ice. The three guards, sensing the dire turn of events, attempted to assist their young master, only to find themselves rooted to the spot, unable to move a single finger, their spiritual energy shackled by an invisible restraint. What is happening? The lead guard's face turned ashen, his throat constricting. We cannot move. What in the world is this? A domain. The elder from the Taichu Holy Land remarked, remaining composed as he gazed at the boundless azure light, stroking his beard as if discussing the weather. Are you not in the tribulation stage? Have you never encountered a domain before? A domain? Impossible. Another guard exclaimed, sweat beading on his brow. A domain is meant to align with the laws of heaven and earth, to restrain opponents and facilitate one's own strength. What kind of domain can pin down a tribulation stage cultivator, rendering them immobile? This is tantamount to being frozen solid. As they struggled, they caught sight of the elder, who, despite being a great ascendant stage cultivator, was also slightly frowning, clearly affected by the domain, able to speak yet unable to move a muscle. Elder, you cannot move either? The guards were now in a state of panic. Aren't you a great ascendant stage cultivator? This domain can actually confine you? What manner of creature is Lu Qingyuan? I warned you not to provoke her, the elder replied slowly, lightly tapping the air, only for the surrounding space to remain as solid as stone, not even a ripple forming. This is not mere confinement, it is spatial freezing. Her domain can freeze everything around it, affecting even those in the great ascendant stage. Now, do you understand? When I impeded you before, it was truly to save you. Alas, it is pitiable that you failed to recognize a kind heart. The guards, hearts racing, could only watch the scene unfold before them. In the center of the cliff, they beheld Lu Qingyuan, her aura surging violently, her gray-blue robe billowing without wind, her eyes ablaze with fury. She strode forward, swiftly pinning Lin Wanner down, raising her hand to deliver resounding slaps that rippled through the air. This is your reckoning. How dare you wield an imperial artifact against your fellow disciples? Today, you shall learn your lesson, and we shall see if you dare to act recklessly again. The sharp sounds of her strikes echoed through the cliff, resonating clearly in the stillness of the domain. Su Qingyue and Huang Yingying, momentarily immobilized at the cliff's edge, exchanged glances and suddenly smiled at one another. Huang Yingying softly murmured, in the tender recollections of our youth, we once pilfered the ethereal fruits from Master Shi's garden, only to be caught by our revered teacher, who administered a firm reprimand while chastising us with the question of whether we would dare to repeat such mischief. A warm glimmer flickered in Su Qingyue's eyes as she reminisced, responding in kind. Indeed, back then, I always perceived Master S strikes as painful. I thought that upon maturing, he would no longer have the audacity to chastise us. Only now do I understand that it was his concern for our moral integrity. Lin Vanya, yelping in protest from her punishment, defiantly retorted, you bully others with your domain. If you have the capability, release your domain and engage me in a fair duel. If you lack the ability, all you can do is spank. What kind of peak master are you? Lu Qingyan, amused by her audacity, continued her relentless assault without hesitation, determined to demonstrate just how many blows Lin Wanner could withstand without her domain. As her azure domain dissipated, the suspended fragments tumbled to the ground. Before Lin Wanner could react, Lu Qingyun seized her by the scruff of her neck, tossing her into an open space like a kitten, and boldly declared, "Come, let me show you what true skill entails." The skirmish between them persisted, with Lu Qingyun relying solely on her physical prowess, striking Lin Wanner relentlessly. The sounds of her blows echoing against the protective barrier of the Imperial artifact. Lin Wanner, cornered and desperate, protested, "This is unfair. How many years have you trained your body? If it comes to spiritual power, you're no match for me." After a series of blows, Lu Qingyuan's frustration subsided somewhat, and upon noticing the waning brilliance of the Imperial artifact, she finally relented, though still pointed a finger at Lin Wanner, admonishing her. "The Imperial artifact is meant to safeguard you, not to wreak havoc. Should I ever witness you using it to harm your fellow disciples again, I will reduce it to a pile of scrap iron." Lin Wanner, clutching her arm and seated on the ground with reddened eyes, retorted stubbornly, "Tear it apart then. You only rely on your superior cultivation." Lu Qingyun narrowed her eyes, raising her hand as if to strike again, but was interrupted by the elder's gentle cough from behind. "Enough, Qingyuan. After all, she is your disciple. If you injure her, it will be your own heart that aches. Moreover, the Imperial artifact is a cherished treasure of the Lin family. If you were to destroy it, you would certainly have to answer to the elder of the Lin family." With that, Lu Qingyuan finally withdrew her spiritual energy, casting one last glare at Lin Wanner. "In consideration of your master uncle's intention to take you for a diagnosis, I will spare you this time. If you dare to cause trouble again, you shall see how I will deal with you." Chapter 26. Summoning Reinforcements. The winds around the cliff of reflection still carried the remnants of shattered stones, and the fissures on the cliff face bore faint scorch marks from the unleashed spiritual energy. Lin Wanner, having endured Lu Qingyuan's scolding for quite some time, felt her behind swell, resembling a balloon. Though pinned down and unable to retaliate, she found solace in voicing her grievances, muttering incessantly, "Why is it that I am the only one punished? I merely wish to be with Pyre. You are all villains who do not understand me. Only Pyre comprehends my plight." She resembled a wild cat, restrained yet defiantly hissing, her eyes gleaming with unyielding determination. The three dark guardians of the Lin family remained on high alert, and upon observing Lu Qingyuan's anger, yet sensing no real intent to harm Lin Wanner, their leader finally exhaled in relief. He stepped forward to bow respectfully towards the elder. "My apologies, esteemed elder. We came solely to protect the young master and did not intend to provoke the Taichu sacred land. We, the Lin family, will compensate for any losses incurred. However, the young master's safety is of utmost importance, and we must remain vigilant to prevent any unforeseen incidents, so we ask for your understanding." Casting a glance towards Lin Wanner, who was mischievously making faces at Lu Qingyuan, the elder, stroking his beard, nodded in acknowledgement. "It is of no consequence. Each serves their own master. As long as the interests of my sacred land are not harmed, all can be negotiated." Upon hearing this, the leader of the Dark Guardians relaxed, signaling to his companions. The two Dark Guardians, understanding the cue, quietly disappeared from sight as if they had never existed. The leader then produced a dark communication talisman, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing the talisman to ignite with a ghostly blue flame before soaring through the air towards the eastern ancestral grounds of the Lin family. They needed to swiftly relay the news of the young master's unhinged state and the ensuing conflict with the Taichu sacred land, seeking the elder's guidance on whether he should personally intervene in the treatment. After completing his tasks, the leader also vanished into thin air. The elder's gaze shifted, contemplating aloud. "Ah, indeed, a family of such repute as the sacred land, their foundation is not to be underestimated." At that moment, a commotion echoed from the distant mountain path as Zuin Chunzi, donned in a flowing purple gold robe, hurriedly approached, gripping Fan Pai by the scruff of his neck as if he were a disobedient chick, while clutching a half-eaten ethereal fruit in his other hand. It was clear he had rushed from the main peak upon hearing the commotion. "Junior sister, master uncle, were we not to bring Wanner for a consultation? Why the delay? What was that explosion earlier?" Zuin Chunzi tossed Fan Pai to the ground, surveying the chaos on the cliff of reflection, his brow furrowed as he exclaimed, "Surely, junior sister, you couldn't possibly have lost control and resorted to violence against Wanner, could you? How careless. Why did you not inform me in advance? I could have come to mediate, to offer assistance." Lu Qingyuan, holding the still grumbling Lin Wanner, glanced at the now recovering Fan Pai, who was preparing to flee, and retorted with a frown. "What are you saying, senior brother? How could I bear to strike my own disciple? At least tell me where you retrieved Fanpai from. Oh, I encountered him along the way. Fanpai interjected nonchalantly. I thought that given Wanner's recent mental instability, she could not be separated from this fellow. So I brought him along. Sensing the numerous gazes directed at him, particularly that of his master, Lu Qingyan, Fanpai relinquished any thoughts of escape, coughed lightly, and dusted off his robe, adopting an air of nonchalance. Lu Qingyan, observing his demeanor, felt a mix of anger and urgency, her fists clenched tightly beneath her gray robe. Demunjing, Fanpai, your confinement period has not yet ended. Why were you not in seclusion at the Cliff of Reflection? Just moments ago, your junior sister went into a frenzy and even resorted to using the Imperial artifact, nearly causing a calamity. Had you been present to counsel her, we would not have descended to this chaos. The surrounding crowd cast their gazes towards Fanpai, who, with a leisurely manner, adjusted his collar and suddenly flashed a confident grin, pointing at Zuin Chunzi. Master, you are unjustly accusing me. I had sensed that junior sister Wanner's spiritual energy was unstable and anticipated her outburst today. Fearing that the Guardians of the Cliff of Reflection might not manage the situation, I rushed to the main peak to summon help. See, I have brought the sacred master here. Zuin Chunzi caught mid-bite of the ethereal fruit, nearly choked as he stammered. Hey, you little rascal, you are quite the opportunist. It was I who sensed the fluctuations in spiritual energy and encountered you on the way, which is how I ended up bringing you along. Master, you are mistaken. Fanpai quickly interjected with a mischievous grin. Had it not been for my timely warning, would you have met me on your way here? How could one possibly capture a disciple and bring them to this place? Is it not the result of summoning reinforcements? To put it bluntly, it merely reflects the disciple's lack of prowess, feeble legs, and inability to take flight. Had the disciple possessed strength akin to yours, the message would have reached you at the moment of crisis. Xian Chunzi was amused by this twisted reasoning and rebuked. You rascal, your eloquence is commendable. Yet if your capabilities matched mine, I dare say your lack of talent would render you incapable of stirring the immortal realm into chaos. The elder, stroking his grizzled beard, shook his head in disappointment. Ultimately, you hail from a mortal background, lacking exceptional talent. All you can do is engage in verbal sparring, unworthy of the stage. Lu Qingyuan, exasperated, subtly flicked her fingers, and Fanpai found himself levitating, trapped under her arm, subjected to the same treatment as Lin Wanner. In no time, his rear was quite swollen, likely rendering him unable to sit comfortably for months. Yet, Fanpai maintained a stoic expression, only twitching slightly at the sight of Lin Wanner's affectionate gaze, inching closer to Lu Qingyuan. After chastising her disciple, Lu Qingyuan's demeanor turned grave once more. She bowed her knee to the elder. Master uncle, you have witnessed Wanner's condition. Her madness remains beyond even Sister Yenro's comprehension. I implore you and the other elders to convene for a consultation, if only for a glimmer of hope. The elder pondered and nodded, lightly caressing his beard. This matter is indeed peculiar. I observe that this Lin girl possesses a stable pulse and a clear consciousness, yet her actions are frenzied, suggesting an extraordinary inner turmoil. He sighed. Very well, Qingyan, take her with you. Let us visit the main peak together. I refuse. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, Lin Wanner suddenly wriggled free from Lu Qingyuan's embrace, launching herself like a small cannonball toward Fanpai, clinging to his arm with fervor. If we are to go, he must come with us. Without him, I shall not set foot on the main peak, even if it costs me my life. Wanner, Lu Qingyuan scolded, frowning as she reached to pull her back. The elders aim to treat you. Do not act foolishly. I'm not being foolish. Lin Wanner buried her face into Fanpai's back, tightening her grip, her eyes reddening as she produced a high-grade spiritual weapon from her storage ring, brandishing it at her neck. If you do not acquiesce, I will make us a pair of doomed lovers, and I shall die before your eyes. Without Pyre, life holds no meaning. Chapter 27, Eel and Fish. The others were rendered helpless by her desperate act, exchanging glances of concern. Fanpai resigned, gazed at the sharp weapon before him, and said, Master, please yield to her. After all, she is quite mad. He had come to realize that Lin Wanner, convinced of her affections, would only escalate her antics the more she was opposed. When urgent, her intelligence plummeted, and one could only wonder what reckless action she might undertake. It was far better to indulge her whims, at least to minimize the trouble. With that thought, Fanpai wore a stoic expression, swatting away Lin Wanner's restless hand that roamed about him, grumbling, Do not take liberties. Should you exploit me again, I will take drastic measures. Lu Qingyuan, rubbing her temples in exasperation, relented. Very well, let Fanpai accompany us. After all, he cannot escape. This scene, witnessed by Su Qingyue and Huang Yingying from a distance, felt like an icy needle gently piercing through their recently calm hearts. Su Qingyue's fingers clenched the edge of her sleeve, the pristine white of her robe fluttering in the breeze. She observed Lin Wanner, nearly melding into Fan Pai's embrace, and the frowning yet seemingly restrained response from Fan Pai. Her heart a tumult of confusion. Jealousy, like a creeping vine, surged within her, silently entwining her fragile heart. She felt anger towards Lin Wanner's unabashed behavior and towards Fan Pai's inexplicable indulgence. Most of all, she resented her own uncontrollable feelings. Huang Yingying's emotions were even more intricate. She initially thought that after being pierced by Fan Pai's disdainful remark concerning the eel spirit, her hopes had been extinguished. Yet, witnessing the intertwined figures at the cliff's edge, her heart clenched once more. In her eyes, every affectionate nuzzle from Lin Wanner was a declaration of possession, while Fan Pai's resistance appeared more like a charade of reluctant acceptance. He could easily shake her off, yet chose to endure the entanglement. His harsh words devoid of malice in his gaze. A wave of indignation, fury, and unwillingness washed over her. She recalled the carefree days of childhood spent with her siblings. The warmth of Fan Pai's smile when they were shoulder to shoulder, and his words, "What are the demons? You're my best friend." Now, observing the scene before her, tears welled in her eyes. The delicate silver scales behind her ears shimmered with a cold light, mirroring her icy fingertips. It dawned on her that some things she thought she had relinquished were merely self-deceit. Xian Chunzi, seeing Lin Wanner finally settle down, waved his hand. "Let us return to the main Peak's council hall and summon the elders for consultation." Lu Qingyuan, casting a helpless glance at Fan Pai, ensnared by Lin Wanner, then turned to Su Qingyue and Huang Yingying. From her sleeve, she produced a lustrous communication jade and stepped forward, placing it in Su Qingyue's palm. "I shall not return to Qinghe Peak for the time being. Matters there are yours to decide. Keep this jade, should you encounter insurmountable troubles. Do not hesitate to send a message." Su Qingyue grasped the jade tightly, respectfully kneeling. "Rest assured, Master, I will safeguard Qinghe Peak and not distract you." Only then did Lu Qingyuan nod, turning to the beleaguered Fan Pai, letting out a weary sigh before disappearing into the air alongside the Master and the elders. Su Qingyue and Huang Yingying stood at the edge of the cliff of reflection, a cool breeze rustling their garments, yet neither spoke first. The earlier scene at the cliff lingered like a thorn in their hearts as they walked side by side toward the main peak of Qinghe. Su Yingyue, preoccupied with her master's instructions and disturbed by Fan Pai's presence, furrowed her brow. Huang Yingying, her gaze downcast, unconsciously stroked the delicate silver scales behind her ear, the earlier scene replaying in her mind, stifling her breath. Occasionally, disciples passed by to offer greetings, but the two could only muster perfunctory nods. Once inseparable sisters, they now exchanged trivial chatter about pests in the spiritual fields or elderly's newborn son, their conversation lacking warmth, with silence prevailing as the dominant tone, save for the echo of their footsteps on the stone steps. Upon reaching the fork at the main peak, Huang Yingying finally paused, her voice barely audible. "Sister Qingyue, I shall return to my cave dwelling." Su Qingyue, noticing the melancholy in her eyes, nodded. "Rest well, do not dwell on it." Huang Yingying replied softly before turning away. Su Qingyue watched her yellow skirt vanish along the bamboo path, letting out a gentle sigh before making her way toward the Hall of Affairs. Huang Yingying had intended to return to her own Tingzhu courtyard, but her feet, as if guided by invisible strings, unwittingly led her to Lu Qingyuan's Qingji courtyard. As the master of Qinghe Peak, Lu Qingyuan's cave abode was not particularly extravagant. In the courtyard, there existed a modest fish pond, constructed from stones, shimmering with rippling reflections. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating delicate ripples. Several half-foot-long old carp swam languidly, waving their tails, and upon noticing a visitor, they approached with their red fins fanning out. She crouched by the pond's edge, the cool mist rising to her cheeks, and, in an impulsive moment, plunged her face into the water, sending droplets splashing. Startled, the old carp opened and closed their mouths, releasing bubbles, while the gentle sweep of their tails brushed against her hand, delivering a refreshing sensation. Why is the human heart so incomprehensible? Huang Yingying pondered, her voice muffled beneath the water's surface, mingling with the gurgling sounds. Her eyes reddened as she recalled her childhood bond with him, how they were once so harmonious. He treated her with the same tenderness he showed his younger sister, never failing to share anything good with her, bearing any grievances together. The largest red carp nudged her fingertip, as if to say, "Do not be sad." Yet now he scolded her, calling her a monster and expressing his disgust at the sight of her. She sniffled, the splashes dampening her hair, which cascaded down, glimmering with silver scales. It was never my desire to transform into an eel spirit. Had he not carelessly dropped that elixir back then? The carp flicked their tails, releasing a large bubble that burst in the water, accompanied by a murmur, "The water is good, the air is bad. Return to the water to dwell. Eat fish food, and you shall not suffer." It is not merely about the water, Huang Yingying sighed, her words unclear. It is he who deems me a demon, who finds me repulsive. He once remarked how her eyes resembled amber after her transformation, beautiful indeed. A tide of injustice, anger, and confusion surged within her heart, and she choked on her words. How would he have changed so? The old carp, oblivious to her turmoil, surrounded her face, releasing bubbles, their scales occasionally brushing against her chin, clumsy attempts at consolation. With the comfort of her old friends, Huang Yingying felt a slight easing within her heart. She continued to ramble about her memories, recounting when Fanpai had shared a piece of jade he found in the back mountain, how he hurriedly draped a cloak over himself the first time he saw her transformed, and how she had intended to reconcile upon her return, only to be pierced by his harsh words of disgust. From a nostalgia of her childhood encounter with Fanpai to the heart-wrenching encounter with his cruel tongue, she poured out her grievances, anger, and confusion until the crimson hues of the sunset faded into darkness. The birds returned to their nests, and the moonlight began to rise. I had assured myself that I had let go, yet now, witnessing him entangled with another, my heart aches anew. Why must I endure such treatment from him? Does our bond of over a decade pale in comparison to a mere month of acquaintance with a seemingly deranged junior sister? Is there truly something wrong with being normal? Huang Yingying continued her lamentations, yet received no reply. Lifting her gaze, she noticed that the carp had sunk to the bottom, dozing, occasionally murmuring in their dreams, "The water is good, the air is bad." As she observed her old friends asleep, Huang Yingying gently raised her head from the water, wiped her face, her eyes red, yet strangely lighter within, as if a long block stone had shifted slightly. The night dew thickened, carrying the crispness of the flora. She rose to return, her feet treading on the stone path covered in a thin layer of frost. Instead of heading towards the bamboo grove, she found herself veering toward another path, the direction of Fanpai's cave. Pushing open the slightly ajar courtyard door, a chill swept over her. Moss sprouted between stone steps, and the corner where the wangshu grass grew was half withered. A thin layer of dust coated the stone table, and even the ancient locust tree at the center of the courtyard had shed half its leaves. Since his rebirth, Fanpai had scarcely returned here. The cave was desolate. Even the wind carried a sense of desolation. Walking softly over the fallen leaves, Huang Yingying's footsteps rustled, startling a few nocturnal insects. When she reached the old locust tree, she traced the crooked carvings on its trunk, reminders of the height comparisons from their childhood. The leftmost mark belonged to Fanpai. The two in the middle were for Fan Ro and Su Qingwei, and the rightmost mark was hers. Her fingertip grazed the shallow indentation, and the echoes of their laughter seemed to linger in her ears. "Yingying, you're growing so slowly. Next time, you will surely still be the shortest." "Not at all. I have eaten spirit fruits, and I will grow tall soon." How wonderful those days were. The evening breeze swept through the courtyard, swirling the dry leaves in a dance. As Huang Yingying walked, lost in her thoughts, the light and shadows before her suddenly began to warp, the desolate courtyard blurring. The shadow of the locust tree elongating and contracting, the chill in the air replaced by an unfamiliar warmth. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, the stone path beneath her feet had transformed into flowing clouds, enveloping her in a howling wind. Distant peaks shrank to mere silhouettes at her fingertips, clouds roiling beneath her like surging waves. In her astonishment, the clouds above parted suddenly, and a line of gilded characters slowly emerged, shimmering in the night. Piercing her eyes, 9 lives memory, first life. The gilded letter shone brightly in the high sky, blinding Huang Yingying, suspended in the mists of the primordial sacred land. Her body stiffened, her mind a blank slate. What on earth is happening? Wasn't I just in Fanpai's cold cave? Could it be that the weight of my thoughts over the past few days had conjured an illusion? Just as she was lost in her reverie, the clouds before her receded like a tide, and the void beneath her solidified into firm blue stone slabs. Huang Yingying staggered to regain her balance, only to find herself standing in her master Lu Qingyuan's Qingji courtyard, facing the familiar fish pond. The evening breeze rippled across the water surface, creating the same delicate waves as when she had come in the afternoon. It was merely an illusion. She breathed a sigh of relief, raising her hand to press against her throbbing temples, attributing it all to accumulated grievances and the heavy darkness of the night, which had caused her to see things. However, just as she intended to turn and leave, she found her legs weighed down as though filled with lead, an invisible force anchoring her in place. Just as anxiety crept into her heart, she heard the faint sound of footsteps on the stone path outside. A little girl in white with her hair styled in twin buns approached, her skirt lifted as she ran, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. Xingyue. Huang Yingying gasped in surprise, but upon closer inspection, she realized something was amiss. This child was considerably shorter than Qingyue and lacked the fullness and grace of her figure. Instead, her face bore the innocence of youth, with a touch of baby fat. Cradling a brocade box in her hands, she moved with the lightness of a fawn, appearing to be no more than 11 or 12 years old. Before Huang Yingying could fully register her surprise, two figures came running after her. The young boy clad in a green shirt possessed a pair of lively eyes, and upon closer inspection, he bore an uncanny resemblance to Fan Pai, albeit far too youthful. Appearing no more than 5 or 6 years of age, clutching a candied hawthorn skewer in his hand, he dashed about, calling out, "Sister Qingyue, wait for us." Following closely behind him was a little girl in a pink dress, pouting and dragging her feet, resembling an unwilling kitten being let out. Indeed, it was the childhood version of Fan Ro. Huang Yingying stood frozen, instinctively touching her own cheek, pondering, why has everyone become so small? Yet, I remain unchanged. Her fingertips quivered as she gazed at the baby fat adorning the young Fan Pai's face, unable to suppress a smile. How round his face was in his youth. Sister Qingyue, too, appeared quite different before her growth spurt. There was an almost rustic charm to her then. Or perhaps I am merely too fatigued, having dozed off in Fan Pai's desolate courtyard? Yet the scene before me is so vividly real. The fragrant aroma of the grass and trees, the warmth of the stone path, and even the glistening sugar coating on the hawthorn skewer, all too clear to be a mere dream. Could it be that I am truly witnessing events from the past? She murmured to herself, a strange thrill surging within her. Just as she was lost in thought, the graceful Su Qingyue halted, waiting for the two behind her to catch up. With an air of triumph, she opened a brocade box and presented it before them, revealing a luminous elixir nestled within, shimmering with ethereal light and exuding a captivating fragrance. "Look, this is the cleansing elixir my master specially sought for me, claiming it can enhance one's aptitude. With this, I shall truly begin my cultivation journey." Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, brimming with joy. "Wow, how beautiful!" Fan Pai leaned in for a closer look, oblivious to the sugar from the skewer smudging his nose, nodding repeatedly. "It's truly magnificent. Sister Qingyue will surely grow stronger after consuming it." Huang Yingying observed the glimmer in his eyes, a pang of bittersweet emotion swelling in her chest. It was a revelation. He had once looked at others with such softness, unlike the icy demeanor he bore now. Fan Ro, however, pouted, her gaze fixated on the elixir, jealousy seeping through her expression. She stamped her foot, her voice tinged with a whimper. "Humph, what is so impressive about that? Mother is biased. She has never crafted such fine elixirs for me. All she ever asks is how your cultivation is faring, whether you're cold or not. The last time I expressed a desire for a spirit pet, she didn't even bother to acknowledge me." "Roro, don't say that." Su Qingyue hastily pulled the brocade box closer to her chest, panic etched across her face. "A few days ago, my master even inquired if I should find you a gentle spirit fox. I don't want that." Before she could finish her sentence, Fan Ro suddenly lunged forward, snatching the box with a sharp voice laced with resentment. "You've only been here for 2 years. Why should you monopolize Mother's affection? Why should Fan Pai revolve around you? I am her true daughter. I am Fan Pai's real sister. That elixir should rightfully belong to me." "Stop! Don't snatch it!" Su Qingyue exclaimed, retreating as the brocade box fell to the ground with a thud. Fan Pai hastily went to assist, but the radiant elixir had already rolled out, plummeting into the fish pond with a splash. "Ah, my elixir!" Su Qingyue's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down her cheeks as she squatted by the pond, frantically wiping her face. That was a precious gift from her master, one she hadn't even had the chance to thank her for. Fan Pai, equali franchique, glared at Fan Ro, scolding, Ro, what have you done? This is too much." He reached down, attempting to retrieve the elixir from the water, but all he felt was the coldness of the pond. Huang Yingying watched as Fan Ro stood rooted, her eyes reddening, tears streaming down like strings of beads. Yet stubbornly she held her head high, crying out, "I did nothing wrong. Why should she have all the good things just because she arrived?" Fan Ro's cries were imbued with childlike stubbornness, her tears pattering onto the stone path. "Ever since her arrival, Mother had ceased to show me affection, and neither did you. Fan Pai, none of you care for me anymore when I am your true kin. She is merely an outsider. Why should she have everything?" Suddenly, she recalled a playful conversation with Sister Qingyue, who once jested that when she was first taken in by their master, Fan Ro had felt as though her position and their master's affections were being snatched away. At the time, she thought it was just a joke, believing the gentle Fan Ro could never act so. Yet now, she realized the truth in Qinghue's words. It was indeed a serious matter. And how true it was that girls change as they grow. Huang Yingying looked at Fan Ro's trembling shoulders, her heart softening. It seems even a most spoiled child is merely a small creature afraid of being neglected. How pitiable. As the three of them wrestled and wept, the fish pond suddenly gurgled, releasing a flurry of bubbles, followed by a radiant golden light that enveloped the surface in warmth. The cries of Su Qinghue and Fan Ro ceased, and the squabble between Fan Pai and Fan Ro came to an abrupt halt as they all gazed in astonishment at the pond. Huang Yingying's heart skipped a beat, a wave of familiar warmth coursing through her spine, a sensation both familiar and foreign flooding her heart. From within the golden light, a small figure gradually emerged from the water. A little girl, seemingly no older than 5 or 6, stood there bare. Her skin as pale as the tender lotus in the pond, scattered with delicate scales, damp and glistening. Her raven hair clung obediently to her cheeks, and her amber eyes blinked in innocent bewilderment, gazing at the three on the shore. Is this me? Huang Yingying trembled, her nails digging deep into her palm. So this was what transpired during my transformation. I had long believed it was Fan Pai's playful mischief that caused the elixir to fall in. The fragmented memories now crystallized before her, delivering an unexpected blow. The incident that led to her transformation was born of such a childish quarrel. On the shore, Su Qinghue stared at the little figure in the pond, her mouth agape in shock, before bursting into tears anew. The elixir, it turned into a little sister. Master will surely blame me. Fan Ro, too, was struck dumb, her face drained of color, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, her small hands tightly clutching her skirt. Her voice trembling. I didn't mean to. I never wished for her to become like this. Only Fan Pai, after a moment of stunned silence, suddenly flushed crimson, swiftly closing his eyes and shedding his green outer garment, fumbling to drape it toward the pond's edge, stammering. Why, you should put this on. It's chilly. Don't catch a cold. The little Huang Yingying in the pond blinked, naively grasping the garment, wrapping herself in it. The oversized outer shirt transformed her into a small bundle, leaving only her 2 dark, grape-like eyes peering curiously at Fan Pai. Huang Yingying watched the scene unfold, her face ablaze as if set aflame, instinctively burying her face in her hands, mortified to the core. She hazily recalled someone offering her a garment. Yet the reality of the situation was far more embarrassing than she could have imagined. This meant that Fan Pai had already seen her in her entirety. How utterly mortifying! How utterly mortifying! Finally, lifting her head from the shyness that had enveloped her, she gazed at the scene before her. The golden light gradually dimmed as Fan Pai, with eyes closed, cautiously felt his way to the edge of the pond, straining to lift the little yellow aureole from the water, tightly wrapped in his blue cloth garment. Su Qinghue, sobbing, dashed out of the cave, racing toward the grand hall atop the mountain, calling out, Master! Master! A little sister has emerged from the fish pond. Fan Ro followed closely behind Fan Pai, her head bowed, trembling with fear, her small hands furtively wiping away tears. The little aureole stood blushing in place, gazing at the 3 small figures before her, and at herself cradled in Fan Pai's arms. Her heart suddenly felt as though it were being obstructed. It dawned on her that her origins concealed such a forgotten tenderness. It turned out that Fan Pai once bore such soft eyes. He, too, had blushed in his childhood, striving to close his eyes and offer warmth, clumsily protecting someone who was then a complete stranger to him. But now he only wielded the sharpest, most venomous words to stab at her, calling her a monster and claiming that her presence revolted him. Twilight soaked the stone path of Qingji courtyard, the evening breeze swirling the pond's humidity. It could not disperse the surging anger in the air. The little aureole stood in the interplay of light and shadow, watching as Su Qinghue ran tearfully towards Lu Qingyuan's cave, her heart rising in tandem. She knew her master was typically gentle, but at that moment, as she heard the hurried footsteps approaching from afar, an inexplicable sense of trepidation surged within her. The little aureole gazed at the figure racing towards the end of the mountain path, her heart constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. Lu Qingyuan's gray-blue robe billowed stiffly in the wind. Her usually smiling brows now bore a layer of frost, and a palpable pressure radiated from her, heavy as water. Su Qinghue trailed closely behind, her head bowed low, her tear-streaked face filled with terror, her shoulders trembling slightly, clearly shaken by her master's wrath. Master, she is so angry. The little aureole murmured, her fingertips unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. Lu Qingyuan took several strides to the pond's edge, her gaze immediately landing on the small figure wrapped in the blue garment held by Fan Pai. She flicked her fingers slightly, a wisp of spiritual energy probing forth. And her brow furrowed deeply, her voice as cold as if laced with ice shards, a common yellow eel transformed. The spiritual energy from the cleansing marrow pill can only awaken its intelligence. Its potential is utterly mediocre, not even qualifying as mid-grade. As her words fell, Lu Qingyan abruptly turned her head, her eyes sweeping over Fan Pai, Fan Rou, and Su Qingwei, a tempest of fury surging in her weary gaze. I spent 3 years of tremendous effort gathering materials, pleading with those in the Alchemy Alliance for 3 months to finally concoct this pill, only to exchange it for a yellow eel of mediocre talent? Do you even comprehend the purpose of this pill? Huh? It is for your senior sister's foundation establishment. She is inherently a waste, incapable of cultivation. Without this pill to cleanse her marrow and improve her potential, she would not even have the slightest chance of cultivation. Her words struck like a heavy stone into the still waters of the pond. The little Oriole watched as her master raised a hand to her brow, her knuckles whitening from the force, and she suddenly recalled that Su Qingwei had mentioned before that her master had exerted great effort to procure this pill. It was all for her senior sister. The sacrifices she had never contemplated before now manifested as the swirling fury in her master's eyes. Lu Qingyan was now consumed by a fiery rage, completely losing her composure, her face ablaze with anger, her brows furrowed as she glared at the 2 children, admonishing them. Speak. Who exactly allowed the pill to fall into the pond? Fan Rou, was it you? Fan Rou, terrified, cried out, no, it wasn't me. Her small hands clutched Fan Pai's sleeve tightly, her body shaking like a leaf in the autumn wind, unable to articulate a complete sentence. It wasn't me, I swear. At that moment, Su Qingwei, equally frightened, turned pale, trembling all over, her lips moving but tears streaming down her cheeks first. The little Oriole, witnessing the 2 girls in such a state of shock, felt her heart constrict painfully. Searching her memories, she realized she had never seen her master so enraged, resembling the fearsome figures described in legends. Just then, Fan Pai leaned forward slightly, shielding the 2 girls behind him. His small face was ashen, beads of cold sweat forming on his nose, yet he raised his head, his voice trembling but remarkably clear. Master, it was I. While playing with Sister Qingwei, I accidentally knocked the pill into the water. You. Lu Qingyuan's fury found its outlet in an instant. She seized Fan Pai from the ground, lifting him into the air and pressing him against her knee. As her palm rose, even the air resonated with the sharp sound of spiritual energy. How dare you? Do you understand how crucial this pill is for your senior sister? Everything I have taught you has been fed to the mountain's beasts by you, hasn't it? A crisp sound echoed through the dusk. The little Oriole gasped, covering her mouth as she saw Fan Pai's small body tremble violently, his eyes momentarily losing focus as his taut form slackened. No explanation? Lu Qingyan, seeing him silent, assumed he remained unrepentant, her anger escalating further. The force of her hand intensified, gradually releasing strands of spiritual energy, each strike reverberating with terrifying fluctuations. Today, I shall ensure you remember what responsibility entails, and we shall see if you dare to repeat such an act. Was it wrong? Speak. Was it wrong? The little Oriole felt her eyes burn with unshed tears, instinctively wishing to intervene, yet her body was rooted in place, unable to move. She watched as Fan Pai's form shifted from rigid to stiff, his small face transitioning from crimson to pale, cold sweat dampening his tousled hair, his gaze entirely vacant. His lips, bitten until they bled, remained sealed in silence throughout. Only later did she realize that it was not obstinacy, but rather that he had been struck dumb from the very first blow, unable to voice a sound. Yet at that moment, Lu Qingyuan was oblivious. Seeing Fan Pai's enduring resistance, she interpreted it as childish defiance, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge his fault. Do you still dare to play games with me? Lu Qingyan, enraged to the point of laughter, prepared to strike again when a sudden cry erupted nearby. Mother! Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him! Fan Rou stumbled forward, clinging desperately to Lu Qingyuan's arm, her face smeared with tears and snot. It was me. I took Sister Qingyue's pill. I dropped it by accident. It has nothing to do with my brother. You can hit me instead. If you must hit someone, hit me. My brother. He.S. in trouble. You child. Lu Qingyuan's hand froze midair. The spiritual energy in her palm abruptly stilled. After having struck for so long, her anger had already dissipated by half, and reason began to reclaim her mind. At that moment, seeing Fan Rou's tear-streaked eyes, filled with genuine fear and guilt, her heart softened considerably. She remembered the times over the past 2 years when Fan Rou had quarreled with Su Qingwei. and she found herself believing this confession more than half-heartedly. But having already struck, maintaining her authority was paramount. She was unwilling to easily concede. With a stiff neck, she let out a cold snort. Nonsense. Mother is always measured in her actions. How could she injure your brother? Although her words were firm, her gaze inadvertently darted towards Fan Pai, who sat silently at her knee, and an inexplicable sense of unease crept into her heart. He must have been injured. Fan Ro cried out, tugging at her hand and pressing against Fan Pai, exclaiming, "Look, brother isn't moving. He might be beaten to death by mother." Su Yingjue, with reddened eyes, stepped forward and gently tugged at Lu Qingyuan's sleeve, pleading, "Master, please don't hit him anymore. Pai seems to be truly suffering." The two girls' tear-stained eyes flickered like small flames, igniting a pang of concern in Lu Qingyuan's heart. She remained defiant, replying, "Impossible. This boy is quite resilient." Yet, her hand instinctively reached towards Fan Pai's breath, her movements frantic and uncharacteristically unlike her usual composure. As her fingertips brushed against that faint, nearly extinguished breath, Lu Qingyuan's face drained of color. In a panic, she swiftly turned Fan Pai over, revealing his tightly shut eyes, pallid face resembling pale gold leaf, and a faint trace of red blood at the corner of his mouth. The small hand that had clutched her garment now hung limply, with barely perceptible rises and falls of his chest. "Paio." Her voice trembled as she gently shook him, but Fan Pai remained unresponsive. A tide of panic engulfed her, shattering her earlier bravado and authority into fragments. "Paio, wake up. Mother didn't mean to strike you so hard." Trembling, she cradled the child in her arms, her spiritual energy uncontrollably spilling forth. "Don't scare me. Don't you dare die. I was wrong, truly wrong." Fan Ro cried to the point of nearly losing consciousness, while Su Qingwei gasped for breath, desperately clutching Lu Qingyuan's sleeve. "Master, you must save him. Pai is on the verge of death. Save him. Yes, save him. I will seek Sister Yinro. She will surely be able to save Pai." Lu Qingyuan abruptly snapped back to reality, her spiritual energy erupting in a thunderous surge, her azure gray robe billowing with the force. She clutched Fan Pai tightly to her chest, stepping into the air. The surrounding space was violently torn and distorted, creating a massive rift, 1 person high and half a person wide. Lu Qingyuan stepped through, her figure vanishing into the chasm, her cries abruptly ceasing. "Sister Yinro! Sister Yinro! Help! Please save my child!" The 3 children behind her were momentarily stunned. Fan Ro and Su Qingwei soon reacted, crying even more intensely. Huang Yingying, initially paralyzed with fear on the sidelines, suddenly felt her body being drawn forward. The scene before her abruptly shifted, and after a dizzying whirl, she found herself within the Medicine Peak's alchemy chamber. Chapter 31, Adoption. In the alchemy chamber of Medicine Peak, Han Yinro had just finished refining a batch of medicinal pills and was stretching wearily, creating a wave of rippling motion. Just as she yawned, a rift suddenly appeared before her, and Lu Qingyuan, sobbing and shouting, stepped through, nearly choking Han Yinro with her surprise, who could only cough and scold. "Qingyuan, are you trying to kill yourself? Who allowed you to tear apart space and invade my alchemy room? What if I were in the middle of refining pills and you caused an explosion? How dangerous!" Before she could finish her scolding, she saw Lu Qingyuan, face streaked with tears and snot, pushing the child in her arms forward, saying, "Sister, sister, please save Pai." Han Yinro's brow furrowed tightly as she took the child from Lu Qingyuan's hands, her heart racing before even assessing the situation. What has happened to this child? How could he be so injured? "Sister, please save him." Lu Qingyuan was inconsolable, her words tumbling out in a confused stream of sobs. "I was angry, and I might not have controlled my spiritual energy, so..." Han Yinro felt a surge of anger and urgency, swiftly laying Fan Pai down on the ground with great care. Furrowing her brow, she summoned golden needles that fell like rain, and dozens of healing elixirs soared from the surrounding shelves, transforming into streams of spiritual light that infused themselves into Fan Pai's body. "Qingyuan, have you lost your mind? How could you strike a 6-year-old child so severely?" She scolded while retrieving a jade vial from her possession, reluctantly forcing its contents into Fan Pai's body with her spiritual energy. "This is my treasured reviving essence. You must compensate me for it after this." For an entire hour, under Han Yinro's full efforts, Fan Pai's breath gradually steadied. Lu Qingyuan now sat slumped beside the bed, her tears flowing like pearls from a broken string, her heart overwhelmed with profound regret. As dawn broke outside, the anxiety and remorse within the chamber were heavier than the lingering darkness of night. The children who had been brought over by Lu Qingyuan now had their small heads resting against the bed, watching Fan Pai's fluttering eyelashes, crying heart-wrenchingly, "Brother, I'm sorry. It was my fault. I will never be jealous again." I won't argue with Qingyue anymore. You must come back to life. Su Qingyue, with reddened eyes, gently patted Fan Ro's back. Ro, from now on, we will be good and not quarrel. Lu Qingyuan, observing the tear-streaked children and the child on the bed who had just been snatched back from the brink of death, felt her pent-up fear and guilt finally unleash. She reached out, embracing Fan Ro and Su Qingyue, and even pulled the timid little Huang Yingying, who was watching from the corner, into the fold. Her cries a mixture of suppressed anguish and despair. It's all Mother's fault. It was all my mistake. I almost lost you all. The three children, held tightly in her embrace, wept openly, their cries entwined with the bitter scent of the medicinal herbs. Only little Huang Yingying, nestled in the middle, blinked her bewildered amber eyes, glancing from one crying child to the other, imitating their sobs, entirely oblivious to the fear and tenderness woven into those tears. Meanwhile, Huang Yingying had been watching the entire scene, her face streaked with tears. She gazed at the figures embracing and weeping in the alchemy chamber, her heart twisting in discomfort. No wonder later, when the master chastised them, she always began with a gentle smile, sealing their cultivation, only to spare them a few smacks on the backside before stopping, each time checking their bodies in a panic afterward. It turned out it was all for this reason. As time flowed on, the days in Qingji courtyard gradually warmed. Huang Yingying observed that Fan Ro had changed her demeanor, sticking closely to Fan Pai, bringing him spiritual fruits and wiping his sweat. No longer hissing and baring her teeth at Su Qingyue, and her jealousy had transformed into a sparkling dependency. One misty morning, Lu Qingyuan, holding little Huang Yingying dressed in a new blue skirt, approached the trio practicing their sword play and gently announced, "From this day forth, she shall be your little sister. Huang Yingying, you must treat her well, just like your own sister." The mingling scents of sandalwood and spiritual herbs wafted through the air, surrounded by the familiar fragrance of the grass and trees of Qingji courtyard. Yet it also carried an ethereal quality, a sense of something beyond reality. Huang Yingying gazed at the small figure before her, tied up in a high ponytail, and then looked up at the flickering golden characters of her 9 lives memories. She couldn't help but blink her eyes in confusion, murmuring, "How strange. Whose memories are these? They can't possibly be mine. There are so many things I don't recall. But if they aren't mine, then whose could they be?" Confusion entwined her heart like a creeping vine, and the notion of possessing 9 lifetimes of memories begged the question, what kind of being could harbor such recollections? Could it be a reincarnated emperor? Yet, she had never heard of any sovereign capable of re-establishing themselves 9 times. As the thought lingered, the scenes before her unfurled like a tidal wave. An invisible force compelled her to follow closely behind the young Fan Pai, 3 feet away. As she silently observed him share a piece of jade he found in the back mountains, stand protectively before her mocking elder brother, and smile with dimples while offering her spirit fruit. She recalled him chasing butterflies in the spirit garden with her childhood self, sharing roasted spirit fish with Fan Ro and Su Qingyue on the sword training grounds, and playfully seeking affection from their master, Lu Qingyuan, his eyes sparkling with the warmth of midsummer. She had watched him stay up late mending sword tassels for Fan Ro, his concentration as his fingers deftly maneuvered the thread, leaving Su Qingyue mesmerized. It dawned on her that even then, Sister Qingyue regarded him with a tenderness she herself had been oblivious to, too preoccupied with snatching the candied fruits from his arms. That year, when Su Qingyue's cultivation stagnated and her path to immortality appeared bleak, she wept in despair. Huang Yingying recalled watching Fan Pai crouch beside her, his voice as soothing as a babbling brook. "Sister Qingyue, you are our pride. If things do not go well, I shall support you for a lifetime." Huang Yingying stood by, witnessing Su Qingyue's ears flush with crimson, suddenly comprehending the reasons behind her persistent excuses to linger in Fan Pai's cave. These memories warmed her heart, yet the thought of the present Fan Pai made her fists clench involuntarily. How splendid he had been back then. As Huang Yingying gazed at the silhouette of the young Fan Pai, her heart ached as if crushed by a blunt instrument, filled with a myriad of pains. He would offer me spirit fruit, clumsily tend to my wounds when I fell, reassuringly telling me not to fear. But now, he regarded her as if she were mere detritus, uttering words laced with disdain, his eyes cold and filled with loathing, as though even a fleeting glance at her would tarnish his vision. How could the boy who once claimed to love charred spirit rabbit legs transform into this? What had caused such a change? The stark contrast between the warmth of the past and the coldness of the present tightened her throat, nearly rendering her breathless. The scenes continued to shift, time hastening onward, and soon they reached the moment of the 5th junior disciple's initiation. The 5th disciple, naturally aloof and disinclined towards social interaction, became even more reclusive after joining the Qinghe Peak, spending most of his time on sect duties, often away for months at a time. Lu Qingyuan frequently sighed in exasperation, and Fan Pai could only offer words of comfort, urging her to maintain a relaxed mindset, assuring her that with time, things would naturally fall into place. Huang Yingying observed the awkward attempts to change the subject, witnessing the flicker of loneliness in their master's eyes, and her heart suddenly constricted. This scene felt so familiar. Soon it would reach that pivotal moment when Fan Pai underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming a stranger, distant, cold, like a porcupine rebuffing any approach. Chapter 32, Illusion. This is all an illusion. She gazed at the young man, patiently comforting their master, her eyes welling with warmth. If only the Fan Pai of that time had not morphed into the one he had become, perhaps things would still be this way. Their master would not need to sigh at his unyielding back, nor would he have to encase himself in indifference. They could gather around the warm hearth, sharing spirit fruit. The very air suffused with warmth. Strangely, however, the unfolding scenes did not progress as Huang Yingying remembered. A month passed, and Fan Pai remained as warm as the early spring sun in her recollection. As the light shifted, Lin Wanner's initiation ceremony commenced. The young girl, clad in a simple white robe, knelt in the hall, her ears flushed as she bowed. Fan Pai stood at the forefront, returning her gesture with a gentle sway of his azure robe, his gaze as pure as morning dew. Huang Yingying paced in the center of the grand hall, her heart filled with suspicion. Although she had been hurt by Fan Pai's previous remark about her being repulsive, leading her to leave the sect in a huff and missing the ceremony, she had still heard Sister Qingyue and Rower mention it, describing how Fan Pai had behaved lewdly during the initiation, provoking Lin Wanner's fury, necessitating their master's intervention to quell the uproar. Just days later, he had brazenly spied on his junior sister and stolen her undergarments, leading to his public trial at Qinghe Peak, where he received a month of confinement in the Cliff of Reflection under their master's biased judgment. Yet, before the month had even passed, she returned to the sect only to find the sixth junior sister in a manic state, confronting their master and receiving a severe beating. Subsequently taken to the main peak for examination by the elders. The scene before her was identical to the tale she had heard, if not entirely contradictory. What was happening? Why did it not align? As Huang Yingying pondered, the imagery before her shifted once more, ultimately crystallizing on the day Fan Pai established his foundation. The training grounds rippled with waves, without any earth-shattering phenomena, as Fan Pai made his ordinary breakthrough into the foundation stage, albeit of the inferior grade, with a future that seemed bleak. Nevertheless, their master held a grand celebration in his honor. Observing the jubilant crowd surrounding Fan Pai, especially the joy-filled figure of herself, shoulder to shoulder with him as they shared 3 jars of fruit wine, a wave of profound sadness washed over Huang Yingying. If only Fan Pai were still the Fan Pai of old, perhaps their relationship could resemble this. Alas, these moments felt like mere illusions. Huang Yingying was now entirely convinced. Perhaps she had inadvertently triggered some mechanism that ensnared her within this illusory realm, the talk of 9 lifetimes memories, merely a fabricated mirage. Who could say? With their master's cultivation, creating such a realistic illusion was undoubtedly within reach. That said, Huang Yingying found herself calming down. Since she could not escape for the time being, waiting a little longer would suffice. Once their master returned from the main peak to dispel the illusion, she would naturally be able to leave. At this moment, rather than desiring to depart, she found herself faintly anticipating what further tales this illusion might conjure. Eager to discover the fate of the unchanged Fan Pai, uncertain of whom he would ultimately choose, Sister Qingyue or Huang Yingying's heart inexplicably raced, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. Perhaps she was simply growing old, willingly losing herself in the delusions of the illusion rather than confronting the bloody reality outside. Yet, the flowing scenes shattered her expectations, revealing that the post-foundation Fan Pai seemed to be pursued by misfortune, his fate spiraling downward. The scripture pavilion was robbed. Patrolling disciples accused him of wandering late at night. The spirit ginseng in the herb garden was gnawed upon, and the junior disciple in charge of the garden lamented, holding the pest powder he had used. Fan Pai stood there, futilely explaining, "I was at the training grounds during the hour. Those are the bite marks of a green-faced rat." Yet, no one believed him. The law enforcement hall's records were endlessly scrutinized, while the gossip of outer disciples pierced like needles. And though the tassel on his sword tip had tangled in the wrong pattern, he still refrained from losing his temper. At first, Huang Yingying gazed upon Fan Pai's pitiful state as he was misunderstood and ostracized by the crowd, and a twinge of shameful satisfaction flickered within her. He deserved it. After all, how could he be so callous and indifferent towards her, constantly uttering the words monster and disgusting? Experiencing a bit of misfortune was only fitting. Yet, as she observed Fan Pai being repeatedly slandered and misconstrued, as she witnessed the disappointment of those around him, including herself, manifest time and again, and saw him gradually become alienated from those he once held dear, her initial satisfaction was gradually replaced by an unsettling dread, her heart sinking little by little. No, this cannot be right. It is utterly impossible, she murmured, her voice trembling uncontrollably. She watched as her reflection in the illusion grew increasingly disheartened, eventually turning away to say, "But everyone is saying so," observing the love in Su Qingyue's eyes fade into oblivion, and as she lowered her head, she thought perhaps Pyre truly had changed. Witnessing Fan Ro's reddened eyes, no longer defending him, felt like a colossal stone crushing her heart. This was not the person she knew. The tenderness hidden in Su Qingyue's gaze, the concern grasped in Fan Ro's hands. The unmistakable maternal love emanating from her master towards Fan Pai. She had witnessed these emotions for over a decade. How could they have transformed into such coldness? And herself, the one who always embraced Fan Pai and called him the greatest, how could she now voice disdain towards his retreating figure? Huang Yingying staggered back, her body chilled to the bone. This cannot possibly be us. Absolutely not. It must be false. This is all an illusion. Huang Yingying suddenly screamed, her forearm scales shimmering silver under the sun. How could we be so foolish, condemning him without even examining the evidence? You all clearly cared for him so much. That wretched illusion. Who is the scoundrel that designed this? If I find out, I shall flay them alive. The shifting light and shadow grew increasingly erratic, and Huang Yingying's fingertips had already dug into her palms, droplets of blood falling into the void without creating even the slightest ripple. The wind and snow of the illusion disregarded her cries entirely, the scenes before her contorted by an unseen hand, each moment progressing towards the most heart-wrenching direction. The image of her junior brother, Yun Zhao, entering the sect suddenly unfolded, that youth bowing timidly, his sword emitting a spontaneous hum. A mere novice in the qi refining stage, yet his spiritual energy surpassed even that of Fan Pai in the foundation establishment stage. From that day forth, Fan Pai's situation took a drastic turn for the worse. Yun Zhao lost a high-grade spirit stone. In the storage rooms, his senior brother claimed to have seen the second senior brother there. Yun Zhao's sword became rusted, and whispers circulated that it was the second senior brother's jealousy that caused the rust. Fan Pai's explanations grew increasingly feeble. The files in the disciplinary hall piled higher and higher. Even the sandalwood in the air carried a heavy malice. The Fan Pai in the illusion spoke less and less, no longer helping his junior brother till the soil when they visited the herb garden in the morning. His fingertips no longer brushing against Fan Rose when he accepted the spirit fruit she offered. When Huang Yingying handed him wine, he merely replied, "I have matters to attend to." Meanwhile, the self within the illusion was presenting the first jar of fruit wine to Yun Zhao, smiling as she remarked, "Junior Brother 7 is far more sensible than some others." No. Chapter 33. 9 Lives? Huang Yingying staggered backward, tears finally blurring her vision. "I would never say that. Pai Ji is my best friend. What is Yun Zhao compared to that? How could he possibly rival the bond we have built over so many years? This cannot be me." She observed her master's gaze towards Fan Pai shift from warmth to scrutiny, saw Su Qingyue pouring all her affections onto Yun Zhao, and watched as Fan Ro tossed the repaired tassel of his sword onto the vanity. A chilling sensation surged from her feet all the way to the crown of her head. These people, surely they must be under some form of manipulation by this damned illusion. Damn it, how starved for love must the wretch who designed this illusion be to commit such a vile act? The ceremonial music of the sect's grand event still thundered, and Yun Zhao was proclaimed the Holy Son. Yet disciples from the disciplinary hall burst in, carrying an old wooden box, the scene stinging her eyes. 3 yellowed sword manuals tumbled to the ground. An elderly's voice struck like a poisoned whip. "Fan Pai, the box is covered in your spiritual energy imprint." The Fan Pai in the illusion abruptly raised his head, his shoulders beneath the azure robe trembling violently, futilely defending his innocence, but no one was listening. Su Qingyue turned her face away, and Fan Ro stood beside Yun Zhao, saying, "Second senior brother must have been mistaken." The self within the illusion shielded Yun Zhao behind her, her gaze as frigid as ice. "Do not speak such madness." Finally, Lu Qingyuan's face fell in disappointment, spiritual energy piercing through his dantian, and Fan Pai collapsed to the ground, his foundation establishment cultivation dissipating into scattered points of light, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth, staining his azure robe. Huang Yingying finally broke down, screaming into the void, "Stop! This isn't real. Lin Wanner's scheme is so crude. How could you not see through it? Master, Sister Qinghua, oh yeah, wake up. She rushed forward, attempting to grasp the self within the illusion, but her fingertips passed through a chilling wind. How can you treat him this way? He is your junior brother. He is the pyre you watched grow up. But this was not enough. The cursed illusion sought to push further into cruelty. In the dilapidated temple, Fan Pai's corpse lay curled within a pile of grass, his azure robe rotted into rags, his skin mottled with grimy black spots. Lin Wanner stood at the temple's entrance, her voice as frigid as ice at the bottom of a ravine. Dying is just right. Demons and heretics deserve no better fate. She watched the Fan Pai and the illusion, devoid of even a scrap of grass to cover him, die like a wild dog in that crumbling temple. And those who once vowed to trust him did not even spare him a final glance. The pain in her heart surged like a tide, more corrosive than the venom of myriad demons, and she cried out to the heavens, unleashing a torrent of foul language. You bastard. You deranged scum. I want to get out. I do not want to see this anymore. Let me go. From furious screams to choked pleas, her voice dwindled to a whisper. Ultimately huddled in the void, hugging her knees and weeping inconsolably. She could not believe this was real, yet the scenes were so vivid they made her tremble. The profound exhaustion etched on Fan Pai's face in his final moments felt like an indelible mark upon her very soul. The light and shadow twisted violently. The wind and snow, along with the stench of decay, faded away in an instant. Huang Yingying suddenly looked up, finding herself once more beneath the starry sky of the Taichu sacred land. The void beneath her surged, the evening glow of the first life, the stench of corpses, and the remnants of Fan Pai's rotting azure robe all dissipated. The 12 peaks surrounded like stars. The spiritual veins beneath the ground shimmered with a pearly luster, intertwining with the spiritual energy in the air to form a web, beautiful like a distorted painting. Yet, as Huang Yingying gazed upon the familiar contours of this sacred land, tears flowed uncontrollably, her heart feeling as though it were crushed under a massive stone, an ache that was suffocating. That boy who would smile while presenting wild chrysanthemums to Fan Ro, who patiently taught Su Qinghua to wield a sword, who would stuff candied fruits in her hands, ultimately met such a tragic end. False, it is all false, she murmured unconsciously, yet a bitter smile graced her lips. Unable to voice further. How could it possibly be false? The figure curled within the grassy mound, the gray-black mold stains upon the azure garment, the grim scene surrounded by flies, even the memories of over a decade. Each sensory detail resonates with a palpable intensity that sends shivers down one's spine. If such a vivid illusion truly exists in this world, then the architect of this phantasm must be transcendent, having reached the legendary realm of immortals, soaring to celestial heights. But does this not imply that everything she has witnessed and felt before was genuine? No wonder that Pyre has become what she is today. It turns out that it is all our own doing, haha. She recalled the last words from her first life, do not speak madly again, and remembered her cold indifference as she shielded Yun Zhao behind her, a sharp pang of regret coursing through her veins, piercing her heart with profound anguish. Just as Huang Yingying was engulfed in sorrow, unable to extricate herself from despair, the delicate golden script above her began to gradually peel away, and new patterns of light coalesced. The end of the first life, the beginning of the second life. As the light and shadow intertwined, Huang Yingying felt a sudden lightness beneath her feet, and the familiar fragrance of soap pods wafted into her nostrils. The scene before her shifted, revealing the cavern she recognized so well, the bedchamber, a half cup of cold tea on the table leaving a shallow mark, and a few candied osmanthus flowers scattered beside the bed. Her pupils constricted as her gaze frantically searched for that familiar figure. Indeed, seated at the edge of the bed was an 8-year-old child, the young Fan Pai. Her heart leaped, and instinctively, Huang Yingying stepped forward half a pace, tears welling in her eyes. He asked, truly unharmed? Could it be that she had genuinely fallen into the traps set by the immortals? Was that horrific scene in the decrepit temple merely an illusion? It no longer mattered. All she desired now was to take a step closer, to hold this child in her embrace, to envelop him in boundless warmth, even if she could not touch him and he remained unaware of her existence. Yet before she could reach out to him, she saw the child gazing down at his palm, an expression of confusion clouding his small face, which then erupted into a suppressed laugh, tears mingled with ferocity. What is this? Damn, I've been reborn. Huang Yingying's entire being trembled, as if struck by lightning. I knew it. He wiped his face, the red marks on his palm leaving an impression on his cheek akin to an unhealed scar. How could a mere earth traveler like me not possess a golden finger? An earth traveler? Rebirth? Huang Yingying stood frozen in place, her complexion instantly paling. A buzzing sound resonating in her ears, darkness encroaching upon her vision, even her breath forgotten. These terms were foreign to her, yet she inexplicably grasped their meaning. Rebirth. Rebirth. Didn't he that imply that everything before was not an illusion? That he had truly endured such a tragic death and returned to the present? Suddenly, she lifted her gaze, and the ceiling of the cavern appeared ethereal, revealing several lines of golden characters from the sky. 9 lives of memory. Second life. No, how could this be? 9 lives? Did that not mean? Huang Yingying felt as though the world was spinning, desperately clutching the stone wall behind her to remain upright. Her heart feeling as if crushed by a colossal boulder, the pain rendering her nearly breathless. In the midst of her turmoil, she noticed the young Fan Pai clenching his fists, his knuckles white, an expression of uncharacteristic ferocity passing over his youthful face. His eyes swirling with a tempest of ice and blood. First life, Yun Zhao, Master, Rower, Sister Qingwei, Huang Yingying. And those who trampled upon me to rise. In this life, I shall make you pay a bloody price. He sprang to his feet, the wooden stool toppling over, the candied fruits scattering across the ground like shards of gold. Huang Yingying stood by, offering a bitter smile. Revenge? Chapter 34. The Fallen Angel. Indeed, he had been treated thus. Why should he not harbor hatred? Why should he not seek vengeance? Those people owed him more than just a single life. They had shattered his unreserved trust from his youth, extinguished his fervent passion for his master, crushed his gentle smiles, and subjected him to the humiliation of being devoured by flies in a dilapidated temple, even in death. If it were her, Huang Yingying, treated with such indifference by Fan Pai, scorned and filled with hatred, would she not feel as if her heart were being shredded, unable to find solace in sleep, trembling to her core with rage? Not to mention a fate like his, despised by his closest master, betrayed by a trusted junior sister, and abandoned by comrades who watched coldly, ultimately rendered powerless, rotting away like a stray dog in a decrepit temple. Forget about seeking revenge in rebirth. Even if she were to transform into a vengeful spirit, igniting this sacred land, this damned world, she would never relent. Yet that was Fan Pai, the boy who, at 8 years old, squatted beneath the peach tree, gently brushing her wind-tousled hair, calling her third junior sister with a sweet voice. The one who snatched the charred rabbit leg from her hand, munching on its burnt skin while defiantly declaring, "I just love this crunchiness." The one who, when outsiders mocked her as a wild spawn of the demon clan, stood before her with clenched fists and reddened eyes, ready to defend her. Even if he cannot win, that cherubic face, still bearing the softness of infancy, should have forever shone like the morning sun over Qinghe Peak, radiating warmth and hope, untouched by words like fury and hatred. Yet in this moment, those eyes, once filled with starlight, now churned with an incomprehensible tempest of ice and blood. Every inch of rage akin to a poisoned needle, every strand of pain entwined around her heart. Huang Yingying gazed at the scattered candied fruits on the ground, watched Fan Pai's fingers turn pale from clenching, her heart feeling as if pierced by countless fine needles, a relentless ache. She understood he had every right to hate, knew those people deserved to be punished 1,000-fold. Yet as she looked upon that face, which should have been carefree, now shrouded in such profound gloom, she recalled how he used to smile at her while gnawing on a rabbit leg, his sharp little teeth showing. Her heart felt as if it were being violently torn asunder, one half crying out for justice on his behalf, the other bleeding for him. He should never have had to endure this. He should have forever remained the boy who would crouch beneath the tree for hours, tending to an injured spirit bird, never needing to be dragged into the abyss of overwhelming hatred. Who was responsible? Who was the cursed one that made her beloved Fan Pai endure such torment? Pai go, let us go play outside together. A sweet, sticky call from Fan Ro drifted in from outside the door, like a soft candy dropped into the heavy air. Sister Qingwei said she would teach us how to fold paper kites. Fan Pai's movements abruptly froze. The boiling rage in his eyes was doused by a bucket of ice water, instantly extinguishing all his sharpness, leaving only an unfathomable coldness, as frigid as a winter's frozen pond. He bent down to pick up a candied fruit that had rolled to his feet, popping it into his mouth, the cloying sweetness of osmanthus spreading across his tongue. Yet his voice was laced with frost. Got it. I'm coming. Huang Yingying's heart plummeted, her fingertips turning icy in an instant. She watched him turn, his taut back, observe his deliberately slowed steps, an overwhelming despair crawling up her spine, nearly suffocating her. The boy who would smile at Fan Ro, revealing a charming dimple, who would offer her the largest kite, seemed to have been utterly crushed by the sufferings of the first life, shattered into irretrievable fragments. Fan Ro stood outside the door, her hair styled in 2 playful buns, her youthful visage adorned with an untainted smile as she reached out to tug at his sleeve. the moment her fingertips brushed the fabric of his azure robe. Fanpai's arm instinctively recoiled, as if scalded, retreating imperceptibly to evade her grasp. Within the front hall, 12-year-old Su Qingwei sat upon a stone bench, diligently cutting paper. Her willow-like brows knitted together slightly, reflecting a hint of unspoken vexation. Meanwhile, she herself crouched on the ground, sketching an amorphous kite design in the dirt with a twig, her sleeves slipping down to reveal her forearms, where nascent silver scales shimmered in the sunlight, glinting like fragmented jewels. "Brother Pai, come quickly," she heard her youthful self call. Her voice as clear and melodious as a mountain spring, the light in her eyes brighter than the spirit veins of the highest peaks. "Sister Qingwei will finish soon. Let us fly kites together and see who soars the highest." Fanpai stood in the shadow of the hall's entrance, and Huang Yingying noticed as Adam's apple moved silently. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, had already dug deeply into his palm, causing beads of crimson to surface, yet hidden beneath the azure fabric, it remained unseen. "Paio?" Su Qingwei queried, lifting her head in confusion, her gaze settling upon his taut profile. Fanpai suddenly exhaled a long, feather-light sigh. Yet the sound struck Huang Yingying's heart like a heavy stone, leaving her breathless. When she looked up again, his lips had curved into a subtle arc, that familiar smile evoking a bittersweet ache in her nose as he reverted to his gentle, harmless demeanor. "I'm here. Sister Qingwei, your kite is crooked by half an inch. It will spiral when flown. Allow me to mend it." He naturally accepted the bamboo strips from Su Qingwei's hands, his fingers deftly bending the material. He bent down to retrieve the twig she had dropped, crouching beside her as they both drew the formless design together, their fingers occasionally brushing against the back of her hand, fleetingly, like a mere illusion. Finally, he pressed the last remaining candied fruit from his pocket into Fan Ro's mouth, allowing the girl to tiptoe and tug at his hair ribbon, her laughter ringing like chimes. Huang Yingying gazed at this familiar scene. Watching the pearly dimples bloom on his face, tears unexpectedly welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks. Indeed, her Fanpai remained tenderhearted. Despite enduring such suffering, despite the seething hatred within, he ultimately could not bring himself to harm those who had wronged him. He was still that boy who would shatter his gentleness into pieces to share with everyone. Yet, the bitterness in her heart grew wild like untamed weeds. Why? Why should he endure so much torment, only to feign ignorance upon awakening? Why should those who owed him so much still bask in the comfort of his warmth? Could the pain of betrayal, the humiliation endured, and the mockery of fate truly be swept away by mere laughter and calls? She felt indignant for him, unable to swallow her resentment. Time flowed slowly under her watchful gaze, akin to the tranquil waters of Qinghe Peak, serene on the surface, yet concealing tumultuous undercurrents beneath. Huang Yingying trailed behind him like a shadow. She witnessed the tenderness with which he offered pills to Su Qingwei as she wept in despair over her halted cultivation. Yet there was a trace of barely perceptible indifference in his eyes, as if he were observing a play that had no bearing on him. She saw him being publicly acknowledged by his master as a direct disciple, receiving the congratulations of the crowd. A fleeting smirk of derision gracing his brow like a shooting star, gone in an instant. She watched him slip into the scripture pavilion before dawn, his fingertips brushing against the dust-covered ancient tomes, his eyes glimmering with calculating light, as if tallying weapons for revenge. He began to forge connections with his peers under the guise of being the adopted son of the Qinghe Peak's master, warming up to those of utilitarian value while freezing those who were enemies from his past. He secretly dispatched confidants to investigate the background of Yin Zhao, his gaze turning as icy as a sword tempered in frost upon hearing the name. Under the pretext of managing sect affairs, he systematically exiled those disciples who had once conspired against him, and the elders who had distorted the truth to harsh, desolate lands, his methods incisive and without a trace, earning praise from Lu Qingyuan for his decisive handling of matters. At the age of 13, Fanpai established his foundation. Chapter 35, The Overly Clever Machinations. There were no earth-shattering omens, only a gentle wave of spiritual energy, like a spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake. Lu Qingyuan held his wrist, her eyes reddened, her trembling hand fastening an amulet around his neck. Fan Ro rushed forward, pressing a pouch of spiritual stone she had saved for 3 years into his hands, softly insisting, "Brother Pai, buy some candy." The youthful version of herself insisted on pouring freshly brewed fruit wine into his mouth, cheerfully proclaiming, "Now that you've established your foundation, we must celebrate with wine." Su Qingwei stood nearby, clutching the freshly refined Gu Yuan Dan, her cheeks slightly flushed. He was surrounded by well-wishers. the dimples on his left cheek becoming visible as he smiled. And for a moment, it felt as though he had returned to that untainted morning of his first life. Back then, he had smiled just like this, sharing half of a roasted spiritual rabbit leg with her. Yet, Huang Yingying, observing the lingering chill deep within his eyes, akin to ice submerged in water, suddenly felt a wave of bitterness rise in her heart. She understood his facade, the intricate calculations hidden beneath his smile, the distance he maintained with everyone. His indulgence towards Fan Ro bore an undertone of scrutiny. His gentleness towards Su Qingyue carried a measure of detachment. And even the familiarity he showed to his younger self was shrouded in an imperceptible barrier. He had not forgotten the suffering of his first life. Rather, he had buried his resentment deeper, like a sharpened blade concealed within its sheath, indiscernible in everyday life, yet blood would certainly flow when drawn. But even as Fan Pai devised intricate schemes, fate had no intention of sparing him. With the establishment of his foundation, the familiar web ensnared him once more, this time with even greater ferocity. Huang Yingying witnessed the gradual darkening of his countenance following a series of familiar accusations, coincidences, and misunderstandings. Ultimately, after that incident, she watched him unleash his fury within the cave, murmuring that name with a ferocity that burned like wildfire. Yun Zhao. Huang Yingying stood by, a flicker of dread flashing through her heart. By her calculations, the current Yun Zhao was merely 8 or 9 years old. Could Fan Pai truly be contemplating? But reality often defied expectations. Huang Yingying watched as Fan Pai, late at night, carried a food box to visit Elder Zhao, who presided over punishments. Inside the box were high-grade spiritual herbs that could prolong life. She saw him approach the outer sect disciple who had testified against him for infiltrating the scripture pavilion, slipping him a box of high-grade spiritual stones. The past accusations, misunderstandings, and coincidences seemed utterly fragile under the weight of the spiritual stones and herbs. Yet as Huang Yingying stood beside him, her fingertips felt as cold as if she were clutching a block of ice, her heart a tumult of emotions. Many of those he had eliminated were not even intentional conspirators. They were merely misunderstandings, mere coincidences. Yet they had undeniably thrust Fan Pai back into the abyss. Observing the boy who once would carefully bury even a crushed ant, lamenting that even small lives deserve compassion, now using benefit as leverage to manipulate hearts and crush foes, left her feeling as if she were witnessing the tragic transformation of innocence into cold-hearted calculation, as she watched once mighty figures fall from grace, either exiled to the fringes or stripped of their power, ultimately meeting untimely and tragic ends. She found herself at a loss as to whether to feel relief for the vengeance fulfilled or sorrow for their plight. The youth who could scarcely utter harsh words had ultimately been driven by the harshness of this world into the very incarnation he once despised. Is this the price of rebirth? Trading past gentleness for a suit of impenetrable armor, exchanging pure trust for calculated strategies, and employing the most despicable of underhanded methods to combat the whims of fate. Huang Yingying gazed at the figure of Fan Pai as he swept past the threshold in his green robe. The robe remained the same, yet its essence had changed. The once blended aroma of grass and sunlight now carried a hint of an elusive chill. Suddenly, she recalled a particular afternoon in her first life, when he had joyfully brandished a charred rabbit leg at her, his tiger-like teeth glimmering like stars in the night sky. The breeze had been warm, rustling the pine needles and causing the sunlight to filter through the leaves, casting a delicate golden sheen upon them, a beauty akin to an undying painting. Yet now, that painting lay shattered. She stood in the torrent of memories, witnessing his transformation into a stranger she once knew so intimately. The boy who would sneak her the last candied fruit, the one who would take the blame for her, the one whose smile would create dimples on his cheeks. He seemed to linger, yet simultaneously felt irretrievably lost. A throbbing ache gripped her heart, and something lodged in her throat made her want to rush forward and grasp his sleeve to ask if it was worth it. But the words, though on the tip of her tongue, ultimately remained unspoken. After all, no one understood better than she did the hell he had endured in that dilapidated temple. Some debts must be repaid, and some wounds must become armor. She could only stand there, watching him descend further into the abyss, even as her heart shattered with every step he took, until he made his move against Yun Zhao. Trailing behind Fan Pai, she observed the distant, remote mountain village. Beneath the old locust tree, in front of the earthen house, one of Fan Pai's trusted subordinates, clad in the gray robes of the Yin-Yang sacred ground, addressed a child before him. Little one, you possess exceptional potential. You have been chosen by our sacred ground. Come with me. Yun Zhao, clutching a coarse ceramic bowl, looked pale and emaciated, yet his eyes sparkled with the brilliance of shattered starlight. Really? Will the sacred ground provide enough food? Not only will you be fed, but you will also learn to soar through the skies. The cultivator smiled as he handed over a shimmering spirit stone, urging him to gather his belongings and follow him. The wind rustled through the locust leaves, sounding like someone weeping softly. Huang Yingying observed as Yun Zhao tearfully bid farewell to his mother, shouldering a coarse cloth bundle. Stepping in line with the cultivator, his small cloth shoes splashed through the muddy path, sending up tiny clouds of dust. She noticed the hidden guards Fan Pai had dispatched, disguised as villagers trailing at a distance. As she saw the Yingyang cultivator lead Yun Zhao around a bend in the mountain path, she discreetly pressed her hand against her waist, where Fan Pai had concealed a communication talisman. Huang Yingying's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, suffocating her. She understood Fan Pai's hatred, the baseless slanders of their first life, the heartbreak of betrayal, the bone-chilling cold of the cliff of remorse. She had witnessed it all. Yet, watching the child's exuberant figure, she dug her fingertips into the rough bark of a tree, the coarse texture biting into her flesh. Was this truly the outcome Fan Pai desired? The boy who once secretly offered her a charred rabbit leg, who would smile and comment on how her scales sparkled like shattered stars in the sunlight, was now poised to act against an 8-year-old child, one who understood nothing of this cruel world. It was the will of fate that forced his hand, she told herself, her nails digging deeply into her palm as blood wept through the cracks, dripping onto the ground. It was fate that sought to mold him into this being. Half a month later, Huang Yingying heard the brief, startled cries emanating from the depths of the rebirth well, and listened to Fan Pai's long, sorrowful sigh, covering her mouth as nausea churned in her stomach. She comprehended his rage, his despair. The torment of their first life had been etched into his very bones. He was terrified that once Yun Zhao entered their world, that cursed fate would repeat itself, leading to betrayal and death at the hands of his master. Yet, gazing upon the abyss that threatened the child's life, seeing the fleeting glimmer of ruthlessness in Fan Pai's eyes, her heart felt as though it had been violently torn asunder. That was a child just like the 8-year-old him, still filled with the light of the stars. The Fan Pai she loved was the boy who would bandage the wounds of an injured spirit bird, who would share his last piece of bread with a beggar. Yet now, he had become a butcher poised to strike down a child of 7 or 8. Anger blazed within her like a wildfire, not directed at him, but at that damnable fate. It was fate that had driven him to this juncture, that had compelled a gentle soul to raise a blade, tainting his pure spirit with blood. Fate. How far must it push him before it is satisfied with his demise? Chapter 36. Weary. 3 months later, the sound of drums for the Grand Sect competition reverberated through the skies. Huang Yingying squeezed into the viewing platform, watching as Fan Ro stood on the stage, facing an opponent at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from her, causing her to freeze in shock. The golden radiance tore through the clouds, the intent of the sword soaring toward the heavens, and the elders below gasped in disbelief. The Taichu destruction sword intent. She turned sharply to look at Fan Pai, who sat nearby, his face as pale as parchment as he gazed at the terrifying sword energy emanating from Fan Ro. A chilling silence of despair enveloped them. It's the same. Even the radiance bears resemblance, he murmured, smashing a wine jar to the ground. As the shards flew, he suddenly laughed, tears spilling from his eyes, and Huang Yingying felt her heart plummet. She recalled how, after Yun Zhao joined the sect in their first life, he had endured baseless accusations, how he had been pinned in the law enforcement hall, the red marks on his wrist, and his ultimate demise. Could it be? 3 days later, an elder from the law enforcement hall hurled a box of spirit stones at Fan Pai's feet. The stones scattered across the floor, glinting in the sunlight. Fan Pai, do you think everyone is greedy and corrupt? The dignity of the sect cannot be sullied. Fan Pai stood outside the hall, watching the elder's departing figure, suddenly bending down to pick up a spirit stone and lifting it toward the sunlight. The light refracted painfully, causing him to squint. Yet a manic smile crept across his lips. Is even bribery off the table now? They truly leave no path for survival. Huang Yingying watched as he turned to leave. Witnessing him being denied medication at the alchemy chamber, denied books of the scripture pavilion, and even being scorned by disciples of the outer sect as a demonic presence, those who had once called him second senior brother now regarded him with icy disdain, their gazes chilling enough to ache in her bones. 2 years later, news of the withering spirit fields spread throughout the sect. All evidence pointed to Fan Pai, and even Master Lu Qingyuan could not protect him. In the main hall, Fan Ro, clad in a freshly sewn purple robe, stood beside Master, her eyes coldly observing him. Second senior brother, for the sake of our shared bond, you should confess. Fan Pai looked up, seeing the same golden light enveloping her as that of Yun Zhao. and suddenly drew his sword, the tip aimed at the heavens. I confess to your mother's crimes. As the blade's luminescence pierced through the ceiling of the hall, Huang Yingying closed her eyes amidst the throng of spectators. She could perceive Fan Ro's sword intent slicing through the air, hear the heavy thud as Fan Pai collapsed, and the surrounding sighs of relief that felt like needles, mercilessly puncturing her heart. Memories flooded back to her. The night due by the wheel of reincarnation, the shattered wine jar that Fan Pai had once held, and the last desperate cries of that 8-year-old child. Why? She could not comprehend it. Why? Fan Pai had already displayed enough forbearance, enough ruthlessness, even resorting to bloodshed. Why was he still unable to escape death? What did the heavens truly desire? Did they need to reduce him to ashes before they would relent? A sense of powerlessness overwhelmed her like a tidal wave, and despair and fury churned in her throat, leaving her unable to articulate a single coherent word. When the golden light of the third awakening ignited, Huang Yingying felt as though she could barely maintain her footing. She beheld the 9-year-old Fan Pai clutching a poisoned dagger beneath the peach tree, his youthful visage marred by a ferocity that belied his age. None shall escape, she heard him declare, watching as he grew increasingly ruthless, devoid of any internal conflict. She witnessed him setting traps, luring Fan Ro into the treacherous marshes of the myriad demons' forest, and when she turned to present the pure world White Lotus, he crushed her meridians without hesitation. She saw him thrust Fan Ro into the toxic miasma, the fleeting flicker of pain in his eyes brutally overshadowed by his ferocity. As Su Qingyue erupted in resplendent holy light, the brilliance of a 9 turns glass saint body illuminating the entirety of Qinghe Peak, Huang Yingying collapsed beside Fan Pai. Her body chilled. She observed him gazing at that blinding radiance, a cold smile gracing his lips, his despair more profound than the miasma that surrounded them. As foretold, he was ultimately reduced to ashes by that holy light, and it felt as though a dull blade was repeatedly carving in her heart, suffocating her with anguish. He had even turned against his own sister. The boy who once sheltered Fan Ro and bore her burdens had completely succumbed to hatred. Yet even so, the hand of fate gently flipped, crushing his struggles to dust. Why? What was the reason behind it all? When the light patterns of the fourth awakening shone forth, Huang Yingying's tears had already run dry. She watched as Fan Pai infiltrated the primordial spirit eye, stealing the essence of the source spirit. Witnessing him dance precariously on the precipice of life and death, she saw him make another attempt against Fan Ro in the myriad demons' forest, and after a fierce battle, his genius heart shattered, leaving him forever unable to advance. She witnessed him sever Su Qingyue's life with a single strike, the tremor in his hand betraying his resolve as the blade grazed her cheek. She saw him forsake his master's cultivation, etching the character's master into the stone wall, only to violently erase it, his fingertips bleeding profusely. She beheld him obliterating his own foundation, the despair in his eyes as he gradually transformed into his original form before finally walking away. She watched as he crushed the spiritual roots of his 5th junior brother, rendered Yun Zhao's sword bones useless, and disabled Lin Wanner. She understood that these individuals had all betrayed him. His vengeance was a debt, a long overdue reckoning. As they fell one by one, an eerie sense of liberation washed over her, akin to the weight of centuries finally lifting from her heart. Perhaps this way, he could find some semblance of ease. When Fan Pai dominated an era, standing atop the abyss of fallen immortals, preparing to ascend, Huang Yingying concealed herself behind the clouds, her heart pounding like a drum. She watched him in his white garments, surrounded by spiritual energy that forced the mountains to bow, believing that this time he would finally achieve liberation, escaping the sea of suffering to ascend to the upper realm. Yet suddenly, Lin Wanner appeared, her imperial might erupting from within, raising her arm to rally a multitude, leading an army to besiege Fan Pai. As her blade streaked towards his heart like a shooting star, Huang Yingying could no longer contain a sob. She witnessed Fan Pai disintegrate amidst the thunderous tribulations and sword energies, saw the myriad empress step into the ascension portal, and ultimately, she could bear no more. Collapsing upon the clouds, gazing into the empty sky, feeling as though all strength had been siphoned from her, grief and anger gradually faded away, leaving only an overwhelming sense of helplessness. When the light patterns of the 5th awakening illuminated the scene, Huang Yingying no longer regarded her surroundings. Her gaze immediately fell upon Fan Pai. In this life, he was 10 years old, devoid of ferocity and struggle, only an inescapable weariness etched upon his features. From the very beginning, he had renounced cultivation, and by the age of 12, he bowed deeply before his master and beloved sisters. Disciple possesses mediocre talent. Cultivation shall yield no success. In this life, I only wish to live as a mortal and grow old in the mundane world. No one could retain him. Not even his master's pleas, nor Fan Ro's tears, nor Su Qingyue's affections could bind him. He simply turned away, his azure robe brushing against the stone steps, free of any lingering attachment. Huang Ying followed him away from the primordial sacred land, watching as he traversed the continent, sleeping beneath the heavens, using the earth as his bed, utterly carefree. The moonlight fell upon his profile, gentle as the untainted dawn of the first life. Huang Ying understood him. After 4 lifetimes of reincarnation and centuries of time, he was utterly exhausted, too weary even to harbor resentment. She lay beside him, propping herself up, boldly observing him, watching as his profile appeared soft and painterly in the sunlight. She knew she could not touch him, yet her instincts drew her closer, imagining snuggling beside him, feeling his warmth, listening to his steady breaths. After centuries of experiences, betrayal, revenge, slaughter, struggle, and death, she was no longer the naive junior sister who once coveted his spirit rabbit's legs. Her joys and sorrows were intertwined with his. His pain was her pain, his fatigue her fatigue, and his breath seemed to echo her own. She was like his shadow, his heartbeat, the warmth of his fingertips, having long since merged with him. Inseparable, the wind swept through the grass, carrying the sweet fragrance of wildflowers. Fanpai suddenly smiled in his dreams, unaware of the thoughts that occupied his mind. Huang Ying gazed at his profile, gently closing her eyes. So be it, even if merely watching him, accompanying him through this ordinary life, would suffice. Chapter 37. Clearly, it was I who came first. Yet, the world is capricious, and fantasies, like morning mist, are mercilessly torn asunder by the raging winds. On the morning fan, Pai entered the outskirts of the myriad demons' forest. The thin fog still lingered, and the cries of a girl pierced the rare tranquility like ice-coated stones. Help! Is anyone there? Please help me. Huang Ying saw the girl in red cornered by 3 black-clad cultivators, her hair disheveled, blood trickling from her lips. Yet she clutched a cloth bundle tightly to her chest, as if guarding the last flicker of hope. You little wretch, dare you run? The leader, a man with a scarred face, grinned wickedly. Hand over that elixir, and I might grant you a swift death. Fanpai's eyelashes fluttered, but did not open. Huang Ying's heart leapt. She noticed him gripping the concealed dagger in his sleeve, his knuckles paling. Just a half-breed bastard. How dare you possess such a treasure? Another cultivator spat, his saliva splattering at the girl's feet. Once we skin you for a fur coat to present to the young master, at least your worthless life will have some purpose. The moment the term bastard fell from their lips, Fanpai raised his gaze. The morning mist suddenly crystallized into frost, chilling as the sword aura that severed Su Qingyue's hair during the 4th era. Huang Ying barely perceived the swiftness of his movement. She only heard 3 abrupt, muffled sounds, as 3 Foundation establishment cultivators clutched their throats and collapsed to the ground, the shattered spiritual energy mingling with the scent of blood, startling the birds from the branches. The girl in red stood frozen in shock, her cloth pouch falling to the ground with a thud, rolling out an ebony brocade box. Thank you, Senior. Her voice trembled like a flickering candle in the wind as she hurriedly retrieved the wooden box, tremblingly cradling it above her head. My name is Li Yan. If you do not mind, I would like to offer this high-grade Foundation establishment pill to you, and I hope you can spare my life. Fanpai glanced at the wooden box, sensing the wave of energy emanating from the pill within, his lips twitching slightly. Huang Ying understood in her heart. How could such a meager pill be worthy of the title high grade to incite this pursuit? Fanpai's voice turned as cold as tempered ice as he turned to leave. There's no need. It was merely an act of justice. Huang Ying inexplicably held her breath, feeling a pang in her heart. She saw Li Yin momentarily stunned, then suddenly grasp the wooden box and chase after him, her bare feet treading upon the blood-soaked earth, her red dress dancing in the moonlight like a flickering flame. Senior, wait, if you do not mind. I can identify the spiritual herbs of Wanyao Forest and find shortcuts to evade demonic beasts. Please allow me to accompany you. Fanpai's footsteps did not falter, while Li Yin stomped her foot, gritting her teeth to quicken her pace. Senior, wait. I know you are not a cold-hearted person. You saved me. I must repay you. Eventually, Fanpai's pace slowed. Over the following years, Huang Ying trailed behind the two, wandering across the continent like a shadow. She watched as Li Yin returned each morning with dew-kissed spiritual fruits, offering the ripest one to Fanpai, who would frown and push it away, only for her to secretly place it by his satchel, the next day always revealing the fruit's pit discarded in the grass. She observed her ignite with a tender, fire-controlling technique, lighting dry twigs to drive away poisonous insects, only to smile through the pain when the sparks singed her fingertips. She witnessed her drape a raincoat over him during a stormy night, while she herself shivered beneath a tree. Yet when he turned to look, she hurriedly waved her hand, insisting, "I'm not cold." Fanpai's demeanor gradually softened. At first, he accepted the roasted fish she offered with a cold expression, but later would draw the correct leaf patterns in the dirt with a branch when she misidentified herbs. Initially indifferent to her chatter, he would later discreetly toss her an antidote pill when she was choked by toxic miasma. Huang Yingying sat on a boulder by the stream, watching as his fingers brushed against Li Yan's as she handed him a water skin, an almost imperceptible awkwardness passing between them, an ease she had never witnessed in the Fourth Era. She should have felt joy. The weariness in his eyes had lessened, and occasionally, when he gazed at the setting sun, a smile would grace his lips, no longer that of a solitary soul consumed by hatred. Yet, whenever Li Yan chattered around him, whenever he reached out to tousle her wind-tousled hair, an icy chill would surge through Huang Yingying's wrist, her nails digging deep into her palm. Why? Why was it this girl who could make him smile, rather than herself? Who had walked beside him through 4 lifetimes of bloodshed and mountains of corpses? The turning point came suddenly, on a twilight evening in an unknown valley. Li Yan, in an act of valor to shield Fanpai from the demonic king's claws, sustained 3 deep wounds at exposed bone, blood and flesh mingling with fragments of golden-red feather scales. She gritted her teeth and declared, "I'm fine," yet her body swayed like a flickering candle in the wind. For the first time, Fanpai lost his composure and rushed over, as he pressed his fingers, imbued with spiritual power, against her wounds. He trembled like a leaf falling in autumn. "I am actually of the demon race, a mixed-blood demon, a bastard." While cleansing her wounds by the stream, Li Yan suddenly spoke softly, her chin resting on her knees, her voice so faint it could be swept away by the current. "My father is a prince of the Fire Phoenix clan, and my mother was merely a Fox clan slave purchased by him. She died during childbirth, and my father, who regarded my mother as a mere plaything, discarded me at the mass grave due to my impure bloodline and mediocre talent." She raised her hand to wipe her face, the juice from the spiritual fruit mingling with her tears. "They all call me a wild seed, saying my existence sullies the Fire Phoenix bloodline. As for my mother..." Fanpai paused, his hands momentarily still as he wrung out the cloth, exhaling a soft sigh. He reached out to gently stroke Li Yan's head, his voice as gentle as a breeze. "I'm not a good person either. I have killed many." For the first time, he spoke of his own suffering, the ice of the cliff of regret, and the pain of betrayal by those closest to him. Li Yan, perhaps moved by genuine feelings, felt her eyes redden and collapsed into his embrace, crying heart-wrenchingly. Fanpai gently patted her back, sighing helplessly. The moonlight fell upon their entwined hands, and the stream mirrored their shadows, like a painting that none could intrude upon. From that moment on, Li Yan burned like an intense flame, fervently expressing her affection. She would quietly drape an outer garment over him while he meditated, offer him roasted spiritual rabbit legs when he stared into the distance, and shyly confess beneath the starry sky, "Fanpai, I think I like you." Initially, he would awkwardly turn away, but later, when she spoke and then turned to flee, a subtle smile would curve at the corners of his mouth. At first, he would scold her for her foolishness, yet he would invariably stand protectively in front of her during hunts. Under relentless pursuit, the ice within Fanpai's heart gradually thawed. As 10 years flowed by like water, he could no longer resist, succumbing to Li Yan's fiery love. For the first time, the fluctuations of his spiritual energy were tinged with warmth, like the thawing stream in early spring, carrying the faint scent of budding flora. Chapter 38. The groom is married, but the bride is not me. On that night, when the campfire crackled in the cave, the walls etched with numerous peculiar patterns, memories of Fanpai's harrowing experiences in the fallen immortal tomb during his Fourth Era, Li Yan leaned against his shoulder. Her red dress transformed into a warm orange by the firelight, softly humming an off-key tune. The campfire crackled beneath the night sky, illuminating their faces as they exchanged smiles. Huang Yingying suddenly turned her face away, yet could not escape the breath carried by the wind. "Fanpai, shall we find a secluded valley to settle down?" Li Yan's voice was laced with moisture, her fingertips tracing circles in his palm. "I will cultivate spiritual fields, and you can hunt. We will no longer concern ourselves with the troubles of the cultivation world." Fanpai remained silent for a prolonged period, long enough for Li Yan's expression to tremble, disappointment creeping across her face, long enough for a glimmer of hope to rise in Huang Yingying's heart, wishing that he would refuse. Yet, she heard him softly respond, as his fingers wove through Li Yan's hair, gentle as water. Huang Yingying hid in the rain outside the cave, watching the campfire cast their shadows against the cave wall. the intertwining of Leanne's white dress and Fan Pai's azure robe forming a blurred silhouette, the girl's soft murmurs and his restrained sighs piercing her eardrums like needles. She witnessed Fan Pai bowing his head to kiss Leanne's forehead, hearing him declare, "In the future, you shall have me." She saw Leanne, her cheeks flushed, burrow into his embrace, nodding with teary eyes, her fingertips grazing the old scar on his back. Tears fell onto his azure robe, staining it with a small, dark patch, and their intertwined hands shimmered faintly in the firelight. Those words she had concealed for 4 lifetimes, those desires she had repeatedly savored in the cycles of reincarnation. The sentiments she believed she would have to wait until the next life to voice, the gentleness she so ardently craved. The countless touches she had longed for through the years were now vividly unfolding before her, yet she was not the protagonist. Huang Ying bit her lip fiercely, the metallic taste of blood flooding her tongue. Raindrops mingled with something warm, trickling down her cheeks, scorching her chest, leaving her trembling. She gazed at the warm glow of the fire in the cave, suddenly bursting into laughter, her mirth mingling with sobs, shattering into fragments amidst the rain. So be it. At least in this life, he was no longer alone, no longer tormented by the will of heaven, no longer forced to wield a sword against others. He had finally encountered his happiness. Yet the jealousy that burgeoned within her heart entwined around her like a vine, nearly suffocating her. A voice shrieked within her, raw with bitterness. Why? Why could she lie in his embrace, hear him whisper sweet nothings, and be the one he cherished, while I, who walked with him through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, was not? By what right? Huang Ying clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms. She had accompanied him through 4 lifetimes, watching him transform from a gentle youth into a cold-hearted demon, witnessing the weariness clouding his gaze, observing him relinquish everything and wander the earth. She remembered every wound he bore in each life, recalled the vivid hue of the spirit fruit he adored, and knew that when intoxicated, he would slur her master's name. Yet, why was she not the one in his arms? Why could she not be the one to bring him happiness? Why was it not her who could weep in his embrace? Why did their childhood bond and 4 lifetimes of companionship ultimately pale in comparison to a fleeting encounter of salvation? Huang Ying saw Fan Pai tighten his hold on Lian, as if he wished to merge with that vile foxwoman. She saw the icy stillness that had frozen his heart for 4 lifetimes finally thaw, rippling with emotions she had never witnessed before. She watched the pair embrace and sleep, the wind carrying Lian's tear-laden whisper, "Pyre, how wonderful it is to have you. Let us never part. Shall we spend a lifetime together?" Fan Pai's reply was soft, yet resonated clearly through the curtain of rain, imbued with profound affection. "Yes, not just in this life, but in the next. And the one after that. We shall be together, never to part." The silver scales glimmered a haunting red under the moonlight, and the wildfires of jealousy scorched through her heart, causing Huang Ying to nearly curl up on the ground in agony. When Fan Pai took Lian's hand, declaring their intention to settle in a mortal town to the south, Huang Ying stood nearby, watching their intertwined fingers glimmer in the morning light. Blood droplets from her punctured palm fell onto the grass, mingling with morning dew, chilling as frost. When did jealousy begin to grow so wildly? Perhaps it was when she saw Fan Pai and Lian strolling along the cobblestone path of the mortal town, Lian's red dress brushing against his azure robe, the moment their clothing touched. Or perhaps it was when she witnessed Lian handing him the osmanthus wine she had brewed herself, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he gently caressed her cheek, cautioning her to drink less. Or maybe it was when they shared a piece of osmanthus cake under the moonlight, laughter dancing in their eyes as crumbs adorned their lips, their mouths inching closer until they shared a deep kiss, intertwining for what felt like an eternity from the ground to the bed, from the courtyard to the room, their passionate embrace transforming into. Or perhaps it was during the cold night when they were entwined, Lian's nose brushing against his stubbled chin. Or it could have been the hesitation in his fingers as he delicately painted her brows. Or the tenderness she witnessed as Lian gently mended the frayed cuffs of his sleeves, her fingertips tracing over his old scars. It was the morning light falling on Fan Pai's shoulder, Lian tiptoeing to brush the fallen leaves from his clothing, her fingertips grazing his collarbone, eliciting a smile from him as he lovingly ruffled her hair. These fragmented images entwined like poisonous vines within her veins, constricting with each breath, leaving a metallic taste in her mouth. For lifetimes, she murmured softly to the void of memory, her nails digging in her palm, blood droplets staining the scales, blooming into a glaring red. "I have accompanied you through 4 lifetimes of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. By what right? By what right can she fill your eyes with her soft words? By what right can she harmonize with you, intertwining in bliss? Hatred seeped through her clenched teeth, her gaze towards Li Yin turning icy, as if she wished to burn a hole through that red dress. She began to hope that these tranquil days would come to an end soon, yearning for some upheaval to separate this pair of celestial lovers. As this thought emerged, she suppressed it fiercely, yet quickly grew wild again, ensnaring her in unrest. The upheaval came swifter than anticipated, a wisp of gray mist gradually enveloping the eaves of the town. The nighttime barks of dogs morphed into mournful howls, the well water bubbling with black foam. And as the ominous miasma seeped into her memories, Huang Yingying's breath suddenly became erratic. Witnessing the eerie deaths occurring in the town, observing Fan Pai's furrowed brow as he scrutinized the traces of demonic energy, her heart tightened, her fingertips growing cold. Be careful. She noticed the tense expression etched on Fan Pai's face, one she had seen over 4 lifetimes, a facade hiding a cold hardness beneath his gentleness. Huang Yingying's heart lurched painfully, as if gripped by an unseen hand. He was about to plunge into conflict again. Those eyes, which had finally been imbued with the warmth of the mortal realm, were about to revert to the cold depths of the past. But in the next instant, a despicable expectation emerged like a toxic fungus. Let it become chaotic. Let it become chaotic. Then this sheltered flower, Li Yin, would be unable to protect him. Let it become chaotic. Perhaps this pair of lovebirds would face calamity and part ways, allowing Fan Pai to see through the true nature of that vixen. She bit her tongue fiercely, forcing back this filthy thought, the taste of blood mingling with a hint of hidden sweetness. Chapter 39. The Powerless Wife. Yet when Fan Pai was injured by a low-level demon cultivator while protecting Li Yin, her eyes instantly reddened, wishing she could shield him from that wound. Her worries and expectations twisting into a tangled mess, aching to the point of breathlessness. When the dark-skirted sorceress, Mu Yunru, burst into the town, Huang Yingying was momentarily stunned. Then she could not help but let a smile creep across her lips. She saw the sorceress laughing heartily as she patted Fan Pai's shoulder, mocking him for pretending to be immortal. She watched as Li Yan's face flushed with anger, drawing her sword to engage in a fierce battle with Mu Yunru. Refusing to yield, even when pressed to the point of vomiting blood, leaning against the stone wall, Huang Yingying trembled with laughter. As refreshing as ice water on a scorching summer day. You deserve it, taking up space with Fan Pai. Yet when she saw Fan Pai helplessly stepping forward to separate the two, kissing Li Yin passionately in front of the sorceress, his eyes conveying deep affection as he professed his love, and witnessing the fierce determination flickering in the sorceress's gaze, the exhilaration swiftly morphed into an even fiercer hatred. Tears fell silently, as if cut by a blade. The witch could stand beside him, and Li Yin could be protected behind him. Yet she was left to linger like a mere shadow, bereft of the right to approach him. An overwhelming torrent of hatred surged within her as she seized a stone from the ground and hurled it fiercely into the void. The stone pierced through fragments of memory, returning to her feet, resembling the anger she had no outlet for. In the shadow of the great demon tomb, Fan Pai and Li Yin were embroiled in a heated argument over the clues to their inheritance. With red-rimmed eyes, Li Yin questioned him, wondering if he found her cultivation lacking, asking why he could not retreat to this place as before, to spend their days together in solitude, just the two of them. Huang Yingying and Mu Yunru observed from the sidelines, their hearts itching with malice, like weeds thriving in toxicity. Let them quarrel endlessly. It would be best if they were to fracture irreparably, never to return to the past, to become sworn enemies, destined to live out their days without crossing paths. She even devised hurtful words for Fan Pai in her mind, but when he finally turned around, he simply responded with a deep kiss, gazing into her eyes and softly declaring that his love for her compelled him to offer the world, wishing to free her from the shadows cast by her family. Mu Yunru's nails dug deeply into her flesh, filled with envy, while Huang Yingying, infuriated, kicked the stone wall, causing her foot to pass through it effortlessly and land lightly on the ground. Unscathed, yet tears mingled with grievances cascaded down her cheeks. Why not argue to the bitter end? Why reconcile with her? Yet, as fate would have it, the tides of fortune shifted, and the trio departed the small town, beset by countless trials and tribulations. When they finally attained the inheritance, an unexpected upheaval occurred. Li Yin, being of mixed demon blood, inadvertently awakened the fiery phoenix bloodline within her. The phoenix's rebirth set the sky ablaze. However, when Li Yin emerged from the inheritance, her gaze was as pure as a blank sheet of paper, looking at Fan Pai with nothing but estrangement, devoid of any affection. The phoenix's rebirth, a transformation of life, burned through her bloodline, bestowing unparalleled potential for greatness. Yet the cost was the disappearance of the Li Yan who had fallen in love with him. Forever lost in the flames, Fan Pai stood frozen, his fingertips hovering in the air, as if yearning to touch yet too fearful to do so. The light in his eyes shattering gradually into the familiar, unshakable weariness. In that moment, Huang Yingying's heart ached painfully, curling inward. How could the one she had cherished for 4 lifetimes be treated thus? But then, a twisted ecstasy suddenly engulfed her, like a drowning soul clutching at driftwood. Serves you right. Forgetting is for the best. She stomped her feet in the void, clapping and laughing at Li Yan, tears rolling down her cheeks. Let you take him. Let you claim him. Now forgetting is for the best. Can't you snatch him away? Show me if you can. Mimicking Li Yan's past demeanor, she tiptoed to touch Fan Pai's cheek, imagining herself softly saying, Paigo, I am here too, but at the moment her fingertips passed through his clothing, only a chilling emptiness remained. Like an ice pick, it plunged deep into her heart. Why can't I reach him? Desperately, she extended her hands, but her fingertips repeatedly traversed through his form. I am better than her. I surpassed them all. I have accompanied you through 4 lifetimes. Why can't I even come close? Not even a word of consolation. Worse still, even if that vixen has forgotten Fan Pai, he has already fallen into the throes of love, unable to extricate himself. She witnessed Fan Pai embracing the amnesiac Li Yan, his fingers trembling as they brushed against her cheek, gazing into her eyes filled with confusion, the anguish swirling in his depths nearly drowning him, and her laughter abruptly ceased. It felt as though a void had been carved from her heart, a cold wind rushing in. She cautiously reached out, longing to touch the tense profile of Fan Pai from her memories, but her fingertips passed through the illusion. I am here, she choked. I remember everything. I will not forget. Please look at me. No one responded. Fan Pai simply rose with Li Yan in his arms, intent on revisiting all their shared moments, awakening those forgotten memories. Yet, fate proved to be a cruel jester. Perhaps this is just how life unfolds. When the Phoenix Clan's powerful beings swept her away, despair overflowed in Fan Pai's eyes. Who could have anticipated that fortune and misfortune would intertwine so? His despair stemmed from his strength, leading him to abandon his sect and wander aimlessly. Yet it was in this very despair that he found a love that would mark him indelibly. Yet, it was his weakness that rendered him powerless to protect his beloved, left only to watch as she was taken from him. The chasm of power, separating them like an uncrossable abyss. 30 years had passed, and the world was now a battleground of rising talents. Those once crushed by his might had now fully matured, vying for dominance, intent on seizing his fortunes as they had in the 4th generation, an impossible dream. Huang Yingying could only stand by, helplessly watching him succumb to despair and languor, then witnessing the treacherous Mu Yunru seize the opportunity. She observed the witch quietly offering tea to Fan Pai while he was lost in thoughts of Li Yan. She watched as Mu Yunru shielded him from attacks during their flight from danger. She saw her standing before him in the blood-soaked carnage of the demon realm, her black cloak soaked through with blood, yet she turned back to smile, saying, I want to die. Fan Pai's gaze towards Mu Yunru gradually shifted, filled with hesitation and emotion, an expression Huang Yingying had never received. Away with you, you wretched harlot. You are forbidden from looking at her. She cried out through the cracks of memory, tears mingling with blood at the corners of her mouth. His eyes must only hold me. Only me. He is mine. Mine. Yet Fan Pai could not hear, only sighing as he bandaged Mu Yunru's wounds, his eyes swirling with conflict. Huang Yingying harbored resentment, lamenting as she watched the 2 hearts draw ever closer, yet remaining worlds apart. And she could only stand by like a powerless wife, unable to do anything. Chapter 40. Only I remain, only I will endure, and I shall endure forever, eternally. As the light of the 5th generation ends illuminated the sky, Fan Pai, battered and bruised, abandoned by all, resembled a lone wolf trapped in a cage, surrounded by the array of thousands of celestial beings, tearfully succumbing to his fate. The explosion of Mu Yunru, the cold gaze of Li Yan. These images rushed past, yet Huang Yingying suddenly fell silent. She did not weep. She simply sat amidst the dust of memories, watching the extinguished flames, a low, hoarse laugh escaping her lips. It is finally over. No more witnessing his smiles directed at Li Yan, no more watching him struggle with Mu Yunru, no more seeing him belong to another. Even if this lifetime he meets a tragic end, even if he is forsaken by all, of the 2 who loved him, one dies for him. The other views him as an enemy after losing her memories. It is still preferable to watching him hold another's hand, trampling upon her centuries of companionship, stepping into a happiness she could never penetrate. She curled within the dust of memories, the bloodstains upon her silver scales long dried. Yet her gaze shone with a terrifying brightness. This is as it should be, she thought. Only when he is marred with wounds, forsaken by all, and abandoned by the world, will he perhaps turn back to glance? Even if her existence remains forever unacknowledged, even if they are eternally separate, even if he merely recalls the distant silhouette on Qinghe Peak, that once dear friend, as long as he gazes this way, as long as no one else is by his side, it suffices. In the next life, she licked the scab at the corner of her lips, her laughter mad and infatuated. In the next life, when you find yourself in despair, I shall still be here. At that moment, only I will remain, only I will stand by, and I shall always be here, forever, eternally. Fragments of memory whirl like a tempest, the sixth life, the seventh life, the eighth life, the ninth life. Huang Yingying's palms have long carved out 4 deep holes, blood droplets cascading through her fingers to the ground, yet she remains oblivious, estranged. Hoarse laughter spilling from her throat. Wretched being, vixen, all are vixens. All enticing my pyre, she abruptly lifted her foot to kick at the void. Yet the scenes from her memories remained utterly unmoved. How dare they? His tenderness belongs solely to me. Only to me. Begone. All of you begone. He is mine. No one is allowed to gaze upon him. Jealousy has long consumed the last vestige of her reason, madness entwining her heart like a vine, choking her breath. She watched Fan Pai's unrelenting thoughts for Li Yan, witnessed his unwavering bond with Mu Yunru, observed one woman after another fall for him, her eyes brimming with longing. A twisted notion burgeoning wildly in her heart. Rather than let him be tender with these women, it is better to let him despise the entire world. His laughter, his tears, his gentleness, if they cannot be solely mine, then let them be utterly destroyed. Let him be forsaken by all. Let him be utterly alone. Thus only I can remain by his side, even if merely as a shadow. Memories surged suddenly, the frigid air of the 10th life enveloping her. Fan Pai stood on the stone steps of Qinghe Peak, his eyes downcast, the system's chilling notification echoing in their ears. Expressionless, he listened to the task, coldly uttering "get lost" to the approaching junior sister. Huang Yingying gasped, her eyes lighting up like a drowning person seizing a life buoy. She staggered forward, her fingertips nearly grazing his cold profile from memory. Yes, it is like this, she murmured, her lips uncontrollably curling into a twisted smile. Tears slipping from the corners of her eyes. I knew he could never dislike me. It is merely a task. He holds me in his heart, otherwise, why would he be so cold to everyone else? Huang Yingying gazed into Fan Pai's eyes, like still waters, as he mechanically completed the system tasks. Noted how he turned away from his master's outstretched hand, how he regarded his fellow disciples, including her, as strangers, speaking harshly, witnessing his gradual descent into darkness. And the people around him swept away by the heavenly decree, an inexplicable hatred flickering in her eyes, past bonds severed cleanly. At last, Huang Yingying could no longer contain herself, doubling over with laughter, tears streaming down her face, shaking uncontrollably. Ha ha ha, how foolish I was. Good, severed well. She clapped her hands. Like a child who has received candy. It is best that they're all cut off. Those puppets do not deserve to remain by your side. Only I am worthy. When the memory of the naive Huang Yingying was coldly pushed away by Fan Pai, her eyes red-rimmed as she departed, she joyfully leaped up. Waving at the void, go. Hurry and leave. You foolish one. You do not understand him at all. Only I comprehend his millennia of suffering. Watching that forlorn figure disappear, Huang Yingying exhaled a long breath, as if the last thorn in her heart had been pulled out. Fan Pai sat alone in his cave, cursing at the system panel, his eyes reflecting the weariness and coldness accumulated over 9 lives. Yet, Huang Yingying slowly approached, extending her hand to touch his cheek. And the moment her fingertips brushed through the phantom of memory, her gaze turned fervent and mad. Bai, my Bai. Her voice was as soft as a dream, yet her eyes burned with a fierce possessiveness. Wait for me. I shall come to accompany you. A millennium of time ground through her memories, the once negligible guilt long consumed by madness. She gazed at Fan Pai's solitary figure, witnessing him maligned and scorned by the world, her heart harboring no trace of pity, only an indescribable ecstasy. This is her Fan Pai, untainted. No woman can covet him. Only she can provide him warmth. They do not understand you. Only I do. She curled up on the ground, hugging her knees, laughing foolishly, her scarlet eyes reflecting the cold profile of Fan Pai from memory. I will shred everyone who has ever bullied you, will fill you to the brim with my love, all the grievances of a millennium. I shall make amends for you. Her fingertips lightly traced the void, as if sketching the contours of Fan Pai, her tone terrifyingly gentle, yet laced with a pathological obsession. You are mine, only mine. No one can take you away. As memories flowed, when Lin Wan'er, incensed by Fan Pai's vile words, drew her sword against him, Huang Yingying sat in the void, swinging her legs, laughing uproariously. She clapped her hands, watching the white-clad maiden tremble with rage, the tip of her sword easily evaded by Fan Pai. His eyes filled with a disdainful triumph. Ha! Overestimating yourself. With such pitiful skills, you dare to compete for him? Serves you right to be furious. However, the good times were short-lived. Within a day, the smile on her face abruptly froze. In the scene, the night was deep and dark, and Lin Wan'er, unaware of what had transpired, her eyes flickering with madness, shed her innocence, slipping into the cave of contemplation like a lustful raccoon, her fingertips carrying a searing warmth as they gently caressed Fan Pai's sleeping profile. Chapter 41. Entanglement. Huang Yingying's smile instantly stiffened, her pupils narrowing to pinpoints, her spiritual energy erupting with a hum, her clothes billowing as she suddenly stood from the void, her voice sharp as a cat whose tail had been stepped on. You wretched being, how dare you? Stop. She watched helplessly as Lin Wan'er leaned closer, saw the flush on the white-clad maideness cheeks, her fingers restlessly exploring downward, witnessed the astonishment in Fan Pai's eyes upon waking, saw their breaths intertwining in proximity. Even if it was merely a phantom of memory, it seared into Huang Yingying's heart like a red-hot iron. Huang Yingying began to emit furious breaths toward Lin Wan'er in the scene, a beast-like growl erupting from her throat, her fingertips digging into her palm. Blood droplets falling onto the fragments of memory, blooming into a blinding red. Wretched being, how dare you emulate Li Yin and Mu Yunru? Were you even? Get away. Do not touch him. Fortunately, Fan Pai, with a cold expression, cast that wretched creature aside, preserving his virtue. However, before Huang Yingying could revel in her joy for a few days, a mere 3 days later, Lin Wan'er made a sudden reappearance. She first engaged in a fierce confrontation with Fan Ro, their battle sending shards of stone flying from the cliff of reflection. Following that, she unleashed her dragon form in front of Lu Qingyuan and a group of high-ranking members of the sacred land, her ferocious onslaught leaving everyone astonished. Ultimately, she managed to deceive them all, and even her master, in his folly, unwittingly allowed such a madcap to linger by the side of his adopted son. What a disgraceful display of motherhood. Were it not for the fact that she would soon become her mother-in-law, Huang Yingying seethed, cursing Lin Wan'er. Emboldened by her future position, Lin Wan'er shamelessly clung to Fan Pai, never straying far from his side, and even dared to make advances in the dead of night, clearly intending to possess him. Who did she think she was? Li Yan or Mu Yunru? Huang Yingying's gaze twisted in fury, her expression contorted like a malevolent spirit. She charged forward, yearning to tear apart that scene, yet time and again, she found herself passing through mere illusions, left to stomp in vain, her teeth grinding in frustration, wishing to reduce Lin Wan'er to ashes. How shameless! How brazen! He is mine. Who permitted you to touch him? It was not until Lin Wan'er was forcibly taken to the main peak by her master that Huang Yingying, having vented her grievances with her old companions, entered Fan Pai's courtyard. Only then did the scene before her finally fade into darkness, the fragments of 9 lifetimes ebbing like a receding tide, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes, the tumultuous anger still roiling within her chest, jealousy coiling around her like a noxious vine, and an inexplicable sense of humiliation crashing down upon her. She felt as though she had been a powerless spectator for 5 lifetimes. 5 lifetimes. Watching her husband being coveted by others while being unable to lay a finger on that reality. The pent-up emotions of a millennium erupted violently, as Huang Yingying's spiritual energy exploded forth, her garments billowing wildly. The stone table in Fan Pai's cave was shattered, the alchemical furnace toppled, and the jade slips scattered across the floor, the chaos of her unleashed energy almost taking on a tangible form. With bloodshot eyes, she wreaked havoc in the cave, the sharp cracks of broken furniture mingling with her suppressed howls, until, in the midst of the devastation, her fingertips brushed against a warm shard of stone, causing her to abruptly halt. She could actually touch it. The frenzy of destruction ceased. Huang Yingying stood in stunned silence, gazing at her dust-covered fingertips. Disbelief etched across her face, and she trembled as she dared to touch it once more. In that moment, her nose tinged with emotion, and she erupted into a cacophony of tears, yet amidst the sobbing, she broke into a maniacal laugh. The accumulated pain, sorrow, and jealousy of a millennium transformed in that instant into scalding tears, cascading down her cheeks and splattering onto the cold stone floor. I have returned. I have finally returned. She choked out, raising a hand to wipe away her tears, though a fervent light ignited in her eyes, a wild exultation at the reclamation of what was lost, the release of 1,000 years of repressed possessiveness. With a swift pivot, she propelled herself out of the cave, her garments rustling in the night wind. Soaring towards a main peak, she would seek him out, vowing to remain by his side forever, ensuring that no one would dare to separate them again. The night breeze swept through the shattered cave, carrying away the dust and the faint echoes of low sighs, dissipating into the moonlight. Is this the third one already? Why is this issue becoming more severe? She pondered. If this continues, I fear I shall be surrounded by rivals. That simply won't do. I must devise a solution. Moments later, at the peak of the Taichu's sacred land, the candles in the hall of discussions had burned for a full day. The energies intertwining within, casting flickering shadows upon the faces of those present. The elders surrounded Lin Wanner, probing her condition for half a day, their fingers weaving through her meridians and delving into her spiritual consciousness, only to furrow their brows in unison. Her spirit was intact, yet a malevolent aura clung to her heart. Her meridians were unobstructed, yet her thoughts were in disarray. The Grand Elder stroked his white beard, gazing at the reflection of her spirit in the mirror, and spoke gravely. Indeed, this is a sign of madness, yet the source remains elusive. Why can we not ascertain it? A heavy silence enveloped the hall. Lu Qingyun sat to the side, her fingers unconsciously rubbing her sleeve, her gaze fixed upon Lin Wanner. The girl in white, under her scrutiny, appeared as meek as a startled rabbit, her back straightened, hands neatly placed on her knees. Only when Fanpai fidgeted did she instinctively inch closer to him, only to retreat silently under Lu Qingyuan's frowning brow. The inability to identify the source led to the decision to contain the situation. The Grand Elder rapped the jade table, breaking the silence. Xianqinzi, go to the storeroom and fetch the soul-taming purple gold pendant for her to wear close to her. Daily nurturing with spiritual energy may gradually help her condition. Understood. I shall comply with the teachings of our ancestors. He paused and then turned to Lu Qingyun, his tone softening. Qingyun, do not fret too much. I have heard that near the Sword Saint sect, there is a treasure known as the 9 Nether Soul Embryo, an excellent item for calming the spirit. I will send someone to procure it with generous gifts. It should prove beneficial. At present, our utmost priority is to avoid further agitating this child and to prevent her condition from worsening. We can consider further solutions later. Yes, I shall adhere to the teachings of our ancestors. As the candle flames flickered in the hall, Xianqinzi returned, holding the soul-taming purple gold pendant. The pendant radiated a gentle jade-like glow, the calming array etched along its edges glimmering under the spiritual light. With a serious expression, he approached Lin Wanner. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with her garment, she suddenly recoiled. No, I do not want you to touch me, Lin Wanner cried out, her previously compliant demeanor instantly tensing like an agitated cat. She lunged behind Fanpai, gripping his garment tightly, tears erupting unexpectedly, her face smeared with mucus. I want Fanpai to put it on me. Only he can touch it. Otherwise, I will smash it. Chapter 42. Is there a mother in this world who covets her own son? It is hard to say. As she reached out to snatch the pendant from Xianqinzi's grasp, the hall erupted in a chorus of cries and wails. Lu Qingyuan furrowed her brow, yet felt helpless. Glancing at Fanpai with an air of reluctant urgency, Pyre just acquiesced to her. Let her find some peace. Fanpai gazed at Lin Wanner, who was sobbing uncontrollably behind him, then glanced at the assembly of elderly men, each bearing expressions of awkwardness or solemnity. His lips twitched, his fingers hesitating slightly, and he let out a resigned sigh. Damn it, with all these elders around, I can hardly stand a chance against anyone. He accepted the pendant from Xianqinzi, its cool surface contrasting with the warmth of his palm, its gentle luminescence reflecting in his eyes. Instantly, Lin Wanner ceased her cries, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon him, droplets clinging to her eyelashes, her gaze brimming with dependency and hope. Under Lu Qingyuan's subtle signal, Fanpai raised his hand, the motion awkward yet surprisingly gentle. His fingertips lightly brushed against the stray hairs at Lin Wanner's neck as he carefully fastened the purple gold pendant behind her, securing the clasp. The jade pendant nestled against her skin, the warm jade hue accentuating the alabaster of her neck. In the flickering candlelight, this scene bore an inexplicable air of intimacy, reminiscent of newlyweds exchanging tokens during their marriage vows. A group of bearded elders exchanged glances, a subtle expression passing through their eyes, yet they all tacitly remained silent. Lin Wanner, enveloped in this rare tenderness, had long forgotten her tears and cries. She gazed down at the purple gold pendant resting on her chest, then lifted her eyes to meet Fanpai's, her lips curving into an uncontrollable smile. laughter bubbling forth, sweet as honey, even as tears clung to her cheeks. Perhaps the calming power of the pendant was at work, or perhaps she was simply enraptured by Fanpai's recent gentleness. Her eyes, indeed, appeared clearer, free from the previous restlessness, though her grip on the pendant tightened, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the runes upon it, radiating a sense of cherishment. Xian Qinzi observed the now tranquil Lin Wanner, sighing in relief. He glanced at the Grand Elder, then nodded slightly to Lu Qingyin. It seems this treasure resonates with her, and it has indeed served its purpose. The heavy atmosphere within the hall was somewhat alleviated by this moment of calm. Yet the lingering hint of ambiguity remained entwined within the shadows cast by the candlelight. As night deepened, the flickering flames cast dancing shadows upon the papered windows. Lu Qingyuan, sensing the lack of further leads, and having received the elder's assurances, finally exhaled in relief. She tore through the fabric of space with a wave of her hand, stepping aside to shield Fan Pai and Lin Wanner as they entered the rift. Let us return to Qinghe Peak. Fan Pai cast one last glance behind him before stepping through, faint murmurs of indistinct conversation reaching his ears. To be honest, this might not be. If an alliance could be formed with the Lin family through marriage, in the fluid interplay of light and shadow, the trio soon found themselves in the grand hall of Qinghe Peak. The hall was brightly lit by candles, where Su Qingyue was diligently reviewing the sex documents. Upon hearing the commotion, she immediately rose to pay her respects, her movements steady and composed. Master, you have returned. Lu Qingyuan approached, gently ruffling her hair, her eyes betraying a weariness that was nonetheless tinged with relief. You have worked hard watching over the peak, Qingyue. She paused, surveying the surroundings before inquiring. Where is Yingying? Wasn't she supposed to return? Where has she gone? She hasn't left again, has she? Yingying mentioned she was feeling a bit fatigued and went back to her cave to rest. Su Qingyue replied, her long lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her downcast eyes. This child must be utterly exhausted. Lu Qingyuan sighed softly, turning her attention to Fan Pai, her tone shifting to one of deep concern. Pyre, given Wanner's peculiar condition. Bear with her. Do not provoke her temper, if her madness intensifies. Fan Pai was fixated on the system notification that appeared in his mind. Hidden task triggered. Stimulate Lin Wanner with words to gain 1,500 villain points. His gaze turned icy as he lifted his eyes to Lu Qingyuan's bloodshot ones, then glanced at the seemingly composed Lin Wanner beside him. Ultimately, he chose to disregard the glowing system panel, responding softly, I understand. Lu Qingyan appeared taken aback by his prompt compliance, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In a moment of impulse, she drew him into her embrace, the warmth of her familiar presence enveloping him. She nestled against his neck, her voice choked with emotion. My Pyre, I knew your heart was still kind. You must have endured some grievances to become this way. Master understands your pain. Regardless of what transpired before, it is all in the past now. Moving forward, be more forgiving towards Wanner. Her madness fluctuates. Do not let her anger rouse you. At night, remember to ensure she wears the pendant. The figure in her arms trembled slightly, her voice quivering with suppressed sobs. Fan Pai, his body rigid, inhaled the cool sandalwood scent lingering on her garments, listening to her fragmented reassurances. Eventually, he raised a hand to gently encircle her back. After a long while, Lu Qingyuan finally wiped her tears and tousled his hair. Good child, do not dwell on the cliff of regret. That place is cold. You should return to your own cave to rest tonight. If anything arises, come to me. Though I may not be powerful, I can still resolve many matters. With Master here, there is no need to fear. Fan Pai nodded in agreement, turning to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Lin Wanner standing to the side, motionless, neither approaching him nor exhibiting any temper, her hands demurely lowered, appearing remarkably normal. He paused, raising an eyebrow and glancing back, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Oh, I didn't expect that the pendant would take effect so swiftly. Master, do you see? Wanna seems to be back to normal. If that is the case, I shouldn't have to accommodate her any longer, right? I'll take my leave now, Master. You can look after her yourself. No sooner had he spoken than Lin Wanner tilted her head, her expression devoid of any panic, defiantly lifting her chin as she proclaimed, What do you mean by that, my husband? I'm simply mad, not foolish. Her eyes darted briefly to Lu Qingyuan before returning to Fan Pai, her tone as casual as if discussing the weather. I have given it careful thought. Master is your adoptive mother, which makes her my mother-in-law. It is perfectly normal for a mother-in-law to care for her son. What is there to be concerned about? Are you suggesting that Master, as a mother, might covet her own son's body and seek to engage in incest? I doubt she is that sort of person. After all, she is my master. Silence enveloped the hall, a thick stillness settling as the three present involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. their minds reeling in disbelief. Lu Qingyuan's hand froze at the edge of the jade box, her eyelids twitching in a somewhat neurotic manner as she gazed at Lin Wanner's innocent expression that seemed to ask, "Did I say something wrong?" With a heavy sigh, she lamented, "Not only has she not improved, but her madness appears to have intensified. It seems the efficacy of the purple gold pendant is still insufficient. I must request the Grand Elder to prepare more substantial gifts and procure several Juyo Soul embryos from the Heavenly Sword Sacred Sect to ensure stability." Standing nearby, Su Qingyue felt as though her heart was being pricked by needles, a sharp pain radiating in her chest. Yet in the next moment, she turned her head defiantly towards the night outside, silently chastising herself. Why should I care about those two? Haven't I already resolved to sever ties with Fan Pai? What that scoundrel does is no longer of any consequence to me. The hall fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the gentle flicker of the candle flames. Fan Pai observed Lin Wanner's nonchalant demeanor and could not help but shake his head. No, that wretched pendant seems utterly useless. How has her madness only worsened? She is spouting such nonsense without a care. Forget it, master, consider my words unspoken. My head seems to be aching as well. I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he stepped towards the exit, eager to distance himself from Lin Wanner as much as possible. As soon as Fan Pai stepped beyond the threshold of the Grand Hall, he felt a sudden heaviness at the nape of his neck, and his body plummeted downwards. Lin Wanner, like a predator poised for the pounce, swiftly leaped onto his back, her arms encircling his neck like iron bands, her fingertips audaciously probing towards his chest, lightly scratching along the fabric of his garments with deliberate intimacy. "My dear husband, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Don't you want to take me back to our abode?" Fan Pai's brows furrowed tightly, his throat constricted by her grip as he attempted to pry her arms away. "Get off me." Yet Lin Wanner's arms clung to him as if rooted in place, impervious to his efforts. Fan Pai, straining to maintain his composure, emphasized his words. "Stop clinging to me. I wish to return to our dwelling to rest, and I have no time for your antics." "That's perfect." Lin Wanner not only refused to relent, but buried her face deeper into the crook of his neck, her warm breath cascading against his skin as she spoke in an overly sweet tone. "As your devoted wife, it is only fitting that I warm your bed at night. It's quite chilly. It will be comforting to sleep with me holding you." "To hell with that," Fan Pai retorted, exasperation boiling over. "What nonsense are you spouting?" His patience had completely evaporated, veins throbbing at his temples as he violently shook his back in an attempt to dislodge her. "And who exactly is your husband? Have you lost your senses or been kicked by a donkey? When have we ever shared such a relationship?" Lin Wanner poked her head from his back, her eyes sparkling with innocence, long eyelashes fluttering as she feigned grievous injustice. "Ever since the first time I laid eyes on you, I knew you were my husband." She lightly poked at his side, igniting a ticklish sensation. "How could you forget? You smiled at me before, which meant you liked me. We are clearly two souls in love." "Ridiculous. Well, have I ever smiled at you?" Fan Pai, both angry and helpless, dragged her along the mountain path, kicking loose stones that scattered far from his feet. "I see you've not only lost your mind, but also your wit. Haven to you? Were you not so well behaved in front of our master? Why have you suddenly turned into this?" Fan Pai grumbled as he traversed the mountain path, stones rolling away beneath his feet. "Of course, I must behave in front of our master. She is formidable, and I cannot defeat her." Lin Wanner pouted in feigned grievance, nuzzling her face against his back. "But in front of you, my dear husband, I need not pretend. Besides, didn't our master instruct you to take good care of me? You promised, did you not? What did you mean by that? Are you implying that I cannot defeat you?" "Yes, it seems true at the moment. That is of no consequence. I was merely playing along to placate her." Fan Pai's teeth ground in frustration as he attempted to pry her fingers from their grip on his chest, straining with force. "I don't take your words seriously. So let go, or I shall not be polite." However, Lin Wanner seemed oblivious to his warning, coiling her legs around his waist, securing herself even more tightly. Her voice soft yet laced with an icy undertone. "Oh, my dear husband, you are quite the jokester. How do you intend to be impolite to me?" No sooner had she spoken than the air around them turned frigid. With a whoosh, three shadowy figures emerged abruptly from behind the ancient pines flanking the mountain path, their movements swift as phantoms. Before Fan Pai could react, three gleaming swords, emanating an ominous chill, were poised against his neck, the icy sensation sending shivers cascading down his spine. The leader of the shadowy figures wore an expression devoid of emotion, his gaze as frigid as ice, his voice calm yet devoid of any warmth. "Young man, what did you just say? We did not quite catch that. How do you intend to be impolite to Our Lady?" The two others tightened their focus on Fan Pai, their presence overwhelming. the oppressive aura of their mastery pressing down on him like a weighty thunderclap, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Fan Pai's body froze, the anger that had surged within him instantly doused by the sudden threat. Damn it, I forgot that this madwoman was flanked by 3 powerful beings, he cursed internally. Such is the nature of these noble science. At that moment, Lin Warner showed no inclination to dissuade the situation. Rather, she nestled closer, her warm breath carrying a faint floral fragrance, tickling his ear and igniting a tantalizing itch. She tightened her grip around his neck, her small hand restlessly roaming over him, whispering sweetly yet laced with a sinister undertone, "Look, my dear husband, this is the current predicament." Her fingertip traced his Adam's apple with deliberate intimacy. "If you truly wish to lay a hand on me, I would have no objections. However, not only is your cultivation base insufficient to contend with me, but even if you were experienced, I could easily lift you with one hand without the use of imperial artifacts. And let us not forget my 3 devoted guardians. What would happen if you were to be harmed?" She paused for effect, lifting his chin to meet her gaze, her tone elongated as if both coaxing and coercing. "So, it would be wise for you to comply with my wishes, or else it shall be you who suffers." "You." Fan Pai was so enraged that he felt smoke billowing from his ears. The blades pressed further into his neck, the icy sting forcing him to suppress his impulse. Gritting his teeth, he mentally shouted, "System, system, come forth. Do you possess anything that could extricate me from this dire situation? Tools, techniques, anything will suffice." After a brief silence, the system's cold voice finally resonated in his mind. "There is nothing. Please act accordingly." "Nothing?" Fan Pai cursed inwardly. "What do you mean nothing? Have all my efforts in completing tasks been for naught? Is this useless system just a facade? When it truly matters, you fail me." Chapter 44. Thus, I shall not be polite to you. The system, seemingly pricked at a sensitive point, retaliated furiously. "How dare you speak like that?" Its voice escalated, dripping with sarcasm. "Review your task list. Over half of the tasks you have blatantly ignored, opting instead for trivial pursuits. You never want to engage in anything challenging, and yet, at the slightest inconvenience, you throw in the towel. With the meager points of villainy and luck you possess, you expect to exchange anything with me? You must be delusional. Go wherever you please, but do not bother me." With that, the system abruptly severed their connection, leaving Fan Pai calling out in vain. Frozen in place, with 3 cold blades resting against his neck and the oppressive weight of 3 powerful beings looming over him. He could feel Lin Warner's warm breath lingering at his ear, a mix of urgency and seduction, echoing the system's biting words. At that moment, Fan Pai felt a knot of frustration lodged in his chest, rising and falling helplessly, nearly ready to explode. To fight would be akin to throwing an egg against a rock. To flee was impossible with 3 beings of such mastery. Moreover, with the presence of the master, should she intervene, the entire vicinity of the sacred land would be encircled within a radius of nearly 1,000 miles, leaving no room for escape. He recalled the decision made 6 months prior at the moment of his rebirth, a fleeting sense of regret coursing through his heart. Regret for having recklessly abandoned himself, failing to diligently cultivate his skills. Had he committed himself to rigorous training, he would have long since departed from the Taichu's sacred land. Regardless of his current level of cultivation, he would not be so helplessly at the mercy of these shadowy guards. Yet, as this thought surfaced, it was swiftly quelled by Fan Pai. How utterly mad he was to entertain such notions. What would effort amount to? After investing so much time, what untried methods had he not explored? And yet, the outcome remained the same. In this life, he had yet to establish his foundation, and already the heavens had begun to target him. Should he pursue cultivation, it would merely hasten his demise, fulfilling the wretched desires of that damnable heavenly mandate. With a deep exhale, Fan Pai released a cloud of stagnant breath, his taut shoulders gradually relaxing. The moonlight cascaded upon his profile, sharpening the line of his jaw, while the tumultuous emotions swirling in his eyes were encased in a veneer of cold hardness, leaving only the undeniable fatigue and resolve exposed. He turned his head, evading Lin Warner's approach, his voice laced with a resigned rasp. "Enough, cease your antics." Instantly, Lin Warner's eyes sparkled, akin to a child who has just seized a piece of candy, and she promptly loosened her grip around his neck, though her fingertips remained stubbornly hooked on his garment. Clinging to his back like a playful little beast, her voice dripped with sweetness, laced with deliberate provocation. "Does this mean you permit me to share your bed, my husband? Sharing a bed is out of the question. Like before, do not overstep your bounds. I shall turn a blind eye, allowing you to remain by my side. However, should you cross the line," he paused, his tone suddenly chilling, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes under the moonlight. "Then do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Lin Warner chuckled, amused by the fierceness lurking in his gaze. Her laughter ringing like silver bells in the night wind. Yet, as she laughed, a sudden flush crept upon her cheeks. She leaned over from his back, her gaze lingering playfully at the nape of his neck, her voice dropping to a teasing whisper. You still speak thus. Yet do you not wonder how you intend to be uncivil with me? Before she could finish, Fanpai abruptly stepped forward. The spiritual sword, already pressed against his skin, sliced through with his sudden movement, opening a gash that sent blood gushing forth, staining his collar, with droplets splattering onto Lin Wanner's hand, scaldingly warm. What are you doing? Lin Wanner's blush vanished in an instant, her face drained of color. Stunned, she erupted into a sharp cry. Why are you all just standing there? Hurry, bandage him. Where are the healing pills? Quickly, bring them out. In a flurry, she slid down from Fanpai's back, her small hands trembling uncontrollably as she pressed against his bleeding wound, her palm rapidly soaking in the warm blood. Tears welled up unexpectedly, swirling in her eyes. Her voice quivering. Have you lost your mind? This could kill you. Yet, Fanpai appeared oblivious to the stabbing pain at his neck, blood dripping down as he regarded Lin Wanner's frantic demeanor, a smirk gracing his lips. His voice eerily calm. Did you not wish to know how I would be uncivil with you? Well, this is it. You. Lin Wanner's entire being stiffened, her eyes widening in disbelief, pupils constricting in shock. She stared at the blood continuously flowing from his neck, then back at his impassive gaze, her heart clenching as if gripped by some unseen force. You would dare to threaten me with your own life. Otherwise? Fanpai's gaze swept over the flustered shadow guards nearby, a hint of self-mockery in his tone. What other means do I possess? Moreover, you must admit, this method is indeed effective, is it not? The night breeze swept along the mountain path, carrying the scent of blood mingled with the fragrance of spiritual flowers clinging to Lin Wanner, both eerie and chilling. They stood in a standoff, Lin Wanner pressing against his wound, tears cascading down, splattering on a Fanpai's garment. Meanwhile, he cast his gaze downward at her, his expression as frigid as ice. The three shadow guards, sensing urgency, scrambled to retrieve healing pills. One of them cautiously held a porcelain bottle, and under Fanpai's indifferent scrutiny, gently pried open his mouth, pouring the healing pills down his throat. Throughout the process, Fanpai's expression remained unwavering, as if the blood spilling forth were not his own. Why? Lin Wanner's voice trembled with heavy sobs, her body shaking uncontrollably, her eyes gradually misting over, nearly obscuring Fanpai's face. Do you truly detest me so? Are you willing to harm yourself merely to push me away? Fanpai blinked, meeting her tear-filled gaze, the moonlight fracturing into cold glimmers within his eyes. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but piercing the night air with clarity. It is not that I harbor such disdain. I am not a madman like you to engage in self-harm for no reason. However, I absolutely loathe having my fate manipulated by others, no matter who it is, be it the heavens, the system, or even you. And you have forced my hand. I had no choice but to act thus. Now, can we discuss matters? As the effectiveness of the healing pills began to take hold, the wound on Fanpai's neck started to mend, leaving behind a dark red scar winding across his pale skin. He lowered his gaze to Lin Wanner, who still clutched his garment, her eyes brimming with tears, silently awaiting her response. Lin Wanner sniffled, her fingertips instinctively rubbing against the blood-stained fabric, the searing warmth seeming to imprint upon her palm. Her eyelashes fluttered, the panic in her eyes fading, replaced by an almost obsessive determination. Speak. What shall we discuss? Chapter 45, Compromise. My demands are quite simple, Fanpai said, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. You shall return immediately and inform Master Yuan that your inexplicable madness has been resolved, and that henceforth you need not remain by my side. After that, do as you please, preferably return to your Lin family and live as their young master, never to appear before me again. His words pierced through the last remnants of Lin Wanner's facade, and she abruptly lifted her gaze, her eyes red but resolute. Impossible. Her voice rang sharp, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on, as she surged closer, her chest nearly colliding with his. Her heated breath fanning against the wound at his neck, sending a shiver through his skin. I cannot. I will not be separated from you. Unsi, Lin Valnat. I've set my sights on someone. I will never let go, even in death. Better that than allow you to be taken by another. She leaned in closer, nearly pressing against his chest, her breath warm as it fanned against his neck. I might as well die alongside you here, becoming a pair of star-crossed lovers in death. At least we would have company on the road to the underworld. Young master. No, please. The three shadow guards instantly bristled, the oppressive aura of their cultivation erupting in a thundering wave, only to be hastily retracted. The leader of the guards turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his temples. What in the world is happening here? On one side stood the young master, provoked to the brink of self-harm alongside Fan Pai. On the other, Fan Pai, resolute and defiant, threatening to resist at all costs. If this situation were mishandled, it would lead to mutual destruction, a tragic demise. How could he return only to face the wrath of the ancestors? No, it would be a fate worse than death. Young Master Fan, let us speak rationally. One of the shadow guards implored. You are well aware that our young master is not in her right mind at the moment. Why engage in a confrontation with her? Please, do not provoke her further. If you can persuade her to calm down, anything that my Lin family possesses will be yours. Fan Pai disregarded the guard's pleas. His gaze fixed intently on Lin Wanner, whose eyes sparkled with a fervor that burned with love capable of consuming everything, mingled with the panic of rejection, and a hint of an incomprehensible, destructive heat. Very well, he suddenly spoke, his voice eerily calm. I do not seek to drive you away. Lin Wanner's eyes brightened instantly, like embers rekindling from ashes. But you must abide by the rules. Fan Pai interrupted her delight, articulating each word with precise intent. You may stay by my side, but do not lay a hand on me. Do not entertain thoughts of taking advantage of me. Do not play tricks, and most importantly, do not provoke my master. Should you overstep, he raised his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing over the wound on his neck, where the skin still throbbed with pain. I would not hesitate to deepen this wound, allowing you to witness my demise before your very eyes. I'm a man of my word. The brightness in Lin Wanner's expression faltered, her gaze lingering on the crimson mark beneath his fingertips, her heart constricting painfully as if gripped by a vice. Biting her lip, she forcefully suppressed the madness within her, adopting a demeanor of feigned innocence and submission. Her voice soft and syrupy. I will heed your words, all of them, as long as you do not die and do not cast me away. I will listen to everything you say. At last, the three shadow guards exhaled in relief, hastily retracting the spiritual sword that had been poised against Fan Pai's throat. Though they remained on high alert, Fan Pai turned to proceed toward his dwelling, with Lin Wanner trailing closely behind, maintaining a half-step distance. Not clinging to him as before, but still adhering tightly, like an inescapable shadow. The moonlight bathed them both, casting long, silent silhouettes that stretched across the rugged mountain path. However, upon reaching the entrance of his abode, Fan Pai's steps abruptly halted. Before him lay a scene of devastation. The once orderly entrance was now in disarray. The stone door had been cleaved in two, lying shattered on the ground, the stone table before it reduced to rubble, debris strewn everywhere. Even the few spiritual herbs he had previously cultivated had been uprooted and trampled into the mud. What is the meaning of this? Fan Pai furrowed his brow, swiftly turning to Lin Wanner, his gaze sharp as a blade. Did you do this? Lin Wanner shrank back under his scrutiny, stamping her foot in protest, her expression innocent. What are you saying? How could it possibly be me? Do you not comprehend my feelings for you? Why would I destroy your dwelling? Fan Pai's lips twitched as he sighed, pressing a hand to his forehead. I am merely inquiring whether it was you who went mad and caused this destruction. How could that be? I'm not so base. She leaned in closer, tiptoeing to peer into the courtyard, her tone laced with a hint of glee and an almost imperceptible tension. Fan Pai, have you offended someone outside? This method seems to be one of retaliation against you. Upon reflection, Fan Pai recognized the truth in her words. Over the past 6 months, he had indeed ruffled many feathers while undertaking system tasks, sparing no one from his ire. With that realization, anyone could be a potential culprit. It was possible that this destruction was not the work of a single individual, but rather a concerted effort from multiple parties, resulting in such thorough devastation. What we do now? Approaching him like a harmless little beast, though a glint of calculation flickered in her eyes. It seems you cannot stay in your dwelling tonight. How about spending the night at mine? My abode is not far from here, rich in spiritual energy, and it is quite tranquil. Fan Pai shot her a sidelong glance, his voice cold. What scheme are you concocting now? What scheme could I possibly devise? Lin Wanner immediately lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, her voice trembling with feigned grievance. You have threatened my life. Do you think I would dare to act recklessly? I am merely offering you a place to stay. Out of kindness. Pausing, as if making a momentous decision, she continued, if you truly do not trust me, I can sleep outside while you take the bed. I promise I won't lay a finger on you tonight. Surely they'll earn your trust? As Fan Pai regarded her seemingly obedient demeanor, he felt a flicker of hesitation. After the turmoil of recent days, he was indeed weary. The pain from his neck, the taunts from his system, Lin Wanner's incessant entanglements, and a multitude of chaotic events had left him utterly drained. Moreover, considering Lin Wanner, though a bit unhinged, had some semblance of reason, and had just been coerced by him with his life at stake, she would likely think twice before acting recklessly. Very well, he finally acquiesced, his tone laced with a warning. Do not attempt any tricks. Rest assured, Lin Wanner smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief, resembling a fox that had just pilfered a sweet treat. Yet, unbeknownst to him, she was using the Lin family's secret communication technique to command her surroundings. Clear out the area around my dwelling, leaving not a single fly to enter. Furthermore, replace the incense in the censer. Light all the good offerings I have prepared, whatever you can ignite, then wait outside. No one is to enter, nor should anyone approach. Is that understood? Understood, young master. Chapter 46. A reunion of madness. Having arranged everything, Lin Wanner turned, her face now adorned with a mask of innocence. She affectionately reached for Fan Pai's arm, but he sidestepped, evading her touch without a hint of annoyance. She leaned in closer, her warm breath brushing against his ear, her voice sweetly cloying. Come now, Fan Pai. I have a millennium-old snow lotus ointment that will ensure no scar remains on your neck. With your striking looks, how regrettable it would be to mar them. As she walked ahead, her skirt swept over the shattered stones of the path, producing a delicate sound. The moonlight cast a silver glow upon her, her silhouette soft and gentle, like a painting. Yet only she knew the tumultuous heartbeat within her chest, the thrill coursing through her tongue. Hee. How could she possibly refrain from acting? After all, once they reached her territory, wouldn't she have the freedom to do as she pleased? The rice is directly cooked into a meal, and when the time comes, the roles will be reversed, entwined in a passionate embrace for 3 days and 3 nights. Nay, 5 days and 5 nights. I shall guarantee that love will blossom over time, and true hearts will be revealed. Rest assured, he will forget all about those like Li Yin, Mu Yunru, senior sister, master, and Fan Ro, leaving them in oblivion. By then, he shall be imbued with her essence. His mind filled with her visage. Let's see if he can still bear to show his teeth to me. Ha ha, slurp. As these thoughts consumed her, she felt a heat rising within, unable to resist the urge to surreptitiously lick her lips. Fan Pai followed closely behind her, observing her buoyant figure. Sensing something amiss, yet unable to articulate it, a peculiar fragrance seemed to waft through the night air, causing him to furrow his brow, dismissing it as merely the scent of ethereal flowers in the mountains. The moonlight elongated their shadows, one treading cautiously as if walking on thin ice, while the other harbored dark intentions concealed beneath a facade of calculation. They walked upon the ground, glimmering like scattered silver, toward the seemingly serene cave abode. Meanwhile, the hidden guards in the distance busily set traps, the strange incense in the burner already rising stealthily, waiting for the prey to step in, ready to ensnare, lock, and seal off all avenues of retreat. The night breeze swept through the mountain path, and Lin Wanner felt her spiritual energy threads tightening as they approached the cave. Only a few dozen paces away, the sweet, cloying aroma of her prized goods began to waft through the air, and she could almost envision Fan Pai succumbing to the effects of the medicine, losing his reason and becoming a fierce beast, entirely at her mercy, to be commanded as she wished. She could not help but let a few crystalline droplets slip from the corners of her mouth. Ha ha, stop. A thunderous voice rang out like a clap of thunder, halting their steps abruptly. Turning to look, they beheld a dark figure rushing from the horizon, the spiritual energy swirling above like a tornado, whipping the surrounding pine trees into a frenzy, moving so swiftly that it seemed to leave a trail of afterimages. Fan Pai's heart sank suddenly. Hiss! That aura could be Huang Yingying? What madness has possessed her at this hour? Could it be that after being scolded by me during the day, she has returned to confront me? Should I beat her up or beat her up? But before he could formulate a strategy, Huang Yingying had already drawn near, landing with a thunderous crash that sent shards of stone scattering. Upon closer inspection, one could see her disheveled hair clinging to her sweat-drenched cheeks, her eyes ablaze with a fierce crimson glow, as if 2 wildfires were raging within. She fixed her gaze fiercely on Lin Wanner, who was entwined with Fan Pai, her fingers clenching around her sword, knuckles whitening with the grip. The silver bells on the sword tassel jingling chaotically amidst the turbulent spiritual energy, each sound dripping with anguish. Lin Wanner, get away from him. Stay away from my Pai. After flying to the summit, Huang Yingying had circled for a while, unable to locate the Grand Elder, her frustration mounting with no outlet for release. Coincidentally, she encountered the Holy Master, Xin Qinzi, who informed her that her master had returned to Qinghe Peak, compelling her to grit her teeth and hurry back. Yet, not far into her journey, she sensed Lin Wanner's aura entangled with Fan Pai's. In an instant, her long-buried obsessions ignited. the stolen affections and distorted bonds erupting like wildfire, overwhelming her already fragile sanity. Hearing Huang Yingying's words and witnessing her fierce demeanor, Fan Pai's heart trembled. Hiss. Why does that sound so familiar? Could it be? No. Impossible. Could such absurdity exist in this world? In a flash, Huang Yingying unsheathed her sword. The cold gleam of the blade aimed directly at Lin Wanner's throat. I warn you, disappear from his side at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Your Fan Pai? Lin Wanner's smile vanished in an instant, her eyes flashing with fury. Just a few steps more, just a few steps more. Once I reach my cave, I can ensure Fan Pai falls entirely into my tender embrace. This damned Huang Yingying, were they not supposed to have severed their sibling bond? What is this commotion about now? Why is she causing trouble? Grinding her teeth, Lin Wanner deliberately leaned closer to Fan Pai, a cold smirk gracing her lips. Since when has he become yours? Moreover, why should I leave Fan Pai? She cast a sweeping glance at Huang Yingying's taut profile. Scoffing, do you think you can command me with just a few airy words? Huang Yingying, who do you think you are? Relying on your status as senior sister to intimidate me? I spit. If you have the capability, come and take him. Before her words had even fully settled, Lin Wanner suddenly rose on her toes, and before Fan Pai could react, her lips pressed forcefully against his cheek. The soft warmth of her touch exploded with spiritual energy, fleeting yet searing, leaving Fan Pai momentarily stiffened. You've lost your mind. Fan Pai abruptly raised his hand to wipe his cheek. The force so vigorous it nearly scraped off a layer of skin. Lin Wanner, are you out of your mind? Have you forgotten what we just agreed upon? He disgustedly shook his hand as if he had touched something vile, his brow furrowing tightly. But at that moment, Huang Yingying could not perceive his disdain. Her gaze was fixated on the flushed mark on Fan Pai's cheek, memories of countless moments where he had been close to others flooding her mind. Li Yan's tenderness. Miljoenit Yunrush abenden, Lin Wanner's betrayal. All the pent-up emotions of a millennium exploded in that instant, her reason igniting like dry grass in a wildfire, turning to ash in an instant. Wretched woman, I will kill you, Huang Yingying screamed, lunging forward with her sword, the blade's light tearing through the night sky, infused with a desperate resolve to annihilate. Amidst the swirling spiritual energy, her voice trembled. How dare you touch him? How dare you? I have endured for nearly 600 years. 600 years. Do you know how I've spent these 6 centuries? How dare you touch him before my eyes? Who do you think you are? Ah, overestimating yourself. Lin Wanner scoffed coldly, retreating a step, a green light shooting forth from her sleeve as her spiritual sword clashed against Huang Yingying's blade, sending waves of spiritual ripples into the air. You wish to fight? I shall accompany you to the end. Chapter 47. You won't call me by my name, will you? She secretly cursed Huang Yingying for being a nuisance. Yet she was pleased to buy time, for the treasures within her cave were fermenting with each moment, and the longer she delayed, the more fervent Fan Pai would become upon inhaling their fragrance. In an instant, the two figures were engulfed in a fierce battle. Huang Yingying's sword techniques were ruthless and cunning, each strike aimed at Lin Wanner's vitals. Her voice filled with a weeping rage. What right do you have to touch him? He is mine, Mine. I would rather destroy him than allow you vixens to steal him away. All of you could die. Lin Wanner wielded her spiritual sword with a deceptive fluidity, effortlessly countering each attack while her words were merciless. What right do I have to touch him? He is rightfully mine. Why should I not touch him? I cannot touch him? Does that mean you, this wretched Huang Yingying, have the right to touch him? Where were you when Pyre was despondent? Where were you when he was wounded? Where were you when he faced betrayal? You, who are nothing but a self-absorbed vixen. On what grounds do you shamelessly claim him as yours? Do you even deserve that? Huang Yingying radiated an overwhelming golden aura, her semi-golden core pressure unfurling like a tidal wave. As her sword cleaved through the night sky, it produced a chilling sound that pierced the air. What should have been a decisive gap in their realms was, under Lin Wanner's frenzied counterattack, transformed into a deadlock. The two beams of sword light intertwined in the air, each clash resonating like thunder, sending shockwaves of spiritual energy that rattled the trees on either side of the mountain path, causing leaves to cascade like rain. Fan Pai stood midway on a mountain path, gazing at the exploding orbs of gold and azure in the heavens, unable to suppress a wry smile. Why is it that they are fighting again? Why do I keep encountering these prodigies in conflict? My head is truly aching. In an instant, the two engaged in a fierce melee, their spiritual energies swirling like a colossal stone cast into the pond of Qinghe Peak, instantly capturing the attention of its disciples. Who dares to engage in combat on the peak? Are they tired of living? A young disciple clad in the robes of the Qi refinement stage peeked out from the herbal garden, still clutching an unpicked spiritual herb. Who cares who it is? A fight? means entertainment. I love watching others brawl. Immediately, someone beside him slung an arm around his shoulder and urged him toward the mountain's summit. Hurry, hurry. If we arrive late, we can only see the back of their heads. Bah, what sort of talk is that? Ahem, are we merely going for amusement? We are here to witness the clash of titans. As cultivators, we prioritize the exchange of insights through battles. A contest of such equal footing is a rare occurrence in a century. If we can observe and comprehend even a fraction, it would greatly benefit our breakthroughs and enhance our combat prowess. How can we let this slip away? Indeed, what my senior brother says is absolutely right. Let us hurry, or we will miss our chance. In no time, the eager disciples of Qinghe Peak, drawn by the commotion, poured forth from the alchemy chambers, training grounds, and spiritual fields, as if magnetized, all rushing toward the cave of the peak's inner disciples. Some were shoulder to shoulder, others gliding through the air on their swords. And there were even those racing on spiritual deer, transforming the mountain path into a bustling scene akin to a temple fair. Unbeknownst to all, the source of this chaos harbored an even greater calamity nearby. Deep within Lin Wanner's cave, 3 shadowy figures had just swallowed the last antidote, their spiritual energy circulating to form a protective barrier around them. They were diligently working around a central incense burner, skillfully adding various aphrodisiacs into the cauldron, including the likes of lustful snake gall, soft affection powder, and seductive jade balm, each more potent than the last, consumed by the flames. A delicate pink mist began to rise, slowly enveloping the entire cave, its sweetness so rich it almost felt tangible. Have all the ingredients been proportioned correctly? Is there anything missing? Rest assured, everything that could be added has been included. Moreover, I have double the dosage of each aphrodisiac. With this, not only will a chi refinement cultivator be overwhelmed, but even those at the integration stage or higher will find themselves consumed by desire within half an hour, losing all rationality. This dosage and effect will be more than sufficient to deal with that chi refinement breath. The leading shadow nodded, exhaling a breath of relief. All right, bring out the formation plate and seal off the surrounding space. We must not let any of this leak out, or we will have a difficult time explaining to the Holy Land. The shadow on the left nodded, producing the formation plate. As the runes illuminated, a low hum filled the air, and a pale blue curtain instantly enveloped the cave. The spatial seal was activated, unless one were to forcibly break the formation. Not a trace of energy could escape. While the 3 were checking their setup, a loud bang erupted from outside the cave, followed by the sharp sounds of clashing weapons and a woman's furious shout. The noise grew closer, indicating that the battle was not far from the cave. The leading shadow, upon hearing the sounds, paled. That's the young master's voice. She is fighting. But regarding the current setup, the shadow on the right glanced at the incense burner and formation plate, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. The young master had instructed that they must wait for her to return with fan pie before lifting the seal. If they left now and something went awry, the young master's safety is paramount. Without hesitation, the leading shadow drew his sword and charged out of the cave. Stay here and guard the formation. We will go assist the young master. Quick, return swiftly. Yes. Another shadow immediately followed, their figures vanishing in an instant from the cave entrance. The one left behind. The third shadow swallowed hard, gripping his short blade tightly by his waist as he stood beside the formation plate. Yet the sounds of the increasingly fierce battle outside filled his ears, the young master's shouts, the booming clashes of spiritual energy continuously resonating, tightening his heart with anxiety. The young master had just entered the foundation establishment stage, and her opponent's aura indicated at least a half step into the golden core stage. What if? He couldn't help but frequently glance at the cave entrance, his thoughts drifting beyond the confines of the cave. Just then, the originally stable pale blue curtain began to ripple under the tremors of the battle outside, the runes flickering momentarily before a barely perceptible fissure opened, as thin as a hair, yet sufficient for the insidious mist to find its escape. In the wake of the battle's momentum, beneath the inattentive gaze of the third shadow, the pink mist from the incense burner slithered through the minuscule gap, like a serpent sensing blood. The powdery miasma, caught in the night wind outside the cave, first coalesced into a small cluster before dispersing into a wispy trail, drifting down the mountain path. The fragrance, sweet and cloying, mingled with the chill of the mountain air, creating an alluring warmth that beckoned the senses. Lin Wanner's cave was already the furthest from the summit's grand hall, situated along the only path to ascend the mountain. As the pink mist wafted a short distance, it collided with the throng of people surging upward. In an instant, exclamations erupted from below. Senior brother, I feel so hot and uncomfortable. Junior sister, you're acting strangely today. Senior brother, junior sister, Chaos ensued, as if under a spell, with some pulling on another while others huddled together for warmth. Men and women alike, even their spiritual swords, magical artifacts, and spiritual pets, exhibited unusually intimate behaviors, leading to a scene of utter disarray that was both alarming and bewildering. Chapter 48. Unveiling Scars. How could she know these things? The terrifying and grand spectacle naturally produced sounds that were exaggerated, with gasps and low moans carried by the wind up the mountainside. Like countless fine needles piercing fanned Pius' ears. He abruptly turned to gaze down the mountain. Though the specifics were obscured, the increasingly clear and seductive sounds, along with the faintly sweet aroma in the air, sent chills racing down his spine, causing him to involuntarily gasp. Hiss. This woman has truly lost her mind, Fan Pai muttered under his breath, his expression dark enough to draw ink from. With a mere thought, he could discern that the source of such distress amongst the disciples below could only have originated from a certain cave dwelling. Just moments ago, Lin Wanner wept pitifully before him, uttering that as long as he lived, all would be well. Yet, in a swift turn, she ensnared him in an elaborate trap. Were it not for Huang Yingying's sudden intervention, he would likely have found himself utterly at her mercy by now. The commotion from the mountain's foot suggested that the dosage was certainly not insignificant. What does Lin Wanner perceive herself to be? Even a mythical Kunpeng of the Nine Heavens would not require such a vast quantity. It was as if she sought to drain him to the very marrow. Malicious. Utterly ruthless. How shameless. A chill crept down his spine. He no longer looked back. With a swift leap, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the grand hall at the mountain's peak. He must seek out Lu Qingyuan to restore order. Otherwise, if these lunatics were left unchecked, Qinghe Peak would undoubtedly become a branch of the Hahuan sect by dawn. The azure and gold energies clashed violently in the night sky, the resulting shockwaves resonating through the surrounding forests, sending leaves spiraling down like rain. Huang Yingying repelled Lin Wanner with a sword, her peripheral vision catching sight of a pink mist drifting from the valley below, the cloying sweetness filling her nostrils like needles piercing her mind. Having accompanied Fan Pai for years, she was no novice. She had seen her fair share of treachery. Despicable. Huang Yingying's throat filled with a metallic taste, her voice a howl laced with blood as her sword pointed directly at Lin Wanner's heart. I never anticipated your audacity, resorting to such vile tactics against him. I have not even laid a finger on him, not even the slightest touch. What gives you the right to scheme against him so foully? And what of it? Lin Wanner deflected the sword's brilliance with a sweep of her sleeve, azure light erupting around her, a mocking smile curling at her lips. I love him, and naturally, I must possess all of him. Is that a crime? You love him? What gives you the right to love him? How dare you even claim to love him? Huang Yingying laughed, a maniacal sound tinged with sorrow, the tip of her sword accelerating towards Lin Wanner's heart. Who was it that conspired with Yun Zhao to frame my pyre, leading to his disgrace, his expulsion from the sect, and ultimately his humiliating demise? Who transformed into that empress of 10,000 paths, mercilessly piercing his heart without distinction? Time and again, it was you who ensured my pyre suffered endlessly. Is it not you, wretched woman? Memories surged like a tidal wave, the agony of unrequited love, the humiliation of being wronged, the regret of harming Fan Pai, all coalescing into blades aimed at Lin Wanner. You have caused him suffering for 9 lifetimes, and now you dare to shamelessly approach him, seeking his favor? You are unworthy. What give you the right? Only I deserve to stand by his side. Lin Wanner intended to retort vehemently, yet something stirred within her. The long sword in her hand faltered as Huang Yingying's words thundered in her ears. Her pupils constricted, her attack faltering, giving Huang Yingying the opportunity to press forward, forcing her to retreat step by step, her confidence crumbling. You, it cannot be. How could you possibly know these things? Stumbling back, her arrogance shattered into panic. For those secrets should have been known only to her. Speak. Where did you learn all of this? How do I know? Huang Yingying cackled maniacally as she lunged forward, the sword light encasing them like a net. Oh, I know indeed. I am well aware of all your sordid affairs with Yun Zhao. I have witnessed every betrayal, every act of harm you inflicted upon him. You dare question how I know? In an instant, Lin Wanner's heart was thrown into turmoil, even her defensive stance faltering. Fear surged like a tide, a myriad of thoughts racing through her mind. Did Huang Yingying truly know? But how could she possibly be aware? Were there others who had glimpsed Pyre's memories? Why her? Were there not others? Li Yin, Mu Yunru, Su Qingwei, Fan Ro? Could they all have discovered the truth? What Fan Pai? Surely, he could not know as well. If he did, how would he perceive her? Would he forsake her? No, she could not lose him. Absolutely not. Silence. Lin Wanner bellowed suddenly, her spiritual power surging wildly, her longsword slicing through the air with ferocity, overpowering Huang Yingying's might. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as all her fears transformed into the fuel of her possessiveness. What do they have to do with me? I am not the one entangled with Yun Zhao. I am not the one who ensnared Pai. I am certainly not that empress of 10,000 paths. In this lifetime, I have done nothing. What do they have to do with me? I am innocent. Why must I bear the weight of their misdeeds? The sword light cascaded down like a torrential rain, catching Huang Yingying off guard as she staggered back, blood filling her throat. Lin Wanner pressed forward relentlessly. The sword wind infused with lethal intent, each strike aimed at her vital points. In mere moments, Huang Yingying was sent sprawling to the ground, her sword flying from her grasp. Lin Wanner descended from above, her right foot crashing on a Huang Yingying's chest, the air crackling with the sound of breaking bones. Crack, crack. Huang Yingying, straining to look up, met Lin Wanner's gaze, which bore down upon her like a shadow cast by a crucifix, her robes billowing in the night breeze. Her eyes burned with fury, igniting like a wildfire beneath the moonlight. And what of you? What does your knowledge matter? Lin Wanner declared, pressing down once more, her voice laced with venom. Her hair brushed against Huang Yingying's cheek, carrying the heat and madness of her spiritual energy. I want him here with me. What can you do about it? What will you dare to do? The weight of her boot intensified, and Huang Yingying could only struggle futilely against her grip. Steal him? If you have the capability, take him from me. Lin Wanner's voice rose sharply, her eyes bloodshot, as if to unleash the accumulated dread of 9 lifetimes. What gives you the right to compete with me? In what way can you surpass me? Chapter 49. What do you have to compare with me? She suddenly bent down, seizing Huang Yingying by the collar, yanking her half upright, their foreheads colliding with a dull thud, their noses nearly touching. The madness in Lin Wanner's gaze threatened to overflow. In terms of lineage, I am the scion of the Lin family, respected even by the elders of the 4 sacred lands. And you? You are merely a wild eel from a fish pond. Had it not been for Pyre's misstep, you would have never even had the chance to transform. In terms of beauty, I am the embodiment of grace, a vision that eclipses the moon and shames the flowers. Her fingertip traced Huang Yingying's cheek, her tone cutting like a knife. What right do you, a mere commoner, have to compare yourself to me? In terms of figure, I am but 15 years old, still in the phase of growth. You will undoubtedly develop an alluring figure in due time. And what of you? With that sunken front and drooping back, what gives you the audacity to believe you could ever capture Pyre's affections? Let's not forget, you are merely a yellow eel spirit. Once you reach maturity, you shall become a man. Do you truly think Pyre would be enamored by a man? In terms of talent, I possess the lineage of an emperor, with an unparalleled foundation in the Tao. My future is boundless. Lin Wanner's voice suddenly sharpened, her spiritual energy causing the pine needles around her to fall like rain. Your mere half-step into the Golden Core realm is akin to being an ant in my eyes. As a budding cultivator, unarmed with imperial or spiritual artifacts, wielding only a standard longsword, I have still managed to trample you underfoot, rendering you utterly incapable of rising. Huang Yingying was left reeling from her shrill outburst, her vision blurring. What gives you the right to vie for him? Based on feelings? Lin Wanner continued her tirade, laughter tinged with a hint of madness erupting from her. In terms of emotions, how could I possibly be inferior to you? Do you believe yourself to be like Li Yin or Mu Yanru? She leaned in close, nearly biting into Huang Yingying's ear. I can provide him with the resources of the Lin family. I can clear all obstacles from his path. Whatever he desires, I can give him, even my life. I would offer it to him. Can you do that? What can you offer him? Beyond merely claiming him as mine, what else can you provide? Huang Yingying's mouth hung open, her throat feeling as though it were constricted by molten blood. Each word Lin Wanner uttered struck like a hammer, pounding on her most vulnerable spots: background, talent, lineage, beauty, figure. Huang Yingying was acutely aware that she was nothing but an inconsequential, ordinary spirit, a mere ripple in the vast expanse of the world. Were it not for that fateful accident, she likely would never have garnered even a glance from Fan Pai. Even now, nearly a decade later, she remained merely Fan Pai's closest friend, a friend. Those warm memories, obsessions, and resentments were all shattered by Lin Wanner's roar, spilling forth like blood. Moments earlier, Lu Qingyuan had just seen off 2 elders reporting on matters and was seated with Su Qingyue, enjoying tea together. The spiritual tea unfurled in the cup, its aroma mingling with the warm scent from the incense burner in the corner of the hall. Just as she was about to share her recent insights on cultivation, the hall door was suddenly flung open with a bang, startling the copper bell at the eaves. Fan Pai stumbled in, his forehead adorned with blades of grass. His collar askew, his face dark enough to drip ink. Master, it's terrible, Fan Pai exclaimed, his voice cracking, pointing outside. Lin Wanner has gone mad again. Huang Yingying, for reasons unknown, has also lost her mind. They're out there fighting like the heavens are collapsing. Not only that, but Lin Wanner's insanity has escalated. Somehow, she has procured some aphrodisiac, plotting against me, attempting to violate my purity. For reasons unknown, it leaked out, and now the disciples at the foot of the mountain are in utter chaos. That scene is simply unbearable to witness. If you don't hurry out to resolve this, by dawn, our Qinghe Peak will become a branch of the Hahuan sect. Lu Qingyuan, who had been sipping her tea, was startled by Fan Pai's words, choking and sputtering, almost spraying Su Qingyue in the process. Qingyue, I'm sorry. Master couldn't help herself. Are you all right? Did I spray you? Su Qingyue smiled wryly. Thank you for your concern, Master. You acted swiftly, and Qingyue was not splashed. That is good, Fan Pai. Lu Qingyuan sighed in relief. Turning to glare at Fan Pai. What nonsense are you spouting? Yingying has always been open-minded and generous. How could she possibly be ensnared by inner demons? Lost to madness? And fighting with Wanner? Wanner has the purple gold pendant now. Hasn't she improved significantly? What madness are you talking about? Claiming she's plotting against you and trying to violate your purity? Oh, why would I bother to deceive you? That purple gold pendant is utterly ineffective. Lin Wanner is merely pretending to be obedient in your presence, having been frightened by you before. The moment she is before me, her true nature is revealed. Huang Yingying is not ensnared by inner demons. I believe she's gone mad, just like Lin Wanner. If Master does not believe me, simply use your divine sense to investigate and see if the chaos at the foot of the mountain is, as I say, and whether those two are indeed fighting to the death. Lu Qingyuan observed the resolute expression on Fan Pai's face, a sense of foreboding washing over her. After a moment's contemplation, her divine sense surged forth like a tide, swiftly enveloping the entire vicinity of Qinghe Peak. The next moment, Lu Qingyuan's face turned crimson from head to toe, embarrassment and disbelief washing over her, resembling a boiled shrimp. With a furious shout, she exclaimed, "How dare you to engage in such disgraceful acts on my Qinghe Peak?" In an instant, the space surrounding Qinghe Peak froze, the night wind suspended in midair, birds halted on branches, and even the chirping of insects fell silent, as if time itself had been pressed on pause. Not to mention Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying, as well as the many debauched disciples below. Qingyue, wait here. Master will return shortly. Lu Qingyuan seized Fan Pai by the collar, their figures vanishing in an instant, leaving Su Qingyue standing in place, her eyes filled with confusion. What has happened to make Master so furious? In a flash, Lu Qingyuan and Fan Pai appeared halfway up the mountain path, where beneath the moonlight, Lin Wanner maintained her stance, one foot pressing on Huang Yingying's chest, her face still twisted with a manic grin. Her dark robe billowed in the night wind, frozen in midair like a distorted statue. Huang Yingying lay on the ground, blood frothing from her lips, her left wrist bent at an unnatural angle, her eyes blazing red as if about to bleed, filled with lingering humiliation and rage. Lin Vania. Lu Qingyuan was genuinely furious at this moment, her tribulation pressure radiating outward, causing the very heavens to change color. Chapter 50. Yingying, my poor child, this is simply outrageous. I just disciplined you during the day, and yet you dare to attack a fellow disciple at night. Lin Wanner sensed the gravity of the situation. The vicious grin on her face vanished in an instant, replaced by an innocent demeanor, though her body could not move. Her expression shifted faster than turning pages in a book. She blinked her watery, shimmering eyes, feigning concern as she attempted to straighten Huang Yingying's tattered clothing, but remained frozen in space, forced to adopt a naive tone, her voice overly sweet, saying, "Master, you've arrived? What are you talking about? Sister simply tripped while walking. I was helping her up, weren't I, sister?" Huang Yingying gazed deeply into Lin Wanner's eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swirling within her. The wild yellow eel in the pond, sunken in front and drooping behind, transforming into a man. Each word felt like a poisoned needle, piercing her heart, bleeding her soul. Nonsense. Fan Pai let out a cold laugh from the side, crossing his arms in mockery as he said, "Lin Wanner, do you truly believe your own words? Supporting someone? I clearly saw you beating her to her knees, making her vomit blood." Yet, Lin Wanner appeared to be oblivious to his taunts, instead offering Fan Pai a tearful smile, her voice soft enough to evoke sympathy. "Oh, but how unkind of you. How could I ever be as fierce and violent as you claim? I would never do such a thing. How can you think so poorly of me? It breaks my heart, sob. Fan Pai, observing Lin Wanner's insincere performance, couldn't help but roll his eyes and retort, Spare me your theatrics. Damn it. I should never have trusted you. You even attempted to use aphrodisiac potions to seduce me. Lin Wanner, you must truly be out of your mind. And what if I'm out of my mind? What of it? Lin Wanner's facade of innocence shattered in an instant, her voice turning sharp, eyes swirling with unrestrained madness. I will use those seductive potions to claim you. Am I to simply wait for others to steal you away from me? Huh, enough. Lu Qingyuan interjected sharply, her voice laced with authority as she unleashed a wave of oppressive energy that swept over the two. Observing Lin Wanner's rapid transformation from docility to frenzy, her lips twitched uncontrollably, the last flicker of hope extinguished within her. Alas, this child, it seems, has indeed succumbed to the madness Fan Pai spoke of. With no other option, she stepped forward, magically binding the still, glaring Lin Wanner to the opposite side of the mountain path. Lin Wanner, go over there and reflect. You are forbidden to speak without my permission. Having dealt with Lin Wanner, Lu Qingyuan swiftly approached Huang Yingying. Despite being freed from her restraints, Huang Yingying lay crumpled on the ground, her chest heaving violently, each breath laced with the agony of fractured ribs, cold sweat mingling with blood on her face. The cruel taunts of Lin Wanner echoed in her ears, her heart feeling as though it were being torn to shreds, and the remnants of her sanity were on the verge of collapse. As Lu Qingyuan reached out to assess her injuries, Huang Yingying abruptly shoved her hand away, her eyes ablaze with fury. Do not touch me. My affairs are none of your concern. You have no right to meddle. Lu Qingyuan's hand froze midair, her heart sinking. Huang Yingying was a child she had watched grow up, always gentle and understanding, optimistic and open-minded. When had she ever spoken to her with such defiance? Moreover, the redness in her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to Lin Wanner. This thought struck Lu Qingyuan like a blow. Her gaze clouded with sorrow as she crouched down to examine Huang Yingying's injuries, only to be forcefully pushed away. Get away, Yingying. Lu Qingyuan looked at her, transformed into a different person, her throat tightening. Ignoring Huang Yingying's desperate resistance, she wrapped her arms around her to inspect her wounds, murmuring, Yingying, my poor child, what sins have we committed? The more she examined Huang Yingying, the graver her expression became. Abruptly, she turned to glare at Lin Wanner, her eyes icy enough to shatter stone. Lin Wanner, aware of her guilt and knowing she could not overpower the Peak Master, hastily averted her gaze, her ears turning pale, too fearful to meet her eyes. Xian Chunzi. Lu Qingyuan bit her lip and communicated telepathically, her voice laced with fury. Hurry and summon the elders with their magical artifacts to Qinghe Peak. That purple gold token was utterly useless. Wanner has worsened in her madness and has endangered her fellow disciples. Not only that, but even Yingying, she too is not well. Within moments, Xian Chunzi's calm voice resonated in her mind, tinged with urgency. Sister, do not worry. I shall summon the elders immediately. We will arrive shortly. After notifying Xian Chunzi, Lu Qingyuan's consciousness surged, sweeping across the entirety of Qinghe Peak to identify the imprisoned elders, releasing them from their bindings one by one. All elders, assemble at the summit of Qinghe Peak at once. Her commanding shout, infused with spiritual power, echoed, causing pine needles to rain down from the trees lining the path. Come quickly and clean up this mess below. Yet, with each elder she liberated, Lu Qingyuan's expression darkened further, her ears burning, veins throbbing at her temples. For she sensed familiar fluctuations of elder spiritual energy emanating from the depths of the chaotic pink miasma below, unmistakably from the place where the disciples had lost control. Taking a deep breath, she forced down the flames of rage within her and suddenly flicked her fingers. Two streaks of silver light shot forth like meteors across the night sky, aimed directly at the void beside the mountain path. Come out! Thud! Thud! The dull sounds of impact echoed as two dark-clad guards were sent tumbling from the concealment array, crashing heavily onto the stony ground. It was Lin's two protectors. Fate had not favored them. They had merely sought to ensure the safety of young Mistress Lin Wanner, coming to investigate. Yet within mere moments, they had witnessed Lin Wanner trampling Huang Yingying underfoot, hurling insults with reckless abandon, rendering their protective presence unnecessary. After all, the young mistress was a prodigious foundation cultivator. Endowed with the gifts of an emperor, a mere half-step into the golden core stage was hardly a match for her. Thus, the two had shrunk back into the shadows, idly observing the unfolding drama while exchanging idle chatter, intending to retreat once Lin Wanner had resolved the situation. Yet, as they finally sensed something amiss and attempted to slip away, Lu Qingyuan's spatial seal had already descended, trapping them like fish in a barrel. How unfortunate it was. Had they known better, they would have refrained from meddling and stayed in their own domain. Now, under Lu Qingyuan's icy glare, cold sweat cascaded down their foreheads. and they cursed their comrade in charge of the array 1,000 times over. Did you concoct these aphrodisiac potions? Lu Qingyuan's voice was as frigid as death, her pressure like an invisible hand, firmly locking the two in place. They now stood alone before a formidable opponent of Lu Qingyuan's caliber, feeling as though they were gazing up an immeasurable mountain, every fiber of their being ensnared by countless strands of energy. One wrong move, and the surrounding space could warp, turning them into mere fragments. Please, Master Lu, spare us, the dark guards pleaded, their voices trembling uncontrollably. We were merely following orders. We did not know why this went awry. We meant no harm. The two guards fumbled frantically, extracting porcelain vials from their pockets, their fingers quaking so violently that they nearly dropped the bottles. Master Lu, do not worry. We have a complete set of antidotes. They will surely cure the disciples' afflictions. If they are insufficient, we will have the Lin family send more overnight. We swear we will not delay. Lu Qingyuan turned back, casting a fierce glare at Lin Wanner, her eyes filled with a hunger akin to a predator. Then why are you still standing there? If a single disciple on Qinghe Peak suffers harm, I will personally dismantle your Lin family's mountain gate. Yes. Master Lu, please do not be angry. We shall go at once. Quickly. The shadow guards dared not tarry, hastily scrambling down the mountain while clutching a multitude of elixir vials, their hurried steps nearly causing them to trip over themselves. After arranging the antidote, Lu Qingyuan effortlessly seized Lin Wanner, who was still wide-eyed in astonishment. Though she feared Lu Qingyuan's power, there was not an ounce of submission in her demeanor. With her other hand, she grasped Huang Yingying's arm, who was writhing like a fish out of water, her throat rasping in distress, her crimson eyes fixed intently on Lin Wanner, trembling uncontrollably. Fan Pai sighed nearby, resignedly allowing Lu Qingyuan to tug him along by the collar as they proceeded toward the grand hall at the mountain's peak, a hint of exasperation playing at the corners of his mouth. Su Qingwei had long been on her toes at the entrance of the hall, her brow slightly furrowed as she approached the arriving group. Master, what has happened? How can Ying be so injured? Lu Qingyuan, too enraged to articulate her thoughts, plopped heavily into the main seat, her ample chest rising and falling like a bellows, her fingers turning white as they clenched tightly. She pointed to the empty space in the hall, her voice trembling. You three, stand over there and reflect. Without my permission, no one is to move. And absolutely no whispering. Su Qingwei stood to the side, her fingers unconsciously twisting the cuff of her sleeve, observing the peculiar standoff before her. Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying were separated by a distance of nearly 10 feet, their gazes igniting sparks in the air. One bore defiance, the other seethed with resentment. Caught in the middle, Fan Pai shot Lin Wanner a glare, only to receive an eye roll in return. Huang Yingying gazed at him longingly, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Before long, the two women seemed to notice Fan Pai's peculiar reaction, shifting from a tense standoff to scrutinizing him up and down, their gazes gliding over him like a sticky tongue. Lin Wanner's eyes held a sense of possessiveness, gliding over him like treacly honey, while Huang Yingying's resentful gaze turned a shade redder, entwined with fervent desire and unwillingness. The two pairs of eyes intertwined upon Fan Pai, who, under their penetrating stares, felt a surge of terror, goosebumps rising on his skin. He wished to flee but found himself ensnared by Lu Qingyuan's presence, unable to move, and thus could only helplessly endure the lewd exchange of glances. Su Qingyue's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, her fingers digging into her palm. The emotion she had buried deep within her heart had long been hardened into sharp thorns by his inexplicable aloofness and resentment. Yet witnessing another woman regard him in such a manner stirred an involuntary irritation within her chest, akin to the prick of fine needles. Perhaps, she mused bitterly, this obstacle would remain insurmountable for the rest of my life. With a self-deprecating smile, she forcibly averted her gaze, closing her eyes and choosing not to look at Fan Pai any longer. The air in the grand hall had grown so frigid it seemed capable of producing shards of ice. Even the flames on the offering table trembled in the charged atmosphere, casting flickering shadows on the walls that set one's heart racing. The night wind slipped through the crevice of the hall's doors, carrying with it a faint aroma of herbs from the mountains below. Time dragged on in the oppressive silence, each moment stretching unbearably long. As the candles burned down to their ends, leaving charred wicks behind, the night outside was slowly gnawed away by the encroaching dawn. Suddenly, ripples emerged in the center of the hall, a silver crack spreading like a spider's web. Xian Xinzi stepped aside, and three venerable elders with white hair and beards emerged. The eldest, with a long white beard, possessed a piercing gaze that swept over the gathered crowd, momentarily lingering on Lin Wanner before settling on Huang Yingying, his expression growing more solemn. Qing, "We have arrived." Qianqinzi's voice resonated deeply as he made way for the elders. The Grand Elder, silent, first produced a spirit-revealing mirror from his waist. The mirror shimmered with an ancient bronze light, intricate runes crawling along its edges like fish. "Let's examine Wanner first. After all, she has been checked once before, making it more convenient." His voice, though aged, carried strength as he flicked his fingers, the spirit-revealing mirror hovering before Lin Wanner, its light suddenly intensifying to envelop her entirely. Within the mirror's glow, Lin Wanner's ethereal soul flickered in and out of visibility, a faint black mist coiling around her, sometimes coalescing into a ghastly shadow, at other times dissipating into thin vapor. The Grand Elder formed a hand seal, chanting incantations, while the other two elders produced a turtle shell sword and a soul-restricting bell. As their artifacts resonated, the spiritual light pierced into Lin Wanner's essence. Her soul remained intact, yet malevolent energy clung to her heart, her meridians unobstructed, but her thoughts in disarray. The Grand Elder stroked his white beard, his brow furrowed tightly, noting that the signs of madness had not diminished, but rather intensified, with the source still elusive. The examination continued for nearly an hour, until the first light of dawn illuminated the hall, at which point they shifted their focus to Huang Yingying. The spirit-revealing mirror flickered to life once more, its lights swirling around her, at times blazing like fire to sear away the malevolence, and at others cooling to freeze her spiritual veins. Runes were branded on her forehead, erupting into a shower of fine sparks. As time trickled by, the first rays of morning broke through the eastern horizon, and the white-bearded elder gradually retracted the artifacts, the runes and spiritual light extinguishing abruptly. "What is the verdict?" Lu Qingyuan's voice trembled slightly, her fingers clenched to the point of whiteness. The white-bearded elder exchanged glances with the other two, finally speaking solemnly. "Qing, your disciple's soul is in turmoil. Her spirit is disordered, mirroring Wanner's symptoms precisely, and no cause can be found. In our estimation, she has likely succumbed to the same madness." With a thunderous crash, Lu Qingyuan felt as though her mind had exploded with thunderous echoes, and the world before her dimmed. Chapter 52. At this moment, the young girl silently resolved herself. She staggered back 2 steps, barely steadying herself against the table behind her, shattering a teacup in the process, the tea mingling with the fragments and splashing onto her robes. "Impossible," she murmured hoarsely. Yingying has always been composed. How could this be? What, the purple gold pendant? Wasn't Wayner's madness supposed to be contained? Qianqinzi sighed, his tone tinged with resignation. "We had initially believed the purple gold pendant would quell her madness. It seems now that it can merely suppress the surface turmoil. The root of this madness lies deep within her soul, likely an insignificant remedy with minimal effect." Before he could finish speaking, the 3 elders had quietly exchanged glances. The white-bearded elder signaled to Qianqinzi, who hesitated for a moment before discreetly transmitting a message to Lu Qingyuan, "Remain calm. Lin Wanner is the young master of the Lin family. The sacred grounds must tread carefully and cannot act rashly. Huang Yingying, lacking both background and exceptional talent, might be considered as a tool for testing the path. Perhaps we may uncover a method of healing through her." "What did you say?" Lu Qingyuan's head snapped up, fury igniting her eyes as the pressure of her tribulation erupted, an invisible web of power unfurling, its sharpness directed at the elders. "Qianqinzi, repeat that," she demanded. "Yingying is my cherished disciple, not your tool for testing." Her voice abruptly soared, imbued with a resolute fervor akin to that of jade and stone being consumed in flames. "As long as I, Lu Qingyuan, draw breath, no one shall lay a finger on my disciples. Should anyone dare to harm them in the slightest, I shall immediately forsake the Taichu sacred land, even if it means standing against the entire sect." Qianqinzi was taken aback by her fury and stumbled back a step, while the 3 esteemed elders ceased their previous indifference. "Qingyuan, calm down." The elder with a white beard hastily gestured, his tone softening. "It was merely a suggestion. If you disagree, then so be it. There's no need to become so enraged." The other elders nodded in agreement, their admonitions earnest, though a flicker of apprehension glimmered in their eyes. Lu Qingyuan's chest surged with tumultuous waves, her glare fixed intensely upon them. And only when Qianqinzi repeatedly assured her that the matter would not be raised again did she gradually retract her imposing aura. Nevertheless, her tightly clenched fists remained pale and trembling with suppressed rage. Meanwhile, standing aside, Huang Yingying gleaned from the fragments of conversation enough to tighten her grip and bite her silver teeth in frustration. She could not help but recall the words Lin Wanner had uttered while clutching her collar before her. Indeed, with neither talent nor a powerful lineage to support her. She was but a trivial little demon. In terms of beauty, stature, and cultivation, how could she possibly compare to Lin Wanner, let alone to the likes of Li Yin and Mu Yunru? Had it not been for her master's desperate protection moments ago, she would likely have been seized by the esteemed elders and turned into a vessel for testing, merely to restore Lin Wanner's sanity. The disdain from Lin Wanner and the elders' scheming, coupled with her own helpless reality, enveloped her in a deeper sorrow, akin to countless fine needles piercing her heart. She lowered her head, gazing at her shadow reflected on the ground, feeling as minuscule as a speck of dust, even her anger appearing feeble and pallid. If only she possessed the strength to crush everything in her path, to alter the very fabric of fate, to reverse the flow of yin and yang under heaven. Aside from the will of the heavens, who could separate her from Fan Pai? Not even Fan Pai himself. Strength, only strength, is the foundation of existence. She must grow stronger, by any means necessary, strong enough to suppress all adversaries, strong enough to shatter every covetous gaze, strong enough to bind Fan Pai firmly to her side, to transform him entirely into something that belonged solely to her, with the gentlest of touches. Upon this realization, she abruptly lifted her head, her crimson eyes locking onto Fan Pai, her gaze no longer filled with venom but instead softened, akin to poison steeped in honey, the corners of her lips curling into a peculiar smile. Fan Pai, restrained by spiritual power, appeared so docile, it stirred within her an overwhelming desire to rush forward, to bind him with chains and conceal him in a place only she could find. Pai, wait for me. Soon, you will see nothing but me. In that moment, the girl silently resolved her determination. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder cleared his throat, suppressing the murmurs of the crowd, and spoke slowly. I was remiss in my considerations. This matter was merely a suggestion. If Qing Yuan is unwilling, we shall find another way. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the separated Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying, ultimately resting on Lu Qingyuan. This madness is quite peculiar and of great importance. We cannot sit idly by. I shall personally visit the Tianjin sacred sect today to expedite the return of that nether soul. Xianqinzi, during my absence, please coordinate with that girl Yinro and see if the elders from the Scripture Pavilion and Medicine Peak can assist in uncovering any clues. Xianqinzi promptly agreed. What the elder says is indeed true. I shall seek out Sister Han Yinro and enlist the help of the elders from the Scripture Pavilion and Medicine Peak to strive for a solution as soon as possible. Thank you for your efforts, the Grand Elder said, turning to Lu Qingyuan with earnestness. Do not be anxious. We are here to ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. Moreover, your Qinghe Peak has just undergone upheaval. The hearts of the people are unsettled, and you must remain to oversee matters. Additionally, your two disciples are still recovering from spiritual injuries and require your care to prevent further complications. He paused before adding, lastly, in 3 days, the decennial disciple recruitment ceremony will take place. It is a crucial time for the sect to accept new members. Your presence at the main peak will help stabilize the situation and keep any troublemakers at bay. Lu Qingyan gazed at the shattered remnants of a teacup on the ground, the tea mingling with porcelain shards, dampening the hem of her robes, the sticky sensation causing her agitation. She knew this was the most prudent arrangement at present. Yet, the thought of her two disciples' frenzied eyes and the elders' words about them being vessels for testing weighed heavily upon her heart, as if a boulder were pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Very well, she eventually acquiesced, her voice tinged with a hoarse weariness. When she raised her head, the fire in her eyes had dimmed into profound resignation. The elder with the white beard sighed in relief, refraining from further discussion, and exchanged glances with the other two elders. The surrounding space once again fractured like a spider's web, and the three of them stepped through, two of them vanishing towards the main peak, while the Grand Elder tore through the space once more, heading towards the Tianjin sacred sect in the west. Xianqinzi, having seen off the three elders, exhaled deeply and promptly summoned disciples from the sect's law enforcement hall, instructing them in a somber tone to clear the disorder within the hall and to pacify the disciples below the peak, ensuring the restoration of order at Qinghe Peak as swiftly as possible. Sister Qingyuan, we shall take our leave for now. We will inform you immediately upon receiving any news. Before departing, he added, do not forget to attend the disciple recruitment ceremony, sister. For now, let us set aside matters of overseeing. A change of environment might do you good. Chapter 53. Caught between two fires. Lu Qingyuan could only respond with a hasty acknowledgement. Her mind was too preoccupied to contemplate such things. Yet, to Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying, her words ignited a spark akin to a flame in an oil barrel. Lin Wanner, presently immobilized, huffed dismissively, a slight smirk playing on her lips, exuding an air of indifference, her phoenix-like eyes fixated solely on Fan Pai. The possessiveness in her gaze as thick as unyielding ink, nearly drowning him in its depths. Huang Yingying, wounded and distressed, noted that Lu Qingyuan had refrained from using spatial restraints to bind her movements. Now, she lowered her head, the madness in her crimson eyes slightly receding, though her fingertips unconsciously dug into her palms, leaving traces of blood. The elder's mention of the disciple recruitment ceremony, when calculated, indicated that Yun Zhao would soon arrive. Fan Pai, caught between the two women, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end under Lin Wanner's gaze, and he discreetly shifted a few steps to the side. At that moment, the system panel suddenly flashed a notification. Main storyline task triggered. The Child of Destiny related mission. Fan Pai regarded the flickering panel, his fingers stroking his chin, brow furrowed in contemplation. Finally, Lu Qingyuan regained her composure, her attention shifting to Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying. Rubbing her throbbing temples, she spoke with undeniable authority. Wanner, Ying, from now on, you shall both reside with me in the inner hall, never depart, lest we encounter further complications. Upon hearing these words, Fan Pai could hardly contain himself, hastily chiming in from the side, urging, Master, your wisdom is unparalleled. If these two were to be released, who knows where they might clash again. It is far more prudent to keep them under your vigilant watch. He secretly wished for these two tempestuous women to remain closely monitored by their master, sparing him the incessant turmoil they brought, especially Lin Wanner. The thought of her, in a fit of madness, wielding an imperial artifact against him, filled him with dread. Suddenly, Lin Wanner let out a chilling laugh and coldly remarked, Does Master wish to separate me from Pai? I fear it may not be as simple as you think. Do not forget, I possess an imperial artifact. Should I choose to detonate it here on Qinghe Peak, I trust you comprehend the severity of such an act? Lu Qingyuan's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes widening in disbelief. Are you threatening me? Threatening? Lin Wanner's smile grew even colder. Indeed, I'm threatening you. What use is my life and this imperial artifact if I cannot have Pyre? I am fully aware of your thoughts. As long as you can find me within that spatial domain, I would be utterly incapacitated, unable to wield my divine sense. But let me remind you, can you truly bind me for eternity? Even the most vigilant of individuals can falter, and you are no exception. The moment your attention wavers and the restraints loosen, I shall detonate the artifact, taking half of Taichu's sacred land with me. Do not underestimate my resolve. That artifact has long been acknowledged by my blood. At my slightest command, it can self-destruct. I now present you with two choices. Either allow Pyre and me to remain together, free from your interference, or I shall take half of Taichu's sacred land down with me. Lu Qingyan was momentarily stunned, gazing into the eyes before her, which shimmered with a blend of coldness and madness, feeling an agonizing tear in her heart. This was the disciple she had nurtured as if she were her own child. And now it had come to this? Before she could regain her composure, Huang Yingying, gritting her teeth, was overwhelmed by a surge of thoughts. Gaining strength and enhancing my abilities is imperative, but must I stand idly by while Lin Wanner and Pyre indulge in their affections before my very eyes? No way. After a millennium of feeling powerless as a wife in my memories, watching others savor my Pyre was tolerable, but now that I've returned, I refuse to play the role of the helpless wife again. Determined, she knelt before Lu Qingying, her knees crashing onto the ground with a dull thud, her disheveled hair falling to obscure half her face. Master, no, Mother, I am grateful for your nurturing since childhood. I wish to reside in the inner hall for cultivation under your supervision. Raising her head, her eyes glimmered with tears, yet her tone was resolute. She implored her mother to keep Lin Wanner close, so she would not be left alone with Pyre. Either both remain by your side, or I must guard Pyre myself. She paused, her fingertips digging in her palm, drawing blood without realizing it. At that time, I implore you to extend your divine sense to protect Pyre. If either of us harbors ill intentions towards him, please ensure to bring that person back immediately. Should you refuse, then I shall have no choice but to turn against you, even if it leads to my demise. I will not yield. Yingying, even you, before Lu Qingyuan could finish. A frantic scream pierced the air. Despicable creature, you shameless wretch, Lin Wanner shouted, her face turning pale with rage. Unable to defeat me, you resort to emotional manipulation, leveraging Master S authority to steal someone from me. You are the epitome of a shameless villain. Likewise, Huang Yingying retorted fiercely, it's far better than you threatening Master with the lives of half the disciples in the sacred land. Their gazes collided, igniting sparks in the air. and the atmosphere in the hall plunged to an icy silence. Lu Qingyuan felt her temples throbbing, her world spinning as she faced the young master of the Lin family, who had only been under her care for less than 3 months, now threatening her with half a sacred land. On the other hand, her beloved disciple, whom she had raised since childhood, knelt before her, demanding her life. What had she done wrong? She merely wished to be a good master. Had she truly fallen to such a lowly state? Enough. Lu Qingyuan slammed her hand down, causing the table to crack with fine lines. Is it really so difficult for you both to simply want to be together? Very well, I shall grant your wish. Master, please don't, Fan Pai exclaimed in genuine alarm, witnessing the sudden spark of determination in both women's eyes, feeling a surge of panic. What does this have to do with me? You're pushing me into the fire. Why not just confine them and keep them under your watch, letting them stay by my side? What if they go mad one day? It could lead to my ruin. It's one thing to be toyed with, but what if Lin Wanner, in her frenzy, wields an imperial artifact and pierces me through? That would be catastrophic. Oh, don't be silly, Pai. I would never do such a thing. Lin Wanner's sweet yet playful tone chimed alongside Lu Qingyuan's icy remarks. What are you panicking for? I haven't finished speaking yet. Chapter 54. Now you know to call me master? Lu Qingyuan shot a glare at Fan Pai, forming seals with her fingers. 2 strands of light azure divine sense floated out like wisps of smoke, one intertwining in Lin Wanner's hair and the other resting on Huang Yingying's wrist, forming a faint azure ring. As the divine sense made contact, both women felt an unseen weight upon them, as if bound by invisible threads. These 2 strands of divine sense will lock onto your presence, Lu Qingyuan said, her voice as frigid as ice. If either of you dares to step beyond Qinghe Peak, instigate a private duel, or if anyone plots against Pyre as before, causing any disruption, she extended her finger, and the space before them cracked open like a spider's web, revealing a dark abyss, with fierce winds swirling within. My divine sense will instantly perceive it, breaking through space to bring you back to me. Do not blame me for being ruthless then. Do you 2 have any objections? Huang Yingying's eyes sparkled with delight, and she quickly shook her head. I have no objections, mother. Lin Wanner gritted her silver teeth, letting out a cold laugh. Oh, you claim to have no objections? How very convenient for you. I too have no objections. After all, Master has spoken. Who am I to defy? It's just a pity for this disciple, who is evidently not as cherished as this daughter whom you have raised. Lu Qingyuan, hearing Lin Wanner's biting sarcasm, chose to ignore her words. With a subtle motion of her divine sense, she lifted the restrictions surrounding Lin Wanner. A glimmer of joy flickered in Lin Wanner's eyes. In the moment she regained her freedom, she lunged at Fan Pai, nuzzling against him as she murmured, Pyre, I have arrived. During my absence. Have you missed me at all? Goodness, you're back. Before Fan Pai could make any move, a voice rang out. Let go. Huang Yingying, her eyes blazing with fury, lunged forward, wrapping her arms around Fan Pai's waist on one side, while using her other hand to pry Lin Wanner's grip away. Did you think Mother's words were mere whispers in the wind? Mother, look at her. What are you staring at? It's just a little touch. Will I lose a layer of skin or something? Lin Wanner deftly swatted her hand away, her fingertips deliberately tracing circles on Fan Pai's abdomen through his clothes. She continued, Besides, I haven't done anything wrong. Can't my master allow me to touch him? Right, master? The 2 engaged in a verbal skirmish, their hands and feet in constant motion around Fan Pai, who found himself ensnared in a duel of delicate limbs. As a mere chi refining stage cultivator caught between a half-step golden core and a heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, he felt as though his very skin was being rubbed raw by these 2 madwomen. He couldn't help but shout in despair, No, master, are you really selling me out to these 2 crazies? Please, just look at how they are now, master. They're taking advantage of me. Can you bear to watch me being harassed like this? I beseech you, master, just keep them close to you. Lu Qingyuan shot him a reproachful glare and retorted. So now you call me master? When you were acting out of character, harming your fellow disciples, stirring up trouble, and insulting me, did you ever think of your master? She paused, her tone laced with a hint of mischief and schadenfreude, adding, 2 charming young maidens circling around you. How many would envy such a situation? And yet, you dare to complain. But this blessing is simply too much for me to bear, master. Mother, can't you think of a way out of this? Before he could finish, Lin Wanner covered his mouth. She stood on her tiptoes, whispering sweetly in his ear, Pyre, stop fussing. We've already discussed this with master. Just accept it obediently. Huang Yingying, equally unwilling to yield, leaned in on his other side and murmured, Just bear with it for now, Pyre. Once I advance in cultivation, it will just be the 2 of us. Then we can truly indulge in each other. At that moment, Fan Pai felt as though he was caught between thunderous skies, his vision darkening. Lu Qingyan observed the chaos unfolding and sighed, stepping forward to pat his shoulder, her palm exuding a warmth tinged with exasperation. Calling for mother is futile. Besides, Pyre, you must understand the plight of your mother. You see the situation. What else can I do? Allow you and your 2 junior sisters, one ready to unleash an imperial artifact, the other causing a ruckus, to run rampant? This is no easy matter. I can only burden you a little while longer. I shall bear the blame. She glanced at the lightning sky outside the hall, her tone shifting to one of authority. And this is a command from your mother. I am not negotiating. In any case, this is how it is. I have spoken, and I have acted. Whether you acknowledge it or not, you must comply. Enough said. I must descend the mountain to assist my senior brother in the law enforcement hall with matters below. Qingwei, let us go. Oh no, master. No, mother. Mother, you cannot do this to me. I'm also your child. He pleaded. You cannot just abandon me. Lu Qingyuan pretended not to hear, stepping out of the hall and heading down the mountain, while Su Qingwei complied, glancing back one last time as she passed through the door. Inside the hall, Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying's gazes intertwined on Fan Pai, brimming with unabashed hostility. Fan Pai, caught like a fish gasping for air on dry land, wore an expression of utter despair. The shadows of the 3 merged in the morning light, akin to a slender needle, piercing through her heart, sending waves of pain coursing through her. What's wrong? Lu Qingyuan's voice called from ahead. Su Qingwei withdrew her gaze, hastening to catch up, shaking her head. Nothing, master. Yet the wind brushed through her sleeves, stirring long-buried emotions to ripple like delicate waves in the morning light. As the dawn broke over the misty mountains, chaos reigned atop Qinghe Peak. Within the grand hall, Fan Pai was pulled by Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying, one resembling a clingy cat, tiptoeing into his embrace, while the other clung fiercely to his waist, desperately trying to shove Lin Wanner aside. Squeezed between the two, Fan Pai felt like a fish floundering on dry land, the trio tangled like an unresolvable twist of hemp. At the foot of the mountain, disorder reigned, a shocking sight. The after-effects of aphrodisiacs and love poisons lingered in the air, leaving many disciples still ensnared in confusion. Some were entangled in the grass, behaving inappropriately, while others, disheveled, chased spirit beasts up the mountain path, babbling nonsensically. The scene along the mountain trail was one of utter chaos, unprecedented and alarming. Lu Qingyuan was compelled to leave Su Qingyue atop the mountain, alongside several elders to compile a list, while she herself led a few elders, closing her eyes to avoid the sight, relying solely on her spiritual sense to navigate. With a grim expression, she waved her hand to tear open spatial rifts, grabbing dazed and disheveled disciples who had just been administered antidotes by the Lin family's hidden guards, recording their names as she booted them through the rifts, sending them back to their own abodes, her teeth gritted in anger. Get back to your caves. Anyone who dares step out within 3 months will be expelled from Qinghe Peak. The disciples of the law enforcement peak assisted nearby, observing the usually proud elders of Qinghe Peak now flustered and ashen-faced, their shoulders trembling as they struggled to maintain their composure, barking orders. Everyone cooperate. Don't make this harder for us. Sunlight bathed this absurd scene, casting a comical glow upon each participant. In just 3 days, the bizarre events at Qinghe Peak spread like wildfire through the mouths of law enforcement peak disciples across the entire Taichu sacred land, growing increasingly outrageous with each retelling. For instance, it was said, elderly of the law enforcement hall has been acting strangely of late. The other night, he became so aggressive that he nearly exhausted his spirit deer mount, leaving it unable to stand. Yet he was not done. He ran to the spirit beast garden at the foot of the mountain, disturbing half the beasts in one night. When found, he was propped against a white deer, panting heavily, looking utterly worn out, with bits of grass clinging to the deer's mane. Upon hearing this, his partner chased him across 3 peaks, crying and demanding to sever ties. In the course of the chase, they collided with 13 others, all pursuing elderly, resulting in a chaotic brawl that darkened the sky and sent hairpins flying. In the end, they nearly beat elderly to a pulp. In the realm of enlightenment, a certain individual, entranced by the spirit of his beloved sword, petitioned his sect to unite with it as a companion on the path. This earnest request was met with disdain, as the sect deemed it a violation of propriety, resulting in a rejection of his plea. Fueled by indignation, he clutched his sword and wept on the main peak for 3 consecutive days and nights, ultimately compelling the revered leader to intervene and begrudgingly acknowledge the bond between him and his blade, thus allowing the matter to rest. Even more ludicrous were the whispers circulating among the disciples, tales of collective cultivation, the return of the Earth's children to the sect, and spiritual companions in the form of pets, all of which cast a shadow of confusion and chaos. One particularly audacious rumor pointed fingers at Lu Qingyuan, alleging that the actions of the upper echelons were reflected in the misdeeds of those below them. It was said that the master of Qinghe Peak had an affinity for heavy industry, particularly in smelting copper ore, and indulged in all manners of excess, regardless of gender. Some speculated that her decision to adopt 2 infants, and later 2 young girls, stemmed from ulterior motives, as if the truth were self-evident. Ultimately, the young master of the Lin family and another individual were said to have succumbed to madness, unable to bear the peculiar proclivities of the Qinghe Peak master. The other disciples of Qinghe Peak were equally affected, as the proximity to such eccentricities had ensnared them in a web of scandalous rumors. Initially, the peak still boasted a majority of its disciples, having narrowly escaped previous calamities. However, with the spread of these rumors, they found themselves the subjects of scorn and ridicule, branded as aberrations. Even if they were to confront their detractors in battle, the sheer number of gossips made it an impossible endeavor. Thus, many disciples chose to remain within the confines of their peak, opting for ignorance, while even the elders responsible for external affairs donned conical hats to avoid recognition. Moreover, coinciding with the sect's decennial disciple selection, these rumors swiftly traversed to the foot of the mountain, reaching the ears of commoners and minor cultivators awaiting their assessments. As a result, what was once a bustling encampment extending 10 miles around the sect rapidly dwindled, with many departing in discontent. What a farce this so-called Holy Land is. They appear ethereal and refined, yet behind closed doors engage in such depravity. If it's this chaotic before even entering, who knows how we would fare inside? Among the dwindling crowd, a group of elegantly dressed youths engaged in idle chatter. One tall boy, whose visage bore a resemblance to a gourd, nudged his companion. "Hey Wu, shall we take our leave? It seems improbable that we can gain entry into this Taichu Holy Land with our good looks. What if we are bullied by those second-generation scoundrels who wormed their way in? Where we seek justice?" The boy named A Wu, resembling a potato, sighed in response. "I wish to leave as well, but my resources have dwindled after recent expenditures. Alas, if only my family had not encountered misfortune, I would be able to depart alongside you." Indeed, the tall boy consoled him. "I had almost forgotten you hail from the Qian kingdom. Did you not mention a female emperor recently causing turmoil and strife? Your family is unable to send funds, correct?" "Bah, that so-called female emperor is merely a child," interjected another round-faced boy of striking appearance. "I heard she eliminated her siblings to secure the throne, only to find herself beset by her uncles seeking to reclaim power. I wager she won't last long. Regardless of her fate, the chaos at home has left us in dire straits, unable to procure even the means to survive. If not for that, we wouldn't find ourselves in such a predicament." Awu lamented. The tall boy's eyes brightened. "Fear not. I have some savings to lend you both for the time being. We must not delay. Let us seek our fortunes elsewhere. By heavens, a father figure. Allow me to pay my respects." Awu exclaimed. "Come on, my dear sons, gather your belongings. We must continue our journey." As the group busily packed their things, they remained oblivious to a frail boy nearby, clutching a cloth bag, his complexion paling as he listened. The encampment's thinning crowd, once teeming with life, now consisted of only a few stragglers. The frail boy followed a middle-aged man in official garb, accompanied by a handful of children, as they cautiously advanced. Overhearing the outrageous discussions, "Have you heard? The master of Qinghe Peak, Lu Qingyuan, not only has a penchant for smelting copper, but also maintains a dozen disciples who are the leaders of the flower industry. Is that true? They are formidable beings capable of transcending tribulations. Indeed, otherwise, how could such a scandal arise? It's a case of the upper beams being crooked, causing the lower ones to tilt." The boy's face turned ghostly pale, his trembling fingers gripping the baguette strap. Beside him, a little girl with braided hair fainted in fright, clutching his clothing and weeping. "Brother Yin Zhao, do you think what they say is true? It's too terrifying. Should we not wait for the selection and just return home to farm?" The boy named Yin Zhao pressed his lips together, a flicker of retreat in his gaze as he glanced at the determined man in official attire leading their group forward. "I wish to leave as well, but this is not a decision for us to make. It depends on Lord Zhang's judgment." As he spoke, Yin Zhao lifted his eyes to behold the majestic gates of Taichu Holy Land shimmering in the sunlight, exuding an ethereal aura that seemed to transcend the mundane realms. Despite the warmth of the sun, he felt a chill creeping upon his back, as if a heavy shadow lurked within those heavenly gates, waiting to ensnare its prey. Chapter 56. What transpired over these 3 days? As dawn broke over the Yunmiao mountain range, the main peak of Taichu Holy Land was abuzz with excitement. Elders from various peaks, accompanied by their disciples, traversed the square, arranging formations and verifying rosters, the air thick with tension and anticipation. In the depths of the Medicinal Peaks library, Lu Qingyan rubbed her throbbing temples, momentarily lifting her gaze from the ancient tomes. After days spent in earnest consultation with Han Yinro and the elders of the library, they remained at a standstill regarding the treatment of the affliction known as madness. Qing Yuan, it's time to head to the main peak, Han Yinro urged, neatly stacking the organized texts. Her gaze lingered on Lu Qingyuan's furrowed brow. Do not worry. Your spiritual presence will keep watch over Qinghe Peak, and no calamity will befall it. Lu Qingyuan nodded, but let out a resigned sigh. While I appreciate that, Wanner has the Lin family supporting her. Who is to say she doesn't possess some secret technique to obscure our spiritual inquiries? Oh, you are overthinking it. What method could possibly hinder your scrutiny? Regarding your cultivation alone, it seems there are few who could withstand the methods of the spatial domain. Wouldn't you agree? After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally addressed Han Yinro. Ah, never mind. You go ahead, senior sister. I shall take a quick glance at Qinghe Peak and return. As her words faded, her fingertips executed a spell, tearing through the fabric of space as she followed the three familiar auras. In the courtyard of Qinghe Peak, warm sunlight streamed over the bluestone floor, coaxing a languid atmosphere. At this moment, Fan Pai reclined in a chaise lounge, one leg draped over the armrest. Humming a tune of uncertain origin, his demeanor relaxed like a cat basking in the sun. Lin Wanner stood behind the chair, her delicate hands kneading his shoulders, applying just the right amount of pressure over his shoulder blades, clearly having practiced in secret for a few days. Yet her words were far from idle. As she cast a sidelong glance at the opposite Huang Yingying, her tone sharp as if laced with ice. Pai, do you not think that the tea brewed by Huang Yingying with her yellow eel is nowhere near as sweet as the spiritual spring water I brought? Huang Yingying, holding a white jade fruit platter, appeared somewhat fatigued. Over the past few days, she had been engaged in a covert battle of wits with Lin Wanner during the day. And at night, taking advantage of Lu Qingyuan's lack of awareness, she stealthily slipped away to the scripture pavilion to peruse texts in search of a suitable cultivation method. After 3 days, she had yet to find a technique, yet she was utterly exhausted. However, upon hearing the words yellow eel, her fingers tightened around the platter, causing the icy crystal fruits within to tremble slightly. Umph, do you think just because you say so, it is true? Huang Yingying suppressed her simmering indignation, picking up a piece of ice crystal fruit coated in a thin frost and offering it to Fan Pai, her voice sweet as honeyed cotton. Even if your spiritual spring is sweet, this ice crystal fruit was picked by me at dawn from the cold pond on the back mountain, infused with pure water spirit energy, making it perfect for Pai to soothe his throat and alleviate dryness after his cultivation. Indeed, Yingying is quite thoughtful. Fan Pai opened his mouth to bite into the ice crystal fruit, and as the cool sweetness spread, he deliberately sighed, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Wanner. Unlike some, who only know how to offer extravagant yet impractical artifacts, they understand nothing of these cultivation intricacies. Lin Wanner immediately flared up, her hands pressing down harder on his shoulders, causing Fan Pai to hiss in pain. Yet she paid no mind, her brows knitting together. Who says I do not understand? I shall fetch the precious Ningxian Yulu treasured by the Lin family. It is brewed from top-grade snow lotus and guaranteed to be 100 times better than your meager fruit. You dare? Huang Yingying shot back, glaring. Senior brother only recently stated his aversion to overly potent supplements. Do you wish to harm him? As the two began to bicker heatedly, Fan Pai chose not to intervene. Instead, he squinted his eyes, shaking his head and tapping his fingers lightly against the armrest in rhythm, basking in the sunlight that filtered through the leaves, which illuminated his contented expression. At the entrance of the courtyard, the space rippled slightly as Lu Qingyan stood at the threshold, observing this absurd scene. She rubbed her eyes, and upon reopening them, the spectacle remained unchanged, leaving her perplexed. What on earth has transpired in these 3 days? Just days ago, this rascal Fan Pai was being tormented by these two, crying out for me to rescue him. How has it transformed into this? Were my previous efforts to chide him in vain? Lu Qingyuan felt a mix of anger and amusement as she stealthily approached, raising her hand to deliver a sharp rap to the back of Fan Pai's head. You little rascal, you certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Your 2 junior sisters are now beset with madness and ill spirits, and yet you dare to treat them as your servants? Fan Pai winced in pain, covering his head and preparing to defend himself. But Huang Yingying swiftly drew her sword, the cold gleam of the blade aimed directly at Lu Qingyuan's heart. Lin Wanner likewise retrieved an imperial sword from her spiritual ring, its blade radiating with a profound imperial aura. The two glared coldly at Lu Qingyuan, swords glinting ominously. Master, we know we cannot defeat you. but we implore you to respect yourself and refrain from meddling with Pyre. Indeed, mother, it would be quite unfortunate if others misconstrued the situation. Lu Qingyuan was momentarily speechless, struggling to find words. Misunderstanding? I, as a master, merely tapped my disciple on the head. How could that possibly lead to any misunderstanding? These two, who had previously been at odds, why were they now so united in their defense of her? Had they forgotten who they were? Was this madness truly worsening? All right. Lu Qingyuan waved her hand helplessly, taking a deep breath to quell her tumultuous thoughts. Today is the day of disciple selection. The main peak is abuzz with activity. Would you care to join me for a bit of diversion? Not going. Without a moment's hesitation, Fanpai rejected the idea. Come now. Having these two lively treasures to entertain me is far more amusing than watching a bunch of inexperienced youngsters pledge their allegiance. Let's go. Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying exclaimed in unison. Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow, stating, among the newly initiated disciples, there might be some vixens looking to attach themselves to Pyre. I must drive them all away. Yet inwardly, she mused, as for the disciple selection, how shall I toy with that Yun Zhao once he joins? Huang Yingying nodded in agreement, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. That Yun Zhao is about to join. Perhaps I should emulate what Pyre did and directly extract his sword bone, implanting it within myself. This would not only sever his foundation, but also enhance my own strength, killing two birds with one stone. As for the subsequent matter of destiny transfer, I could simply crush them one by one, couldn't I? Each harbored their own thoughts as they flanked Fan Pai, gripping his arms tightly enough to nearly fracture his bones. Their expressions strangely gleeful, as if to convey, if you do not come, we shall drag you along. Fan Pai gasped in pain, hastily relenting. All right, let us go. You two ease up. Lu Qingyuan surveyed the chaotic scene, shaking her head in exasperation. Let us proceed to the grand hall at the mountain's peak and bring Qingyue along. Chapter 57. Seizing Opportunities, Using Force Against Force. A soft azure light of spiritual energy enveloped Fan Pai, Lin Wanner, and Huang Yingying as they gently ascended from the courtyard. Lu Qingyuan formed a spell with her fingertips, skillfully controlling their speed as they drifted towards the grand hall at the mountain's peak. The mountain winds caressed them, causing their garments to flutter. The spiritual energy guided them, and the eaves of the grand hall gradually emerged from mist. Inside the hall, a figure clad in plain attire was bent over organizing scrolls, her dark hair loosely pinned with a wooden hairpin, none other than Su Qingyue. Before her stood a stack of scrolls taller than herself, ink-stained fingers occasionally brushing aside stray strands of hair as she focused intently, oblivious to the commotion around her. What is Qingyue so occupied with? Lu Qingyuan called out, gradually easing the flow of spiritual energy, allowing the group to land steadily within the grand hall. Hearing her name, Su Qingyue looked up, recognizing the group, and quickly set down her scrolls, standing to bow. Master. Her gaze swept over the three behind Lu Qingyuan, a fleeting shadow of pain crossing her eyes. Yet she inquired gently, are we heading to the main peak? Indeed, the disciple selection is about to commence. You need not toil here any longer. Join us for a moment of respite. Lu Qingyuan stepped forward, her fingertips once again unfurling with ethereal energy, gently enveloping Su Qingyue like a delicate cocoon. Today there is no rush. Let us take our time as we ascend, allowing you a moment to rest your eyes. Su Qingyue nodded obediently, and the five of them were softly lifted into the air, leisurely making their way towards the grand hall of the main peak. Oh, master, is your method of flight akin to hurrying to a tea gathering in the mortal realm? Lin Wanner remarked with a glance at the spiritual plants whizzing by below, her tone tinged with irritation. With your habitual ways, shouldn't you have teleported us directly to the hall's entrance? Lu Qingyuan chuckled softly and replied, I merely wish for you to enjoy a change of scenery. Spending all day confined to Qinghe Peak, it is essential to appreciate the beauty of the sacred grounds and refresh your spirits. Lin Wanner pouted, yet her gaze was involuntarily drawn downward. Gazing down with the aid of the wind, the entirety of the Taichu sacred land unfurled before them like a magnificent scroll. The 12 towering peaks, resembling a mighty dragon, coiled deep within the misty mountains with the main peak, Taichu Peak, piercing the heavens. Various buildings clustered densely atop the peak, shimmering with a lustrous glow under the sunlight. Between the peaks, clouds and mist swirled, with disciples occasionally soaring through the air, their garments fluttering like flowing clouds. At the foot of the mountains, the spiritual fields cascaded in layers, each variety of spiritual plant exhaling ethereal energy, casting a gentle halo. Amidst the expanse of misty waves, the occasional crane soared across the sky, leaving behind a clear and melodious cry. Spiritual springs cascaded down the cliffs, crashing against the blue stones and splashing up pearlescent droplets that refracted into a spectrum of colors. For a moment, the three female disciples were utterly entranced, momentarily forgetting their inner turmoil. Lu Qingyun gazed at the swirling mists of the valley, her peripheral vision catching sight of Fan Pai beside her. And she silently transmitted her thoughts. Higher, Lu Qingyuan's voice lowered, laced with curiosity. Pray tell, what has transpired these past few days? Why have Waner and Yingying suddenly become so compliant with you? Have you ensnared them with some enchantment? Or has their madness truly abetted? As she continued, a sense of unease grew within her. The two appeared even more unhinged, yet were inexplicably willing to follow Fan Pai's lead. Sigh. The Grand Elder has been absent for 3 days. He ought to have returned by now. I wonder if something has occurred. Fan Pai sighed in resignation at the inquiry and replied through thought, Master, I must credit your 2 strands of divine awareness for this situation. He glanced at Lin Waner, who was counting the cranes in the distance, and at Huang Yingying, who was lost in thought over the spiritual fields. Lowering his voice, he continued, With your divine awareness present, neither can act out of line. Yet, they refuse to concede, fearing the other might gain an advantage. I simply seized the opportunity to incite competition between them. Incite competition? Lu Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. It sounds rather simple. Indeed, it is merely by sowing discord that I encourage them to compete against one another, diverting their focus from me to each other. A slight nudge from me, coupled with subtle tactics, ensures they vie for superiority. Thus, I have unwittingly become the judge. I declare who performs better. And the one deemed inferior naturally feels discontented and rushes back to improve, while the victor, in their triumph, becomes overconfident and refrains from causing trouble. Lu Qingyuan chuckled, both amused and exasperated, as she ruffled his hair. Oh, you're quite clever. Not at all. Fan Pai's response held a hint of self-deprecating humor. After all, Master, you had no intent to assist me, so I had to devise my own strategy. I cannot simply allow them to divide me. Lu Qingyuan's frustration dissipated as she replied with a trace of exasperation. Mind your words. Utter another, and I shall assign you to guard the mountain gate. As the two conversed in hushed tones, their spiritual energy carried them through layers of clouds, drawing near to the grand hall of the main peak. However, as they approached the more populated area, the gazes around them grew increasingly peculiar. Disciples, stewards, and even elders passing by could not help but cast curious, mocking glances their way, their gestures of pointing and whispering unrestrained. Lin Waner furrowed her brow, returning their stares with indignation. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a peak master escorting disciples before? Keep staring, and I'll have your eyes plucked out. Waner, cease your nonsense. They are all our fellow disciples. Though Lu Qingyuan scolded her slightly, she too felt a twinge of discomfort, attributing the attention to recent disturbances at Qinghe Peak. She patted the shoulders of her companions. Pay no mind to others. Let's enter the hall. The grand hall's jade doors swung wide, revealing 12 coiled dragon pillars supporting the lofty ceiling, which glimmered like polished jade under the sun. Various spiritual orbs floated between the beams, casting shifting shadows of passing figures. Inside, the hall bustled with activity. Disciples responsible for selection navigated the jade tables with scrolls in hand, while several elders quietly organized affairs, the air thick with a solemn yet busy atmosphere, occasionally punctuated by the hushed conversations of disciples. As Lu Qingyuan led Fan Pai and the others into the hall, she instructed, You shall first proceed to the side hall to meet with the inner disciples. I must speak with several peak masters. Her gaze swept over Lin Waner and Huang Yingying, her tone growing more serious. Pai, keep a close eye on your 2 junior sisters. The hall is filled with elders in the tribulation stage, and even those at the great ascension stage. Do not let them cause any disturbances. Understood, Master. I would never cause trouble, Lin Waner replied sweetly, raising her chin slightly. Higher, let us sit over there, she said, linking her arm with his. I brought some spiritual spring water from the Lin family. Let me brew you a pot of tea. Upon seeing this, Huang Yingying immediately squeezed to the other side, her fingertips lightly brushing against his wrist, her voice dripping with sweetness. Do not listen to her, Pyre. I brought an assortment of spiritual fruits, far more refreshing than mere spring water. Let me feed you. Let go. Lin Vonar gled at Huang Yingying. Did you not see that I was first to link arms with Pyre? You let go first. Pyre and I are childhood friends, innocent and untainted. There is no room for you to intrude. Chapter 58. Something seems amiss here. Huang Yingying refused to back down, her fingertips teasingly grazing Fan Pai's palm. Lu Qingyuan observed the 2 disciples returning to their usual banter, her lips twitching in amusement as she sighed. ultimately leaving the tangled situation to Fanpai while she sought out some familiar senior brothers and sisters. Not long into their quarrel, however, Fanpai sighed nonchalantly, preparing to deftly manage the two young ladies with practiced ease. With his left hand, he gently patted Lin Wanner's hand, while his right hand playfully pinched Huang Yingying's fingertips. Smiling as he said, "Neither of you should quarrel. Let us head to the side hall. Whoever performs, well, will have my company on the sword range for individual practice after the selections conclude." His brief statement instantly silenced the two, though the underlying tension in their gazes remained palpable. Meanwhile, Su Qingyue observed Fan Pai's calm demeanor with a narrowing of her pupils, and upon realizing it, her face turned a shade of green with fury, her heart constricted painfully as the fingers gripping her sleeves turned white. Yet, she could only grind her teeth and follow behind the three, muttering, "Do not be angry, do not be angry. It no longer matters. Who am I angry for?" Just as they approached the entrance to the side hall, Fan Pai suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Not only did the few direct disciples remain silent, but even the elder disciples bustling around them momentarily froze upon seeing the three individuals. Conversations ceased, and their gazes flitted back and forth among the trio. Some averted their eyes, shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter, while others shielded their faces with scrolls to stifle their giggles. A few individuals pointed at them, whispering conspiratorially, their faces flushed with barely contained mirth, which caused Lin Wanner to erupt in indignation. "What are you laughing at?" she admonished sharply, tightening her grip on Fan Pai's arm. "I will have your tongues cut out." The disciples, alarmed, quickly turned their heads away, yet could not resist stealing furtive glances. Fan Pai furrowed his brow, sensing that the commotion was rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Lu Qingyuan made her way towards the central hall, the designated meeting place for the peak leaders, only to encounter Master Li, the head of the law enforcement peak, who had just returned from an inspection at the foot of the mountain. Upon seeing her, he clasped his hands in greeting and smiled. "Ah, junior sister Qingyuan, you have arrived early today at Qinghe Peak." "Thank you, senior brother Li," Lu Qingyuan replied, her gaze shifting to Wang, the peak master of sword technique peak, who was also present. "Senior brother Wang, how have you been lately? Have you made any progress in your swordsmanship?" Elder Wang stroked his beard and chuckled. "Oh, just a minor achievement, nothing worth mentioning." Meanwhile, Han Yinro had been waiting by the jade table and waved eagerly upon Lu Qingyuan's arrival, her eyes glinting with urgency. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Xian Qinzi strode in with purpose, listening intently to his direct disciple, Yuan He, who was reporting on some strange occurrences. He suddenly raised his voice. "What do you mean that a third of those at the foot of the mountain are missing?" The words reverberated through the open hall, causing many disciples to halt their activities. Xian Qinzi's expression stiffened as he quickly pulled Yuan He behind a pillar, conjuring a soundproof barrier with his fingertips, and urgently whispered, "Have you confirmed this? Is it possible that rumors from Qinghe Peak have spread?" Yuan He bowed his head and replied softly, and Xian Qinzi's brow furrowed deeper, his agitation causing the spiritual energy within the barrier to ripple. Finally, with a heavy sigh, he waved Yuan He away and took a deep breath, smoothing out the creases in his robe. He forced a smile as he approached the peak masters. "Master has arrived." The assembly of peak masters rose to greet him, their gazes fixated upon his face, noting his pallor. "What has happened? You look unwell." Xian Qinzi chuckled awkwardly, rubbing his forehead. "It's nothing, nothing at all. Perhaps I did not rest well this morning." He deliberately avoided Lu Qingyuan's gaze, addressing the other peak masters in a loud voice. "The time has come. The orders from the foot of the mountain are ready. Fellow brothers and sisters, we should proceed with the selection ceremony." No sooner had he spoken than he produced a towering water mirror from his storage ring, its surface shimmering with a moonlit glow, its edges intricately engraved with the celestial patterns of the Taichu Holy Land's legacy. Infusing it with spiritual energy, the mirror suddenly illuminated, casting a radiant light across half the hall, capturing the attention of all present. The reflections within the mirror shifted, soon revealing a full view of the selection square at the foot of the mountain. The square, framed by the towering sword mountain, was shrouded in ethereal mist. At its center stood a 9-jong high spirit summoning pillar inscribed with ancient runes, exhaling the essence of heaven and earth. 10 elders responsible for the selection, clad in purple and gold robes adorned with dragon motifs, stood in formation according to the 9 palaces, their spiritual energy coalescing into an imposing presence. At the perimeter of the square, 360 law enforcement disciples stood with swords in hand, their garments billowing as they exuded a formidable aura, effectively barring onlookers from encroaching. The entire scene radiated an atmosphere of solemnity and grandeur, epitomizing the majestic spirit of the continent's dominant Holy Land. The grand selection ceremony of the Taichu Holy Land, the illusion selection, begins. The elder with the white beard boomed, his voice resonating through the square, infused with spiritual power. Komos! With his command, the spirit summoning pillar erupted with brilliant spiritual light, 9 beams shooting skyward, intertwining to form a colossal gateway of illusion. Disciples who had already passed the root bone test formed orderly lines, clad in uniform trial garments, stepping into the luminous portal in batches, each stride firm and resolute. Their eyes filled with reverence and longing for the path of immortality. Inside the hall, the spectators observed the proceedings through the water mirror. Elderly of the law enforcement peak stroked his beard with a smile. It has indeed been years since I last witnessed this. In previous years, merely queuing to enter the illusion took 2 to 3 hours, with the spirit summoning pillar's light shining until the sun dipped in the west. Elder Wong of the sword technique peak nodded in agreement. Indeed, past years saw so many disciples that they had to enter in 3 batches. This year, the responsible elder nodded and announced loudly, the grand selection ceremony of the Taichu Holy Land, the illusion selection, officially commences. At the foot of the mountain, the disciples who had passed the root bone test entered the illusion entrance in groups, while within the main hall. The gathering of individuals exchanged pleasantries as an hour swiftly elapsed. However, as they continued to observe, the peak masters at the center soon discerned an anomaly. In just 1 hour's time, the once crowded line was now sparse, nearly devoid of participants. This doesn't seem right, Master Xian, elderly pointed at the water mirror. The numbers are off, aren't they? This year's disciples are at least 30% fewer than in previous years. In past years, there would still be long lines at this point. Xian Shenzi gulped down his tea hastily, attempting to divert attention. Oh, this year we have carefully selected the disciples. The quality is high, so naturally, the numbers are fewer. It's nothing to worry about. Elder Wong voiced his confusion, but I distinctly remember during the count 2 weeks ago. Ah, Brother Wong, let us focus on the selection. Never mind the numbers, Xian Chunzi interrupted quickly, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Qingyuan. The look only deepened her confusion. What was amiss? Why did Master Xian keep glancing over? Did she have something on her face? In a side chamber, Fan Pai observed Lin Wan'er and Huang Yinging bickering over who would peel fruit for him. Their faces flushed, and the muffled laughter surrounding them piqued his curiosity. Something feels off here, he thought, a hint of suspicion flickering in his eyes. Chapter 59. Innate Sword Bone, Yin Zhao. As the shimmering light of the water mirror flowed, the scenes of the selection illusion became increasingly vivid. Within the illusion, clouds and mist churned, at times transforming into treacherous mountain ranges and forests of swords to test courage. At others coalescing into ancient formations to assess comprehension, or manifesting inner demons to temper character. The peak masters, along with the elders in charge of recruitment, held their breath, their gazes following the movements of the disciples within the illusion, occasionally offering hushed evaluations. That lad Zhao Yin from the east is quite impressive, remarked Elder Li of the law enforcement peak, pointing to a figure skillfully evading sword strikes within the mirror. His root bone is of superior golden spiritual root. He remains calm amidst the sword rain, agile in his movements, a promising candidate for swordsmanship. Elder Su from the formation peak nodded in agreement. The girl Su Xiao on the west side is also noteworthy. Though her cultivation is low, she can discern the formation's core within the illusion, demonstrating a high level of comprehension regarding formations, a fine candidate for the path of formations. On the medicine peak, Han Yinro focused on a young girl, identifying medicinal herbs amidst a toxic haze. The girl named Chu Yao possesses an extraordinary ability to precisely extract antidotal herbs from a myriad of poisonous plants. Her sensitivity to medicinal properties far surpassing that of her peers. It is indeed most fitting for her to join my medicinal peak. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, a brilliant flash of sword light suddenly pierced through the water mirror. A youth clad in coarse garments, wielding a wooden sword, stood resolute against a 3-zhong giant wolf conjured from the illusion, showing neither flinching nor retreat. With a delicate twist of his wrist, the wooden sword carved a graceful arc. Seemingly light and effortless, yet struck precisely at the wolf's vulnerable spot between its brows, causing the beast to howl in agony and dissipate into mist. The young man sheathed his sword and stood firm. Despite the beads of sweat forming on his brow, his gaze shone with remarkable brilliance, an ethereal golden light subtly swirling around him. It was none other than Yun Zhao. Excellent. The chief of the sword peak abruptly slammed the table, his eyes brimming with excitement. This child must possess innate sword bones. Moreover, that strike, though appearing simple, harmonizes with the profound principles of swordsmanship. He faces ferocious beasts with unwavering composure, displaying exceptional talent and temperament. Given time, he shall undoubtedly become a great figure. Elderly nodded in agreement. Indeed, just look at the spiritual light surrounding him. It is a sign of resonance between sword bones and spiritual energy. No one in the entire sacred land has exhibited such talent in sword cultivation over the past 50 years. Cut it out, a sharp, mocking laugh suddenly erupted from the side hall as Lynn Warner crossed her arms, casting a sidelong glance at the water mirror. Her tone was as biting as if laced with ice. Innate sword bones? I see nothing exceptional. If this is truly a once-in-50 years talent, then the sacred land must have been devoid of such for generations. Besides, when it comes to sword bones, who can compare to Pyre? At just 3 years old, Pyre could already summon the resonance of the spiritual spring. What is this boy even worth? Upon uttering these words, a profound silence enveloped the hall. The peak masters exchanged glances, their hearts filled with disdain. Lynn Warner must be losing her mind. Her delusions have reached a new low, speaking nonsense without a second thought, let alone the fact that they are well aware of Fan Pai's capabilities. Did she think they would forget how many times she lamented about her children when they were in distress with Lu Qingyuan? Though Fan Pai exhibited a hint of precociousness, at 3 years old, he was still playing in the mud alongside Fan Ro, nearly drowning in the spiritual spring. The impatient Master Wang was about to retort when Lin Warner interjected with a hum. Moreover, regarding temperament, that wolf's illusion clearly held back. Had a real wolf appeared, he would have already been terrified to the point of wetting himself. Fan Pai, exasperated, face-bombed and spent a considerable time persuading her to sit down. Meanwhile, Huang Yingying quietly clenched her fists, her knuckles turning white, her silver teeth biting down hard. She gazed at Yun Zhao's figure in the water mirror, a flicker of longing flashing in her eyes. If only she could extract those sword bones and implant them within herself. This might just be the simplest solution to break the current impasse. Lin Warner, being the reincarnation of the 10,000 Paths Empress, endowed with exceptional talent and backed by the Lin family, had somehow achieved an unparalleled foundation of heavenly Tao, setting aside her gender issues stemming from her yellow eel physique. As time passed, her gap with Lin Warner would only widen. If she did not seize this opportunity to catch up, she feared she would never reclaim Fan Pai from her grasp. At that moment, Lu Qingyuan furrowed her brow, her fingertips unconsciously tightening around her sleeve. She cleared her throat, about to apologize to the peak masters, when Xian Chunzi's voice preemptively broke the silence. Ahem, this child Warner. Let's not take her words to heart. She has recently endured some trauma, and her mental state is not quite well. The Lin family and our sacred land share a deep alliance. Let us be more understanding. The peak masters exchanged glances, ultimately swallowing their words. It was not out of fear of Lin Warner's pseudo-emperor ancestor, but rather a matter of principle. These elders found it beneath them to argue with the youth. However, in the following 2 days, Yun Zhao's brilliance within the illusion grew increasingly resplendent. Within the formation's illusion, he shattered the ancient 9 curves interlocking formation in half an hour, faced his most terrifying past in the realm of inner demons without flinching. And in the final layer of practical illusion, he actually managed to repel a 5th layer chi refinement puppet, using only his 1st layer cultivation and exquisite swordplay. Yet, every time the peak masters could not help but praise him, Lin Warner would invariably interject with her retorts. From calling his sword techniques ostentatious to attributing his success to sheer luck, from labeling his temperament as impulsive to criticizing him for being overly compassionate, she relentlessly belittled Yun Zhao, diminishing his worth at every turn while concocting exaggerated tales to elevate Fan Pai above him. Initially astonished, the peak masters gradually fell into a state of speechlessness. Elderly, in a hushed tone, confided to Master Wang. What on earth is wrong with Lin Warner? Has her madness truly reached such extremes? What grievance does she have against Yun Zhao? Why is she so intent on competing with a 10-year-old child? Master Wang shook his head with a wry smile. Who knows? It seems her madness has worsened, perhaps leading her to hallucinate. Their quiet discourse did not escape Lu Qingyuan's ears, especially since they had not even attempted to use sound transmission, clearly not trying to hide their words. She gazed at Lin Warner in the side hall, who was still chattering away, her heart heavy with profound helplessness. Alas, poor child. Her madness has not only failed to improve, but has escalated into a more pathological state. We must swiftly find a cure. Otherwise, she may indeed cause an even greater uproar. Yet, I am perplexed as to why she is fixated on targeting Yun Zhao. They have had no prior interaction, and he has just entered the illusion. Could her madness truly bear grudges? However, recalling how she had once been at odds with Fan Pai, only to later appear besotted with him after succumbing to her madness, Perhaps this was simply the nature of her affliction? Regardless, the 3 days of selection passed swiftly. After traversing through the layers of the grand illusion, the remaining disciples amounted to less than 30. And most were preliminarily categorized into outer and inner sects based on their performance within the illusion. The elders responsible for recruitment had already gathered at the mountain gate, ready to attract disciples. Following a mutual selection process, they would each return to their respective homes and embark on their long journey of cultivation at their chosen peaks. Among the 30 most outstanding disciples, including the swordbone resonator Yun Zhao, the formation prodigy Su Xiao Xiao, and the herb-identifying expert Chu Yao, they were escorted to the main hall of the chief peak. Chapter 60. All of you from Qinghe Peak are perverts. Within the hall, the atmosphere was solemn. The 30 youths stood in an orderly fashion, their youthful faces reflecting a mix of nervousness and anticipation. Most of the disciples and elders who had previously attended to matters had already departed, leaving only the direct disciples permitted to remain, standing behind their respective masters. The 12 peak masters and core elders sat before a jade table, dozens of gazes fixated upon these 30 young individuals. These youths represented the future leaders of their respective peaks or the cherished disciples of core elders. In the absence of a holy child, these direct disciples enjoyed the highest privileges afforded to disciples within the sacred land. This matter pertained to the future inheritance of each peak, and naturally, no one dared to be negligent. Yun Zhao stood at the forefront of the line, clad in a loosely fitting, plain trial robe. Although it appeared somewhat comical, it could not obscure the innate sharpness that radiated from him like a drawn sword. He subtly lifted his gaze towards the hall, inadvertently sweeping his eyes across the side chamber, where they collided with Lin Wanner's icy glare. The youth frowned slightly, but quickly lowered his head, tightening his grip around the wooden sword that had accompanied him through the illusionary realms. The air within the grand hall seemed to solidify, as an unspoken battle for talent commenced silently. Lu Qingyuan straightened her posture, her fingertips lightly tapping the jade table. She regarded several bright-eyed youths in the line, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in her gaze. Though her own disciples were rather unique, Fan Pai and Fan Ro, whom she had rescued from the ruins and nurtured since childhood, Su Qingwei, whom she had taken in to repay a favor to the Su family, Huang Yingying, an unexpected acquisition, and the 5th disciple, who had gradually risen through the outer sect. She recognized that the other elders would inevitably seek to recruit talented disciples as well, for the future development of Qinghe Peak relied upon it. Moreover, she had indeed set her sights on a particular disciple today. "What is this, Qingyuan?" Elder Li from the law enforcement peak noted her slight movement, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. "You usually refrain from involving yourself in the selection of personal disciples. Has your disposition changed today?" Su Feng, the peak master of the Array Path Peak, chimed in with a laugh. "Indeed. Your few disciples are either picked up or have come through the back door. Why the sudden interest in selecting geniuses? Perhaps we should choose this time, since you enjoy nurturing so much. These children are rather grown. I doubt you would fancy them." As these words took flight, the other peak masters were instantly rendered crimson, their shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter, while only Xian Shunzi and Han Yinro wore expressions of deep discontent, their jaws clenched. Lu Qing'an, however, remained oblivious to the underlying implications, arching an eyebrow as she retorted, "Elderly, you jest. Though Qinghe Peak may not rival your sword peak or law enforcement peak in numbers, we too require a fresh influx of talent. And who says I do not accept personal disciples?" Her gaze swept the line, finally landing on Yun Zhao at the forefront, her tone turning earnest. "I find that Yun Zhao is quite exceptional, born with the qualities of a swordmaster and possessing a calm disposition. This disciple shall be mine without a doubt." Having said that, she then turned towards several other promising disciples in the line, speaking gently. "Zhao Yin, Li Feng, Xiao Yang, Su Qinglian. Should you wish to join Qinghe Peak, while you may not become my personal disciples, you could still study under the elders of the peak, enjoying similar resources and privileges. Would you be willing to enter my Qinghe Peak?" As her words echoed, a sudden hush fell over the hall. The name Zhao Yin, Su Qinglian, and the others turned pale, their expressions shifting from hopeful anticipation to sheer terror, each retreating as if confronted with a monstrous beast. Yun Zhao, trembling, raised his head and stammered, "I just heard you mention. You are the master of Qinghe Peak, named Lu Qingyuan?" Lu Qingyuan blinked in surprise, nodding in confusion. "Indeed, what of it?" With a resounding boom, the children erupted like cats whose tails have been stepped on. Yun Zhao's complexion turned ghostly pale as he frantically waved his hands. "No, we want to go." Zhao Yin, a towering figure at nearly 6 feet tall, had reddened eyes as he shrank back, shaking like a frightened young girl. "No, I want to go to Qinghe Peak. All of you are perverts." Beside him, Su Xiao Xiao, Her hair styled in pigtails, who had been waiting for selection alongside Yin Zhao, burst into tears, gripping his arm tightly. Yin Zhao, you can't go. She asked the master of Qinghe Peak. You're too handsome to be her disciple, she cried, pointing at Lu Qingyuan with a shrill and desperate tone. This master with a copper obsession is claiming to take you as her personal disciple. She must want you as her servant. You'll be driven mad in there. You can't go. Exactly. We want to go. I heard that the disciples of Qinghe Peak engage in group activities all day long and force new disciples to face the spirit beasts. The entire peak is filled with perverts. Great master, I implore you to save me. I don't want to be humiliated by those perverts at Qinghe Peak. The children's cries drown the hall, their faces pale with fear, some even attempting to flee the hall. Yin Zhao, pulled by the pigtail girl, lost all color in his previously composed visage, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Lu Qingyan, his lips quivering, tears welling in his eyes. I do not wish to be your disciple. Perhaps you should not take any disciples at all. We are too old for your tastes. Amidst the clamor, several muffled chuckles broke through the tension as younger personal disciples could no longer contain themselves, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Even the usually stern peak masters lost their composure, their expressions betraying their amusement. Xian Shenzi, quick to react, unleashed his spiritual power and bellowed, silence. What manner of decorum is this? The laughter, which had been so small, abruptly ceased, yet the awkwardness in the hall thickened. Lu Qingyuan stood frozen, her complexion draining from pale to a sickly hue, veins bulging in her neck as she grappled with the words copper obsession, servant, and pervert. Who were they referring to? Her? These venomous words struck her like thunder, causing her world to spin. She swayed slightly, nearly collapsing, but fortunately, Su Qingwei stepped forward just in time to support her, preventing her from falling to the ground. She opened her mouth but could produce no sound, helplessly watching the children tremble with fear, witnessing them evade her as if she were a plague. Meanwhile, Fan Pai and the others wore varied expressions. Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying's eyes shifted, a hint of hostility creeping into their gazes directed at Lu Qingyuan. Master, mother, could it be that she truly has a copper obsession? But with only 6 disciples, aside from the 5th, Fan Pai was the only male disciple by her side. Could it be? At that moment, Fan Pai revealed a knowing expression. Oh, no wonder I felt the glances from before were strange. This is the reason? What are you all babbling about? Chapter 61, The Gravity of the Situation. Lu Qingyuan, regaining her composure, suddenly shook off Su Qingyue's hand, her voice trembling with anger. When did the disciples of Qinghe Peak become perverts? I, Lu Qingyuan, have always conducted myself with integrity. When did I become a pedophile? That's what they say outside. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback by her imposing demeanor, yet she still cried and retorted, her small frame trembling like a leaf in the wind. It was said that the master of Qinghe Peak had an insatiable fondness for children, regardless of gender, adopting them solely to satiate his beastly desires. He had already driven 2 disciples to madness, and the saying went, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. The many perverse and chaotic disciples of Qinghe Peak were said to stem from this very master. Enough. Xian Chunzi, witnessing Su Xiaoxiao's impending outburst of more scandalous revelations, quickly intervened, sternly addressing the disciples responsible for guiding outside the hall. Hurry and take the children away to comfort them. Distribute a bag of spirit concentration pills to each of them. He then turned to the other peak masters, waving his hand dismissively. Let us conclude here for today. We shall discuss the matter of discipleship another day. Everyone disperse. The peak masters exchanged glances, and in that moment, no one dared to speak further. They quietly rose to leave, but as they passed by Lu Qingyuan, the sympathy and peculiarity in their eyes became increasingly apparent. Xian Chunzi had intended to slip away amidst the commotion, but Lu Qingyuan stepped forward, blocking his path with palpable fury, simmering in her gaze. Xian Chunzi, do you know something? What are these rumors about? Xian Chunzi's eyes flickered as he stammered. Qingyin, do not be agitated. This matter, we can discuss it privately later. It is inappropriate to speak of it in public. Inappropriate? Lu Qingyuan laughed in anger, her voice rising sharply. My Qinghe Peak has become a den of perversion, and I, Lu Qingyuan, am now seen as a copper-hating abuser of my own disciples. And you dare tell me about appropriateness? The peak masters, still within earshot, hurriedly quickened their pace, fleeing with their disciples. What had started as a grand discipleship ceremony ended in chaos and disarray. Xian Chunzi, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him, pulled Lu Qingyuan toward the exit. Gulmei, let's speak elsewhere. Please do not cause a scene here. There are too many people, and it is not convenient to talk. As they walked, Fan Pai and his companions found themselves unable to leave, trailing behind them. It was not until Xian Chunzi brought Lu Qingyuan near his cave dwelling that he finally halted, raising his hand to create a soundproof barrier, enveloping them in a shimmering light that shielded them from prying eyes. Ah, your temperament. He rubbed his hands together, his expression filled with exasperation. Indeed, there have been some rumors circulating about Qinghe Peak recently. I only learned of them a few days ago, just as the discipleship selection process commenced, and I hesitated to inform you, fearing it would only provoke your anger. What rumors? Lu Qingyuan's voice was as cold as ice. You must clarify everything to me. Xian Chunzi gritted his teeth and spoke in a hushed tone. It is said that your Qinghe Peak has recently encountered a significant disturbance. Somehow, this matter has spread, and as it circulated, it became increasingly distorted. Ultimately, some claim that the troubles at Qinghe Peak stem from your mismanagement, asserting that your intention in adopting disciples was to cultivate them as sexual slaves, regardless of gender. There are even whispers that Lin Wanner and Huang Yingying have gone mad. In truth, they were not mad. They had merely reached their breaking point from prolonged abuse and humiliation at your hands. However, due to your high status and immense power, as well as your role as their master, the truth was twisted to label them as inexplicably insane. Within the soundproof barrier, the shimmering light pulsed gently, isolating them from the howling winds outside. Lu Qingyuan stood rooted in place, her chest heaving violently, each word from Xian Chunzi striking her heart like icy needles, leaving her both pained and breathless. The incense in the hall curled in wisps of blue smoke, reflecting the glimmer of tears in her eyes. To cultivate sexual slaves? To abuse them to madness? What do they know? She thought, her heart aching at the thought of the lies being spun. Do these people not feel a twinge of conscience when they fabricate such slander? Xian Chunzi observed the redness in her eyes and sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples. Qingyuan, I understand your grievance. However, the rumors surrounding Qinghe Peak have proliferated far and wide, with members of the sect whispering about it in hushed tones. This is now beyond just a matter for Qinghe Peak during this discipleship ceremony. Nearly a third of the eligible disciples have been frightened away by these tales before they even had a chance to participate in the selection. He paused, his tone growing somber. This is no trivial matter. Our Taichu sacred land has stood as a bastion on this continent for millennia, sustained not only by the Taichu spiritual eye and our formidable powers, but also by generations of disciples and the prestige accumulated over the ages. If these rumors solidify into truth, we risk not just reputational damage, but a decline in talent and a loss of resources, all of which could occur within a century, leaving us vulnerable to being suppressed by the other 3 sacred lands. Lu Qingyuan attempted to retort, but her throat felt constricted, and a wave of injustice surged within her, causing her eyes to well with tears. She recalled the 2 children she had cradled upon bringing them to the peak, their tiny forms nestled in swaddling cloth, waiting to be fed. She remembered her first meeting with Su Qingwei, the timid expression on her small face, and Huang Yingying, who stood dazed in Fan Pai's clothes, watching her as she reprimanded him. How had she earned the reputation of being crooked from the top? Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through outside the barrier, causing the shimmering light to flicker as if struck by an unseen force. A powerful, aged voice pierced through the barrier, resonating with anger. Xian, he speaks true. If this drags on, the trivial matters may be minor. But if the interests of the sacred land are harmed, the consequences will be dire. Before the words had fully settled, a gray figure emerged from the void. The newcomer, an elder clad in gray robes with white hair and beard, was visibly enraged, his face crimson, veins bulging on his neck. He was a grand elder who had previously gone to the Sword of Heaven's sacred land to retrieve the 9 nether soul embryo. As he stood firmly, his gaze sliced through Lu Qingyuan and Xian Chunzi like a blade. Grand Elder. The 2 quickly bowed in respect, holding their breath. However, the Grand Elder paid them no mind, pacing within the barrier, his face contorted with fury. You all are truly remarkable. I merely went to the Sword of Heaven sect to retrieve a 9 nether soul embryo, and it has only been 7 days since I left the mountain. Do you know how they're speaking of our Taichu sacred land now? I was enjoying a little drink with that old fellow from the 9 swords, just lost in the revelry. And do you know what that old coot said about me? The Grand Elder, seething with rage, gestured animatedly, his fury palpable. The old fellow suddenly patted me on the shoulder, grinning like a blooming chrysanthemum, and with that dog-like mouth of his exclaimed, Old Su, I never expected that you guys from Taichu would be so playful. This disciple gathering, throwing an audio party, with humans and beasts diverging on their separate paths. The Peak Master particularly favors the young and innocent, driving the disciples to madness. Oh my, and you even embraced a nurturing system, disregarding gender. TSK, TSK, how impressive. Do you know what expression I had at that moment? Upon realizing the intricacies of the situation and gazing at Tianjin's lecherous old visage, I felt an overwhelming urge to burrow into the cracks of the earth. Do you comprehend that sensation? Lu Qingyuan's lips twitched, unable to suppress the thought. No wonder the Grand Elder has been absent for so long. Turns out he has been out drinking with old friends. Returning to the matter at hand, had you personally visited the Tianjin sacred sect during the initial diagnosis to retrieve the 9 nether soul embryo? When I fed it to Wanner, Wu Ti, we have avoided this plethora of complications. Of course, now that the Grand Elder is in a fit of rage, Lu Qingyuan certainly wouldn't dare to voice such thoughts. After all, he is a venerable elder of a sacred ground. Do you think I could eliminate that old coot from Zhejian? Could I silence the world through sheer force? Absolutely. In fact, it would be exceedingly simple. To be honest, it would take much time at all. Far too easy. Yet, he values his reputation. We are the esteemed elders of a sacred ground. We stand on the brink of the imperial realm. First and foremost, we must honor ourselves. As a pseudo-emperor, how could I strike against a group of juniors? What would that amount to? Wu Ti, it only served to affirm the rumors? The Grand Elder's voice suddenly escalated, pointing an accusing finger at Zuin Chunzi, berating him so vehemently that the barrier shimmered with resonance. Zuin Chunzi, how do you envision leading this sacred ground? I tasked you with managing the affairs of Qinghe Peak, and this is how you handle it? Are you unaware that this matter needed discretion? You've allowed rumors to run rampant. It's practically spread across the entire continent. After scolding Zuin Chunzi, the Grand Elder turned to Lu Qingyuan, unleashing a torrent of reproach, saliva flying high. And you, how do you presume to lead as a peak master? When the incident occurred, why didn't you notice? Is your peak-level tribulation cultivation merely for show? Is your spatial domain just a decorative feature? Is your divine sense cultivated merely for aesthetics? Even if you had just a fraction of your divine sense deployed, you could have enveloped the entire Qinghe Peak. Do you not know how to utilize your strength? Had you covered Qinghe Peak with your divine sense, wouldn't this situation have been averted? To put it bluntly, the root cause of this incident lies in Lin Wanner's madness. Her mind is unhinged, driven by desire for Fan Pai's body, correct? You were aware of this at the time, weren't you? If you had discreetly employed some measures, sending Fan Pai to her bed, wouldn't the situation have been resolved before it escalated? Had you done so, I dare say Lin Wanner would be pregnant by now. Sacrificing Fan Pai's mere chastity in exchange for the Lin family as a powerful ally. Surely you can compute that? Was I not considering the children's feelings? You know very well that Pai is reluctant. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Furthermore, the incident arose suddenly, and I was overwhelmed, leaving little room for precaution. Respecting you? What respect? The Grand Elder's eyes widened, spitting words. Yours, foster mother. Do you need to contemplate his thoughts based on parental commands in matchmaking? Even disregarding your nurturing grace, our sacred ground has cared for him for over a decade. Is it not now his time to reciprocate? Moreover, you're not pushing him to marry some devil or monster. He is the scion of the Lin family. A strikingly beautiful young man, possessing both looks and status. That wretched boy wouldn't even accept a mediocre match, would he? And as for the suddenness of the incident, were you not aware that Lin Wanner had mental issues? She previously caused a ruckus at Qinghe Peak. Did you not notice? What is it? Are you too afflicted like your pet eel daughter, rendered senseless by Lin Wanner's influence? The Grand Elder's ire only swelled, and as he continued, he strayed from the topic, ranting about the sect's heritage, resource depletion, the disciples' mindset, and the sacred ground's reputation. He even dredged up tales of his youth, fiercely defending Taichu's reputation. Lu Qingyuan and Zuin Chunzi hung their heads, their faces dark as soot, embarrassment and frustration palpable. Meanwhile, just a few steps beyond the spiritual barrier, Fan Pai and his companions had gleaned the entire narrative from Yuan He. Fan Pai stood still, his expression akin to beads of sweat forming. Or perhaps I'm flabbergasted. Do these fools from the law enforcement peak truly underestimate Lu Qingyuan's prowess? They dare to spread such rumors. While I'm unaware of other matters, I know that Li Peak Master from the law enforcement peak is likely to be bettered in for years, and if fortune does not favor them, the entire law enforcement peak may be razed and rebuilt. Yet before that, there's another matter. In an instant, the gaze of those present converged upon Lin Wanner. Her face was as pale as snow, devoid of color, yet she forced herself to endure under the scrutiny of the crowd. Why are you all looking at me? Is it as if I am solely to blame for this situation? What else could it be? Huang Yingying rolled her eyes, then smiled mischievously, reveling in schadenfreude. I suggest you make a hasty retreat. Though I doubt you can escape, at least you might delay the inevitable beating. Despite her pallor, Lin Wanner remained defiant, retorting, "Hat run? I've run enough, just to fulfill your wishes. Huang Ying, Haven Ti? Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions. If you don't believe me, that's fine. I offered you a piece of advice, and you twisted against me. In any case, it's not me who'll be beaten later. I'll be just fine. You." Lin Wanner stamped her foot, feigning to turn away in dismissal. Yet privately, she activated the Lin family bloodline to send a message. "Uncle Wang, I know you are nearby. This situation has escalated, and it's turning dire. We must urgently seek the ancestor's aid. That's our only glimmer of hope." "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Chapter 63. The Calm Before the Storm. On the other side, the Grand Elder reprimanded the two for a full 2 hours, scolding until the sun dipped low in the west, exhausting his voice. Before shooting them a fierce glare, "You have 3 days. No matter what methods you employ, suppress this matter. If you fail—" He paused momentarily, letting out a disdainful snort as his figure gradually dissipated, leaving behind a bitter remark that echoed in the air. "You too. Relinquish your positions as the Holy Master and Peak Master, and go to the Beast Peak to shovel manure." Xian Chunzi pressed his throbbing forehead, his face alternating between shades of green and white. He glared fiercely at Yuan He, who was conversing with Fan Pai and others, laughing as if he were amidst a blossoming peach tree, and gritted his teeth, hissing, "Yuan He, you wretched child, while your master is in dire straits, you still have a leisure to engage in idle chatter? What are you dawdling for? Summon those scoundrels from the law enforcement peak who are spreading rumors, and investigate every disciple who has been gossiping. If you fail to get to the bottom of this, you might as well join me in shoveling manure." With that, he seized Yuan He and hurried away, his back brimming with barely suppressed fury. Lu Qingyan stood motionless, her back turned to the crowd, clutching 2 pitch-black jade boxes containing the 9 nether soul embryos. Master, are you all right?" Before Su Qingwei could finish her inquiry, Lu Qingyuan turned around, a faint smile gracing her lips, sending a chill down the spines of those present. "It's over." Lu Qingyuan has truly become enraged. Lu Qingyuan took a few steps forward, her smile lingering as she spoke softly. "Good, very good, I've never felt this well before." Before she could finish, the surrounding space rippled like water. Fan Pai noticed a flicker in front of his eyes, and the wind by his ears turned sharp. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a vast, desolate expanse, the cold wind whipping the snowflakes against his face painfully. Glancing up, he saw not a single tree, only an endless stretch of snowfield extending into the horizon. This was the northern wilderness, a staggering 100,000 miles away from the Holy Land. Lu Qingyuan stood still, her long hair swirling in the tempest, a subtle smile adorning her face. Su Qingwei, instantly terrified, turned pale, gripping her clothes tightly, and cautiously approached Lu Qingyan, her head nearly buried in her chest, hardly daring to breathe. Huang Ying's eyes flickered, her fingers nervously twisting her sleeves, the madness within her suppressed by fear. Ultimately, she hesitantly made her way forward, her steps as unsteady as if she were treading on cotton. Fan Pai observed Lu Qingyuan's demeanor and realized she was genuinely furious. In previous lifetimes, he could have stood his ground, or even fled, but now, under the current circumstances, he felt the weight of his prior actions. If she were to pursue this matter, he feared he might be reduced to nothing more than a mere human stick. While being reduced to such a state was not the end of the world, with 2 mad women beside him, Lin Wanner, who would soon be beaten to the point of being bedridden for half a year, and Huang Ying, who, without Lin Wanner as restraint, would likely turn him into human flesh for her own amusement. He felt a shiver of dread. Coughing lightly, he thought to himself, but Master is so soft-hearted. Surely she wouldn't be that brutal. Perhaps if I plead for mercy and show some humility, this matter might just pass. He decided to take a gamble, hoping to extract something useful from the system. "System, do you have anything that could save my life? If so, please produce it to aid me. If all else fails, a teleportation talisman would suffice." "Get lost." "Wait, after I trained Huang Ying and Lin Wanner a few days ago, didn't I earn some villain points and fortune points daily? Surely those add up to something?" "Not enough." The system's voice remained calm and unwavering, leaving no further explanation. He grimaced, resigned to his fate as he approached Lu Qingyan. With a flick of her finger, the lid of the pitch-black jade box popped open, and a swirling mass of icy black mist emerged, coalescing into a sphere the size of a bowl, pulsating like a heart, the 9 nether soul embryo. A gentle smile graced her face, but her gaze was as sharp as a knife, landing on Huang Ying. "Ying, come consume this." Huang Ying froze, her body stiffening as she gazed at the cold aura surrounding the elixir, her throat tightening involuntarily. faced with Lu Qingyuan's overwhelming presence. She understood well that her meager cultivation was akin to that of an ant before her master, who stood at the pinnacle of tribulation. Reluctantly, she approached, opening her mouth. Lu Qingyuan lightly sent the sphere flying into her mouth, slipping down her throat. In an instant, Huang Yingying felt a surge of coldness erupt from her dantian, coursing through her limbs like a bucket of ice water. How does it feel? Lu Qingyuan's voice was as soothing as a spring breeze, gently patting her cheek. This nine-nether soul embryo is most beneficial for the soul. After consuming it, do you feel your mind clearer, your madness alleviated? Huang Yingying's lips twitched. She understood all too well that her condition was far from madness. It was more akin to a malady born of longing. Having merely seen through the truth of this world, there was no such thing as madness. What could the nine-nether soul embryo possibly do? Nevertheless, as Lu Qingyuan gazed at her with such hopeful anticipation, Huang Yingying felt that if she uttered a word of dissent, she might face dire consequences. Under duress, Huang Yingying could only nod vigorously, forcing a smile that was more painful than tears. Yes, I feel much better. Thank you, master. Look at my eyes. They must be clearer now. She blinked frantically, fearing Lu Qingyuan's disbelief. Lu Qingyuan nodded in satisfaction, withdrawing her hand from Huang Yingying's face, redirecting her attention to Lin Wanner. With a delicate gesture, another wisp of black mist emerged from the jade box, coalescing into a ball-shaped embryo of the same size. The unique chill of a nine-nether soul embryo spread through the desolate wind. Turning her gaze towards Lin Wanner, she maintained her gentle smile. Vanya, it's your turn now. But to Lin Wanner, this felt more chilling than the winds of the northern wilderness. A jolt ran through Lin Wanner's heart. After witnessing 1,000 years of memories, she was no longer the naive 15-year-old girl she once was. After having been bested by Lu Qingyuan once before, she understood that while Lu Qingyuan may have faltered in her interactions with Fan Pai, her true strength placed her among the elite of the continent. Few could rival her prowess. That she had been defeated by Fan Pai previously was likely due to his premature departure from the sect, resulting in her pent-up resentment not being sufficient. Now, however, she knew she could neither fight nor flee. Lu Qingyuan's mastery of spatial laws was not to be trifled with. Given her prior displays, her understanding of these principles was nearing the level of Tao. In this dire situation, the only option was to feign compliance and bide her time until her own strength grew, at which point she could seek vengeance upon this old tyrant. Suppressing her fear, she quickly donned a submissive facade. Yes, master. Chapter 64. Beneath the rod, filial piety emerges. Great disciples are nurtured under strict teachers. Lin Wanner's voice was soft and sweet as she took 2 small steps forward, deliberately lifting her delicate face, her lips curling into a charming smile, slightly parting. Lu Qingyuan observed her intentionally ingratiating demeanor, a deeper smile gracing her lips, as her fingertips gently sent a soul embryo floating to the edge of Lin Wanner's lips. Lin Wanner's eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly closed her eyes, her throat tightening as she forced down the large, bowl-sized orb. As the soul embryo entered her, a bone-chilling cold surged like a tide, racing up her throat to her crown, causing her entire body to shiver uncontrollably, her teeth chattering involuntarily. As for the effects of the medicine, there was indeed not a trace. Master, Lin Wanner suppressed the icy sting in her throat, her voice trailing off with a feigned weakness, though a glimmer of cunning flickered in her eyes. This nine-nether soul embryo is so cool, but after consuming it, I feel remarkably refreshed. She leaned in closer, nearly pressing herself against Lu Qingyuan, her upturned face radiating eagerness. Look at me, my madness has truly improved. In hindsight, it was my lack of understanding that caused you trouble. From now on, I shall obediently listen and never act out again. As she spoke, she even attempted to nuzzle against Lu Qingyuan like a yellow oriole. Indeed, Lu Qingyuan raised her hand to gently stroke the top of her head, her fingers tenderly caressing Lin Wanner's hair, the gesture imbued with an almost surreal gentleness. Oh, is it really better? Truly, truly. Lin Wanner nodded vigorously, rubbing her head against the palm of Lu Qingyuan's hand, yet a calculating glint flashed in her eyes. You'll see I'm quite clear-headed now, no longer lost in my thoughts. Before she could finish, Lu Qingyuan's hand suddenly halted, the gentle smile gradually fading from her face, the warmth in her gaze plummeting to frigid depths, cold as a frozen lake. She lightly patted Lin Wanner's head, her tone flat yet imbued with an undeniable pressure. That doesn't seem right. Lin Wanner's heart sank, her smile frozen on her face. Master, it appears your madness is still quite severe. Lu Qingyuan slowly withdrew her hand, her fingertips gathering spiritual energy, the atmosphere instantly thickening with gravity. Clearly, Relying solely on the 9 nether soul embryo would not suffice. I must personally administer your treatment. Lin Wanner gasped sharply, like a cat pricked by a needle, abruptly swatting Lu Qingyun's hand away. The facade of obedience shattering in an instant. With reddened eyes, she stepped back, her spine rigid, resembling a startled bird. Master, what do you mean by this? Lu Qingyun retracted her hand, the last trace of a smile vanishing entirely, replaced by an icy chill. She advanced a step, the space around her subtly rippling as her domain unfurled, her voice slow yet laden with the weight of an impending storm. What do I mean? I mean to fulfill a duty that should have been addressed long ago. To uphold my responsibilities as your master. She pointed her chest, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. Ever since I brought Pyre and Rower back from that desolate village, I have raised them as my own. Later, with Qingyue and Yingying, I took on both the roles of father and mother. I have not neglected any of the duties expected of parents. After they all joined my sect and trained under me, and after Changfeng arrived, you too, Lin Wanner, as a master, as a mother, I have dedicated myself wholeheartedly, tirelessly, and meticulously. But what have I received in return? Pyre has undergone a drastic change, causing trouble everywhere, harming his fellow disciples. I thought perhaps he had some unspoken difficulties, some festering anguish, so I bore with it. Even when you inexplicably descended into madness, turning against your 2 senior sisters. Even when you wielded that Lin family imperial artifact against me, threatening my life with half a Holy Land disciple as fate. Even when Yingying suddenly went mad and denied me as her mother, treating me like a mere tool. I endured. I took a deep breath, my chest heaving, the cold wind whipping my hair wildly. I believed that if I nurtured you with love, you would eventually recognize your errors, reform, find your way back, and return to normalcy. But what did my patience yield in the end? Suddenly, my voice rose, shaking the wind across the plain. It resulted in your selfish desires leading half of Qinghe Peak's disciples to madness, spreading rumors throughout the entire Holy Land, stabbing me in the back, branding me a beast that harms my disciples, accusing me of turning Qinghe Peak into a cesspool of depravity. They claim I raised a few children merely to satisfy some sordid greed. I inhaled deeply, wiping the corners of my eyes, my gaze turning icy and resolute. Very well. If this is how you choose to repay me, I shall no longer endure. What reformative education, what patient guidance, what gentle nurturing. It is all utter nonsense. Today, I shall alter this educational method and experiment with whether a rod produces filial sons, whether a strict teacher produces excellent disciples. I clench my fists, knuckles turning white with intensity. You claim to be mad? I shall see if I can subdue you completely, whether you dare to go mad in my presence again. Lu Qingyun tightened her fists, her knuckles pale, declaring, if I do not beat you into remembering this lesson today, I shall no longer bear the surname Lu. As Lu Qingyun advanced, the terrifying pressure enveloped Lin Wanner, making her skin crawl, feeling as though she would be crushed by this overwhelming force in the next moment. In a panic, Lin Wanner's not-so-quick-witted mind raced, short-circuiting as she stammered, Master, you can't do this. The Imperial artifact. If you force me this way, aren't you afraid I might self-destruct the Imperial artifact here and take your 2 children with me? Self-destruct? Ha ha ha. Lu Qingyun burst into laughter, her mirth dripping with scorn, chastising her for her foolishness. Still threatening me. Lin Wanner, open your eyes and see. She suddenly spread her arms wide, the howling wind whirling ice particles around her, her dark robe billowing as her long hair danced like a waterfall. This is the depths of the northern wilderness, where not a single living creature exists within 1,000 miles. I am a peak cultivator at the pinnacle of Tribulation Crossing, with a spatial domain at my command. Do you think I would fear your self-destruction? You are mistaken. You will not even have the chance to self-destruct. Lu Qingyun's voice turned sharp. I will seal all the space around you, all of it. Today, you cannot escape this beating. Accept your master's disciplinary education well. Before Lin Wanner could react, familiar spatial constraints ensnared her like an iron cage. Panic surged within her, a hint of regret finally bubbling to the surface. Initially, she diligently followed the foundational techniques learned from Fan Pai, successfully establishing an exceptional foundation of the heavenly path. Subsequently, she devoted herself entirely to staying by Fan Pai's side, later becoming preoccupied with competing with Huang Yingying, thus neglecting her cultivation. Had she not allowed herself to become complacent at the outset, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Yet, even if she had diligently practiced, given the disparity in cultivation between her and Lu Qingyun, what could a mere fortnight accomplish? To endure this impending beating would likely leave her bedridden for at least 2 to 3 months, by which time Huang Yingying would have already captured Fan Pai's heart. possibly even bearing his child. As her mind raced, Lin Wanner spoke without thinking, desperately throwing out pleas. Master, you cannot do this. A cultivator should be filled with compassion. Furthermore, I am the young master of the Lin family. If you harm me, the Lin family will not let this go lightly. Compassion? Lu Qingyuan advanced slowly, each step causing the frozen ground beneath to crack with fine fissures, her spiritual pressure swelling like a tidal wave. Do you still dare to mention compassion? Was I not compassionate before? For over a decade, I have shown you mercy, and what have I received in return? As for the Lin family, she scoffed with disdain, her voice cool and detached. Do you truly think I fear your ancestral elders? Regardless of my ability to contend with them, you are the Lin family's young master, a talent of imperial potential, their future hope. But I am also the most outstanding disciple of the Taichu sacred land in a millennium. I am the future successor of the Grand Elder. I am the one with the greatest potential to ascend to the imperial realm, besides the slumbering ancestors beneath the earth. I am undoubtedly the strongest in the Taichu sacred land. You are merely at the foundational stage, while I have attained the pinnacle of tribulation crossing. Will the Lin family go to any lengths to protect you? Will the sacred land be willing to abandon me? Lin Wanner's mental defenses began to crumble. Tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string, her voice thick with sorrow, her body trembling. But I have made mistakes. You can punish me by making me copy the sect rules or confine me in seclusion. Why resort to violence? Violence does not solve problems, does it not? Lu Qingyuan halted, now merely 3 steps away from Lin Wanner, suddenly breaking into a smile, her eyes icy enough to freeze. I find this quite useful indeed. I have yet to resort to violence, and you are already losing your mind, attempting to reason with me. Just wait until I inflict some pain upon you. When the memory of that pain prevents you from acting out again, I dare say your madness may just be cured. It seems violence does not merely solve problems. It is a veritable elixir. Would you not agree, Wanner? She deliberately slowed her speech, each word striking Lin Wanner's heart like a hammer, seeking to shatter her last vestiges of hope. But just as Lin Wanner was on the brink of complete despair, ripples suddenly appeared in the distant sky, akin to a stone disturbing a tranquil pond. Then, 3 dark figures were forcibly expelled from the spatial rift, tumbling through the air in a disordered arc before crashing down onto the frozen ground by Lu Qingyuan's feet, sending shards of ice flying. Lin Wanner blinked through her tears, suddenly perceiving a lifeline, her voice rising in pitch. Uncle Wang, is it you? How splendid. I previously asked you to convey my request to the ancestor for a means of survival. Did you bring it? The 3 shadowy guards were firmly pinned to the ground, their faces pressed against the icy earth, struggling even to glance at her, let alone speak. They could only emit muffled sounds from their throats. Lu Qingyuan's gaze turned cold, her spiritual awareness stirring, and in an instant, the 3 guards were lifted into the air like roasted ducks, suspended and unable to move. With a frown, Lu Qingyuan addressed the restrained guard in a calm tone. Speak. What did your ancestors send you here to do? The leading guard felt the binding around his throat loosen slightly, managing to gasp for breath, his voice muffled and trembling, replying to Master Lu. We were sent by the ancestor to deliver a message. The ancestor stated that the young master has indeed acted improperly, disturbing the peace of the sacred land. As the master, you have every right to educate your disciple, and the ancestor will not intervene. He paused, glancing at the pale-faced Lin Wanner beside him, then continued, however, you know our young master is currently not in her right mind. Had she been clear-headed, she would never have committed such errors. Therefore, the ancestor hopes you will be lenient in your actions, as long as you do not shatter her foundational path and leave her with no lasting consequences for future cultivation. The rest is at your discretion. Did you hear that? Your ancestor has agreed. What more do you have to say? Lu Qingyuan turned to Lin Wanner, a hint of mockery lacing her tone. A wave of bitterness washed over Lin Wanner. She had been foolishly fantasizing. Her family cared not for her as an individual, but for the dormant power within her. With hope extinguished, she forced a painful smile. Master, could you, be a bit gentler? Lu Qingyuan raised her hand, gently caressing Lin Wanner's cheek with her cool fingertips, her tone unnaturally tender. Good Wanner, had you said this sooner, it would have sufficed. After all, you are my disciple. How could I possibly be heavy-handed? Before her words had fully settled, Lu Qingyuan snapped her fingers. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt the scenery before them shift, and when it stabilized, a profound shock coursed through their hearts. At that moment, the world formed a colossal spherical void with Lu Qingyuan at its center, spanning a radius of 1,000 miles. The previously visible snowy expanse had vanished, replaced by an immense emptiness, while a sea of crimson lava, exuding terrifying heat, was firmly suppressed by an invisible force, flowing without the ability to breach the confines of its limits. Looking around, they could see the land, perfectly arched and layered like an eggshell, floating atop the hundreds of miles thick sea of lava. In this scene, Lin Wanner's complexion had turned ashen. Her eyes filled with dread. Su Qingyue and the three shadow guards trembled, their fear palpable. Had they not been supported by spiritual energy, they might have fainted from terror. Only Fan Pai and Huang Yingying remained composed. One wore a cold expression, internally lamenting. Indeed, during their earlier clashes, Master had not fought with full strength. Otherwise, with his previous cultivation and power, he would have been reduced to ashes long ago. Huang Yingying, pale-faced and biting her lip, thought, indeed, power is the only answer. This is the current limit of Master S strength. Lu Qingyuan's voice echoed through the void, carrying a tone of indifferent control, effortlessly commanding all space within a radius of 1,000 miles, including every object within that realm. As she spoke, Lu Qingyuan snapped her fingers again, and the earth, which had been smoothly severed, restored itself to its original state, perfectly fitting together as if it had never been disturbed. Now you understand how much restraint I exercise when I discipline you, don't you? She turned to Lin Wanner, even playfully winking. Fear not, my dear apprentice. I am not a devil. I want to leave you better than for a year. At most, it will be 3 months. As the heir of the Lin family, with those heavenly treasures at your disposal, you might even be able to walk within a month. Observing Lu Qingyuan's nonchalant demeanor as she effortlessly relocated Su Qingyue and the shadow guards to a safe distance, Lin Wanner felt tears welling up. Might even be, indeed, might even be. Lu Qingyuan's voice softly resonated in her ear, tinged with a hint of mockery. Do not fear, this is merely the beginning. In the next moment, a colossal light blue fist imprint manifested out of thin air, descending with the force of thunder, instantly drowning Lin Wanner's gasp. After the passage of 3 full hours, Lu Qingyuan held the barely recognizable Lin Wanner in one hand while guiding the others with the other. With a single step, the space rippled again, and their figures vanished in an instant, leaving behind a landscape ravaged by spiritual energy, a desolate expanse where magma intertwined with frozen earth. Lamenting in the cold wind. Chapter 66. There is no need to escalate matters so heatedly. Let us converse calmly. The spatial ripples trembled, and the pale, blue spiritual light flowed like a stream as Lu Qingyuan emerged from the void, supporting the barely conscious Lin Wanner, followed closely by Fan Pai, Huang Yingying, and Su Qingyue. The gates of the Taichu sacred land shimmered with golden rays under the sunlight, the crimson pillars and white jade steps exuding solemnity, contrasting starkly with the lingering malevolence of her dark robe. This time, I may have been a tad heavy-handed, but I have not harmed your foundation. It's merely some superficial injuries. Lu Qingyuan glanced down at Lin Wanner, who was too weak to even whimper, and said lightly, I have already communicated with your master. Yenro, for the next few months, you may recuperate peacefully at Medicine Peak. As she spoke, Lu Qingyuan effortlessly tore through the fabric of space and sent the silent Lin Wanner away with a surge of spiritual energy. As for you all, Lu Qingyuan turned, her gaze landing on Fan Pai and Huang Yingying, ultimately settling on Su Qingyue's pale face. The surrounding hostility suddenly dissipated, her eyes softening with rare tenderness. Qingyue, good child, take them back to the peak for reflection. Guard the mountain gate well, and do not let any outsiders disturb you. But master, what about you? Su Qingyue, still pale from the earlier fright induced by Lu Qingyuan's various displays of power, stuttered her words. Good child. Lu Qingyuan intended to reach out and pat Su Qingyue's head, but halted at her retreating posture, sighing helplessly and retracting her hand, gazing towards the southeast. Your master has some matters to attend to and will return shortly. If anything occurs, do not be alarmed. It is merely your master dealing with some trouble. Huh? Before Su Qingyue could process her words, Lu Qingyuan's figure began to fade. What does master mean by that? Su Qingyue blinked, her mind swirling with questions. Fan Pai, standing nearby, sighed and patted her shoulder. What she means is that soon, the main peak of the enforcement peak might just be demolished, so don't be frightened. At that very moment, within the enforcement peak's great hall, spatial ripples erupted violently, and the pale blue spiritual light flooded the chamber like a tide. The chilling pressure causing the pillars to tremble. The station enforcement disciples were taken aback, and before they could react, a figure clad in a dark robe had already appeared within the hall, long hair cascading like ink, the flames of coldness in her eyes nearly igniting the air. Who are you? Trespassing on the enforcement peak. The leading disciple reached for his waist talisman, but before he could finish his words, Lu Qingyuan's gaze pinned him in place. His hand frozen mid-air, his breath caught in his throat. Lu Qingyuan did not spare him a glance as her eyes swept over the solemn hall and finally landed on the plaque that read strict enforcement. Her voice thundered, shaking the very roof of the hall. Li Fazheng, how do you usually teach your disciples? Her spiritual energy surged violently, an invisible wave sweeping through the hall, causing the flames of the candles to flicker wildly. I merely went to assist at Qinghe Peak for a moment, yet rumors spread like wildfire, tarnishing the reputation of Qinghe Peak and insulting my character, Lu Qingyuan. Have I been away for too long that you forget my methods? Deep within the hall, Li Fazheng and Xian Chunzi were engaged in a serious discussion, their brows furrowed over several scrolls detailing the spread of rumors about Qinghe Peak. This rumor has spread too wide. With too many involved, it may be difficult to manage. Li Fazheng's words were cut off by a thunderous shout that pierced through the walls. Their expressions changed abruptly as they exchanged glances. Both understanding the gravity of the situation, it's Qingyuan. Xian Chunzi leaped to his feet, his sleeves bursting with spiritual energy. Quick, stop her. But it was too late. Just as they rushed out of the back hall, a gentle yet irresistible force surged forth like a tide. Li Fazheng was about to unleash his ultimate move when an invisible shackle bound him in midair, and Xian Chunzi found himself unable to move a single finger. Not only them, but all enforcement disciples inside and outside the hall, the scrolls on the table, the talismans for suppressing evil between the pillars, and all vital belongings were lifted by this unseen force, as if guided by an invisible hand, slowly drifting towards the distant desolate mountains. Boom! As everyone landed atop the barren mountain, the bindings suddenly released. They turned back in shock to see Lu Qingyuan hovering above the enforcement peak, her dark robe billowing in the mountain wind, 3,000 strands of hair dancing like a waterfall. She looked down at the peak below, her fingers moving slightly as she snapped them crisply. In the next moment, a massive pale blue fist imprint materialized out of thin air, descending with a might of thunder upon the entire enforcement peak. Boom! The deafening explosion rent the clouds, and the entire enforcement peak let out a mournful wail. The hard rock crumbled inch by inch, the main peak and side peaks collapsing like clay under immense force, the halls and pavilions reduced to dust, and the ancient tiles exploding into stardust. Strangely, all the flying debris was suspended in midair by an invisible power, and with a crack, they were crushed into fine sand. In an instant, the once towering and majestic enforcement peak had become a flat expanse of shattered earth. My enforcement peak. Li Fazheng gazed at the ruins, his voice trembling with heartache, his fingers digging into the rock beneath him, knuckles turning white as paper. That was my master's legacy. I have nurtured the spiritual vein below for 100 years. Enough, Fazheng, as long as no one was harmed. That is what matters. Xian Chunzi patted his shoulder, a hint of helpless mirth in his tone. Our Taichu sacred land may lack many things, but we certainly have mountains in abundance. The disciples of the law enforcement peak are numerous. With a little effort, reconstruction can be achieved in less than half a month. Such a trivial matter. How trivial? Li Fazheng suddenly turned his head, glaring at him, his eyes reddened, and he growled in exasperation. Is it not your main peak that was devastated? When your main peak was destroyed by our junior sister, how did I console you? And now, you dare to make light of the situation. Xian Chunzi could no longer contain himself, bursting into a fit of laughter. Ha ha, how dare you bring that up? When my main peak was obliterated and I was forced to relocate, who was it that patted my shoulder and said, out with the old, and with the new? Now you feel pity? This is called the cyclical nature of the world. Does heaven spare anyone? As the two were bickering, a chilling aura descended from above. Lu Qingyuan floated in the air, her robes billowing like dark butterflies, looking down upon them with a gaze so frigid that even the mountain winds ceased. Li Fazheng and Xian Chunzi instantly silenced, their faces contorting into smiles more painful than tears, akin to a shopkeeper's servant caught in an awkward moment. Ah, junior sister. Xian Chunzi rubbed his hands together, his voice trembling. Let us speak civilly. Is there any need for such fiery tempers? Lu Qingyuan snorted coldly, her spiritual energy causing the very rocks beneath their feet to quiver. My demands are quite simple. Within 3 days, ensure that all rumors regarding Qinghe Peak and myself vanish completely. She raised her hand, pointing to the patch of shattered sand, her sleeve fluttering in the mountain breeze. Consider this a lesson for Senior Brotherly, should the rumors remain unaddressed. Her tone shifted as she glanced toward the direction of Xian Chunzi's main peak. I would not mind allowing Senior Brother Xian to experience the taste of losing his main peak once more. Absolutely. We shall ensure that our junior sister is satisfied. The two hurriedly bowed in response, Li Fazheng clenching his fists, his knuckles turning white. Senior Brother will take care of it immediately. I will not allow our junior sister to be disappointed. Lu Qingyuan cast a glance at them, snorting, "It is best that you do." Before her words faded, her figure began to dissolve into the air. The mountain winds swept over the shattered sands, carrying the scent of dust. The two exchanged glances, both letting out long sighs. Xian Qinzi rubbed his stiff smile. "It seems our previous plans must be revised. Our junior sister is genuinely enraged this time." Li Fajing gazed at the ruins, his expression complex, ultimately nodding in agreement. "There is no choice. We must quell the rumors first. We cannot truly allow her to dismantle your main peak. Relocating the Taichu spirit I would be utterly exhausting, and I have no desire to endure that ordeal again in this lifetime." The smoke from the law enforcement peak had yet to settle, while an invisible sense of urgency gripped the Taichu Holy Land. Within a single day, the 12 peaks jointly issued an announcement, golden proclamations plastered across the grand halls of each peak. The words, inscribed with spiritual energy, pierced through the paper as they began by denouncing the rumors as the machinations of evil cultivators distorting the truth in a bid to sow discord within the Holy Land. They went on to recount Lu Qingyuan's 15 years of dedication to her disciples, from rescuing Fan Pai and Fan Ro from a desolate village and raising them as her own, to seeking medicine for Su Qingyue, repeatedly visiting the Pill Alliance to request elixirs. Even the unexpectedly transformed yellow eel demon, Huang Yingying, whom she could have easily disregarded, was taken in and cherished as her own. Subsequently, when she accepted them as her disciples, she did so with utmost dedication, proving herself worthy of the title of a true teacher. The document concluded with the vermilion seal of Xian Qinzi, establishing the tone for the entire clarification statement. This was the official refutation from the Holy Land, and, as disciples of the Holy Land, belief was not optional, it was mandatory. Having addressed the internal rumors of the Holy Land, Xian Qinzi and his companion began to strategize beyond its borders. That afternoon, increasingly absurd rumors spread like wildfire from the mouths of informants across the continent. "Have you heard? The acting Holy Master of the Yinyang Holy Land has had an affair with a fox demon and even had an illegitimate child, out of fear for her partner. She has been keeping them hidden outside the Holy Land for 3 months. And guess what? The acting Holy Master discovered that her fox demon paramour is pregnant again. Can you guess who the father is? Who else but the Yinyang Holy Master? Or is it that child's illegitimate son? Hey, that is too small scale. You're lacking imagination. Oh no, I mean you have a limited perspective." Another person slammed the table. "Reliable sources say that the father of that fox demon's child is none other than the acting Holy Master's partner." "Ah, I remember the acting Holy Master is male, right? Could it be that his partner is also a male? Wow, truly worthy of the Yinyang Holy Land. Hey, my friend, you clearly don't understand the Yinyang Holy Land. Just think, who is the founding ancestor of the Yinyang Holy Land? The Yinyang Emperor. What of it? What is the most famous legacy of the Yinyang Emperor? Isn't it the Yinyang Emperor Sutra? That well-known piece of rubbish that everyone knows about. Wait, are you suggesting?" Exactly. Though the Yinyang Emperor Sutra is notoriously difficult to cultivate, and to this day, apart from the Yinyang Emperor, the highest cultivation level achieved by practitioners of that sutra is merely golden core. Beyond that, one finds almost no trace of success, ultimately leading to a forced change in cultivation methods and starting over. One could say it's the epitome of trash. However, the Yinyang Emperor Sutra does possess the ability to reverse yin and yang. Upon discovering her husband's infidelity, the Yinyang Holy Master's partner, unable to bear the betrayal, turned to cultivate the Yinyang Emperor Sutra, reversing yin and yang. After a significant enhancement in her cultivation, she first defeated the fox demon mistress, making her submit willingly, then disciplined the illegitimate child of the Yinyang Holy Master, and ultimately earned the respect of the acting Holy Master as well. Remarkably, the 4 of them managed to resolve their conflicts and formed an unusual cooperative cultivation group, or rather, a 4-person cultivation alliance. Now it's said that the woman is the actual Yinyang Holy Master. Quite a fierce turn of events. Wow, such riveting tales. And there's more. It's said that the Supreme Elder of the Tai Holy Land has developed a copper addiction and has an unsavory interest in young girls, even harboring ill intentions towards his own granddaughter, keeping her locked in his cave for 5 whole years. He only released her after she turned 12, and even sent her out with 2 children. This is a closely guarded secret within the Tai Holy Land. It's rumored that the Supreme Elder's descendants, under pressure from their ancestors, are even offering all suitable young girls from their clan for a grand celebration. Wow, what explosive gossip. Is there any more? Is there any more? Plenty. Who knows what has been happening lately? Such news is flying everywhere. Anyway, let me tell you about the Sword Saint sect's latest affairs. In an instant, the diligent gossip mongers of the cultivation world were bombarded with shocking revelations, their excitement overwhelming as they metaphorically swooned from the deluge of sensational stories. The major holy lands, prominent families, and even the demonic sects, all wronged by the rumors, were left in a frenzy, each desperately issuing their own rebuttals. Nonsense. Our acting holy master of the Yin-Yang Holy Land is a woman. A woman. Her partner is also a woman. Where did this fox demon mistress come from? Furthermore, our acting holy master has never practiced the Yin-Yang Emperor's Sutra. Where does this illegitimate child even come from? This is slander. But what is slander? I pondered upon the fact that within the Tai Chi sacred land, there exist a total of 7 esteemed elders, yet none seem to possess any descendants. So, from whence has this purported granddaughter emerged? Who, in their audacity, would dare to fabricate such rumors about our revered Tai Chi sacred land? And so it goes for rumors. Once believed, tend to breed an abundance of imagined details, forcibly completing the logical chain, often more convincingly than the truth itself. Moreover, these rumors have been deliberately disseminated as verified information by Zhu and Chenzi after meticulous confirmation and scrutiny. In desperation, some powerful factions, agitated and enraged, began to leverage their influence to suppress these rumors, resorting to physical silencing. Yet, this only led to further exposure of their actions, escalating the situation into a tempest of chaos. Ultimately, it resulted in a tumultuous overflow akin to a dam bursting under pressure. Meanwhile, the Taichu's sacred land adeptly concealed itself within this turmoil, managing to land safely amidst the storm of public opinion. Not content with this level of manipulation, Zhu and Chenzi further engaged with the continent's primary intelligence networks, investing substantial sums to propagate absurd and self-contradictory rumors regarding Qinghe Peak, such as claims that the master of Qinghe Peak was a covert agent of the demonic sect, secretly nurturing celestial demons. The Taichu's sacred land had already been infiltrated by extraterritorial evildoers, and even resorted to a self-directed play, hiring various cultivators to masquerade as gullible believers in the Qinghe Peak rumors, while simultaneously orchestrating a series of events that included debunking these myths through stage challenges and mock duels, transforming the life and death struggles into ludicrous performances designed to generate revenue. This effectively associated the rumors surrounding Qinghe Peak with charlatans, fools, and madmen, leading to a dramatic decline in the fervor surrounding these rumors. Even if someone dared to revisit the past, they would be met with disdain. Have you lost your mind? Such outdated gossip has long since lost its relevance. Indeed, it was said that those who believed in such tales were either fools or swindlers. Let us distance ourselves from such individuals, lest we catch their foolishness. After this series of maneuvers, half a month later, Chapter 68, The Underhanded Schemes of Lin Wanner. The rumors surrounding Qinghe Peak outside the sacred land gradually dissipated, becoming nothing more than stale remnants of gossip. Listening to Yuanhe's detailed report, the tension that had long gripped Zhu and Chenzi's shoulders finally eased. Leisurely, he lifted a Yixing teacup and savored a sip, the fragrance of tea wafting over his lips, and he nodded in satisfaction. Ah, splendid. It seems our methods have proven effective. However, master, Yuanhe's brow furrowed, his tone tinged with concern, while the rumors outside the sacred land have subsided. The disciples within may still be murmuring in private. Not to worry, Zhu and Chenzi waved his hand dismissively, his fingertips lightly tapping the tea table, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. Since we have already issued a statement refuting the rumors that sets the tone, let me known that these rumors are false. Even if they were true, there would be disciples to defend the sacred land. Moreover, even if they harbor doubts, they would never dare to speak ill openly. Your uncle Fajing is currently eager to impress your uncle Qingyuan. The disciples are not oblivious to this. At this critical juncture, who would be so foolish as to provoke such a situation? Master, you are correct. Very well, you have worked hard lately. Go and rest for a while. Yes, master. Meanwhile, at the medicine peak, the fragrance of medicinal herbs permeated the tranquil chamber, sunlight streaming through the intricately carved wooden window, casting dappled light upon Lin Wanner's pale cheek. She struggled to sit upright, but the unhealed wound on her chest tugged painfully, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Cold sweat instantly beating at her temples, her slender fingers instinctively clenching the brocade quilt beneath her, turning pale as frost. After several attempts, she could only partially elevate her body, a faint cough escaping her throat as she called out, "Uncle Wang." From the shadows emerged a figure of a dark guard. After setting down a sound barrier, knelt on one knee, "At your service." "Is there any news from Fanpai?" Lin Wanner's gaze fell upon the vine-patterned canopy above, her fingertips unconsciously brushing against the fabric. The dark guard paused, replying to the young master, "I reported to you just 3 days ago." Lin Wanner raised an eyebrow, her tone elongated. The dark guard felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly corrected himself. It was a slip of the tongue. There has indeed been no unusual activity from Fanpai lately. Since the incident with Master Lu, it seems he has been frightened into submission. He has not caused any trouble recently, and spends his days indulging in food and sleep, wandering aimlessly around Qinghe Peak, sometimes squatting by the creek for half an hour, staring at the stones. Lin Wanner's tense lips gradually relaxed, a faint smile flickering in her eyes, like a gentle stream thawing from winter's grasp. That is good. After so many years, he deserves a respite. She lifted her hand to brush aside the loose strands of hair at her temple, her voice softening. What of Huang Yingying? Have you kept a close watch on that madwoman? She hasn't dared to lay a hand on Pyre, has she? Not at all. The dark guard hesitated before adding. Strangely enough, Huang Yingying has been quite unusual lately. When you were present, she clung to Fanpai like a shadow, but since your injury, she has lost her fervent obsession. While she remains by side daily, her previous intensity has waned. However, she now spends increasingly longer periods in the scripture pavilion, often staying from late at night until dawn, and occasionally leaving Qinghe Peak to wander near the miscellaneous peak. Is that so? Lin Vania found it, her fingers lightly tapping the edge of the bed, producing a rhythmic sound. Yet, her expression soon relaxed as she let out a cold laugh. Has she been frightened into submission by Master Lu? Or does she feel secure in her perceived advantage? How ridiculous! Instead of seizing the opportunity to establish a connection during this time, she allows it to slip through her fingers. If I were to recover and return to Pyre, that madwoman would surely bare her teeth at me again. Truly a foolish creature. She paused, her tone now laced with caution. You mentioned she went to the miscellaneous peak? As a direct disciple, who would she know there? What is her purpose in going? The dark guard leader glanced around cautiously, furrowing his brow, as if sensing something amiss. He raised his hand to invoke multiple layers of sound barriers before lowering his voice, speaking carefully. From my observations, it appears she is lying in wait for Yun Zhao. What? Lin Wanner's pupils constricted, her body leaning forward abruptly. The sharp pain from her wound caused her to stifle a groan. Yet she disregarded the pain, urgently pressing for answers. How does she know Yun Zhao is at the miscellaneous peak? How is that even possible? How'd she find out? Surely she didn't follow you during your previous dealings? No, that's not the main concern. If Huang Yingying has discovered this, has she reported it to the Sacred Land? The evidence from your earlier transactions must have been destroyed, right? You didn't leave any trace, did you? Rest assured, young master. The Shadow Guard responded in a deep voice. My subordinates have always been meticulous in their tasks. Everything has been thoroughly arranged, and the fabricated documents are complete. The memories that needed erasing have all been obliterated. Even if the Sacred Land were to conduct a soul search, it would not implicate us in any way. Moreover, that Huang Yingying seems to harbor no intention of reporting us. Rather, it appears she is plotting something. Plotting? Lin Wanner fell into a moment of silence, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the intricate patterns on the brocade quilt, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the fabric. A flicker of doubt flashed in her eyes, quickly overshadowed by chill. What is this madwoman thinking? Is there truly nothing else she is doing? My subordinates have been keeping a close watch, and indeed, there's nothing else. The Shadow Guard cast a fleeting glance her way before quickly looking down again. In fact, she has been spending even less time with Fanpai than she did before. Could it be that she truly thinks as I do? Lin Vonar murmured to herself, her gaze darkening as if she were unraveling an invisible web. After a brief pause, she suddenly let out a cold laugh, suppressing this thought. Regardless of her intentions, if it is indeed as I suspect, it would spare me the effort of intervening. Shifting the topic, a hint of malicious amusement surfaced in Lin Wanner's eyes as she spoke softly, as if her words were the hiss of a snake. What about Yun Zhao? That little brat must be on the verge of breaking down, no? The Shadow Guard's voice grew somber. In accordance with your predictions, since I sealed his sword bone and meridians and cast him into the Servant's Peak under the guise of Yun Zhao's menial worker, bribing the elder of the Servant's Peak thereafter, those privileged scions of wealthy families affiliated with the Sacred Land have been making his life miserable, stealing his food, destroying his bedding, employing various means of bullying. Now, he has become painfully thin, and it is said that the relentless torment has driven him to question his own identity, believing himself to be the fictitious servant disciple. Yun Zhao. Lin Wanner let out a low laugh, her mirth tinged with a morbid delight. Even the pain in her chest seemed to lessen slightly. Excellent. Excellent. What does it matter to possess innate sword bones? What good is divine favor? Stripped of talent and identity, he is but clay to be molded. She recalled Yun Zhao's brilliant radiance in his first life, and Fan Pai's eyes filled with despair. A wave of redemptive relief surged within her. Let him be arrogant. Let us see how long that lasts. He dares to compete with my Paio? How foolish. Yet the shadow guard hesitated, lifting his gaze with uncertainty. But my lord, Yun Zhao is merely a 10-year-old child, and his innate sword bone is exceedingly rare, his temperament exceptional. Are we not being overly unjust with our actions? If we could secretly bring him back to the Lin family, erase his memories, and nurture him with care, he might one day become a boon for the Lin family. No, I mean a boon for you. A boon? Chapter 69. Am I Yun Zhao or Yun Zhao? Lin Wanner's smile instantly turned frosty, her eyes glinting with ice. As a dignified heir of an emperor, what need have I for a boon? She slammed her hand down on the bed's edge. The pain from her injury causing her breath to hitch, yet it only added to her ferocity. Uncle Wang, remember, the better his talent, the higher his future achievements. The greater the likelihood of conflict with me, and the more he could become a stumbling block for the Lin family. A genius like this, if we do not eradicate him before he matures, will only bring endless troubles in the future. Do you understand, Uncle Wang? Lin Su Wang's mouth twitched as he thought to himself. This nonsense from the young master has truly become increasingly refined. It is clear she harbors personal enmity, yet insists on draping it in the family's banner. Nevertheless, she is not wrong. If he cannot be of use to the Lin family, it is better to eliminate him early. With that thought, the shadow guard clasped his hands in a salute and asked, "Understood, my lord. Should I proceed to?" Noticing the guard's gesture of cutting his throat, Lin Wanner's eyes turned cold, and she slowly shook her head. "No need. I have my own plans. What I must do now is to shatter his heart of a strong man and clip his wings completely. A genius stripped of confidence is no different from a worthless person. Should he remain uncontrollable in the future, I will ensure you take action." She paused, her tone returning to its habitual gentleness. "All right. I must trouble Uncle Wang to continue monitoring this matter. If there are any movements from either side, report to me immediately." The shadow guard struck his chest heavily and replied solemnly, subordinate obeys. His figure flickered and vanished into the void once more. The quiet chamber returned to its former stillness, the scent of medicine mingling with Lin Wanner's hurried breaths in the air. She lay back on the bed, gazing at the intricate patterns of the canopy, her fingertips gently tapping the headboard, a light smile gracing her lips. "You belong to me," she whispered softly, her obsessive madness becoming increasingly vivid in the dim light. Like tendrils growing in the dark of night, irretrievable by anyone. "Pyre, my pyre, in this lifetime, I shall avenge you. If you were to know, would you?" Outside the window, the wind rustled through the bamboo tops, lifting the thin curtains before her. Under the sunlight, Lin Wanner's face revealed a fleeting shyness as she rolled about on the bed, only to gasp in pain. Meanwhile, at the servants' peak, the mornings were perpetually shrouded in an unshakable gray mist, the chill from the previous night seeping through the cracks in the bluestone slabs, creeping into the bones and numbing the fingertips. As Yun Zhao wrapped his thin clothing tightly around himself and stood up, he had yet to take a step towards the dining hall when several figures blocked his path at the firewood room's entrance. At the forefront stood a triangular-eyed disciple of the 9th level of Qi refinement, adorned with the gray insignia of the servant's peak, a habitual sneer playing on his lips. "Oh, isn't this the prodigy with innate sword bones?" The triangular-eyed one deliberately bumped into Yun Zhao, his forceful shove causing Yun Zhao to stumble back against the pile of firewood, the sound of falling logs echoing sharply in the quiet morning. Dreaming of being a direct disciple instead of chopping wood early in the morning? Laughter erupted from the disciples behind him, all of whom possess cultivation levels above the 8th layer of Qi refinement, their eyes regarding Yun Zhao as if he were mere dirt beneath their feet. "A genius? Ligue, don't insult him further," a short, stout disciple kicked Yun Zhao's calf, the tip of his shoe grinding against the hole in his trousers. With his uselessness, he wouldn't even be fit to carry the shoes of a genius. "I reckon he is only worthy of fighting with the stray dogs in the back courtyard for scraps." Yun Zhao gritted his teeth, standing firm despite the cold and anger roiling within him. His old wounds had yet to heal, and new injuries piled upon him, the tattered edge of his clothing hanging down, exposing his bruised flesh. "I'm not dreaming." His voice trembled, laced with the stubbornness of youth. "I am Yun Zhao, with innate sword bones. The elders witnessed it during the sect test." The stout disciple let out a laugh, stepping forward to point at his nose, spitting in his face as he spoke. "Yun Zhao, you dare to claim that name?" The real Yun Zhao was the top candidate in this selection, personally recruited by the master of Qinghe Peak. He is a genuine direct disciple. "And you are Yun Zhao, the useless Yun Zhao of the Servant's Peak, number 732. "Exactly. Another lanky disciple kicked a stone at his feet, the stone whistling through the air before striking Yun Zhao's shin, causing him to instinctively recoil and crash heavily into a pile of firewood. The tall disciple sneered as he approached, spitting words laced with derision. Just take a look at yourself. You're as thin as a winter sprout, your hands riddled with frostbite, incapable of wielding even a decent iron sword, yet you dare to boast about having a natural talent for swordsmanship? He bent down, grasping Yun Zhao's chin, forcing him to lift his gaze, the mockery in his eyes as frigid as ice. Have you even considered your own aptitude? Yun Zhao, on the other hand, is surely already on the brink of comprehending the foundational principles of the Tao, basking in glory. And you? You haven't even broken through to the second level of Qi refinement, have you? Your dantian is like a sieve, leaking energy. With your caliber, how dare you challenge Yun Zhao? The venomous words struck like shards of ice, and Yun Zhao's face flushed crimson. You're talking nonsense, he exclaimed, suddenly raising his head, the flicker of defiance in his eyes wavering, his voice trembling. I am Yun Zhao, Master Lu Qingyuan Shi. She said, good child, come to my Qing'a Peak as my direct disciple. She said it with her own mouth. His voice gradually dwindled, the memory of Lu Qingyuan's gentle face now obscured. Like looking through frosted glass, impossible to discern clearly. The elder of the servant speaks harsh warning thundered in his ears. If you dare utter the name Yun Zhao again, I'll break your legs. Huh, still daring to mention Master Lu? The triangular-eyed disciple, as if hearing the grandest of jokes, suddenly raised his hand and slapped Yun Zhao across the face. The sound echoed sharply as Yun Zhao's head was turned, blood instantly oozing from the corner of his mouth, half his face numb and devoid of sensation. How could Master Lu ever take a liking to a waste like you? You should take a good look at yourself. He opened his mouth, attempting to say more, but his throat felt frozen, leaving him only able to emit a series of gasps. The spark in his eyes dimmed gradually, leaving only a glimmer of tears swirling in his eye sockets. Direct disciple? The lanky disciple squatted down, using the sword sheath to lift his face. Surely you've lost your mind. How could Master Lu accept such a useless waste? I see you're nothing but a wild child without parents, concocting lies to deceive yourself. Brothers, let's wake this waste up. Several disciples sneered as they surrounded him, quickly pinning Yun Zhao to the ground, his face pressed against the cold earth. A mouthful of mud forced into his mouth, numbing his tongue. Let you be arrogant. Let you claim to be Yun Zhao. Fists and feet rained down upon his back and waist, each blow carrying the weight of a crushing force, making his bones scream in agony. It wasn't until his consciousness began to blur that they finally ceased their relentless assault. The triangular-eyed disciple spat on him before departing, leaving behind a mocking farewell. Useless. Remember well, your name is Yun Zhao, forever a waste of the servant's peak. Yun Zhao lay on the ground, taking a while to regain his composure. He struggled to prop himself up, coughing up a mouthful of blood-tinged spittle, the wounds on his body stinging painfully in the cold air. Struggling to rise, he staggered to the water tank beside the firewood shed, the surface of the water reflecting a gaunt, scarred visage. Chapter 70. When the Chosen One encounters the fated villain. In his eyes, there was no trace of the brilliance of a genius, only cowardice and numbness. He reached out, his fingertips grazing the water surface, causing a shiver to run through him. The reflection in the water also extended a hand, matching his fingertip. He was Yun Zhao, not Yun Zhao. This thought struck his heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to stagger backward, colliding with a pile of firewood, which tumbled down with a clatter. I am Yun Zhao, he murmured, tears mingling with the blood on his face, bitter and astringent. Was it truly so? Days dragged on, one after another. A month passed in a blur. Yun Zhao's wounds healed only to be replaced by new ones, his tattered clothing no longer revealing its original color. He ceased to argue, no longer mentioning the name Yun Zhao, merely numbly going about his duties on the servant's peak, enduring the beatings and insults from those disciples. Lying on the cold pile of grass late at night, he often stared blankly at the hole in his roof, frost stars trickling in and landing on his face. The astonished gaze of the elder during the sect entrance examination, Master Lu Qingyuan's gentle words, those once unwavering beliefs in his talent and future, slowly crumbled like paper soaked in fog, becoming soft and indistinct until only a vague confusion remained. If only I were truly Yun Zhao, how wonderful that would be, he would occasionally think. Yet the grass beneath his fingertips felt so cold, and the scars on his body ached so sharply. I am truly just Yun Zhao. He buried his face in his knees, his voice barely above a whisper. Like the murmurs of a dream, a natural talent for swordsmanship is merely a delusion of misguided hope. The evening breeze seeped through the hole, chilling him to the bone. In the darkness, an inexplicable shadow quietly burgeoned within him, coursing through his veins and settling in his heart. The new law enforcement peak, after a month and a half of reconstruction, was now in its final stages, with disciples working tirelessly all over the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the newly constructed outer plaza was only halfway, paved with bluestone, the air thick with the acrid scent of mortar mixed with dust, causing him to cover his mouth and nose. Yun Zhao gripped the broom, his fingertips reddened from the rough wooden handle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was tasked with cleaning this unfinished plaza, but no matter how hard he swept, the debris and mortar stains seemed impossible to eradicate. The elder had specifically instructed him to pay special attention to the work at the law enforcement peak, or else he would face dire consequences. Yet the more anxious he became, the clumsier his movements were, and the broom stirred up a cloud of choking dust. "Hey, what are you sweeping?" 3 servant disciples approached. The leader, a square-faced man at the 6th level of chi refinement. With a glance at the debris on the ground, he kicked over Yun Zhao's dustpan. "After all this time, you still haven't cleaned up? Do you want the brothers of the law enforcement peak to scold us for slacking off?" Yun Zhao hurriedly picked up the dustpan, muttering, "I will clean it right away." "Clean? At your speed? You won't finish before dark." A lanky disciple shoved his water bucket in front of Yun Zhao. "Here, since you can't finish this, you might as well help me out. I still haven't lifted this bucket, so you can do it for me. Otherwise, you'll have a rough time." Yun Zhao bit his lip, fingers tightening around the broom. "But that's not my job." His voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, yet the square-faced man heard him. "Not your job?" The man glared, raising his hand to shove Yun Zhao. "You a waste dare to pick and choose? Didn't the elder teach you? Whatever your senior brother tells you to do, you must do it." Yun Zhao stumbled against the stone wall, his back aching from the impact. He waved his hands in a panic. "That's not what I meant. I'll do it. I'll do it." But the other party had come looking for trouble. Reasoning no longer mattered. The man with a square face cast a glance, and the 3 of them seized Yun Zhao's arms, dragging him towards a secluded corner beside the square, where unfinished stones were haphazardly piled, creating a chaotic scene that rarely attracted visitors. "What are you doing? Let me go." Yun Zhao struggled, his voice tinged with a whimper, yet he was no match for the strength of the trio. Upon reaching the corner, a fist descended like a storm. The square-faced man struck Yun Zhao in the abdomen, causing him to curl up on the ground in agony, while the tall, lanky one and another stout disciple followed suit, kicking him on the back and legs. "This is what you get for being lazy. This is what happens when you fail to clean up properly. You worthless piece of trash. You ought to behave like the waste you are." Yun Zhao rolled on the ground, clutching his head, his mouth pleading incessantly. "Please stop. I was wrong, truly wrong." After a prolonged beating, the 3 finally ceased their assault, seeing that Yun Zhao had lost his strength. The square-faced man crouched down, using the tip of his shoe to lift Yun Zhao's chin, malice gleaming in his eyes. "Want us to stop? Fine, then crawl under my legs. And we'll call it even for today." The lanky one jeered from the side. "Yes, crawl through. If you do, we'll let you go." Yun Zhao abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of faint light igniting in his eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished by the fierce glare of the square-faced man. The relentless torment at the servant peak had long worn away his edges, leaving only fear and frailty. He gazed at the parted legs of his tormentors, his lips trembling, and amidst the mocking laughter, his knees slowly buckled, as if he were about to submit to that degrading gap. What is this?" A light exclamation emerged from behind the pile of stones, casual yet curious. The 3 paused momentarily, turning to look. Morning light filtered through the pine branches, illuminating a young man clad in a dark robe, adorned with golden threads that formed swirling patterns reminiscent of clouds, gleaming in the light. The golden threads signified an elder's rank, while the cloud pattern indicated his status as a disciple, an esteemed direct disciple. Although it was unclear which peak he hailed from, he was undoubtedly a chosen disciple. Instantly, the faces of the 3 turned pale, and they hurriedly stood upright. Esteemed senior brother. The figure was none other than Fan Pai. Ever since Lin Wan, who had been brutally beaten and left bedridden, he had dared not provoke Lu Qingyan, opting instead to ignore those erratic tasks from his system, embracing a life of utter disregard, eating and sleeping, then wandering around after waking, perched by the stream on the back mountain to watch fish bubble before the morning mist of Qinghe Peak had dissipated. As the sun reached its zenith, he would nestle under the shade of trees for a nap. In the evening, as the wind turned cool, he would saunter along the mountain path, resembling a retired old man. Of course, during these moments, Huang Yingying, that lunatic, would invariably stick by his side, wearing a blissful grin. Other than that, there was little else to note. To be honest, he had initially feared that without Lin Wan's restraint, Huang Yingying might unleash her wildness, much like Lin Wanner did, finding ways to impose herself upon him. However, perhaps Lu Qingyuan's intimidation had taken effect, as that mad girl had indeed behaved considerably more normally. Apart from her unwavering presence by his side, smiling like a lovesick fool, she had not exhibited any outrageous behavior. Over the past month, Huang Yingying had inexplicably reduced her time spent with him, and today she had seemingly vanished without a trace. Without her company, Fan Pai felt somewhat uneasy. Noticing the weather was just right outside, he patted his full belly, feeling utterly bored, and decided to check out the commotion surrounding the reconstruction of a law enforcement peak. Chapter 71. Will you be my lackey? However, the construction site was indeed a lackluster sight, dust swirling in the air, blue bricks and stones piled haphazardly, resembling a chaotic graveyard. The disciples responsible for the reconstruction of the law enforcement peak bore expressions as if they were owed billions, listening to the clanging sounds while witnessing the grim faces of their fellow disciples. Fan Pai felt his eyelids grow heavy. Indeed, laborers were consistently laborers, and it was utterly mundane. He meandered along the mountain path toward a more secluded area, the gravel crunching beneath his feet. Just as he rounded a pile of disarrayed blue stones, he heard a muffled thud mixed with quiet sobs, followed closely by a few haughty shouts that sounded as if they were fueled by arrogance. Fan Pai raised an eyebrow, softening his steps to observe, and caught a glimpse of a curled-up figure on the ground, halting abruptly. Initially, he thought he had mistaken it, rubbing his eyes. Yet the curled form, with its distinctly recognizable brow and eyes, was undeniably Yun Zhao. He was all too familiar with this boy, and to say he had beaten him several times would not be an exaggeration. There was no way he could be mistaken. But why was this boy, endowed with a natural talent for swordsmanship and seemingly destined for greatness, dressed in servant attire and being bullied? Seeing Fan Pai standing there in silence, the square-faced man hastily plastered a sycophantic smile on his face and clasped his hands. Esteemed senior brother, what brings you here? This is merely an ignorant waste of servant. We were just teaching him a lesson. Hope we haven't disturbed you? Fan Pai ignored him, his gaze fixed on Yun Zhao, his brow furrowing slightly. Raising his voice, which was not loud, yet carried an undeniable firmness, he fixed his stare upon Yun Zhao. The latter trembled even more violently, his head nearly buried in his chest, resembling a frightened quail. The square-faced man, fearful of offending the direct disciple, kicked Yun Zhao on the lower back. Senior brother says to raise your head. Did you hear? Ugh. Yun Zhao groaned in pain, forced to lift his head, the grime on his face washed away by tears, revealing the bruises beneath. His gaze flickered, and upon recognizing Fan Pai's face, his pupils dilated suddenly, his lips moving. I think I've seen you before. Fan Pai took a couple of steps forward, looking down at him from above, the golden threads on his dark robe glinting coldly in the morning light. Of course, you've seen me. On the day of the disciple selection, I stood behind Peak Master Lu when you stood before the Peak Masters. He paused, his eyes scanning Yun Zhao's servant attire and battered form, perplexed. Yun Zhao, oh Yun Zhao, with your talent, even if you did not wish to join Qinghe Peak, you should have been poached by other Peak Masters by now. How is it that you've fallen to such a state, still clad in servant clothing? Yun Zhao's lips trembled more violently, as if the name Yun Zhao had scalded him, and he hastily lowered his head. No, I'm not him. You must have mistaken me. The square-faced man chimed in eagerly. Yes, yes. Senior brother, you must have made a mistake. He is just a ways from the servant peak, merely sharing a name with senior brother Yun Zhao. How could he possibly be senior brother Yun Zhao? Yun Zhao nodded in agreement, burying his head even lower, his voice barely a whisper. I am Yun Zhao, not Yun Zhao. You've mistaken me. Fan Pai regarded the crumpled and disheveled Yun Zhao on the ground, then cast a glance at the sycophantic demeanor of the square-faced man. The three menial servants, bending so low that their heads nearly grazed their feet, raised their eyebrows in surprise. Although he was unclear about the precise reasons, it was evident to him that something was amiss. The mere fact that a prodigy like Yun Zhao, born with an innate sword talent and coveted by a multitude of elders and peak masters, could be clandestinely relegated to a menial position and subjected to humiliation, indicated a level of cunning and malice that was formidable. To foster such enmity and possess the energy to contend with Yun Zhao, the image of Lin Wan, that lunatic, involuntarily surfaced in Fan Pai's mind. That madwoman had inexplicably harbored disdain for Yun Zhao during the disciple selection process, backed by the Lin family, and her mental faculties were hardly sound. Now, in her current state of instability, she was utterly unpredictable. Beyond her, Fan Pai could scarcely conceive of any other disciple from the sacred grounds who would possess such audacity and foolishness to dare lay hands on the top contender of this disciple selection. Yin Zhao, how brazen! Even after suffering such a beating, they still dared to engage in petty schemes. Were they so eager to invite their own demise? If their master were to discover this, how terrifying. System notification. Conditions for suppressing the destined one have been met. It is recommended that the host take advantage of the situation. Deepening their despair may yield 1,000 villain points. System notification. Task countdown 10 seconds. Fan Pai rolled his eyes, silently scoffing. This damned heavenly path seems intent on ensuring my demise comes swiftly, pushing me to incite hatred before the destined child. By heaven, this is defiance against the heavenly way. If it has the capability, why not manifest and crush him outright? Always lurking behind the scenes. Thinking itself a puppet master? Furthermore, why should I push Yin Zhao into the abyss? There is no enjoyment in that. Speaking of amusement, beep beep, task correction detected. The destined one, Yin Zhao, is in distress. Conditions for suppressing the destined one have been met. It is advised to take Yin Zhao under your wing and manipulate his will as a benefactor. To toy with Yin Zhao at your leisure. Task reward, 2,000 villain points. 2,000 fortune points. Fan Pai raised his eyebrows in astonishment. What does this damned heavenly path mean? Can it read minds? The task is switched so rapidly. But wait, what is its true intention? Has it grown impatient due to my prolonged inactivity? Yet, is this the proper direction for its urgency? Shaking his head, Fan Pai resolved to dismiss such thoughts and approached a few steps closer, looking down at Yin Zhao with a voice low yet penetrating. You, tell me, how does it feel to be bullied? Do you wish to take revenge on these scoundrels? Yin Zhao abruptly lifted his head, tears glistening in his eyes, gazing at him in bewilderment. Without waiting for a response, Fan Pai continued. If you nod and express your desire for vengeance, I can assist you immediately, ensuring your satisfaction. He paused, his gaze falling upon Yin Zhao's trembling hands. The condition is, you must serve as my subordinate from now on. What do you say? Really? Yin Zhao's eyes blinked rapidly, then sparkled with hope, akin to a drowning person grasping at driftwood. His voice, tinged with desperation and tears, exclaimed, You can truly help me kill them? I am willing. I'll do anything. I would even be your servant. The three menial servants immediately panicked, the stout-faced man turning pale, hastily attempting to kick Yin Zhao. You worthless fool, what nonsense are you spouting? My senior brother is just toying with you. As he kicked, he leaned closer to Fan Pai, ingratiatingly nodding and bowing. Senior brother, surely you misspoke? We are far more capable than this waste at menial tasks. Serving you with tea and water, we excel in every regard, ensuring your comfort and satisfaction. The tall, thin disciple and the short, stout one echoed in agreement. Indeed. Senior brother, we will be your subordinates, always at your beck and call. Senior brother, do not heed this scoundrel's foolishness. At that moment, Yin Zhao, disregarding the pain from the earlier kicks, struggled on the ground and shouted, I'm willing, as long as you can eliminate these ruffians who bully me daily. If you kill them, I would traverse mountains of knives and seas of flames for you, without a moment's hesitation.